Chun State, under the jurisdiction of Nanhua sect. Linzhong Lower Courtyard, in front of the General Affairs Hall. On the bluestone ground of dozens of feet in size, hundreds of young men were sitting on the ground. In the air, several monks with deep breath held scrolls in their hands. Sometimes someone's name was called, and then they left with joy or sorrow under the leadership of the gray-robed servants. The onlookers around the open space also left one after another. Obviously, among this group of new lower court disciples, only a few people were worthy of their attention. Zhang a farmer from Zhaoshan Prefecture, Chun State, was born in the first grade. Awarded as an inner door disciple, enter the 78th courtyard of Jiazi. Within 12 years, if you have made no progress, you can enter the inner door. I hope you will practice diligently and live up to the sect's expectations. The voice of the middle-aged monk was faint, but it rang clearly in everyone's ears. And with Zhang Erhe's gratitude, another figure left the open space. On the bluestone slab, Wang Xian was wearing a clean blue shirt. Like the boys and girls around him, he looked a little nervous, as if he was also worried about his future. In the early stage of cultivation, the most important thing is aptitude. In the lower courtyard, the A courtyard is the future inner disciples, and the B courtyard has a slight flaw in innate aptitude. But as long as the acquired character is qualified, they're still worth cultivating in the eyes of the sect. As for the C courtyard, unless they can show their talents in other aspects in the future, they are purely consumable for the future of the sect. The immortal road has not yet begun, but it has ended for most people. However, although the boys and girls present have passed the 7 entrance examinations, their aptitude has long been determined, but there are always unexpected things in the world. After all, at the age of 12 or 13, it is inevitable that they will have more unrealistic expectations than older people. However, his hands were slightly clenched under his long sleeves, and he watched the future fellow disciples leaving one by one. Only Wang Xian knew that their hopes would probably be dashed, and he was not worried about it all. Innate talent is indeed important, but although Wang Xian's is not that good, he is not that bad either. In theory, this is a good start. However, for Wang Xian now, the so-called spiritual roots are no longer as important as imagined. Who entrance to the Nanhua sect in the world of immortal cultivation in Chun State? A young man with middle-grade spiritual roots from a mortal world, a generation of demonic giants from the outside world, and the mysterious fruit left behind after the failure of taking over another's body TSK. Since I woke up from the mystery in the womb, I have been dreaming of being a marquis and a prime minister for 7 years, and leaving a name in this world forever. But who could have thought that in the blink of an eye, fictional history would become the world of immortal cultivation, and all preparations would become waste paper? Sure enough, any inertial thinking is not good. If it weren't for this accident, I'm afraid I would still regard those immortal legends as the delusion of secular emperors pursuing immortality. As a result, the facts proved that I was the one who looked at the sky from a well. Time flies like a bird, and the world is like a new chess game. He sighed slightly and thought in his heart. Around Wang Xian, his future fellow disciples were still waiting for the judgment of fate. But his mind had already flown away, and he didn't know where it went. A few months ago, Wang Xian, who had just learned about the existence of the world of immortal cultivation and felt that his worldview had been reshaped, had no time to adjust his life plan before a blood-colored baby with a monstrous aura fell from the sky. In Wang Xian's horrified eyes, the blood baby went straight into his body, trying to take over his body and be reborn and live another life. However, this foreign Yuanying had no idea that the mortal he randomly selected would actually awaken his past life memories. So under the influence of the rules in the dark, the blood baby was destroyed on the spot, leaving only a mysterious and illusory, incomplete moon wheel. Tanyan fruit, this is its name. Although Wang Xian didn't know what it was, he knew it was a treasure just by hearing the name. Perhaps the blood baby that came from the sky was hunted down because of it and then became a treasure boy. The Tanyan fruit extracts, bestows, and even integrates and sublimate concepts related to its field. Such an ability is worthy of the title of Tao fruit. But if you want to use its ability, you also need the corresponding origin. With a flash of thought, Wang Xian's eyes swept across his wrist. There was a jade bracelet there, emitting a warm light like a night pearl. This was a result of his previous experiment with the ability of the Tao fruit, which gave this originally low-quality jade bracelet the concept of moonlight. Wang Xian lost 10 pounds for this, because without cultivation, the essence of blood and flesh became the target of the Tao fruit to absorb the energy of the origin. And his final achievement was to create this bracelet that can emit moonlight. I remember that when I used the Tao fruit, I always had a feeling of wanting more. Also, the moonlight in the world of cultivation must contain corresponding power. In comparison, this bracelet can only glow, or it is more appropriate to describe it as a strange object with the power of Moonlight Zero. Only when I formally practice and use magic power to activate the Tao fruit, its effect can be truly reflected. But in addition to this, I still have a divine draw to use. Whispering in his heart, his mind moved slightly. Wang Xian could sense that in the depths of the sea of consciousness, next to the incomplete moon wheel, there was a group of extremely pure energy. That was the origin of the nascent soul, the essence of a nascent soul, true Lord's lifelong practice. Enough to make the entire Chun Kingdom's cultivation world crazy. But now, it is honestly staying around the Tao fruit. The road to the Great Way begins from now on. Let me first understand what the world of immortal cultivation is like before considering using this nascent soul-level origin. Next, Yi Cheng enters the 451st courtyard of Yitzi Nextwell. According to past practice, I emphasize it again. Spiritual roots are determined by nature and cannot be changed. The inner and outer gates are divided because of this, and resource allocation is also different. I hope you know in advance, and don't blame the sect for being unfair afterwards. Of course, the inner and outer gates are initially determined, and there will be ups and downs in the future. Moreover, the world is so big that it has never been limited to Nanhua. If you're interested in the Great Way and don't want to be constrained by qualifications, you may prepare now and leave the mountain together in 3 days. There are immortal cultivation families and chambers of commerce from all over the country at the foot of the mountain to recruit people with spiritual roots. It's okay to become a casual cultivator. My Nanhua is a famous and righteous sect, and I will never force it. Okay, let's continue. Wang Xian, is it our turn soon? In midair, the sect steward was still reading names. Beside Wang Xian, a young man in brocade clothes was already a little impatient. Beside him and Wang Xian, there were several young men and women sitting together. They were from the same state. The young man in brocade clothes was named Han Cheng, a descendant of a small immortal cultivation family. However, among the few people present, he was the most anxious. It's hateful that the difference in spiritual roots is like a natural moat. I don't know if I still have a chance if I also have a middle-grade spiritual root, alas. Although sighing, the young man obviously still had some hope. Wang Xian didn't know what to say about this, so he had to say a few nice words. Well, Brother Han doesn't have to be too anxious. Although the spiritual roots are a little worse, Brother Han has a family background after all, and he entered the immortal way early. Just this point alone, I don't know how much ahead of others. This is the truth. Immortals value life, especially in the early stages. The time of cultivators is so precious. Han Cheng actually knew this, but he also understood that for the immortal sect, being born in an immortal family is not only not a plus, but a minus, unless he is from the family of several ancestors of the sect. However, how can he say such a thing? So, he could only sigh and had no idea about it. Alas, compared with the channels of the sect, what's the use of practicing a few years in advance? Looking at the results now, you can at least join the outer sect and become a formal sect disciple from now on. Indifferent, whether I can succeed depends on luck. Why is it so? Gently shaking his head, the girl in a light-colored skirt beside the two of them comforted them. Brother Han, don't be discouraged. Although the spiritual roots cannot be changed, Nanhua sect does not only look at this when recruiting disciples. The 3 levels of foundation building are essence, qi, and soul. Although practicing qi is the first, the other 2 levels are also very important. It is not possible to make a hasty conclusion about the outcome. The girl who spoke was named Chun Wanru. She had a top-grade spiritual root, especially the water element. She was a remote bloodline of the secular royal family of the Chun Kingdom. It is said that if the pedigree was 2 generations closer, she could still be considered princess. However, even though she is no longer noble, judging from her daily behavior and her attitude towards others, she was well educated. For a moment, the girl's gentle voice and the title of senior brother made Han Cheng look a little better. But the next moment, another voice made his expression gloomy again. Indeed, as junior sister Chen said, Brother Han doesn't have to be like this. Moreover, Although Nanhua sect is a major sect in the Chun kingdom, and it is also half of the branch sect of the Yuanying sect, the outer disciples are not necessarily better than the family cultivators. Brother Han is a person with a foundation after all. Even if he leaves the sect, he will not become a casual cultivator or become a fairy seedling recruited by the immortal cultivation family. After the words fell, the scene was quiet for a while. In addition to Yang Yunji, who was speaking, Qin Yao, who had not interrupted, could not help but look at him. Han Cheng's eyes flashed with anger, but he didn't say anything in the end. Speaking of which, this was what he told a few people a few days ago. It was probably the fate of some people who were tested by the Nanhua sect to have spiritual roots, but failed to join the sect. Needless to say, most of the casual cultivators have no hope of the Tao and go to the mortal world to enjoy some wealth. And those who still have the idea of cultivating immortals either lick blood from the knife edge from now on, or join some small immortal cultivation families and use their spiritual veins to cultivate. It's just that the immortal cultivation family attaches the most importance to blood. If an outsider wants to integrate into it, there's no need to say much. Even in the world of immortal cultivation, being this kind of son-in-law is not a very glorious thing after all. And even if you put down your face, it is difficult to be really regarded as one of their own by those immortal cultivation families. More can only be hoped for in the future generations. With a slight sidelong glance, Wang Xian could see that Yang Yunji's words were not meant to deliberately mock Han Cheng. It was probably just that he had also tested out a top-grade spiritual root and wanted to show off his identity as a future inner disciple. And by the way, to get closer to Chen Wanru. After all, the girl's excellent upbringing, tender but beautiful appearance, coupled with her slightly revealing figure, although only 12 or 13 years old, had shaken the minds of several young people who were not very experienced in the world along the way. But this approach is too young, and she doesn't understand what is called the way of the world. Moreover, the girl seems to be approachable, but in fact she keeps a very clear sense of distance on weekdays. Yang Yunji showed off very stiffly, and the other few people couldn't put down their faces to flatter him. Chen Wanru also frowned slightly, and then the smile on her face became formal and standard. Seeing this scene, Yang Yunji, who was expecting, was disappointed. Chapter 2. The inverse knowledge of the future enough. Let us cease this chatter regarding the branch school. Chen Yao interjected with an expression of calm. Yang Yunji, feeling somewhat discontented, reflected upon his humble beginnings from a minor family until the previous day when he was identified by the Nanhua sect as possessing a superior spiritual root. Chen Yao, with merely a medium spiritual root, had no reason to impose her will. Yet, upon gazing at her tranquil visage, an inexplicable trepidation surged within him. He instinctively sought to justify his feelings, reminding himself that Qin Yao was distantly related to Qin Wanro, with ties closer to the imperial family, thus possessing a certain noble status. Furthermore, her beauty was undeniable. A slight deficiency in her spiritual root seemed trivial in comparison. With this self-reassurance, Yang Yunji chose to remain silent. As the sole individual among the five with an inferior spiritual root, Han Cheng felt a sense of relief. It was widely acknowledged that those with superior spiritual roots, upon entering the sect, were almost guaranteed foundational cultivation, boasting lifespans of 4 to 5 decades, akin to that of a secular dynasty. Had he not been restrained by youthful pride, he would have readily extolled their virtues. The atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence. With only Wang Xian casting a curious glance at the girl who had spoken, his mind filled with intrigue. The five of them had known each other for over a month, having journeyed from the state capital to the sect. Wang Xian had gathered some understanding of Qin Yao. Though her features were exquisite and her demeanor regal, she never concealed her noble arrogance. In contrast to Qin Wanro's graciousness and propriety, which kept others at a distance, Qin Yao embodied the archetypal aristocratic demeanor. Yet, in the past couple of days, her character had inexplicably shifted, exuding an air of authority that unnerved her peers. However, Wang Xian refrained from probing further, as such revelations were irrelevant to him. As he embarked on this journey into the realm of legendary cultivation, he merely yearned to swiftly attain entry and practice authentic immortal techniques. In the air, names continued to be announced. As the crowd thinned, Han Cheng instinctively clenched his fists, and Wang Xian, too, felt an undercurrent of anxiety. With even the usually confident Qin Wanro and Yang Yunji displaying signs of apprehension. Historically, there have been instances of individuals with superior spiritual roots entering the B branch, but failing to gain admission to the A branch upon initial entry often proved to be a significant setback. If those with superior roots were relegated to the outer sect, it suggested considerable shortcomings. Surrounding them, several youths from the same state exhibited similar tension, each fearful of missing a single name. Qin Wanro, born of the noble household in Qinguanzhou, possessing superior talent, accepted as an inner disciple, entering the A branch, number 88. Yang Yunqi, born of the gentlemanly household in Qinguanzhou, possessing inferior talent. Accepted as an inner disciple, entering the A branch, number 89. Success. In a brief moment, the names of both individuals echoed in the air, each granted entry into the A branch. Wang Xian could distinctly hear the sighs of relief from both sides, with Yang Yunji exclaiming in joyous exultation. 2 out of 5 achieving success was a notably rare occurrence during the admission ceremony. Wang Xian, born of the gentlemanly household in Qinguanzhou, possessing medium talent. Accepted as an outer disciple, entering the B branch, number 572. Qin Yao, born of the noble household in Qinguanzhou, possessing medium talent. Accepted as an outer disciple, entering the B branch, number 573. A sigh of relief escaped Wang Xian as he heard his name called, allowing a breath of tension to dissipate. Despite possessing a fragmented Dao fruit, he was confident that even as a solitary cultivator, he would achieve remarkable feats. However, if life offered an easier path, who would willingly choose the arduous one? Calming his mind, Wang Xian glanced at his companions. Yang Yunji was ecstatic, Chen Wanro wore a perfectly composed smile, and Han Sheng was wide-eyed, eagerly capturing every name announced. In contrast, Qin Yao maintained an expressionless demeanor, perhaps dissatisfied with her status as an outer disciple. What troubles you? Wang Xian inquired. Sensing her discontent. It is not necessary to concern yourself with me, Qin Yao replied, her expression placid. You would do better to focus on your own situation. Historically, sects have prioritized the selection of disciples based on merit, emphasizing innate talent, with a medium spiritual root. Your position in the outer sect is merely a step above that of menial disciples. Although this status is coveted by external cultivators, competition remains fierce. Without foundational cultivation, a cultivator's lifespan is limited, often no more than a century. If you possess any ambition, you should not revel in your current state, lest you regret it in 100 years. Her insightful admonition resonated with Wang Xian, prompting him to nod in agreement. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that he too was an outer disciple with a medium spiritual root, questioning her implications. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Qin Yao turned away, no longer regarding him. We are not the same. The quality of one's spiritual root may confine others, but it cannot bind me, for I am a true prodigy. My future is destined for greatness, culminating in the mastery of the first great elixir and the completion of my primordial spirit. The Nanhua outer sect is merely the starting point of my illustrious journey, while for you, it may very well define your existence. Speechless, Wang Xian reflected on his own circumstances, realizing he was indeed the one burdened with expectations. He shook his head slightly, dismissing thoughts of the peculiar characters he had met. Before long, the administrative hall concluded the branch admissions. The sect's spiritual vessel descended, and the 5 of them parted ways. Qin Wanro and Yang Yunji successfully entered the A branch, poised to transition to the inner sect in a few years, enjoying the benefits of the sect's spiritual veins. Meanwhile, Wang Xian and Qin Yao entered the B branch, where only the most exceptional could ascend to the inner sect, while the rest remained in the outer sect. Of course, the outer sect had produced foundational cultivators before, but such instances were rare compared to the inner sect. As for Han Qing, the individual with the least promising qualifications among them, he ultimately failed to secure a place. In the realm of cultivation, irrespective of status, all must possess a complete spectrum of elemental roots. Yet, a spiritual root strength below 10 is virtually non-existent. One must possess at least 11 to be considered a true inferior root. Root strengths ranging from 21 to 30 are classified as medium, 31 to 50 as superior, 51 to 80 as earthly roots, and above that are the heavenly roots. Although Han Cheng's highest metal root measured 19, approaching the threshold of an inferior root, he was still far from the standards of the Nanhua sect. Thus, after leaving behind a token and promising to reconnect in the future, Han Cheng could only depart with regret, returning alone to his clan. When Wang Xian boarded the spirit vessel, accompanied by his fellow disciples to the location of the E-Academy, only Qin Yao, his fellow townsman, remained by his side. This once unassuming and mundane princess seemed entirely disinterested in the notion of flight, unlike the other disciples crowding the deck of the spirit vessel, gasping at the clouds beneath. She retreated to her room, seemingly engrossed in her own pursuits. Standing at the bow of the ship, Wang Xian felt a sudden expansion of spirit. He touched the moonlight bracelet on his wrist, a surge of ambition igniting within him. To fly aboard his spirit vessel was hardly an impressive feat possessing the Dao fruit. With diligent cultivation and avoiding untimely demise, he believed there would come a day when he too could stand upon the clouds, gazing down upon the myriad of beings below. With a clang, the cabin door of the spirit vessel closed as Qin Yao entered. The space, originally designed for 6, was now empty. Most new disciples had rushed off to experience the dream of flight. Leaning against the bed, a subtle grace emerged from her previously unremarkable demeanor. Yet, upon closer inspection, it bore the semblance of mere mimicry. She appeared dignified and poised, yet her youthful essence remained unmistakable. With a soft thud, she placed a shattered jade tablet onto the table, her delicate lips pursed. Were it not for her youth, she might have been a vision of unparalleled beauty. Yet this scene was unseen by others. Only Qin Yao stood alone, contemplating the fragmented jade tablet before her. To her astonishment, The ancient legends of her family turned out to be true. The family genealogy recorded that although her clan had become mundane, their ancestors once served as mighty beings of the ancient celestial path, basking in glory. However, as time wore on, even those skilled in transformation could not escape death. And once great families faded into obscurity. Despite the loss of former grandeur, some traditions remained hidden, preserved through generations. For instance, this jade tablet held the ancient celestial technique of reversing knowledge of the future. Murmuring to herself, Jinyao reached out to touch the tablet. Just days prior, she had accidentally fallen and collided with Wang Xian, resulting in the unexpected activation of the jade. This incident had catalyzed the changes she had undergone in the past few days. The power of this technique was astonishing. It could simulate the future, granting the user profound insights, capabilities unimaginable even to those who had mastered transformation. With foreknowledge, she felt akin to a great adept being reborn, her mind untouched by the memories of her future. It was indeed a supreme art. Alas, it could only be used once. Otherwise, who in the world could rival her? A fleeting shadow of regret crossed her eyes, yet it vanished almost instantly. Chen Yao understood that even if the jade tablet were still usable, she would not be able to wield its power. After all, despite the unfathomable might of reversing knowledge of the future, it was not truly invincible. On one hand, as a mere mortal, she could only endure such an extraordinary power once in a millennium. In the eyes of ancient masters, even a nascent soul practitioner was merely an ordinary person. On the other hand, the simulation of the future was not without its inaccuracies. Many entities could interfere with its predictions. From the information gleaned at the moment of using the technique, it became clear that once matters involving innate spiritual roots, true treasures of unity, or even legendary Tao fruits were involved, its simulations would falter. Though Chen Yao did not recognize any of these terms, she understood their significance. Thus, it was entirely plausible for the simulation to present mundane outcomes while extraordinary realities emerged, influenced by the butterfly effect of such high-level creations. As for the possibility of possessing a rare treasure herself, she dismissed the thought with a slight shake of her head. Discrepancies between simulations and reality were common. However, should a rare treasure come into existence, the ensuing conflicts could devastate realms and bring suffering to all, making such an occurrence far less likely than being casually struck down by a master of transformation. Regardless of her reflections, she resolved to seize this opportunity in her lifetime. She would set a modest goal, attain the transformation of the divine path and glimpse immortality. Furthermore, there was her fellow townsman. Although their meeting had been serendipitous, it had sparked her fortune. In her original future, she had little memory of him, perhaps perishing in a calamity years later, or perhaps escaping but living the rest of his life in obscurity. Now, with a chance to start anew, she vowed to assist him when opportunity arose, perhaps by making him her sword attendant. As the saying goes, when one attains enlightenment, even their poultry ascends to the heavens. And there was Chen Wanru in this life. She would be the foremost among the three immortals of Nanhua. No one knew what transpired here, yet the 12-year-old girl wore a serious expression, silently vowing. Chen Yao pressed her lips together and added another aim for herself. The path of transformation was still distant. She could not afford to be idle. Therefore, before that, she would sweep aside all rivals of her generation, emerging as the unrivaled champion. Chapter 3. The beginning of cultivation. The following day, the events that transpired in the cabin remained a mystery to all. Chen Yao carried on with her routine, her subtle transformations only perceptible to those who knew her well. The spiritual vessel soared through the skies, and the newly initiated disciples gradually quelled their initial excitement and curiosity. Those of noble lineage congregated together, while the disciples from the mortal realm formed groups based on their regions. Thus, it was only natural that Wang Xian and Chen Yao traveled together. Days passed, and the spiritual vessel finally descended. The multitude of disciples disembarked and, under the guidance of the Foundation establishment steward, found their respective courtyards to collect their introductory resources. Is this a spiritual stone? Wang Xian pondered as he examined an irregular crystal no longer than half a finger. To his naked eye, it bore no distinction from crystal. Beside him, Chen Yao paid it no heed, simply depositing them into the storage bag provided by the sect. These resources are indeed far superior to those of solitary cultivators. Yet they are still insufficient for my foundational cultivation technique. If not for the sake of safety and the resources available in the lower courtyard, I would have no need to remain at the southern Hua Zone. In any case, let it be, she mused. A fleeting smile gracing her face as a plan began to form in her mind, while Wang Xian meticulously reviewed the tomes he had received. Introduction to Immortal Path. Overview of Qin Kingdom. Detailed explanation of Qi refinement. History of Southern Hua Zone. Sect regulations. Geography of the world. The content was extensive, encompassing history, regulations, annotations of unique terms and cultivation techniques, and an overview of the myriad arts of the Immortal Path, interwoven with astronomy, geography, and the delineation of powers. Additionally, it included ideological education, promoting loyalty to the sect and reverence for teachers. Overall, the material was comprehensive, a testament to what a sect embodies. Even with a rudimentary understanding of the true world of cultivation, Wang Xian could discern the essence of a system. What is a system? This is it. What is completeness? This is it. The ability of immortal sects to dominate solitary cultivators is no exaggeration. Having returned all materials to his allocated courtyard, Wang Xian carried only the basic qi induction technique and 3 spiritual stones. On the first day of joining the sect, disciples tasked with menial duties came to explain the foundational techniques to the new initiates. The vastness of the immortal path is filled with diverse terminologies, references, and myriad concepts. Even if an ordinary person possessed the techniques, they would struggle to comprehend their meaning. Fortunately, the Southern Huazong foresaw this. And although each disciple would eventually choose a different technique, the introductory technique for those stepping into the realm of qi refinement, the basic qi induction technique, remained universal. Based on this foundation, disciples had 3 months to establish their foundation in the immortal path and no longer be illiterate in cultivation. What would happen if one could not master it within 3 months? This was precisely why, despite the clear division between inner and outer sects, some remained in the lower courtyard, categorized as in B. After all, aptitude is one thing, and the individual is another. If someone truly lacked potential, the Southern Huazong would not force them to succeed solely based on their qualifications. The lecture hall was located here. Wang Xian followed the other outer sect disciples through winding paths. Soon, he arrived at a pond near a bamboo grove, where hundreds of mats were laid out on the ground. 1/3 of the spots were already occupied, with the front row nearly filled. Clearly, the top students were everywhere. Despite arriving early, others had come before him. Just as he was about to choose a seat, a voice rang out from behind him. Ahem, fellow junior disciple. You two are a new initiate this year, are you not? Wang Xian halted and turned to see a sharp-featured youth in a similar outer sect robe, bowing respectfully. He returned the gesture and inquired politely. Indeed, may I ask what insight you have, senior brother? Insight? I dare not claim such, the youth replied, stepping closer with a seemingly sincere demeanor. I merely observe that you possess an imposing presence, a person of ambition destined for the immortal path. Hence I wish to make your acquaintance. He continued, indeed, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. One misstep leads to another. Even securing a mere spot in this modest lecture is fiercely contested. Seeing you reminds me of my younger self. Ah, how I now regret my past choices. His tone was filled with genuine yearning, yet Wang Xian merely smiled, unmoved. Senior brother speaks wisely. However, the path of cultivation does not hinge on a fleeting moment. If tomorrow permits, I shall arrive earlier. Wang Xian added, as for acquaintance, we are already brothers in the same sect. There is no need for such formalities. The sharp-featured youth was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating Wang Xian's unexpected retort. Had it been in previous years, he would have ceased his pursuit at this point. However, considering his impending departure from the lower courtyard, and the nearly insurmountable divide between inner and outer sects, he attempted one last effort. You are right, junior brother. I have spoken too much. Yet, allow me to share one more thought. While the immortal path is indeed a long journey, before attaining greatness, one must not lack resources, wealth, techniques. Companions and territory are all indispensable. Without provisions, how can one make progress? Thus, to attain these, one must demonstrate their worth. In this introductory phase, some may take 3 months to begin their cultivation, while others may take 2 months, and some need not wait at all. The time saved allows one to stay ahead of others. A step ahead garners the sect's attention and resource allocation, ultimately leading to continual advancement. What say you, junior brother? Wang Xian, recognizing the validity in the senior brother's words but unwilling to concede, replied, So, senior brother implies that precisely. The sharp-featured youth's eyes brightened as he sensed they were finally reaching the crux of the matter. To assist our newly initiated brothers in their cultivation, we seasoned disciples are willing to dedicate some time to personally guide you through the interpretations of techniques and foundational principles. The disciples in the lecture hall address a broad audience and cannot cater to everyone's needs. Thus, with our guidance, you will naturally surpass your peers and enter the intersect sooner. Of course, as a form of reciprocity, you would need to contribute a small fee of spiritual stones. We charge a modest sum, merely half a stone. His words were earnest and well-reasoned, rendering them convincing. Even though Wang Xian sensed a hint of ulterior motive, he couldn't pinpoint the flaw in the proposal. Buying lessons has been a long-standing tradition. It was a requisite for the top students, and there was little cause for surprise. Moreover, their fee was indeed quite low. The sect had provided each new disciple with 3 spiritual stones, and half a stone was merely 1/6 of that. However, despite this, Wang Xian still intended to decline. I deeply appreciate your goodwill, senior brother. He paused, shifting the conversation. However, I must respectfully decline this supplementary lesson. Just as he was about to reject the offer, a familiar voice resonated beside him. Turning, he saw Chun Yao, now donned in the outer sect disciple's robe. Approaching from outside the hall, she appeared more confident than before. Ah, yet your gaze remains unchanged, Wang Xian thought, feeling as though Chun Yao viewed him as a future subordinate rather than a fellow disciple. What is this, junior sister? Are you envious of your fellow disciples' rapid progress? The sharp-featured youth retorted sharply, clearly feeling the sting of the truth. After all, the slots for entering the inner sect were limited, if others lagged. It only meant that the junior sister advanced. Yet, competition among fellow disciples should be fair, and her actions seemed a tad excessive. His words cut deep, leaving no room for mercy. Were other youths of their age present, doubts would likely arise in their hearts. However, Wang Xian would not act in such a manner. While Chen Yao remained indifferent, with her footsteps unwavering, the silhouette of the young girl brushed past. The lectures he delivered were indeed genuine. Yet the effectiveness of his teachings depended on whether one was willing to supplement with spirit stones. A slight addition would enhance the results marginally, instilling a glimmer of hope. Yet, when the time for formal cultivation arrived, others would effortlessly compensate for the initial advantage gained, perhaps even surpassing it. Considering our shared origins, I have said enough. Whether you believe it or not is your choice, but no one will vindicate you once deceived. Such is the reality of the lower academy. If one does not steal or rob, being deceived is their own misfortune. I appreciate your reminder, junior sister. Momentarily at a loss for words, Wang Xian could not help but shake his head. Indeed, as he suspected, fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. Even if he were unaware of the current state of the cultivation world, which cunningly exploits sunk costs for deceit, he would still refuse to acquiesce to the other party. Moreover, it must be said that while the inner disciples of the Nanhua Academy maintain stricter regulations, the outer sect, as expected, venerates the strong, thereby selecting the most outstanding individuals. Nevertheless, what is with Chen Yao's tone, reminiscent of an experienced individual? The questions surrounding his fellow townsman and junior sister only multiplied. Ahem, senior brother. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With a respectful bow, Wang Xian observed Li Xiang's displeased expression, maintaining a calm demeanor. Ultimately, the Nanhua sect is a righteous path, and despite the lower academy's encouragement for competition among outer disciples, there is no allowance for violent conflict. Thus, he turned and swiftly caught up with Chen Yao. Junior sister Chun, wait for me. During the lecture, we could exchange insights. 2 minds are better than 1. He spoke with a smile, and upon noticing Chen Yao's lack of rejection, he comfortably took a seat beside her. His intuition hinted that this seemingly transformed fellow townsman was not as straightforward as she appeared. However, this was of little concern, as it was evidently a stroke of good fortune for Wang Xian. Possessing the Tao fruit, his future was undoubtedly bright, yet to avoid falling into misfortune, he understood the necessity of a prudent approach to his endeavors. Thus, the question arose, how could a cultivator of mediocre talent achieve stability while witnessing a steady rise in cultivation? The answer lay in the extensive network of friendships he cultivated, surrounded by numerous prodigious talents. Silently commending himself, Wang Xian sat beside Chen Yao, engaging in inquiries while absorbing the lectures. In a mere few days, what once appeared as an inscrutable scripture, the fundamental qi induction technique, gradually became clearer. Following that day, there were no signs of anyone seeking trouble. The sharp-tongued youth seemed to recognize the prohibition against violence in the lower academy, thus refraining from any reckless actions. Quietly attending lectures and pondering the fundamental qi induction technique, a month swiftly passed. On this day, after concluding all his courses, Wang Xian returned to his small courtyard's quiet room. Thanks to his fellow townsmen, he finally succeeded in sensing spiritual energy, stepping into the threshold of qi refining, and proceeded to the lower academy's scripture repository to select a cultivation method aimed directly at foundation building. Once he grasped this technique, he would officially become a qi refining practitioner. The 3 lights qi refining method, a technique devoid of specific elemental inclinations, allowing practitioners to harness the powers of the sun, moon, and stars according to their innate spiritual roots to aid their cultivation. Rather unremarkable, it merely accelerated the cultivation pace without any notable additional features. Having already perused the jade tablet and signed a non-disclosure contract, Wang Xian sat cross-legged in the center of the quiet room. He knew that the time to witness a miracle was at hand. Chapter 4. Essence of the Nascent Soul, Elevation of Techniques in the Tranquil Chamber. Wang Xian sat cross-legged. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, casting a dim light across the room. He activated his spiritual consciousness to delve inward, reflecting upon the depths of his mind. Within Wang Xian's spiritual realm, a fractured lunar wheel hung in the void, resembling an eternal mark of the Tao. Although he was merely at the initial stage of qi refinement, not yet having truly attained the first level, he felt a subtle shift within. In the depths of his being, he sensed a closer connection to the tiny Tao fruit. Indeed, this was the distinction between immortals and mortals. Up to this moment, I have only just embarked upon the path of cultivation. That said, the term Tao fruit implies the fruit of the great Tao. Before commencing genuine cultivation, there was naturally a barrier between us. Gazing at the lunar wheel, he attempted to dispel the doubts that inevitably arose. With Wang Xian's current cultivation and understanding, such wondrous objects seemed akin to a frog in a well, perceiving only a fragment of the vast cosmos. Instead of aspiring too high, what he must truly focus on now is to utilize the final legacy left by the treasure-transmitting true monarch at the very onset of his celestial journey, taking the first step in rolling out his snowball of cultivation. Moreover, as he entered the realm of immortality, the areas he previously lacked understanding about the Tao fruit began to unveil themselves to him in an almost instinctual manner. Yes, it resembles my previous experiments. At my current level, to activate the Tao fruit, I must first possess sufficient primordial energy to support it. At least, that is the case presently. However, the Tao fruit has its own independent judgment mechanism regarding the energy supplied from the external world. Common spiritual energy holds no significance for it. Only substances related to the essence of living beings prove effective, such as the golden core of cultivators or the essence blood of demonic beasts. Golden core, nascent soul, divine spirit, essence blood. The mere thought conjured the overwhelming presence of a formidable figure from the demonic path, regardless of other factors. The weight that had previously evaporated into thin air indicated that no one would willingly offer their primordial essence. Of course, the Tao fruit does not require this exclusively. Certain rare treasures imbued with the essence of the Taoist moonlight could serve as substitutes. Yet, it is evident that such items are equally difficult to procure. Thus, Wang Xian pondered, the only energy he could truly access, aside from the fruits of his diligent cultivation, was the legacy bestowed upon him by the celestial investor. Directing his focus toward the pale white essence beside the fragmented lunar wheel, even without approaching, he could sense an oppressive force stemming from the essence of life itself. The nascent soul's primordial essence manifested the culmination of a true monarch's lifelong cultivation. His gaze flickered, and at that moment, the myriad capabilities of the Taoist Tao fruit crystallized vividly within Wang Xian's mind. Extraction, utilizing this primordial essence as energy. He would conceptualize external abilities and store them within the Tao fruit. The closer one approached the domain of the Tao fruit, the lesser the primordial essence consumed. Conversely, the farther one strayed, the greater the consumption. The surplus evidently constituted some form of loss. Bestowal, as the name implies, in conjunction with the ability to extract. It rematerializes concepts and imparts them onto specific entities. The moonlight bracelet Wang Xian previously attempted to create was achieved in this manner. He extracted a portion of the mundane realm's concepts from the moonlight of night and applied them to his bracelet, endowing it with a fundamental transformation that enabled it to naturally emanate moonlight. Such capabilities subtly hinted at the realm of creation. However, if the powers of the Tao fruit were to cease here, Wang Xian would not hold it in such high regard, even considering it a divine artifact capable of defying fate. After all, the transfer of concepts merely bestows existing attributes upon another existence. It hardly qualifies as defying the heavens. Thus, beyond the aforementioned abilities, it also possesses the powers of fusion and sublimation. By expending primordial essence, one can combine lower-tier concepts, extracting their quintessence or elevating them to a level commensurate with the primordial essence. The apparent redundancy of exchanging like for like belies a profound difference. With fervor in his heart, Wang Xian recognized that within the realm of cultivation, countless extraordinary items existed that, due to their insufficient tier, found no practical application. Theoretically useful for breaking through to the nascent soul, certain spiritual items were merely of the second tier and rendered ineffective against the golden core. Similarly, theoretically capable of reversing time and restoring youth, some first-tier spiritual items could only rejuvenate one's vitality for 3 days. Had he the high-tier essence blood or demonic cores of advanced beasts as a price to elevate and transform them, their value would surge, rendering them rare treasures of the world. In fact, Wang Xian's current endeavor was akin to this. Yet his target was not tangible matter, but rather the elusive realm of knowledge. It is rumored that upon the birth of celestial roots and certain spiritual bodies, extraordinary phenomena occur, said to be linked to their exemption from the golden core bottleneck. Such manifestations are invisible to the ordinary, yet perceptible to cultivators. Therefore, changing one's innate qualifications is out of the question, unless one is willing to gamble their life on the moral standards of high-tier practitioners. Knowledge remains the sole choice. Fortunately, without impacting reality, the sublimation capabilities of the Tao fruit could yield even more potent effects. Hence, I wonder if the fourth-tier essence of the nascent soul could directly transcend and elevate me, granting me a celestial scripture pertaining to the fifth-tier divine spirit, regardless of the outcome. It is worth a trial. The mysteries of the celestial path are profound. A single misstep can lead to stark divergences. Come forth. I wager my remarkable wisdom, staking my unparalleled talents. Let me, Wang, witness your ultimate potential. Taoist Tao fruit, refine for me. As he uttered a low incantation, the essence of the foundational technique, 3 lights chi refinement method, obtained from the sect's library, emerged vividly in Wang Xian's consciousness. With the impetus of his will, the waning moon above his spiritual sea suddenly radiated brilliance, illuminating the essence of the 3 lights chi refinement method. The first step, extraction. Under the power of the Tao fruit, without the slightest hesitation, the concepts contained within the entire technique were unwrapped, disassembled in a manner unfathomable to mortals. Without delay, Wang Xian activated the Tao fruit once more. In the next moment, the light of sublimation surged forth, directly striking the seemingly ethereal concepts. The sound of the Tao resonated in his ears, yet listening closely yielded no comprehension. In the depths of his intuition, Wang Xian realized he needed to select the direction of sublimation. First, there must at least be content related to advancing to the nascent soul. Secondly, I should be able to cultivate it directly, with a speed not inferior to the original technique. Lastly, the technique should be extraordinary and not easily detectable. Within these parameters, I shall let it evolve and elevate my foundation in alignment with the Tao fruit's essence. With a firm resolve, Wang Xian placed greater faith in the Tao fruit's profundity than in his own understanding. The requirements he set forth resonated perfectly with his current circumstances. In an instant, the light of the Tao fruit cascaded down. the massive nascent soul essence visibly diminished at an astonishing rate. In no time, the originally nebulous concepts within Wang Xian's spiritual sea underwent a dramatic transformation. Good, splendid. Now, the final step, to bestow. Let me witness what the pinnacle of cultivation techniques in the immortal realm truly entails. As the sound of the Tao echoed, concepts and words intertwined, evolving in the span of a breath. When Wang Xian regained his senses, an unnamed technique floated silently in his mind. Perhaps due to the entire process occurring within his spiritual sea, he comprehended the technique the moment he perceived it. There was no need for further contemplation. Instinctively, he mobilized the magical energy within him. In the tranquil confines of the still chamber, guided by the ethereal resonance of the cultivation method, an imperceptible essence of the Taoist moonlight, accompanied by starlight, descended from the heavens. It subsequently divided into 3 beams, illuminating Wang Xian's purple mansion, heart center, and dantian. In that moment, the magical power within him began a profound transformation. The essence, embodying utmost yin, utmost righteousness, utmost purity, and utmost coldness, flowed through his meridians. As he immersed himself in his practice, 1 cycle of the heavenly rotation, then 2, swiftly passed into the night, until the bright moon sank in the west, and the great sun rose in the east. On the eve of concluding his cultivation, a surge of solar energy entered Wang Xian's being, rising and falling within his dantian and purple mansion, ultimately alighting upon the silvery white magical power, akin to a singular yang-I within the Tai Chi yin-yang symbol. Like boiling water meeting snow, a trace of yin residue silently dissipated as he exhaled a breath, releasing a slight trace of tainted air. With his eyes now open, he perceived the once sealed chamber in exquisite detail. At this juncture, both his body and spirit experienced an unprecedented sense of ease. Was this the feeling of success? Uncertain. For Wang Xian was oblivious to the true form of the transformation method. Yet, the astonishment within him was ineffable. Through a single session of cultivation, he found himself profoundly captivated by this scroll of techniques. The realm of immortality begins with the refinement of qi to establish a foundation, flourishes with the formation of the golden core and nascent soul, and culminates in the pinnacle of transformation, an apex reached since antiquity. As he absorbed the enigmatic essence of the method, Wang Xian felt a profound sense of assurance. Just as he had stipulated, this newly birthed nameless technique extended only to the point of the nascent soul's emergence, devoid of any other esoteric arts or methods, merely a pure technique for qi refinement. Yet it was precisely this simplicity that led him to believe that the essence of this technique had likely surpassed that threshold. The essence of the 4th-tier nascent soul had transcended into the 5th-tier technique. If this truly succeeded, it would undoubtedly be attributed to his guiding principle of evolving in accordance with the most harmonious direction of the Tao fruit. In summary, Wang Xian was exceedingly pleased with the outcome of today's transcendence. Excellent. With this, the most critical step of cultivation has been resolved. Rising, he pushed open the door of the still chamber and gazed at the scenery beyond, stepping out with measured grace. All matters concluded. Thus, I can now rest assured in seclusion. Indeed, a peaceful retreat is in order. His gaze drifted to the west, towards the direction of the lower courtyard's affairs hall, where numerous disciples could accept tasks and earn provisions. However, none of this pertained to Wang Xian. Those with burdens most detest frivolity, and he was clearly not of such a disposition. Chapter 5. A Passage of Time. Messages from the foot of the mountain 3 days later. Wang Xian returned to his small courtyard as usual. According to regulations, after a 2-day delay, he formally reported his progress to the steward responsible for the lower courtyard disciples, indicating that he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of his cultivation technique and stepped into the first layer of qi refinement, although he had intentionally moderated his pace. Achieving comprehension of the first layer of the 3 lights qi cultivation method in merely 3 days still marked him as exceptionally talented among his peers. As a reward, Wang Xian received 3 low-grade spirit stones and 3 bottles containing a total of 36 Huang Ya pills. These common first-tier mid-grade pills possessed medicinal effects roughly equivalent to a week's worth of cultivation for an average mid-grade spirit root, typically requiring only 3 days to assimilate alongside regular practice. It is noteworthy that, according to the records provided by the sect, elixirs of the 5th tier and below are categorized based on the purity of their medicinal properties and the level of toxic residue they contain, which leads to classifications of inferior, second-rate, standard, and superior, fine quality. Generally, the disparity between standard and inferior lies primarily in the amount of toxic residue, while the difference in medicinal efficacy is relatively minor. The distinction between fine and standard quality is based on the purity of their medicinal properties. The former not only allows for swifter refinement, but also lessens the likelihood of developing resistance, thereby enhancing efficacy. The 3 bottles of Huanya pills, all of which are standard-grade elixirs produced by the Nanhua sect, could save an ordinary person over half a year of arduous cultivation, and even more than a year for those with inferior spirit roots. As Wang Xian stored his rewards in a designated storage bag, he couldn't help but marvel at the rationale behind the formidable capabilities of sect disciples. In stark contrast to Wang Xian's commendable progress among his peers, his neighbor Chen Yao's cultivation speed left him in awe. Within just half a month, she had mastered the basic qi induction technique. having grasped the technique on the very first day and subsequently advancing to the first layer of qi refinement, even before she officially commenced her cultivation. Qin Yao's speed had already surpassed that of an ordinary mid-grade spirit root. This astonishing feat stirred considerable excitement within the lower courtyard, with the headmaster openly declaring her exceptional talent. Had her spirit root not been lacking, she might have even been considered a candidate for Dan formation. Despite possessing only a mid-grade spirit root, she still held the potential to attain a lower third-tier Dan in the future, which would allow her to thrive in the Qin kingdom for centuries. To express encouragement, the headmaster allocated a batch of elixirs and spirit stones, which piqued Wang Xian's interest. It is worth noting that, due to the benefits derived from his Dao fruit, he had conveniently bypassed the threshold of comprehending the cultivation technique, directly entering the realm of cultivation. Although entering the first layer on the first day was within his grasp, he ultimately decided to wait for 2 more days. While his contemporaries might not discern the subtleties, he was keenly aware of them. The headmaster's apparent appreciation for Qin Yao's extraordinary talent was merely superficial. Had she truly been regarded as a seed for Dan formation, she would have long been promoted to the inner sect, possibly even as a true disciple. In light of this, the resources provided seemed rather trivial. Since there had been no substantial promotion, it was, after all, merely a show to elevate the enthusiasm of new disciples. Clearly, in the eyes of this foundation-building headmaster, the notion of potential Dan formation was nothing but an illusion. In the early stages of immortal cultivation, while comprehension may appear vital, it is, in reality, of lesser significance. Unless one possesses unparalleled innate talent in the myriad arts of cultivation, no level of understanding can surpass the advantages of an exceptional spirit root. Despite Qin Yao's impressive golden spirit root score of 28, it still fell short when compared to Wang Xian. However, it seemed the headmaster may have misjudged the situation. Wang Xian, reflecting on these matters inwardly, did not let his thoughts show. He continued to visit his neighbor, forging a good relationship with this fellow townswoman who, whether by her own fortune or some other twist of fate, seemed to possess unique advantages. Even without Qin Yao's presence as an exemplar, Wang Xian was disinclined to place himself in the limelight. When one's cultivation is still low, the more attention one draws, the more likely they are to attract troubles beyond their capacity to resolve. Half a year later, within the Nanhua lower courtyard, new disciples were recruited every 3 years. In this brief period, the recently initiated disciples gradually shed their naivety. The surrounding area had witnessed some conflicts, seemingly related to older disciples organizing remedial classes. Yet these matters were ultimately settled hastily. Clearly, the sect chose to adopt a hands-off approach. Teaching others is effective for those who do not comprehend. Yet a singular lesson can suffice for those already familiar. Wang Xian refrained from involvement, and the sharp-tongued youth never sought him out for trouble, leaving one to wonder whether he harbored resentment or had simply forgotten. Instead, Wang Xian remained withdrawn, focusing on his cultivation, in a tranquil room within the lower courtyard. Clad in a white robe, Wang Xian sat quietly on a meditation cushion. The purest and most profound of his magical energy coursed through his meridians, nourishing them while purging the impurities from his physical form. The self-created technique he ultimately named Tying Jade Volume, although more suited for nocturnal practice, could still be cultivated during the day. Except for the initial stage when he planted the lost seed, the presence of the stars and moon at night merely expedited the process of cultivation. Especially after sacrificing the 3 bottles of Huanya pills to enhance his magical energy, Wang Xian imbued his moonlight bracelet with the authentic concept of first-tier moonlight. Thus, even though it still could not rival the night, it granted him an additional 10% increase in cultivation speed. Almost there. Second layer of qi refinement, breakthrough. With a focused thought, Wang Xian concentrated entirely. Prepared for the various possible outcomes of his first breakthrough, he steeled himself. Yet, in the next moment, the flow of magical energy through his meridians exhibited no hindrance whatsoever, proceeding as usual, as if nothing had transpired. Only the spiritual pressure around him trembled slightly, subsequently intensifying beyond its previous strength. As he slowly opened his closed eyes, Wang Xian was taken aback. In the early stages of immortal cultivation, both qi refinement and foundation building are divided into 9 layers, while post-Dan formation only differentiates between early, mid, and late stages. Although the second layer of qi refinement is often regarded as the most inconspicuous of bottlenecks, typically, even those with mid-grade spirit roots would need to probe the limits before breaking through, which could take a day or more. He had not expected to glide past what should have been a palpable bottleneck without even sensing its presence. Well, that's unexpected, he mused. However, upon further reflection, it seemed reasonable. The greatest advantage of high-tier cultivation techniques lies precisely in this capability. Focusing inward and repeatedly confirming his breakthrough was sound, Wang Xian exhaled in relief. The absence of a bottleneck, though astonishing, was not as mysterious as it seemed. In the eyes of many wandering cultivators, high-tier techniques are perceived as accelerators of cultivation speed and enhancements to combat prowess. Yet, the truth is often quite the opposite, if one were to assess strength. While the influence of cultivation techniques plays a role, the notion of accelerated cultivation speed is mere folly. The so-called golden burden of the emperor is likely a reflection of this. After all, for wandering cultivators, The greatest hindrance to their progress may well be the speed at which they accumulate magical energy. Thus, they fantasize about extraordinary techniques as the remedy to their plight. However, for the top-tier disciples of major sects practicing high-tier techniques, they typically possess at least top-tier mid-grade spirit roots, with some even boasting earth-grade, heavenly grade, or various spirit bodies. For them, is accumulating magical energy a problem? Certainly not. In comparison to magical energy, the probabilities of breaking through at higher realms and the speed of progression at lower realms are the real concerns. It is said that even without auxiliary elixirs, reaching the mid-stage of Dan formation could take no more than a century. In contrast, a mid-stage bottleneck can trap a false Dan cultivator to the point of despair, causing 9 out of 10 true Dan cultivators to endure a century of hardship. This is largely attributable to the exceptional quality of their cultivation techniques. If high-tier techniques were genuinely intended to accelerate magical energy accumulation while simultaneously weakening bottlenecks, it could lead to a scenario where magical energy is rapidly filled. Yet the bottlenecks remain so formidable that even breakthrough elixirs would prove ineffective. This would exemplify the notion of losing sight of the larger picture for the sake of the trivial. Shaking his head slightly, with clarity about the circumstances now established, Wang Xian felt reassured. After more than half a year, Wang Xian had successfully advanced to the second layer of qi refinement. While this achievement was indeed swift among the outer sect, it paled in comparison to the inner sect standards. Generally speaking, those with mid-grade spiritual roots would enter the second layer of qi refinement within a year, reach the third layer in 2 years, and stand at the threshold of mid-stage qi refinement after 3 years, averaging about 6 years before finally breaking through, which could take anywhere from 1 month to a year. In contrast, individuals with superior spiritual roots required merely half that time and faced no mid-stage bottlenecks. This analysis did not factor in the use of medicinal pills, high-grade spiritual veins, or forbidden techniques, and merely represented an average. Even among those with superior roots, the strength could vary by as much as 18 points. Not to mention the influences of personal diligence and luck at the time of breaking through. Over time, these factors would ultimately shape one's achievements. Another 6 months had passed, and it had been over a year since Wang Xian entered the Nanhua sect. He spent his 14th birthday in a tranquil chamber, and as he concluded his meditation and rose to his feet, his black hair was casually tied back. With the passage of time, he had developed an air of elegance reminiscent of ancient scholars, marked by a certain grace in his demeanor. Noticing that it would be over half a year before he could advance to the third layer of qi refinement, he realized that a breakthrough in the short term would be difficult. Strolling out of his small courtyard, Wang Xian resolved to pay another visit to the scripture pavilion. The White Cloud Mountain was no longer unfamiliar to him, and his cultivation had taken a steady course. As a disciple of the lower courtyard, the menial tasks assigned to outer sect disciples were still voluntary, and there seemed to be little to worry about at present. However, one must anticipate future troubles to avoid immediate crises. Relying solely on a single cultivation technique granted Wang Xian some advantages, yet it was far from a foolproof strategy. Even with superior spiritual roots, successfully establishing a foundation through mere meditation was a formidable challenge, let alone advancing further. In terms of external resources for cultivation, wealth, techniques, companions, land, and spiritual veins were provided by the sect, and the issue of techniques had been resolved. Thus, what remained was the pursuit of wealth. If given the opportunity, Wang Xian was eager to explore his aptitude for the myriad arts of immortality. If he possessed such talent, it would be ideal. But if he did not, with a slight shake of his head, he felt a twinge of helplessness. Currently, Wang Xian had no means to acquire the essence blood of demon beasts, and even if he did, he could not afford it. Therefore, should he wish to utilize the power of the Dao fruit, he would have to either deplete his own cultivation or essence blood. Indeed, it was imperative to find ways to generate resources swiftly. With a sigh, his thoughts settled, and Wang Xian pushed the door open. He had intended to first search for relevant texts at the scripture pavilion, but at that moment, he felt a faint glow emanating from the storage bag at his waist. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes as he reached out, and a jade talisman materialized in his hand. Is this a message from Hanqing? Just then, a creaking sound came from the adjacent courtyard as Qinyao, who had noticeably grown taller since a year ago, stepped out. Coincidentally, she held a similar jade talisman in her hand. Ah, it seems you received one as well, she remarked, tilting her chin slightly. Is it an invitation to the Foundation Establishment Grand Ceremony? The Foundation Establishment is also referred to as the Grand Ceremony, and it is for 2 years from now. So, are you planning to attend? Chapter 6. The Barrier of Immortal Path and the Introduction to Alchemy. Without hesitation, Wang Xian pressed the communication talisman, receiving the message contained within. A year prior, after the initiation ceremony, the unsuccessful Hansheng descended the mountain in despondence, returning to his modest cultivation family, where even the strongest among them barely reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Before departing, this boy, who had begun cultivating at 6 and only managed to break through to the 3rd level at nearly 15, had left communication talismans with his 4 companions, hoping to maintain contact in the future. Yet, despite the mountains being merely 1 door apart, the disparity between their realms felt insurmountable. Perhaps after returning home and receiving guidance from his elders, Han Qing had come to better understand what it meant to be a disciple of a sect. For the past 2 years, there had been no news from him until today. When a piece of joyous news suddenly arrived, his clan uncle had broken through to the foundation establishment stage in the Immortal City and was currently in seclusion to consolidate his realm. Expected to return to the clan in a year and a half, at which time a grand ceremony would be held, inviting us to attend. Wang Xian was momentarily taken aback, then his expression shifted to one of realization. Although it was not explicitly stated, he understood the implication. It turned out that Han Qing's family had not previously achieved foundation establishment, and their so-called cultivation was merely self-entertainment. Now, with the success of an elder in reaching foundation establishment, they were preparing to align themselves under the governance of Nanhua and secure a spiritual vein for generations to come. Indeed, a flicker of inscrutable meaning crossed his eyes. Disregarding the so-called Han family's foundation establishment, Qin Yao instead recalled her cousin, Qin Wanru. She wondered if, in reality, her luck had waned compared to the fortune she had in the future. Logically speaking, although there was no evidence, she had always suspected that the woman possessed some hidden path related to fortunes, which Nanhua sect could not detect. "Are you planning to take a look?" she asked. "Though it may not yield much, we might gain a little benefit, serving as a tool for the Han family to showcase their attitude externally. Nevertheless, it would still be a form of mutual benefit." Dispelling her distractions, Qin casually remarked, "Although I do not care much for those spirit stones, they should prove useful to you." Of course. Without lingering in hesitation for too long, Wang Xian nodded in agreement. Yet, his motive was not to seek personal gain but rather to establish a channel for acquiring resources beyond the sect. Disciples could procure materials from the sect at relatively low prices, but to prevent issues of resale, the law enforcement hall would periodically audit the accounts. Therefore, if he planned to purchase a large quantity of monster blood to empower his Dao fruit in the future, it would be prudent to pursue external avenues. By the way, recalling today's main agenda, Wang Xian resolved to seek advice from the jack-of-all-trades maiden. "I have been contemplating for quite some time and have decided to explore my aptitude in the myriad arts of cultivation. I wonder if you possess any unique insights on this matter?" HM? The previously calm expression on Qin Yao's face darkened instantly, her small face tightening with seriousness as she seemed to recall something. "I don't know. Don't ask me. I've never tried." "You'd best grasp the myriad arts of cultivation yourself. It's purely a matter of talent and cannot be forced. Even if you possess extraordinary gifts and unparalleled combat prowess, you might still suffer from the jealousy of the heavens, and flaws will arise if you insist on attempting it. Even with profound cultivation, you will merely waste spirit stones and end up with nothing." A barrage of words of wisdom followed, and although Wang Xian wished to inquire further, he chose silence upon observing Qin Yao's reaction. All right, whether as a seasoned elder or a reincarnated individual, or even possessing the little green bottle, it is evident that the jack-of-all-trades maiden lacks aptitude in this aspect. This was not surprising, as the myriad arts of cultivation and the talent for cultivation were not inherently linked. There were frequent rumors in the cultivation world, such as tales of certain cultivators deemed hopeless in their paths, spending vast sums to diligently study formations for decades, yet they could not even glimpse the threshold of the second tier. Such endeavors were time-consuming and laborious, ultimately yielding no results. Truthfully, Wang Xian held a pessimistic view regarding his own potential in this matter. The myriad arts of cultivation were exceedingly complex, even if he possessed a unique talent in one area. It was entirely possible he would never encounter such teachings throughout his life. Had it not been for the Dao fruit by his side, Wang Xian would never have considered embarking on such attempts during the early stages of qi refinement. Bidding farewell to Qin Yao, he set off towards the library in the lower courtyard, harboring the intent to understand the specific circumstances better. The lower courtyard of Linjiang was situated on the Baiyun Mountain outside the sect's main gate and was devoid of protective formations. Aside from the foundation establishment techniques available for disciples to choose from, there were only fundamental texts on the immortal path. The true lineage of the myriad arts was limited and not easily accessible. Fortunately, Wang Xian had originally intended to consult introductory texts, thus avoiding overly profound content. Time slipped away swiftly during the morning, and as he emerged from the library with several borrowed texts, he pondered thoughtfully. Who would have thought it was like this? He mused, genuinely surprised. Indeed, one cannot fully trust the speculations of the mortal realm from my past life. He shook his head slightly, astonished. Who could have anticipated that the so-called easiest to enter talismans were such easy introductory methods? Moreover, the market price for most mid-tier talismans was virtually zero. It was fortunate he had reviewed the materials beforehand. Otherwise, he would have nearly been deceived. Shaking his head in amusement, Wang Xian reflected on the information he had previously gathered. The myriad arts of cultivation, particularly regarding talismans, alchemy, formations, and artifacts, were closely interconnected with cultivation and attracted considerable attention from cultivators. However, while outsiders reveled in the spectacle, insiders discerned the intricacies. Only by truly understanding could one grasp the depth of the pitfalls within. Take talismans, for instance. Those who had never used them believed that simply channeling their spiritual power and scattering them in the air would lead to victory through sheer numbers. Yet, to actual cultivators, While talismans could indeed help save spiritual power, they still require the support of spiritual awareness. If one has spiritual awareness could only cast 2 spells simultaneously, then controlling 3 talismans would be the limit. Talismans lacking spiritual manipulation were akin to spells without cultivator's guidance, making it exceedingly difficult to approach an enemy. There was a greater likelihood of being dissipated by the surges of spiritual power released during combat. Thus, apart from those with unique lineages and talisman cultivation, no one relied on sheer numbers to succeed with talismans. The reason talismans ranked among the prominent arts was not due to quantity, but because they could be employed across tiers without harming the cultivator's foundation. In the early stages of chi refinement, one could use a first-tier superior talisman to unleash an attack comparable to that of late-stage chi refinement. During late-stage chi refinement, one could directly use a second-tier talisman to escape from a foundation establishment cultivator. Whether exterminating formidable foes or preserving one's life, the existence of talismans was indispensable. Low-tier cultivators could not wield high-tier treasures or deploy high-tier divine abilities, yet they could trigger high-tier talismans. This was the true merit of talisman cultivation. However, this led to a significant issue. What appeared to be the easiest entry into cultivation through talismans paradoxically revealed itself to be the most perilous path. Because the value of talismans lay in their ability to transcend tiers, the lowest tier in the cultivation world was the mid-phase of chi refinement. Thus, first-tier mid-grade talismans bore little significance, easily matched by any chi refinement cultivator wielding a magical weapon. Additionally, the shelf life of low-tier talismans was disheartening, dissipating their spiritual power within a few months and rendering them worthless. In such circumstances, the notion that talismans were the easiest to enter stemmed merely from loose cultivators hunting monsters, where the blood, fur, and hair could be used to forge talismans, thereby testing their own aptitude. In contrast, alchemy required cauldrons and medicinal materials, while forging demanded costly materials. Even for testing one's talent, it could lead loose cultivators to bankruptcy. The phrase easiest to enter does not depend on what you desire, but rather on what I possess. With a faint sigh, Wang Xian could only marvel at the reality of the world. Perhaps this was the true path of immortality, stern and ruthless. He harbored a lingering suspicion that if the major powers within the realm of cultivation were sufficiently ruthless, they could intentionally release a profusion of inexpensive first-tier talismans, elixirs, and magical artifacts, maintaining them at cost price to engage in malicious competition with loose cultivators. On one hand, they would garner sufficient reputation, while on the other, they would train their disciples, effectively extinguishing any possibility of loose cultivators rising through their mastery of various cultivation arts. Even a genius in artifact crafting would find it challenging to persist if every endeavor before reaching the second tier resulted in losses. Could one truly continue despite such adversity? Even with the resolve to endure, the harsh reality would scarcely permit it. After all, the essence of a loose cultivator lies in the absence of a stable foundation and financial resources. If one could withstand losses all the way to the foundation establishment stage, they would hardly still be considered a loose cultivator. Fortunately, I am not a loose cultivator. Otherwise, the path to successful cultivation would be limited to either becoming a bandit or serving as a lackey. Indeed, in a relatively stable environment, whether in the world of cultivation or among mortals, there seems to be no prospect for the loose cultivators to thrive. The only way to instigate change is through war. Observing that the sky was still early, Wang Xian chose not to return to his modest abode, but instead directed his steps towards the 100 Arts Pavilion of the sect. War and strife could be set aside for the moment, as the reflections he contemplated were solely relevant to those without a solid foundation. As a half-beneficiary disciple of the Nanhua sect, aside from the resources related to the nascent soul being monopolized by the dominant sect of the Qin Kingdom and the resources concerning the golden core being divided among the upper echelons of his own sect, everything else seemed manageable. At the very least, the sect would cover the expenses for the assessment of one's aptitude in the 100 arts. As an outer sect disciple, Wang Xian had met with his esteemed master uncle. Inside the 100 Arts Pavilion, the number of individuals present was sparse. After performing a respectful salute, Wang Xian presented his identity jade token to the elderly man with snow-white hair. This elder was a foundation establishment cultivator nearing the end of his life, having lived for over 220 years. Were it not for his exceptional innate constitution, his remaining lifespan would likely not exceed 30 years. The elder's eyelids, lined with deep wrinkles, lifted slightly as he reclined in a broad armchair. Yet another young individual aspiring to overtake others through detours. Nevertheless, it is understandable. How many possess the talent to establish a foundation without a specialized skill, merely relying on meditation and energy cultivation? Having a single opportunity to break through to foundation establishment before succumbing to decline would be a stroke of luck. For most, such opportunities would be non-existent. Come forth, he said. Since this is your first visit, I shall enlighten you on the sect's regulations. Speaking in a calm tone, the elder concealed his inner thoughts, adhering strictly to protocol. The path of the 100 arts, irrespective of the specific art, is not inferior to the legitimate cultivation of qi. The profundity and vastness of it, as well as the expenses involved, far exceed the imagination of the average person. Even though the Nanhua sect stands as one of the 6 golden core sects in the Qin Kingdom, it cannot support the cultivation endeavors of every disciple. Therefore, To delve into the 100 arts and comprehend the full lineage of the sect, one must first undergo an aptitude assessment. This single step would require a significant expenditure in the outside world, yet the sect bears this cost for you. Every outer sect disciple is entitled to one complimentary aptitude assessment, and the cost for a second assessment is reduced to half. Now, tell me your choice. I choose the path of alchemy, Wang Xian replied respectfully. This decision stemmed from his careful deliberation and was the most suitable path within the context of the sect. Do you possess a foundation in alchemy? No. The elder nodded, unperturbed by the response. Among the disciples visiting the 100 Arts Pavilion, 3 out of 10 typically chose talismans, another 3 opted for alchemy, 2 selected artifact crafting, 1 chose formations, and the remaining 1 picked a different art. However, the outcome was often that none could successfully pass the assessment. The elder casually produced a talisman, his ancient voice devoid of emotion. Proceed inside. Take a left at the 3rd corner. Within 3 days, the second alchemy chamber will be yours. The necessary materials and introductory content are provided within. As long as you refine a potion that qualifies as inferior grade, you will pass. Upon success, you will be granted access to the complete inheritance of a first-tier upper-grade alchemist. A first-tier lower-grade alchemical furnace, usage rights to the Earthfire Alchemy Chamber, and a monthly allocation of materials. All this shall be yours, provided you succeed. However, should you fail, do not entertain dreams of becoming an alchemist in the future. The path of cultivation in the 100 Arts emphasizes innate talent rather than merely diligent study. It does not concern itself with whether the applicant is from a family of cultivators, whether they have prepared in advance, or if they feign ignorance of their foundation. The elder understood that the sect would not grant any leniency in this regard. As for those who mistakenly believe they could exploit the Nanhua sect, the sect would use reality to elucidate what it means to exist in a world where evidence is only discussed among fellow cultivators. Those worthy of being regarded as peers with a golden core sect would clearly not come to seek trifling spirit stones. Chapter 7. The unique application of Tao fruit. The disciple expresses gratitude to the master for the reminder. Politeness is never unwelcome, accepting the talisman. Wang Xian bows once more and promptly follows the direction indicated by the elder. The 100 Arts Pavilion is largely deserted. Among the nearly 1,000 outer disciples in Linzhang's lower courtyard, fewer than 100 apprentices have entered the realm of the 100 Arts. And there are only a little over 10 formally recognized first-tier alchemists and talismans. In truth, becoming a recognized artisan by the sect before the age of 30 serves as a pathway from the outer to the inner gate. However, unlike the absurd classifications among loose cultivators, a first-tier inferior alchemist in the eyes of the sect does not merely pass by producing a single pill. According to the unified regulations of major trading associations, sects, and families within the cultivation realm, an alchemist must at least be able to concoct 3 types of first-tier inferior pills with a success rate exceeding 2/3, or 5 types with a success rate above 50%, covering at least 3 areas among enhancing cultivation, restoring vitality, refining the body, and detoxification. Those who claim to be alchemists while only mastering a single type of pill are seen as nothing more than a source of amusement. Wang Xian understands this. Those who can only refine one type of pill can only be called pill servants, not alchemists. With a click, the talisman is activated, and Wang Xian steps into the temporary alchemy chamber. Upon entering, a blend of medicinal aromas infused with a hint of fire envelopes him. Scanning the room, he observes the alchemical furnace at the center, connected to the subterranean fire. The bronze furnace, intricately engraved with complex spiritual patterns, is crafted from a rare metal that subtly enhances spiritual perception. Undoubtedly, this is a first-tier magical artifact-level alchemical furnace, rightfully the pinnacle among artifacts of its rank, surpassed only by larger artifacts like spiritual vessels. Without considering the entire configuration of the underground fire chamber and the medicinal materials for practice, the furnace alone is worth several hundred spirit stones, comparable to 10 ordinary first-tier magical artifacts. Even renting it could leave a loose cultivator destitute for 3 years. This is merely for apprentices. It is said that formal alchemists possess independent alchemy chambers with mid-tier furnaces, available for use as long as they complete the assigned tasks until their demise, at which point they revert to the sect, including the spiritual veins, subterranean fire, and formations. Thousands of spirit stones can be easily spent, causing pain to any loose cultivator. Sitting cross-legged on the mat before the alchemical furnace, Wang Xian reflects while retrieving a nearby tome titled Introduction to Alchemy. This book contains widely circulated formulas for 3 types of first-tier inferior pills, standard extraction methods for over 1,000 common medicinal materials, and various basic alchemical techniques. As he peruses the material, Wang Xian feels a profound sense of enlightenment. Within the chamber, the sect has prepared over 30 portions of medicinal materials. Success in just one attempt would suffice. With this thought, Wang Xian decides to rely on his own abilities and make an initial attempt using one portion of the materials. With my wisdom, I should possess a fair degree of talent, he muses. As his spiritual energy flows, the furnace responds with a resonant hum. The subterranean fire surges forth. Yet in the presence of Wang Xian's pure and profound spiritual energy, there is no conflict with the fiery essence. As a mid-tier spiritual root evaluated by the sect, Wang Xian's elemental roots rank from strongest to weakest as follows: water root 24, wood root 21, metal root 18, earth root 15, and fire root 12. 2 mid-tier and 3 inferior roots collectively yield a B rating. The strongest water and weakest fire roots naturally counterbalance each other, which is typical of spiritual root development. Logically, such innate roots are not ideally suited to manipulate subterranean fire. However, before the Taoist Jade volume, the natural repulsion between water and fire seems to vanish entirely. Acting freely and effortlessly, Wang Xian is unaware that his ability to harmonize spiritual energy with subterranean fire has already placed him ahead of others. Should he dedicate himself to comprehending alchemical techniques, he indeed possesses a 3 to 4 chance of successfully refining a low-quality medicinal liquid to pass the assessment. Yet, Wang Xian cannot foresee the outcome. Even if he could, he would not gamble on probabilities. He simply adjusts the fire within the furnace and channels his spiritual energy to introduce the corresponding medicinal materials. Flames blaze fiercely as his spiritual perception delves into the furnace to keenly sense the changes in medicinal properties. In mere moments, beads of fine sweat appear on Wang Xian's forehead. Clearly, once the alchemical process commences, even the simplest of medicinal liquids prove to be far from easy to produce. As the essence of alchemy unfolds, a dull thud resonates from within. Is this a failure? His expression darkens slightly. Yet Wang Xian first takes a moment to calmly reflect on the experience. It is quite normal to fail on the first attempt. Success would be the anomaly. Moreover, he understands that true alchemical initiation cannot be approached so casually. Typically, participants must commit the alchemical text to memory and mentally simulate the process several times before commencing. Were it not for prior planning, Wang Xian would not dare to act so recklessly. Bang! In just one afternoon and into the evening. While contemplating the contents of Introduction to Alchemy, Wang Xian has wasted 16 portions of medicinal materials. Based on his estimates, such a reckless approach would require at least 60 to 70 portions before he might produce a single medicinal liquid. Truly, this is the extravagance of alchemical endeavors. Unless one possesses a mine at home, bankruptcy is inevitable. Bang! Hiss! After the 17th failure, a cloud of ash bursts forth. Wang Xian hastily channels his spiritual energy to shield himself, yet he still finds himself covered in soot. Dusting off his robes, he pays little mind to such trifles. Observing the hourglass in the alchemical chamber steadily draining, Wang Xian exhales deeply. It is nearly time. After numerous failures, he has gained a general understanding of his alchemical aptitude. He is neither an alchemical pariah nor a prodigy. With diligent effort, he might reach the sect's minimum requirements, achieving modest success among ordinary practitioners. Yet great accomplishments seem out of reach. Indeed, relying solely on superficial talent, his abilities are limited. Only by uncovering hidden potential can one traverse the path to longevity. No matter, it is merely a minor setback. Come, let me discover your limits. Tao fruit, grant me strength. With a thought, Wang Xian appears to be meditating in the alchemical chamber, leaving the elder monitoring the area through the formation, shaking his head in silence. Yet, his consciousness silently reflects upon the sea of awareness, touching upon a fragment of the lunar cycle. In the depths of the void, formless and elusive, it is both earthly and celestial. In this moment, the spiritual energy within Wang Xian's dantian suddenly diminishes, as though 3 months of arduous training has evaporated into thin air. Meanwhile, concepts related to Dan from Introduction to Alchemy are instantaneously extracted, awaiting the next step of operation. However, time passes slowly, 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. With his eyes closed in meditation, Wang Xian refrains from further action. He simply immerses himself, contemplating the intangible concept of existence that, while incomprehensible, can be sensed through Tao fruit. Inexplicable and unspeakable, yet it leaves traces like the wind and the flight of geese. Until the essence expended is utterly depleted, rendering it impossible to maintain this state. The extracted concepts return to their original state. Only then does Wang Xian reluctantly open his eyes. In just a few breaths, his comprehension of Introduction to Alchemy has undergone a complete transformation. The 4 great abilities of the Taoist Tao fruit, fusion, he finds himself unable to utilize at present. At his current level, he cannot even begin to simplify complexities or consolidate foundations. As for sublimation, it is needless to say that it represents the core ability of the Tao fruit, consuming the most essence. Thus, the question arises, aside from this, does the Tao fruit merely exist to create various extraordinary and potentially useful or useless artifacts and materials? Is the seemingly fundamental ability of extraction and bestowal truly as simple as it appears? Wang Xian does not share this belief. He has always held that abilities are not measured by superiority or inferiority, but rather by the identity of the wielder. Since the last time the Taoist Jade volume manifested in his hands and he bypassed the process of comprehension to directly enter the realm, Wang Xian discovered the true purpose of extraction. It is not merely a foundation for other abilities, but a profound mystery in itself. This is the Tao fruit. Whether it be a passage of text, a skill, or something else entirely. When it is extracted by the Tao fruit in the form of a concept, It signifies the unreserved revelation of its most essential nature to me. Yet, mere mortals cannot grasp it, and lower-tier cultivators cannot accept it. I perceive concepts as one gazes at the moon reflected in water or flowers seen through mist. Fortunately, the arcane capability of the Tao fruit is unfathomable. Even if comprehension eludes me, the existence of concepts in my sea of consciousness allows me to glean something. If only the unconscious information it radiates. Much like the previous Tying Jade volume, without this ability, a text potentially related to divine transformation would have taken me a year to comprehend before I could even begin to cultivate. How could I possibly practice directly? However, before the Tao fruit, nothing is insurmountable. One entry leads to 10 instances of proficiency, 100 instances of minor success, even fewer instances may be required. Though I have yet to test this with samples. Regardless, as long as one has enough insights, even a pig can be transformed into Zhubeiji. And a mere chicken can become the Star Lord of the Dipper. An ordinary alchemical apprentice can ascend to the rank of a fifth-tier dance sage, renowned across the realms. Drawing a deep breath, Wang Xian recognized that the alchemical chamber for the entry test could not possibly be unmonitored. His expression remained unchanged. His eyes filled with the same confidence he had exhibited during the past 17 attempts. With a flicker of mana, the earth's fire surged, and the 18th refining commenced. Yet, unlike before, Wang Xian was acutely aware that he had genuinely entered the realm of foundational alchemy. Yawning, the elderly figure at the Bai pavilion reclined in a chair. With limited lifespan and waning vitality, the natural laws brought forth a fatigue that even the internal mana could not alleviate. His gaze swept across the array's luminous barrier, and the elder shook his head slightly. Another young man, oblivious to his own limitations. Everyone praises alchemists. Yet despite the Nanhua sect being a significant establishment of the Golden Core stage, with no fewer than a dozen Golden Core ancestors, how many actual alchemists exist within? Especially this one, whose skill level is lacking and whose aspirations are lofty, lacking even the basic proper attitude. Little Chin, remember this as a lesson. Do not emulate him. Casually commenting, a phantom light screen materialized beside the elder. A red line divided the two sides, depicting the scenes of Wang Xian and another external disciple testing their aptitude in alchemy. Wang Xian chose pills, while the other opted for talismans. Under the cover of the array and the elder's late-stage foundational spiritual awareness, it became evident that the two were either inexperienced novices or reckless fools who had prepared beforehand. Fortunately, neither intended to challenge the rules of the Nanhua sect, so the elder refrained from intervening. Even if he deemed Wang Xian's actions a waste of materials, he did not stop him midway. After all, it was merely a small number of spirit stones, not some invaluable treasures. He simply summoned his great-great-great-granddaughter, using everything in the alchemical chamber as a negative example. Morning, observe. A lack of talent is not dreadful. There are countless untalented individuals in this world. However, lacking talent and attitude is a path to nowhere. I am old now, even if I obtain a second-tier longevity pill in the future. I cannot endure for a full century, but you are still young. One day, you shall surpass me. Provided you tread carefully and avoid the many thorns along the immortal path. The elder's voice, aged yet filled with hope, resonated. While behind him stood a girl of merely 8 or 9 years, already on the path of chi refinement, nodding obediently. Yet, as she gazed at the still active light screen, a flicker of confusion passed through Dan Chen's bright eyes. The elder's teachings were to be remembered, but what was it that lingered? It was merely that the senior brother seemed to have succeeded. Biting her lips slightly, Dan Chen indicated towards the light screen behind her great-great-great-grandfather without voicing her thoughts. The elder furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. However, upon turning back, he found the light screen empty. His spiritual awareness instinctively scanned the entire Bai pavilion, and he swiftly discovered Wang Xian's presence. Unbeknownst to him, the latter had already left the alchemical chamber and was approaching, with a bulging storage bag at his waist. Seemingly filled with the remaining testing materials, Wang Xian held a jade vial in his hand. As for its contents, there was no need for elaboration. Step. Disciple Wang Xian pays respects to the master uncle. Respectfully bowing, Wang Xian failed to notice Dan Chen, hidden intentionally by the elder. Nor did he catch sight of her curious eyes. He simply presented the elixir as proof of completing his task. I have fulfilled my duty. The elixir has been successfully refined, and I am here to report. I wonder why master uncle is looking at me like that? Silently, the elder half sat up from his reclining position, lightly stroking his beard. Although he understood that under his spell, Wang Xian could see only him and was unaware of their previous conversation, he could not help but feel a touch of embarrassment at this moment. Yet, he could not place the blame on this disciple. Casting a sidelong glance at Dan Chen's inquisitive gaze, the elder's heart sank. No, such an example must not be emulated. What does success matter? The immortal path is long. It is vital to remain grounded. He must think of a way to send Wang Xian away to another place soon. Chapter 8. The independent alchemy room in the 100 Arts Pavilion. A serene atmosphere enveloped the space. The elder was deep in contemplation, while the youth stood silently before him. Uncertain of the elder's thoughts, Wang Xian, holding a jade vial, dared not disturb him with idle chatter. What does silence imply? Logically, my previous performance should have been satisfactory. He mused anxiously, unable to pinpoint any faults. Since entering the alchemy room, every failure had merely paved the way for eventual success. No chi refinement practitioner could feign inexperience in the presence of a late-stage foundation establishment master, yet he genuinely embodied that inexperience. Moreover, his unreserved confidence served as further evidence of his novice status. Should he ultimately fail, it would be mere hubris, but if he succeeded, it would signify the confidence of a prodigy. After 18 attempts, his success might be commendable, yet it was certainly not extraordinary. Even the decline in his cultivation when employing Tao fruits could be attributed to the excessive energy expended in alchemy. Reflecting on his experience, Wang Xian found no oversight in his endeavor. However, when the elder's gaze lingered upon him, imbued with inscrutable meaning, self-doubt crept in. His mind wandered until the vial of potion was accepted. The elder, reclining in his chair, merely glanced at it and discerned that it had passed the test. Ah, nothing to worry about. You have succeeded, he said lightly, indicating he did not intend to nitpick further. Yet, while success was acknowledged, he did not wish for his distant descendants to acquire erroneous principles of conduct. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, the elder unexpectedly expressed commendation. Well done, indeed. I was somewhat lost in thought, not realizing you were a sudden enlightenment type of genius. In this vast world, there are wonders beyond my understanding. Startled, Wang Xian was unsure of the elder's meaning. Just as he prepared to speak, the elder interrupted. No need for further words. Extraordinary individuals must undertake extraordinary actions. This is to be expected. A sudden enlightenment genius should derive inspiration from practice. However, this privilege belongs solely to those in exceptional fields. Without such talent, one must maintain a humble attitude and diligent study. What do you think, my disciple? Your words resonate profoundly, esteemed uncle. I shall heed your wisdom, Wang Xian replied earnestly, though he was still unclear about the elder's intentions. Very well, the elder nodded in satisfaction, sensing a shift in his thoughts. Since you possess such aptitude, as a senior of the sect, I must make a concession. Thus, I permit you to borrow a second-tier alchemy book and to utilize the formal alchemist room in advance. How does that sound? Of course, this matter must not be divulged to others to avoid jealousy among peers, and you must not appear before me again. Focus on your cultivation and do not grow complacent. With a flick of his hand, the elder tossed out 2 tokens and gestured for Wang Xian to leave. Regardless of the fortune that had led to this success, it was best to keep him at a distance. After all, as a sect disciple, it was preferable to resolve matters with resources rather than other means. The alchemy rooms designated for formal alchemists were located far from the 100 Arts Pavilion, at another nexus of spiritual veins on Baiyan Mountain. This arrangement effectively resolved any issues. However, should Wang Xian dare to appear before him again, a chill passed through the elder's mind. I have made my intentions clear, he reflected, and should he act contrary to my wishes, I am not one to be trifled with. Then I must thank you, esteemed uncle, for your regard, Wang Xian expressed gratefully before the elder. Although he was unaware of the entire context, he sensed the underlying exclusion in the elder's praise. Ordinarily, the sect would have formal talismans and array masters occasionally giving lectures at the 100 Arts Pavilion, fostering interaction among peers to aid new apprentices in their rapid advancement. The elder's rejection effectively severed that opportunity, a fate that could spell disaster for an ordinary disciple's alchemical journey. However, Wang Xian understood that his situation was far from ordinary. The 2 tokens offered were trivial in comparison to the benefits he had received. Above all, the second-tier alchemy book was a treasure. The Nanhua sect undoubtedly possessed a complete and comprehensive second-tier alchemical heritage, and even if the upper limit of the lower courtyard was merely second-tier inferior, this single item was a significant gain. The independent alchemy room, rumored to be protected by formations controlled by alchemists, would allow him to practice without fear of foundation establishment practitioners prying with their spiritual senses. The only issue was that he could not yet afford the cost of extracting the second-tier concept. A minor concern, he reassured himself. The knowledge could not be dismantled, and the written word would not hinder his comprehension. Understanding would not affect the outcome. Delighted, Wang Xian felt no dissatisfaction. The elder's generosity was abundant. He would not complain about the 100 Arts Pavilion. Were the elder to provide him with a complete second-tier inheritance, he could easily avoid the Scripture Pavilion altogether. If not for the prohibition against sharing sect legacies, who knows how many spirit stones a second-tier inheritance could fetch? Should he establish a foothold in the cultivation world, he could even proclaim himself the Wang clan of spirit pills. Having exited the 100 Arts Pavilion, Wang Xian swiftly made his way to the Scripture Pavilion to claim the alchemical heritage. Within the lower courtyard, the Scripture Pavilion did not boast the same variety as the main gate. There were 7 or 8 first-tier alchemy texts, with several incomplete, and only 1 complete second-tier text. Fortunately, this sole volume was a complete second-tier mid-grade alchemical book. Although Wang Xian was uncertain about the hierarchy or biases among these inheritances, he understood that lower-tier texts might not be inferior, while higher-tier ones were often reliable. After receiving the complete text titled Baiyang Alchemy Book, which focused on various unique alchemical elixirs, he contentedly explored the alchemy room assigned to him. Situated at a nexus of spiritual veins, The semi-independent array connected to the second-tier formations could harness the essence of medicinal properties, stabilize the potency of the concoctions, and provide a monthly allowance of herbal waste, along with no mandatory alchemical tasks for the lower courtyard. After surveying the room, Wang Xian concluded that aside from his still limited cultivation, his current training environment was indeed perfect. If possible, he could spend 100 years honing his skills there. That said, the Nanhua sect, as a prestigious sect, should be able to endure for several centuries, right? Unsure, he hoped in his heart that it would last a little longer, considering the multitude of benefits he had reaped. As long as the sect persisted until he achieved the Yuanying stage, he would surely repay it tenfold, elevating it to a grand sect of the Qun kingdom. Thus, he would have balanced the scales of gratitude and grievance. Reflecting inwardly, Wang Xian silently praised himself before returning to his small courtyard to devote himself to his cultivation. Now that he had secured his identity as an alchemist apprentice, he could freely practice with the allocated herbs without depleting his own cultivation. Although the herbs could not be removed from the alchemy room, the elixirs he produced could be taken, a privilege unique to the lower courtyard. The sect openly hinted that they could sell finished elixirs in exchange for herbs to enhance their alchemical skills, encouraging them to showcase their talents before formally entering the sect. Given that the introduction to alchemy included 3 common elixirs, and he had already grasped the basics under the influence of the Dao fruit, Wang Xian planned to focus on refining these 3 elixirs for the time being, producing a batch before delving into the Baiyang alchemy book. 2 years hence, he could effortlessly sell it at the Han clan's foundation establishment ceremony, exchanging it for the corresponding essence of demonic beasts to bolster his own Dao fruit. By that time, many of his maneuvers could truly commence. Sole reliance on the sect's channels seemed perilously precarious. For the next year, Wang Xian diligently practiced in silence, abstaining from external affairs. Despite having squandered 3 months of cultivation, he still steadily entered the 3rd layer of qi refinement before the age of 15, outpacing the vast majority of outer disciples. The essence of top-tier techniques does not lie in hastening magical power accumulation. Yet enabling a medium-grade water spiritual root to achieve a cultivation speed comparable to that of lower upper-grade roots is not an arduous task. Wang Xian did not conceal this. For while his cultivation speed was slightly accelerated, other disciples hailing from immortal families could achieve similar results through the consumption of elixirs, rendering it unremarkable. Meanwhile, over the course of more than 2 years, the commotion surrounding Chun Yao, sparked by her extraordinary comprehension, had long since subsided. Many had come to realize that, in the context of qi refinement, innate comprehension offered little assistance, at most. It could deepen one's understanding of techniques and marginally enhance cultivation speed and combat prowess at the same level. Thus, prior to the formation of the Golden Core, spiritual roots remained the paramount criterion for assessing cultivation speed, with few exceptions. 2 years of cultivation seemed to affirm that Qian Yao was not among those exceptions. Although she exhibited a cultivation speed akin to that of upper-grade roots, a distinct gap remained between her and the attainment of the Golden Core. Among the disciples, some secretly mocked her, while others believed she at least had prospects for foundation establishment and should not be offended. Generally speaking, there were no mindless antagonists seeking trouble. Wang Xian harbored suspicions, for as her neighbor practicing the Taoist jade volume, he often sensed a deeply concealed sharpness. It was indeterminate whether this emanated from a formidable treasure or the legendary, valiant swordsmanship of a cultivator. In any case, this enigmatic young woman likely concealed her true cultivation or harbored some ulterior motive. Consequently, Wang Xian found her previous actions imbued with newfound significance. Presumably, she was already aware that revealing her true comprehension would garner accolades from the dean, yet she would not truly be valued to the extent of departing the lower courtyard prematurely. Thus, she acted with intent, merely to acquire additional resources for cultivation. Conversely, if she genuinely desired the sect's recognition, based on her inadvertent displays of insight, entering the inner sect and even being designated as a true disciple would likely pose no issue. However, since Xinyao had not pursued such a path, it suggested complications lay behind her actions. Though his speculations lacked evidence, the realm of immortal cultivation required no such substantiation. Therefore, maintaining a vigilant observation, Wang Xian refrained from any superfluous actions. In his experience, Xinyao did not appear to be a ruthless practitioner of demonic paths. Indeed, she retained much of the youthful na-vet characteristic of her age. Within the entire Nanhua sect, only he and she shared a cordial relationship. Should any changes arise in the future, he would be able to procure first-hand information from her. Of course, an additional subplot unfolded during that year. On one occasion, upon returning from the alchemy chamber, the earth-fire aura surrounding Wang Xian caught Xianyao's attention. Considering that his practice of alchemy was no secret, he naturally spoke candidly about it. Consequently, for a month, the know-it-all young lady disregarded him, though it remained unclear whether she had been provoked. It was not until a month later, when Wang Xian personally delivered a pill he had refined, that she, with a complex expression, tore down a paper with the faint inscription sword-bearing youth and replaced it with another. Wang Xian surmised that the paper likely bore phrases such as fire-bearing youth or imperial alchemist. Months later, within the alchemy chamber, seated upon a mat, Wang Xian manipulated the technique, causing the earth fire within the alchemical furnace to shift. His spiritual sense delved into the furnace, perceiving the transformations of the medicinal properties. The principles of yin and yang rising and falling. A faint sense of burning began to swell in Wang Xian's heart. However, the profound intricacies of the Taoist magical power dissipated the foreign influences as it flowed, although he had only reached the third layer of qi refinement. His magical power remained ample. The earth vein fire, though less manageable than a cultivator's true fire and prone to contamination with fire toxins when refining high-tier pills, still became the preferred choice for lower-tier alchemists because it conserved magical power, typically without cultivation above foundation establishment. It was exceedingly challenging for cultivators to condense true fire suitable for alchemy, and maintaining magical power proved difficult, necessitating reliance on external fire sources. Fortunately, spiritual veins of the third tier and above were formed from the convergence of heavenly essence and earthly energy, and thus, every major city and sect possessed earth fire derivatives. Although Bayan Mountain only harbored a second-tier spiritual vein, its selection as the site for the lower courtyard indicated the presence of earth veins. Gather. The blazing flames surged, waves of heat washing over him. With hands forming seals, the Taoist magical power flowed ceaselessly. At a certain moment, Wang Xian altered his hand gestures and pointed forward. With the command of gather, under the influence of the pill collection technique, the alchemical furnace responded, releasing a waft of fragrance. Exhaling softly, Wang Xian beckoned, and several finished pills fell into his hand. The myriad successes and failures of his previous alchemical endeavors flashed through his mind, coalescing into a reservoir of alchemical knowledge, augmenting his future experience. A low-grade qi-nourishing pill, capable of regulating breath and slightly accelerating the flow of magical power. The materials for one batch of qi-nourishing pills theoretically could yield 12 pills, yet only 2 inferior and 1 superior pill came to his hands. Indeed, without the assistance of the Tao fruit, even with the allocation of materials from a formal alchemist, advancing in alchemical skills was by no means a trivial pursuit. Counting the yield, Wang Xian felt a mix of joy and resignation upon observing that the superior qi-nourishing pills were not consistently produced. Although most of his energy had been devoted to comprehending the Taoist jade volume and enhancing his cultivation, he had not neglected the study of alchemy under such favorable conditions. Nevertheless, talent remained talent, as he had previously assessed. His innate aptitude for alchemy barely met the minimum standard. It could not be said that he lacked qualification, but rather that it was decidedly mediocre. Much like his medium-grade spiritual route, there was hope for foundation establishment, yet the success rate remained scant. Thus, while progress in alchemy was evident, the disparity compared to the insights gained from the Tao fruit was not to be measured in terms of quantity. No matter, once this batch of pills was sold, it would garner sufficient essence from first-tier demonic beasts, setting him upon a rapid path forward. Furthermore, he needed to devise a means to acquire a physical cultivation technique, serving as a pretext for utilizing the essence of demonic beasts. One who does not strategize for the long term is unfit to plan for the immediate. Although he had prepared to obtain the essence of demonic beasts from outside the sect, Wang Xian still preemptively crafted an excuse to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 9 Surroundings. With a soft click, Wang Xian closed the door to the alchemy chamber and inhaled a breath of fresh air from the outside world. Stepping away from the searing heat of the molten fire, he felt his spirit begin to relax. The independent buildings of the formal alchemists and blacksmiths were unified upon a solitary spiritual vein node, a confluence of spiritual and earthly energies. Enlightened by a second-tier earth master, distanced from the daily activities of the lower courtyard disciples. Yet, due to the sparse number of formal alchemists in the entire Linzhong lower courtyard, the area often appeared desolate, seldom graced by human presence. Wang Xian meandered along a forest path, allowing his mind to unwind. The occasional chirping of birds in the woods, accompanied by the rustling of leaves in the breeze, brought about a sense of serene tranquility. Is the news true? Of course it is true. This matter has spread across several major sects and families. Having concluded his alchemical endeavors, Wang Xian was preparing to return to his quarters when he sensed a faint disturbance through his spiritual perception. In the realm of cultivation, once a practitioner reaches the core formation stage, their spiritual awareness transcends into divine consciousness. The cultivation paradigm shifts from primarily relying on qi with essence and spirit as supplements, to a harmonious integration of qi and spirit, with the latter gradually becoming more vital. Thus, most techniques pertaining to core formation and above inherently nurture the soul, fortifying the practitioner's spiritual awareness. Unfazed, Wang Xian found himself unexpectedly encountering other disciples from the lower courtyard. He chose to remain silent, slowing his pace to listen intently. In the realm of reality, the barrier of information is often more daunting than the barrier of resources. Since the other party had not detected his presence, he felt no hesitation in eavesdropping. Brother Ling, the family has sent word. You should be aware that over 2 years ago, a great battle broke out at the borders, spanning thousands of miles, with nearly 100 qi refinement and foundation establishment practitioners suffering casualties. That's old news. Why bring it up? It is said that 6 powerful figures from the Zhao and Liang nations joined forces to pursue a mysterious figure from the demonic path. Coincidentally, The Earth Lotus true monarch from our Qin nation passed by the border and intervened. However, after the battle, Earth Lotus true monarch and Liang were gravely wounded, ultimately allowing their enemy to escape. What? Is there any follow-up to this matter? You may not know this, but my elder brother recently conveyed that the old true monarch of the Tianshan sect has unexpectedly emerged from seclusion to survey the realms. 2 of the sect's nascent soul cultivators have also entered closed-door training. While we cannot guarantee anything, it is highly likely that Earth Lotus true monarch is not merely gravely injured, but may be facing the peril of demise. What? The voice suddenly rose in pitch, only to be quickly subdued again. Yet, the astonishment in Brotherling's tone was unmistakable. The fall of a true monarch would inevitably shake the foundations of a nation. However, the Tianshan sect has a long-standing heritage. They should not face any issues, right? Are you suggesting? Brother Ling, do not overthink it. Since this matter is no longer a secret, it implies that everyone is aware. I mention this merely to caution you on behalf of my uncle. The Tianshan sect has more than one nascent soul practitioner, and our Chun nation is unlikely to encounter any troubles, especially since we are not members of the sect. However, remember to act with discretion in the future to avoid attracting the attention of the higher sect cultivators, lest you become the scapegoat used to set an example. Be mindful that, when it comes to critical moments, they would rather wrongfully eliminate 1,000 than let one escape. Yes, Brother Ling's teachings are engraved in my heart. I shall not forget. With measured steps, he concealed his aura. Although the practice of his cultivation required the concealment of divine abilities, the Taoist Jade record also offered some effectiveness in masking his presence, particularly evident when facing peers of the same cultivation tier. After some time, once he confirmed that the 2 had ceased discussing anything of consequence, Wang Xian silently departed. Typically, he would not encounter fellow practitioners near the alchemy chamber for months. So the other party likely did not anticipate anyone eavesdropping nearby. Of course, a more significant reason might be that this was not a well-guarded secret. It was common knowledge among the upper echelons of the Chun nation, albeit still unknown to loose cultivators and disciples like Wang Xian without substantial backgrounds. The way back was uneventful, and only upon returning to his meditation room did Wang Xian finally relax. He settled into a meditative position, circulating his energy for 3 cycles until his power was restored to its zenith. Reflecting on the information he had overheard, he began to ponder the implications it revealed. According to the records in the sect's entry manual, the cartography of the world, the Qin nation is deemed a mid-level realm within the southern cliff cultivation world. The presence of the nascent soul sect, Tianshan sect, is significant, with an elder and a young nascent soul practitioner commanding respect both internally and externally. Additionally, there are 6 major core formation sects, including the Nanhua sect, along with 8 prominent families possessing both genuine and false alchemists, positioning the Qin nation as a formidable force among neighboring realms. Internally, the 6 sects and 8 families show unwavering allegiance to the nascent soul true monarch. Externally, a mid-level cultivation nation with a single nascent soul is sufficient to maintain stability. The Tianshan sect's lineage is well established, and they have not faced any formidable adversaries throughout their history. Even if the rumors of the Earth Lotus true monarch suffering severe injuries and the potential for his demise posed a threat, the Qin nation would likely only experience minor upheavals. With seasoned true monarchs stabilizing the situation and potential breakthroughs from the foundation establishment practitioners, a slight unveiling of sect resources would hardly constitute a significant issue, much less affect the outer disciples of the core formation sections. Such occurrences have not been uncommon in the surrounding cultivation nations throughout the past millennia. Yet, they have generally navigated through such crises with minimal disruption. Thus, it could be reasoned that this was merely a piece of gossip, devoid of direct implications for Wang Xian. However, the phrases over 2 years ago, nascent soul battle, demonic path true monarch, and escaped alive resonated with an unsettling familiarity. Wang Xian's lips twitched slightly, feigning indifference, yet deep within, he felt a stirring. For he had long understood, upon first encountering the Dao fruit, that divine objects conceal themselves, shrouding the heavenly mechanisms. Even in the presence of a nascent soul, one would be unable to discern its existence. From beginning to end, apart from its owner, even those who inadvertently learned of its presence would subconsciously forget, including the demonic true monarch who had failed to seize it. Even if he were alive, it would matter little. According to Wang Xian's instinctual understanding, only practitioners below the core formation stage could temporarily claim the Dao fruit, allowing it to yield its effects. He speculated that this was likely tied to foundation. Only practitioners whose foundations aligned with the path of tying could attract the Dao fruit's favor. However, once alchemy is completed, one's foundation is irrevocably set. Indeed, this was another reason that propelled him to initially choose the sublimation technique. The Taoist Jade record may not be the best choice, but it is certainly the most suitable for him. Chapter 10. Orderly since that fateful day when he unexpectedly heard the news. Wang Xian had been discreetly observing numerous rumors circulating in the streets, both true and false. As it turned out, his earlier judgment was correct. The entire Qin kingdom remained remarkably tranquil, even more so than usual, showing no signs of turmoil despite the impending death of the true monarch. The only unfortunate ones were the many wandering cultivators who were oblivious to the truth. Many connections that could have been easily maintained suddenly became rigid and impersonal, as if everyone was strictly adhering to the law. Moreover, several notorious interceptors faced dire consequences, rendered powerless before the might of the sect. The environment of the Qin kingdom was momentarily clarified, leaving onlookers in astonishment. However, none of this pertained to the Nanhua sect. Daily, they diligently practiced, refining their skills and conducting furnace sessions multiple times a month. Time passed swiftly over several months until one day, news from the Han family outside the mountains finally reached Wang Xian. He set aside his tasks and requested a month-long leave from the administrative hall. With a creak, the door closed behind him as he stored his belongings in his storage pouch and sealed the courtyard's entrance. The communication jade talisman at his waist shimmered, indicating that Qian Yao was urging him to hurry. He replied, signaling that he would soon depart, and his mind wandered back to the message from Han Qing. The foundation establishment ceremony had transformed into the clan establishment ceremony, complete with a second-tier spiritual vein. This newly established foundation cultivator was indeed affluent, and one could only wonder what opportunities he had encountered. According to Han Qing's correspondence, his clan uncle, having successfully established his foundation, was not only returning but had also inexplicably acquired the ancestral second-tier low-grade spiritual vein from a declining minor cultivation family, along with several medicinal fields, 3 acres of spiritual bamboo, and hundreds of acres of spiritual farmland. It is worth noting that for true families and powers, a sudden influx of wealth is insubstantial. Resources that yield stable outputs are what truly matter. Aside from being located on the outskirts of the Qin kingdom, far from the core regions, one could hardly find fault with it. Thus, the upcoming foundation establishment ceremony was also intertwined with the Han family's official establishment as a clan. Taking the name Luaza Han from a nearby small mountain. Are you ready? Before the beast-taming garden, Qian Yao descended gracefully in a light azure long dress, tied loosely at her waist with a ribbon. Sunlight filtered through the trees, illuminating her profile and drawing the attention of passing outer sect disciples. The young lady, adorned with a jade ring at her waist and a cool demeanor, tossed a talisman glowing with spiritual light towards him. If they were not meeting for the first time, Wang Xian might have mistaken her for an aloof fairy, detached from the mundane world. Is this the beast-taming talisman? He asked, reaching out to accept it and examining it idly. According to the sect's records, this was a talisman commonly rented by Qi refinement disciples of the Nanhua sect for their outings, specifically for the mid-tier demon beast, the blue feather hawk. Compared to the genuine beast-taming technique, which requires establishing blood and soul contracts from a young age and enhancing the connection through special methods, this talisman was considerably simpler. However, it came with the caveat that the talisman could not establish a true connection with the beast, and in life and death situations, it could even turn against its master and flee. Fortunately, their purpose was merely for transportation, not for engaging in battle, so such concerns were easily set aside. There is nothing much to prepare. I only have these few belongings, he replied. Indeed, the sect was truly affluent, providing demon beasts for rent that surpassed the disciples' own cultivation levels. This blue feather hawk was probably at the mid-Qi refinement level. In a real fight, he would likely not stand a chance. Holding the jade talisman, Wang Xian couldn't help but marvel. It was said that minor cultivation families outside the mountains could not afford demon beasts and could only raise spirit steeds for transportation. Thus, in initial encounters among Qi refinement cultivators, it was not about whose escape techniques were more sophisticated, but rather whose steed was faster, a peculiar phenomenon indeed. Fortunately, the sect's blue feather hawk could fly. Otherwise, he might have had to experience the amusing notion of who dares to dismount and fight the immortal emperor ahead. Cough, cough. Stop it. Wang Xian, what nonsense are you spouting about dismounting to fight? Instinctively covering his mouth to suppress a laugh. The facade of aloofness Qian Yao had attempted to maintain shattered instantly as she shot him a glare. He had no idea where he had come across such folklore. Yet he managed to conjure such humor. This isn't nonsense. I believe there's merit to what they say. He shrugged and continued to expound his unconventional reasoning. Whether it be mounts or artifacts, no matter how high one's cultivation, if they cannot catch up to the enemy, they will be rendered ineffective. Isn't that the essence of the matter? There was truth in his words, and for a moment, Qian Yao found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. With a soft huff, she pressed her lips together and summoned the blue feather hawk with the talisman, which unfolded its wings spanning several feet. All right, let us hurry. The Han family's chosen territory is quite far from Baiyun Mountain. Even if we leave now, we want to reach our destination in just a few days. With that, she gracefully mounted the hawk, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Although 1,000 years had passed in the future, the ancient celestial arts remained mysterious and unfathomable. It felt as if she had merely awakened from a grand dream, still unchanged upon waking. The memories of the future intertwined with the present sometimes left her feeling a bit bewildered, yet she was grateful to have someone to converse with. Ultimately, fabricated memories remained mere illusions. In the eyes of ancient immortals, only through first-hand experiences in reality could one attain a flawless state of mind. Leaving the beast-taming garden marked Wang Xian's first departure from the sect since his initiation, returning to the mortal realm where he once lived. The Qin kingdom was vast, divided into 13 states, each governed by prefectures and hundreds of counties. Each county, in turn, comprised smaller towns, with populations ranging from tens of thousands to millions, varying in wealth. Among these, the Yuanying powers dominated 3 states, while sects and noble families shared 10 states, paying hefty taxes to the Tianshan sect. This included the products from various spiritual lands, rare herbs, and all treasures related to the formation of the Golden Core. Beneath the sects and noble families, numerous foundation-building families acted as vassals, paying taxes proportionally and collecting all treasures related to Golden Core formation, with any daring to hoard such items facing immediate annihilation. The hierarchy was strict, and order was meticulously maintained. Any individual or faction attempting to reach for higher-tier spiritual artifacts would only invite ruthless suppression, extinguished by the upper echelons before threats could materialize. From top to bottom, layers upon layers of shackles had remained unchanged for nearly a millennium. This was the true cultivation world, where power resided in the hands of a few, and opportunities for lower-level cultivators to rise against the odds were nearly non-existent. Unless in the rare instances of large-scale conflicts spanning multiple nations, wars, or beast tides, the established rules might show a slight crack, compelling the top powers to forego long-term interests to address immediate crises and loosen their grip on the lower tiers. Otherwise, just as in mortal realms, where the absence of external threats could lead to centuries of stability and eventual decline, the Yuanying cultivators enjoyed lifespans many times that of mortals, with wisdom and power far surpassing. Without millennia passing, no matter how stringent the system or how discontented the wandering cultivators, it was improbable for any Yuanying power to experience internal strife. Perched upon the blue featherhawk's back, Wang Xian pondered matters that many low-level cultivators would never contemplate in their lifetimes. Unlike the previous journey aboard the spirit ship, this time he could manipulate the demon beast to fly himself. As they soared into the sky, he felt a sense of elation wash over him, even refining a hint of his spiritual awareness. Days turned into nights, and nights into days. After a fortnight, the two arrived at a plain near the southern region of the Qin Kingdom. The future territory of the Han family was to be established right within this expanse. Chapter 11. The True Teachings of the Inner Gate. A reunion with fellow villagers, is this succession? Perched upon the back of the blue eagle, Wang Xian gazed into the distance, where the landscape unfolded like a picturesque painting. The peaks were modestly tall, standing at a little over 100 zhang, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. However, according to the letter, it was merely a low mountain hosting a first-tier spiritual vein. Instead, it was the bamboo grove by the lakeside below that housed the second-tier spiritual vein that the Han family had recently acquired. Using a talisman to command the blue eagle to remain, Wang Xian presented the token of an outer sect disciple from the Nanhua sect, along with a communication talisman, to the approaching members of the Han family. Shortly after, Han Cheng, whom he had not seen for several years, strode forth from the newly established family grounds. Brother Wang, Miss Chen, it has been years. I trust you both have been well? Han Cheng's face beamed with warmth, and his words were filled with enthusiasm. The family head wished to personally greet the esteemed disciples from the sect, but due to pressing matters, I, as an old friend, must take on this duty. Over 3 years had passed, and Han Cheng had shed his youthful naivety, now exhibiting a polished demeanor. Yet, despite his advancements, he remained at the 3rd level of qi refinement, clearly indicating that his inferior spiritual roots had become increasingly evident, erasing the advantages he once held in his early training. If things continued this way, the gap would only widen in the years to come. Brother Han is too modest. With your noble family head reaching foundation establishment, it is only right to address him as senior. How could we trouble you? Wang Xian chuckled, interpreting Han Cheng's words as mere pleasantries. To be honest, we have only recently joined the sect and possess little. We can only offer these items we have refined as tokens of our esteem and congratulations. I hope Brother Han will not think poorly of them. He extended a vial of elixirs with a smile. A alchemist, Han Cheng exclaimed in surprise. But he quickly regained his composure. Not an alchemist, but rather a novice apprentice. Nevertheless, his face radiated with even greater enthusiasm. Haha. So it is the work of Brother Wang after becoming an alchemist. As the saying goes, it is the thought that counts. How could the Han family reject such a gift? I would only ask that you and Miss Chen rest a few days before the ceremony begins. Not only will Brother Yang and Taoist Jin be present, but also a distinguished guest. A distinguished guest? Curiosity piqued, Wang Xian inquired immediately. However, Han Cheng merely shook his head, stating that he did not know who it was, only that it was related to the sect. Related to the sect? Wang Xian nodded in silence, choosing not to press further. The Han family also possessed spiritual veins, which did not hinder their daily qi refinement practices. Casting a glance at Qinyo beside him, Wang Xian decided he would ask her later about this so-called distinguished guest and whether she had any knowledge of them. Days later, Han Cheng received news that the distinguished guest would arrive today, and Wang Xian also emerged from his guest chamber. On this day, the newly established Han family opened its main gate wide. A figure soared into the air. The family head who was rumored to have successfully established his foundation in the Immortal City. Upon seeing his appearance, he bore no signs of the triumphant spirit often associated with such an achievement, instead presenting as a simple and honest middle-aged man. Standing amidst the recently constructed Han family estate, Wang Xian and Chun Yao occupied a position of prominence among the guests. Reflecting the significance placed on the visiting disciple of the sect, time slipped away, and as everyone awaited, the sun climbed higher in the sky. Until 3 black dots finally appeared on the horizon, growing larger by the moment. 2 of these were clearly riding the same blue-feathered eagle as Wang Xian and his companion, but the foremost figure was distinctly different. Amidst the gathering, an aura comparable to the peak of Qi refinement emanated, revealing it to be a first-tier peak demon beast. Was this the true disciple of the Nanhua sect? A direct descendant of a certain true Dan ancestor, endowed with a spiritual root of the earth? Wang Xian pondered. Realizing that Han Qing's previous words were indeed not mere flattery, the Han family had indeed come to welcome a disciple of the sect, though not for him and Qin Yao, but rather for the esteemed true disciple. Although the visitor's cultivation was currently only at the Qi refinement stage. As a true disciple, with such talent, he was likely to ascend to the pinnacle of foundation establishment with opportunities for future breakthroughs. Such a guest undoubtedly qualified as a distinguished guest for the Han family. Lin Qingyi, possessing at least 60 points of Earth-grade fire spiritual roots, was no less than a commendable talent among those of Earth-grade roots. His background and innate abilities were indeed exceptional, a true seed of foundation establishment. There was no sense of jealousy, comparisons held no merit. According to Qin Yao, Lin's great-great-grandfather was the mid-foundation establishment master, Qihua, who had invested heavily in solidifying his foundation from a young age. Even though he was yet to reach 20, he was already among the top few true disciples of the sect. In contrast to the flattery Qin Yao had once received for her false Dan appearance, this was the genuine article in the eyes of others. However, beside Wang Xian, as she watched this young talent converse amiably with the clan leader of the Han family, exuding an air of grace without arrogance, Qin Yao regarded him with disdain. Do not mind him. He is merely a flower in a greenhouse. It was said that before the establishment of the foundation, the disparities in spiritual roots may have seemed insurmountable, but after that, only those with heavenly spiritual roots could maintain their prominence, while others would rely on various spiritual bodies and Tao bodies to assert their strength. Of course, regardless of the circumstances, if resources were plentiful, Lin indeed had a promising future ahead of him, with the potential to dominate in the Qin kingdom. Yet, all of this hinged upon the availability of resources, and regrettably, no one could predict which would arrive first, tomorrow or an unforeseen event. Indeed, Qin Yao softly remarked, a flicker of enigmatic emotion crossing her eyes. For many, it was perhaps easier to accept the absence of something never possessed than to endure the pain of losing it after having it. Would you not agree? Wang Xian replied, echoing her sentiment without further inquiry, aware that Qin Yao would not speak such words lightly. Casting a glance at the distinguished disciple, now the center of attention, he felt indifferent to his future, as it bore little relevance to him. In the high air, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, everyone finally returned to the main hall of the Han family. With the arrival of the true disciple, there was no need for further delay. Clearly, had it not been for waiting for this distinguished guest, the ceremony would have commenced long ago. Soon, the guests were ushered into the opulent main hall, seated according to their status. Interestingly, despite being mere outer disciples, due to the limited number of attendees from the Nanhua sect, Wang Xian and Qin Yao found themselves seated at the same table as the true disciple. The Han family's foundation establishment members were not present, and the true disciple could, to some extent, represent the sect's stance. His presence could signify the acknowledgement of the Han family as a sect affiliate, yet it would not imply excessive familiarity. Taking their seats gracefully, Wang Xian's gaze swept across the table. Indeed, as future inner disciples, Han Cheng had invited their fellow villagers, Yang Yunji and Shen Wanru, to join Lin Qingyi. In just a few short years, everyone had changed in their own ways. Senior brother Lin, allow me to introduce you, Han Qing said. These two are former fellow villagers of my junior brother and also disciples of our sect. It is a pity their talent is average, and they have not entered the inner gate, yet I did not expect them to receive an invitation today. Rising to introduce them, Han Qing noted that Yang Yunji had now stepped into the third level of Qi refinement, befitting his superior spiritual roots. However, the eagerness in Yang Yunji's demeanor was tinged with pride, clearly indicating he was no longer the youth of a few years prior, but rather a true inner disciple who took pride in his sect. Junior brother Yang, the quality of one's spiritual roots is merely a matter of innate fortune. It does not determine everything. You and your sister should not lose heart. I have heard tales of the wandering cultivator, Changchen Jinjuan, who achieved the nascent soul stage despite possessing inferior spiritual roots, demonstrating that destiny does not dictate a person's entire life. In response to Yang Yunji's introduction, Lin Qingyi smiled warmly, exuding an air of gentility, making one feel as if they were basking in springtime. Although Wang Xian recognized it as mere politeness, he still returned the courtesy. Senior brother is too kind. Changchun, a remarkable figure, is indeed a rarity. Moreover, had the esteemed predecessors possessed the talents akin to brother Lin, their paths in the realm of cultivation would have surely unfolded with greater ease. With sincerity in his words, Wang Xian raised his cup and laughed, stating, I harbor no grand ambitions. If I am fortunate enough to establish a foundation in the future, that alone would be a stroke of luck. As for the golden core and nascent soul stages, those are matters for geniuses like Brother Lin and Sister Qin to consider. I dare not even aspire to them. Here, Sister Qin refers not to Chen Yao, but to the serene and smiling Chen Wanru seated beside him. In comparison to Yang Yunji, who has just crossed the threshold of superior spiritual roots, she is, in fact, the one with the second best spiritual roots in this gathering, just after Lin Xingyi. Years have passed, and the young lady has matured, her beauty becoming ever more enchanting. Although her aura subtly hints at having reached the 4th level of qi refinement, she remains gentle and courteous, her demeanor poised. Brother, you flatter me. In the path of cultivation, Wanru is merely a step ahead. With a soft smile, her gentle gaze turned towards Chen Yao. As for Yaoer, she has been raised in luxury since childhood, burdening her uncle and aunt, making it truly troublesome for brother to look after her. Chen Wanru, you need not concern yourself with my affairs, Chen Yao replied coolly, ungraciously acknowledging her cousin's concern. If you wish to lecture, I suggest you direct your words elsewhere. With a quiet smile, Chen Wanru appeared unfazed by her cousin's lack of appreciation, while Yang Yunji interjected with a few words on her behalf. However, Chen Yao offered no response, deepening the discomfort on his face. Yet, mindful of his image before the true disciples and the lovely ladies present, Yang Yunji refrained from expressing his frustration. Meanwhile, Wang Xian, observing the silent exchange between the two sisters, found the situation rather amusing. Having known them for several years, he understood Chen Yao somewhat. Although she seemed approachable, she had never regarded anyone from the lower courtyard, aside from himself, with any semblance of respect. Even those disciples with inferior spiritual roots were of little consequence in her eyes. Only upon encountering Chen Wanru did Chen Yao seem to recognize a peer, harboring a hint of rivalry. As he drained the cup of fruit wine brewed from spiritual fruits, Wang Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion upon witnessing Chen Wanru's flawless smile and demeanor, akin to that of a standard. Both of them are no ordinary lights, he mused, shaking his head slightly as he sipped another cup of fruit wine. Perhaps due to Lin Xingyi's presence, the Han family had spared no effort at this table. Indeed, this flask of spiritual wine held a value comparable to a bottle of elixir. As the evening progressed, the atmosphere gradually became more congenial, the estrangement from years apart dissipating. Amidst casual conversations, they exchanged insights on cultivation, anecdotes from their sect, and rumors circulating in the market. Lin Xingyi, a true disciple with superior spiritual roots, faced no significant bottleneck aside from the foundational stage, which he needed to pay some attention to before advancing to the Golden Core stage. Moreover, with the legacy of a Golden Core ancestor and a third-grade spiritual vein, it was highly probable that he had already entered the late stage of qi refinement before the age of 20. From him, Wang Xian learned much about the happenings within the Nanhua sect. On the other side, Chen Wanru, having entered the mid-stage of qi refinement after 3 years, not merely having just broken through, vastly outperformed several of her peers who had also entered the sect. Perhaps to look after her cousin, she shared numerous insights on breaking through to the mid-stage, to which Wang Xian nodded in agreement. However, he suspected that the only one truly in need of such guidance was Yang Yunji. Chen Yao was undoubtedly more capable than she let on. While Wang Xian had the Tine Jade Book at his disposal, only Yang Yunji, possessing a superior spiritual root, had a soil root strength of merely 32 points, starkly contrasting with Chen Wanru's impressive 49 points in water roots. Nevertheless, this level of aptitude was but a step away from superior spiritual roots. It was no wonder that the disciples ranked at the bottom of Nanhua sect had achieved such progress. In the early stages of the immortal path, the disparity in spiritual roots is glaringly evident, making transcendence exceedingly difficult. Wang Xian, however, remained unconcerned, for his perspective on matters differed. If he truly felt hopeless in his pursuits, the sight of his peers advancing smoothly might naturally incite envy and jealousy, leading to unintentional displays of such feelings. Yet, he experienced none of these emotions and did not perceive himself as inferior. Thus, his conversation flowed effortlessly, allowing for a pleasant atmosphere. In no time, the banquet progressed swiftly, with cups exchanged and time passing rapidly as they also exchanged communication jade symbols. Midway through the feast, Han's newly promoted foundation establishment disciple took the stage. According to tradition, he shared his cultivation insights and experiences regarding foundation establishment, though Wang Xian gleaned little from his teachings, given that the disciple's cultivation method was of the earth element. As evening approached, the banquet neared its conclusion. Lin Xingyi, in his capacity as a true disciple, stepped forward to formally accept the Han family as a vassal of Nanhua sect, exempting them from any offerings for 20 years. This was the true reason for his presence today, a duty reserved solely for true disciples. Thus, the ceremony for Han's foundation establishment came to a close. Finally, the event concluded. The first to rise was Yang Yunji, his demeanor somewhat flamboyant, revealing hints of inebriation. One day, I too shall establish my foundation. In the realm of cultivation, the probability of establishing a foundation with superior spiritual roots is merely 10 to 20%. However, excluding the lower success rates attributed to scattered practitioners and those who have not entered a sect, this probability rises above 50%. A flicker of envy crossed Han Cheng's eyes, for he understood that Yang Yunji spoke without deceit. His past inability to join Nanhua sect had nearly extinguished his hopes of foundation establishment. Friends, this farewell marks another few years until we meet again, Wang Xian said with a smile as he also rose to depart. Chun Yao and her sister had long since moved aside, engaged in hushed conversation, their words indistinct. Though Wang Xian could faintly discern the fleeting surprise that crossed Chen Wanru's ever-bright smile, the remaining three stood together, reminiscent of their shared pursuit of the immortal path from years prior. Yet, unlike the past when Han Cheng had been the center of attention, passionately discussing matters of cultivation, the circumstances had shifted dramatically over the years, leaving them separated by a mere sect. Chapter 12. Reaching an agreement. Han Cheng appeared somewhat carefree and exuberant, embodying the saying that wealth and honor do not return to one's hometown, akin to a brocade-clad figure walking in the night. Yang Yunji, 2 years Han Cheng's junior, patted him on the shoulder, as if imparting wisdom to a younger sibling. Indeed, as Brother Wang just mentioned, today's parting may lead to years of separation. I vividly recall the days when Brother Han enlightened us about the fundamentals of cultivation. Thus, once I successfully establish my foundation, I shall frequently write to Brother Han, sharing amusing tales from the realm of foundation-building cultivators. Of course, I hope you will not abandon your own practice, for while low-grade spiritual roots yield foundation builders that are rare, there remains a glimmer of possibility. With a beaming smile, Yang Yunji glanced at Wang Xian before returning his gaze to Han Cheng. Life in the qi refining stage is but a fleeting century. I would hate to see you, Brother Han, grow old before your prime while I flourish in my pursuits. Wouldn't you agree? Your words ring true, Han Cheng replied, his demeanor markedly different from the spirited youth he once was. As a disciple of the sect's inner circle, my future prospects are boundless. Now that our clan's uncle has established a foundation, it is my duty to dedicate myself to our family's development. As for my cultivation, I can only do my utmost, for spiritual roots are predetermined, immutable by anyone. Such noble aspirations, Brother Han, Yang Yunji remarked, though he felt a twinge of disinterest. The essence of boasting lies in eliciting a response. Turning away with a hint of disappointment, he directed his attention back to Wang Xian. Nevertheless, as a fellow disciple of the sect, he could not entirely dismiss the possibility of outer disciples establishing their foundations. Thus, he smoothly shifted the conversation to the inner sect's affairs, speaking with notable eloquence. His gaze occasionally drifted toward Qinyao, engaged in conversation with another, and he felt a flicker of admiration, not for beauty, but for tangible benefits. While others may be unaware, he, as an inner sect member, was keenly aware that not long ago, Chun Wanru had captured the attention of a revered female cultivator in the sect, who imparted the rare melody path from the myriad arts of cultivation. This could potentially lead her to become a true heir. Feeling envious, Yang Yunji recognized that even within the Nanhua sect, only true heirs had the opportunity to acquire the elixirs necessary for forming course. Without such spiritual aids, even those with earth-grade spiritual roots would struggle to achieve success. Moreover, the melody path was immensely beneficial in aiding others' cultivation. Among his contemporaries in the Nanhua sect, he found it difficult to identify a more suitable partner. However, he was not blind to the fact that others shared his insights. No one knew whether this true heir, supported by an ancestor, had come to the Han family for the sake of rewards or with ulterior motives. Half an hour later, Lin Qing concluded discussions with the head of the Han family. Outside the clan's grounds, the group parted ways. A giant bird soared into the sky, followed closely by 2 blue-feathered eagles. According to Yang Yunji, Chen Wanro had been granted an early opportunity to enter the sect for training, freeing her from the lower courtyard. Meanwhile, Wang Xian lingered at the Han family for several days before finally reaching a conclusion. In the Han family's guest room, he was absorbed in his cultivation when he sensed the presence of a white-haired elder at the door, preparing to knock. Beside him stood Han Qing, respectfully awaiting entrance. Please, come in, Wang Xian invited. I hope I have not interrupted you, Taoist Wang. The elder responded kindly as he entered. His smile radiated warmth, suggesting deep respect for Wang Xian. My nephew has spoken highly of you, mentioning your exceptional talent. Not only have you passed the sect's entrance examination, but you have also become a genuine alchemist. A true prodigy, indeed, worthy of being a disciple of our esteemed sect. As for your request, the Han family has agreed. Wang Xian was taken aback. Days prior, he had subtly conveyed his desires through Han Cheng, expecting negotiation to ensue. However, to his surprise, the elder had accepted without hesitation, seemingly devoid of any intention to bargain. You need not worry, the elder reassured him. As you surmised, the Han family lacks no means to procure low-grade elixirs. Moreover, given your nascent skills in alchemy, most of your products would likely be of inferior quality. Thus, we should not be obligated to pay a high price. The elder's laughter revealed his understanding of Wang Xian's confusion. The Han family has recently acquired a spiritual land that encompasses several medicinal fields. In light of long-term considerations, the patriarch has entertained the idea of cultivating our own alchemists. Yet, the path of alchemy is fraught with challenges, and the knowledge is scarce. If, during your leisure in alchemy, you could document your insights and experiences that do not pertain to the sect's teachings, The Han family would not only be willing to purchase your elixirs at a premium, but would also bestow further rewards in the future. Understanding dawned upon Wang Xian. He had anticipated being severely underpriced on his journey to sell elixirs, as he was merely a loose cultivator masquerading as an alchemist. In the grand hierarchy of cultivation powers, he was essentially an apprentice, perhaps a preliminary low-grade alchemist at best. Under such circumstances, inferior elixirs, even those mixed with a few quality ones, had little marketability, as the elixirs from major sects were far more competitive. Only when one attained the status of a first-grade alchemist capable of refining chi-refining stage breakthrough elixirs could they establish a respectable presence in various markets. Yet, Wang Xian clearly lacked the capacity to achieve this, and thus had not anticipated a favorable price. To his astonishment, the newly established Han family was willing to invest heavily in purchasing spiritual land, and now sought to cultivate their own alchemists. This situation left Wang Xian in a difficult position to assess. After all, the sect housed experienced alchemists who imparted knowledge, and those who pursued alchemy possessed inherent talents, along with a complete first-grade alchemical inheritance to study. In this context, alchemists remained exceedingly rare. The Han family, despite their newfound wealth from the foundation-established clan, might have exhausted their resources, given their lack of substantial lineage or inheritance. Does the noble family possess a complete alchemical inheritance? Wang Xian inquired after a moment of silence. None whatsoever, merely a collection of disorganized recipes, the elder replied with a rueful smile. This is precisely why we require your assistance. Realizing the implications, Wang Xian understood the full extent of the situation. It was no wonder they sought even the insights of an apprentice. Without a complete inheritance, their recipes were mere fragments. He had not anticipated that the Han family would entertain such fanciful aspirations. Chapter 13. The Art of Destiny. It is imperative to recognize that the term completeness holds immense significance in the transmission of the myriad arts of cultivation. Without this crucial element, the distinction is akin to that between a first-tier alchemist acknowledged by the sect and a solitary practitioner who can scarcely concoct a single type of first-tier elixir. They are fundamentally of disparate realms. A complete lineage of knowledge is systematic, encompassing dozens, if not hundreds, of alchemical formulas of the same tier, interwoven philosophical concepts of alchemy, techniques tailored for various elixirs, and even unique secrets for adjusting ingredient ratios according to different circumstances. An alchemist with a comprehensive inheritance, upon mastering 3 elixirs of the same type and tier, often finds the 4th easily within their grasp. Even when progressing to a slightly higher tier, they can save considerable time and resources in trial and error, with a substantial likelihood of producing at least a substandard elixir on their first attempt. Conversely, for ordinary alchemists with scattered knowledge, mastering 10 elixirs of the same type does not guarantee success with the 11th if their innate talent is mediocre. They may very well find themselves starting anew. One path involves systematic learning, understanding both the what and the why, while the other relies on arduous practice, emphasizing mere familiarity through repetition. Thus, the cost of learning alchemy for the latter are exorbitantly high. In light of this, the Han family found themselves unable to procure a complete inheritance and could only hope for an alternative route. They dared not covet the alchemical texts bound by contracts from the sect, instead opting to leverage Wang Xian's experience and insights to bridge some of the gaps. Such arrangements are not uncommon. Many apprentices are eager to pay handsomely to serve as attendants to high-tier alchemists. Even the mundane sequence of an alchemist's daily practices may conceal invaluable techniques and experiences. Well, since you are so generous, I shall accept. Wang Xian mused for a moment before nodding in agreement to the other's terms. The request was merely for some so-called experiences, which did not contravene the sect's laws. Moreover, should he comply, he would strictly adhere to the standards of sect alchemists with a certain level of talent when providing insights. In a certain sense, the Han family's request was indeed beneficial. Only when both parties had something to gain could he maintain this avenue outside the sect. As for his genuine progress in alchemy, after accepting the storage bag handed to him by the elder, Wang Xian scanned its contents with his spiritual sense, counting the essence blood of mystical beast within. Excellent. Nodding to himself, he engaged in casual conversation with the elder, buoyed by the thought that with his unparalleled talent and astonishing intellect, bolstered by these insignificant aids, a mere 3 days of closed-door cultivation would surely yield significant advancements in his alchemical prowess. With the final matter settled, it was time for him to return to the sect. Without delay, Wang Xian set off the following day. On the journey, the blue-feathered eagle soared through the skies. As a first-tier mystical beast lacking any other advantages beyond speed and weight capacity, its flight surpassed that of most late-stage chi refinement cultivators wielding magical artifacts. Apart from the Nanhua sect, many other sects utilize these creatures as mounts for their disciples, casually forming a seal to shield himself from the biting cold winds. Wang Xian noted that, compared to his earlier journey, Jinyu seemed to have acquired an additional storage bag at her waist. After a brief assessment, he found it somewhat familiar. Don't look so surprised. This is a token of gratitude from Qin Wanru, although I scarcely find it of use. With a slight pursing of her lips, a contemplative expression flickered across Jin Yao's calm visage. Then, as if recalling something, she casually remarked, "In order to ascertain my cousin's fate, I made an exception and cast a divination for her, probing the future for auspicious or inauspicious signs. However, the omens were rather peculiar. She faces a calamity, yet it does not originate from her own being. I subsequently cast a divination for you, and the results were astonishingly similar. If all goes as expected, there must be some underlying issue. Speaking softly, as she remembered her future demeanor, Qinyao indeed appeared as an extraordinary sage at that moment. Although in that memory, Qinhuan successfully evaded calamity, leading to her eventual renown. No one could guarantee that the future would remain unchanged. More accurately, it was certain that the future would alter, for in Qin Yao's recollection, Wang Xian's presence was nearly non-existent, let alone his embarking on the path of alchemy. Divination? Wang Xian was slightly taken aback, followed by a measure of skepticism. It was not the authenticity of the information that he doubted, but rather its connection to divination. You possess this skill? Is that not permissible? Qin Yao retorted. Of course it is. Wang Xian refrained from revealing his thoughts, unaware of the girl's intentions. It is important to note that, unlike other crafts, the art of divination is exceedingly rare. The path of destiny, as one observes the heavens, is scarcely practiced even among the myriad cultivators across the southern cliffs, where hundreds of nations and millions of souls reside. Those who can cultivate divination beyond the third tier are few and far between. Moreover, this path is often detrimental to oneself while benefiting others. A misstep may inadvertently shorten one's lifespan, disrupt fortunes, or even endanger loved ones. Outside of sect training or specific exceptional circumstances, few dare to tread such paths. Conversely, various counter-divinatory mystical objects flourish among cultivators beyond the core formation stage. For high-tier cultivators, it is indeed a matter of I may choose not to learn, but I must remain vigilant, while simultaneously harboring no desire to master such skills. After all, while the culmination of this art is indeed formidable, its learning curve is unfathomably steep. Even the concept of fruition holds little utility in the domain of destiny. The essence of divination, akin to cultivation, requires accumulation and practice rather than mere technical prowess. Navigating the intricacies of fate, calculating destinies, and amassing great momentum necessitate personal involvement, fraught with peril at every turn. While the fruits of enlightenment might grant Wang Xian access to a premier secret of destiny, becoming a high-tier diviner cannot be achieved overnight. It demands gradual self-cultivation. Quick-fix methods hold no efficacy here, much like Wang Xian could not attain the golden core or nascent soul in a single day. Nonetheless, since you can divine, why not predict when I shall establish my foundation? Wang Xian inquired, a smile gracing his lips. If you can ascertain that, I shall believe you are indeed a master of destiny. With a smirk, Qin Yao arched an eyebrow, her composed demeanor slightly faltering before Wang Xian's provocation. Why should I seek your belief? Moreover, the art of destiny is not one to be easily revealed. However, I will offer you a word of caution. The calamity you face in a few years is no mere illusion. Although, with caution, it may not pose a life-threatening danger. The subsequent path of cultivation will not be so straightforward. I advise you to prepare while the present remains stable, lest you find yourself regretting in the face of impending tribulations. Chapter 14. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer amidst the clouds. Two azure-feathered eagles soared side by side. With an expression of calm assurance, Chen Yaoen spoke with conviction, as if she were a rare divination prodigy in the world. However, seated upon another beast, Wang Xian's heart was rife with skepticism. The art of celestial mechanics, the dangers of tribulation, and their implications on one's future cultivation, contemplating in silence. He regarded Qin Yaoyan's words merely as a reference. In truth, Wang Xian had come to the realization that his compatriot was not at all a master of divination. This was not mere speculation, but a certainty, for she had never attempted to divine his fate. Alternatively, one might say that, at least in regard to this matter, Qin Yaoyan had unequivocally refrained from employing such methods. The power of Tao fruit severs celestial mechanics and suppresses fate. Were divination capable of revealing its essence, I would gladly bestow upon you the title of reincarnated Tao Lord and reborn Emperor. Shaking his head inwardly, Wang Xian's lack of disdain for Qin Yaoyan, who seemed to possess great fortune, stemmed from the very respect he held for her, which prevented him from dismissing her words as mere folly. Possessing a Tao fruit, which inherently possesses the ability to sever celestial mechanics, placed Wang Xian in a unique position, akin to carrying an unknown artifact of celestial significance at all times. Any divination cast upon him would naturally deviate, significantly reducing its precision. Thus, had she truly divined his future, he would have sensed it. Unless the divination encompassed not just him, but a broader trend, the Tao fruit might remain inert, automatically shielding him from its influence. Or perhaps the divination pertained solely to the past, yielding only vague insights. However, both scenarios contradicted Qin Yaoyan's earlier assertions, thereby eliminating the possibility of her speaking heedlessly or of genuine divination. The only remaining explanation was the secret she harbored. Is it a forecast of the future? Or the reincarnation of a powerful being? Unlike the narrow-mindedness of a native, Wang Xian considered that if he could attain Tao fruit, then others might also possess hidden advantages. Nevertheless, the likelihood of the latter was quite low. After years of acquaintance, Qin Yaoyan did not strike him as a cunning individual. That said, regardless of her circumstances, Wang Xian mused, My earlier conjecture may indeed hold truth. The Nanhua sect, particularly the Linzhong branch, might soon face a calamity? Based on Qin Yaoyan's reaction, it did not appear to be an indiscriminate disaster, though the extent remained uncertain. Would it be confined to the branch, implicating the sect? Or would the entire Qin kingdom be involved? With a heavy heart, Wang Xian, despite being an awakened sage, found it difficult to claim unwavering loyalty to his sect. Yet the Nanhua sect had not treated him poorly. Moreover, his current favorable conditions for cultivation were predicated on the sect's continued existence. Should the sect perish? The challenges he had previously lamented about the plight of independent cultivators would be magnified tenfold in the face of adversity. Should he act now? No. It was not yet at that dire juncture. The event had not yet transpired, and there was no need to panic. Besides, should catastrophe strike, there would be others to bear the brunt. Nevertheless, such reasoning did not preclude him from preparing contingencies. With his thoughts in motion, Wang Xian maintained an impassive demeanor. He merely cast a sideways glance at Qin Yaoyan, as if he were ambivalent about her divination. Perhaps there was indeed some calamity on the horizon. Yet, even if external tribulations did arise, they were beyond the capability of qi refinement practitioners to alter. All one could do was to go with the flow and preserve oneself. Just be aware, he responded, somewhat unsurprised by her caution. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yaoyan finally said, I merely wish to remind you that if something significant occurs, ensure you take on a menial task far from the branch. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. If all goes as expected, I should leave first in a few years and will remind you then. Ultimately, how you choose to act will be your own affair. Silently nodding, Wang Xian reflected that he might indeed need to revise his cultivation plans upon receiving such news. As for reporting the information to the sect or investigating discreetly to preemptively mitigate the crisis, setting aside whether he possessed evidence, even if he did, he would not place himself in danger. That said, aside from everything else, he had intended to gather information during this excursion. Sitting cross-legged atop the azure-feathered eagle, Wang Xian resolved to advance one of his plans. He had long desired to acquire a beast to rear, one that could assist him in processing waste elixirs. As an alchemist, he had little time to delve into combat. Thus, he sought an alternative means to enhance his strength. Do you have any recommendations? Beasts? Qin Yaoyan paused slightly, not probing for specific requirements. To the east, 1,800 miles away, there exists a celestial city established near the Wanzi mountain range, where numerous independent cultivators gather to hunt beasts and harvest spiritual herbs to sustain their cultivation. However, raising a beast is no trivial task, especially one bound by a blood contract. The demon race places great importance on bloodlines, often determining their life's achievements from the moment of birth. And for beasts of superior bloodlines, you likely cannot afford them. With a slight grimace, Qin Yaoyan's words were quite direct. Yet Wang Xian had to concede that he indeed lacked the means. Generally speaking, disciples of the branch had no menial duties, thereby lacking avenues to amass wealth. And the few spiritual stones and elixirs he possessed had all been exchanged for the blood of beasts. Fortunately, Wang Xian had never intended to purchase a beast of formidable lineage. Regarding the sect's impending tribulations, based on Qin Yaoyan's reactions, it did not seem to be an impending war of cultivation, but rather an unexpected calamity that would not be enduring. Regardless, should the sect encounter difficulties, he must possess the means for self-preservation. As he pondered, Wang Xian had initially planned to remain at the Nanhua lower branch for a decade or more, prioritizing all resources for alchemy. If he could ascend to the rank of a first-tier or even second-tier alchemist, he could leverage that resource advantage to cultivate secret techniques and rear spiritual beasts to enhance his cultivation. Yet, it was now evident that his plans required modification. The time for passive farming had passed. Henceforth, to be prudent, he would allocate 3 to 5 years to prepare defensive measures and offensive trump cards. With a glimmer in his eyes, Wang Xian's fingers brushed against the surface of his storage bag. In terms of cultivation, a rapid increase in prowess was improbable. However, now that he possessed beast blood, he could begin to experiment with the methods he had previously contemplated. Should he succeed, even upon departing the Linzhong branch in the future, he would have something to rely upon. Chapter 15. The parting gift. Though unprepared, Wang Xian had devised a plan for the journey. However, due to the scarcity of high-grade origins and spirit stones, many of his ideas remained mere concepts. Fortunately, with the connection established through the Han family, acquiring the essence of first-tier monsters would no longer pose a challenge. Feeling somewhat reassured, Wang Xian ceased his chatter atop the blue feather eagle. The following day unfolded peacefully, devoid of any surprises until their return to the lower courtyard. Occasionally, they encountered passing cultivators who chose to steer clear, wary of any potential misunderstandings. Clearly, traveling on a flying beast common amongst sect disciples, with the outer sect disciple token hanging at his waist, would hardly invite trouble within the borders of Qin country unless one flaunted immense wealth. Prior to their departure, Wang Xian had exchanged for a mid-tier wind-running pill, which would greatly enhance the speed of the blue feather eagle, enabling him to outpace nearly all qi refinement cultivators. Yet, danger never materialized. The world of cultivation was not rife with fools. As the journey progressed, Wang Xian found himself subtly probing into the future of the sect. However, Whether due to Chen Yao's reluctance to divulge information or her own uncertainty, he gleaned no clearer insights by the time they returned to the lower courtyard. This, to Wang Xian, felt entirely normal. Their relationship, while amicable, had not reached a level of complete transparency. It was unreasonable to expect full disclosure. In truth, Chen Yao's willingness to share any forewarnings on such matters already transcended the bounds of mere acquaintanceship, venturing into a realm beyond that of ordinary friends. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he would undoubtedly seek to reciprocate. Days later, at the Spirit Beast Pavilion, as he prepared to return the beast control token, a sudden sound of air being sliced through reached him from behind. Here, this is for you. With a swift motion, a storage bag landed neatly in his grasp. Wang Xian paused, taken aback, and regarded Chen Yao with curiosity. What is this for? Consider it a token of gratitude, she replied. I forgot to mention that. In appreciation for your care, though you have done nothing in particular, Chen Wanru has prepared a gift for you as well. There's no need for such formality. She is well regarded by the master and hardly lacks spirit stones. Just consider it a windfall and use it to acquire a decent monster egg. Chen Yao rolled her eyes slightly, a hint of disdain crossing her features. The lineage grade is inconsequential. To me, the distinctions between inferior, middle, and superior are all the same. What truly matters is tracing back to the origins of the bloodline, ideally one that is sufficiently ancient, as it may still possess a sliver of potential for mutation. Though the odds of success were minuscule, it was worth a gamble, a flicker of hope. In casual conversation, she expounded on the concept of bloodline mutation, which refers to the exceedingly rare chance of a monster reverting to an ancestral form during gestation or major breakthroughs in cultivation. However, in all honesty, Chen Yao did not perceive much practical value in it. One must understand that a monster's bloodline is akin to a human spiritual root, categorized into inferior, middle, superior, earth, heaven, and even ancient true spirits. Just as it is challenging for humans to enhance their spiritual roots postnatally, the same holds true for monstrous bloodlines, which are equally difficult to elevate. Therefore, the term 1 in 10,000 concerning bloodline mutation primarily refers to the probability of an inferior bloodline transforming into a middle grade one. The stronger the lineage, the closer the odds approach zero. Coupled with the fact that high-tier monsters are often hard to breed, it truly becomes a gamble of luck. Yet, she thought, it mattered little. True, excellent bloodline eggs were rare commodities, and since elimination was inevitable in the future, one might as well take a chance. If fortune smiled upon him, it could serve as a significant boon. Reflecting on this, Chen Yao silently nodded. In any case, take it. It's hers, and one should not refuse a gift. However, do not mistake this for a mere warning. While you may take her gift, do not harbor any improper intentions towards her. Otherwise, your fate may not end well. Clearing her throat lightly, Wang Xian found himself rendered speechless. You worry too much. Chen Shimi is exceptionally talented. How could I? No, you have misunderstood my point. She interjected calmly, waving her hand. Gazing skyward, as if recalling something, she continued, I am not referring to the disparity between you two, although it is indeed present. That is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in Chen Wanru herself. True to her name, she is gentle, courteous, kind, and generous. As an inner sect disciple, she does not forget to care for her distant cousin. Despite having spoken little this time, she has prepared a gift for you. The difference in status accompanied by such a distinct attitude, does it not provoke the notion that you might be special in her eyes? Ah, if you feel that way, then you are already perilously close to danger. Oh, I almost forgot. My wording here may lack precision. With a calm demeanor, Chen Yao clarified. When I speak of danger, it does not necessarily pertain to physical harm, but certainly to a form of spiritual demise. In my view, some individuals may be alive, yet they are already dead. Therefore, to prevent you from meeting a similar fate, I suggest it would be wise to maintain your distance from her. Wang Xian replied, Very well, I had no intention of pursuing anything in that regard, yet Chen Yao's words instilled a sense of caution. As a normal cultivator, Wang Xian, too, experienced a spectrum of emotions and could appreciate beauty. However, he would not recklessly engage with someone who seemed fraught with complications, especially at his current level of cultivation. Rest assured, he assured her, in light of this, I shall express my gratitude to Miss Chun for her generosity. Having no further thoughts on the matter, Wang Xian expressed his thanks. He regarded it merely as a loan, securing the storage bag at his waist. A debt that can be repaid is a sign of friendship. One that cannot is mere charity. Having additional spirit stones to procure a monster egg was undoubtedly beneficial. Within a year, he would be able to journey to Wanzhou Stanqing. After bidding farewell to Chanyo and returning to his assigned courtyard, Wang Xian wasted no time. Once he restored his internal energy and physical state to perfection, he promptly retrieved a row of small vials from the storage bag. The exquisite jade vials were inscribed with simple runes to seal the spiritual energy within. Upon opening one of the vials, an odd aroma, tinged with a hint of blood, wafted forth. Undoubtedly, this was Wang Xian's most significant acquisition from the trip, the essence of an unknown monster with inferior bloodline, its power reaching the threshold of first-tier initial stage. According to the agreement with the Han family, they would periodically send him monster essence and varying quantities of spirit stones based on the quality of the pills and insights he provided. As long as Wang Xian exhibited stable progress, this exchange would continue until the Han family cultivated their own formal alchemist. Chapter 16. The efficacy of essence blood and inferior bloodline suffice. After all, it is a transformation of the original source. The nature of the bloodline is not of paramount significance. Contemplating this, Wang Xian recalled having encountered references to beast bloodlines in the texts distributed by his sect. In a strict sense, beastly entities are defined as those with bloodlines above the inferior grade, while inferior bloodlines are akin to mortals in the human realm, possessing spiritual roots with strengths ranging from 6 to 10 points. In this world of cultivation, individuals devoid of spiritual roots do not exist. However, those with 1 to 5 points can hardly sense spiritual energy, and those with 6 to 10 points struggle to cultivate, even with forceful training. Reaching the third level of chi refinement would mark the culmination of their lives. Thus, apart from demonic sects that invest significantly in breeding them as lowly blood slaves or corpse slaves, other sects and families tacitly acknowledge the inability of inferior spiritual roots to cultivate and refrain from allocating any resources. Similarly, inferior bloodlines among beasts exhibit this pattern, with barely reaching the initial stage of the first rank being their utmost limit, ultimately becoming mere dishes in the hands of spiritual chefs, devoid of any potential for advancement. However, Wang Xian was not particularly troubled by this. For while the strength of a bloodline does indeed influence the prowess of beasts of the same rank and the purity of their essence blood, the disparity from the perspective of providing the original source is not as pronounced, when strengths are equivalent. A drop of essence blood from an inferior bloodline beast is valued at over double that of a low-grade one, yet in terms of the perception of Tao fruits, the former is only marginally superior to the latter. Therefore, from a cost-effectiveness standpoint, Wang Xian naturally opted for the most economical recharging method. Demon pills and golden cores lie beyond my reach. Let us first observe your effects. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer, reaching for the jade vial to pour the essence blood into his palm. Upon contact, the chaotic and ferocious energy of the essence blood immediately radiated from his hand, mingled with a hint of the malice of a dying beast. Had he possessed the appropriate body refining techniques, this moment would have been ideal for cultivation. Nevertheless, Wang Xian was not currently engaged in body refinement, and even if he were, he would not resort to the crude method of utilizing beast blood. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, he turned his spiritual awareness inward. With a mental nudge, the fragmented lunar disk within his sea of consciousness trembled slightly. In the next instant, the life essence of the blood in his palm vanished as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, a surge of original power materialized in his sea of consciousness. Upon closer inspection, this power seemed comparable to the 3 months of cultivation he had previously expended. Is this all? His expression shifted slightly. The essence blood of a beast equivalent to the first layer of chi refinement yielded such a meager amount of original power. Though he had mentally prepared for this, disappointment still washed over him. He had previously speculated that since the driving force sought by Tao fruits is not spiritual energy but rather the original essence of living beings, what then distinguishes the mana painstakingly cultivated by him from the spiritual energy of the world? Perhaps it is due to the infusion of a cultivator's vitality and spirit. Golden cores, nascent souls, and essence blood are all intrinsically linked to the vitality and spirit of living beings, and thus, they must not be compromised. Even if the latter can be restored, repeated losses may harm one's foundation and affect longevity. In such circumstances, considering that upon a cultivator's demise, their golden core and nascent soul would swiftly dissipate, it can be inferred that at the moment of death, the vitality and spirit of a being might already begin to shatter. The longer the duration since death, the more is lost, ultimately returning to the heavens and transforming into unclaimed spiritual energy over time. Furthermore, given that Wang Xian's cultivation of the tiny jade volume is derived from the sublimation of Tao fruits, the connection between the two is naturally more profound. Hence, a vial containing the concentrated essence of a beast of inferior bloodline at the first layer of chi refinement equates to merely the 3 months of his initial cultivation. There is no need for excessive concern. Overall, it is neither too much nor too little. Setting down the empty vial, Wang Xian conducted a brief calculation. The combined essence blood required was only half enough for him to comprehend Introduction to Alchemy to the next stage, allowing him to stably refine the 3 types of first-tier pills documented therein, achieving a success rate exceeding 50%, ensuring that each batch produces 1 or 2 authentic pills. Alternatively, he could extract the lower-tier portion from the Baiong pill manual. Utilizing all this essence blood would suffice for him to grasp its fundamentals and permit an additional 1 or 2 attempts, slightly enhancing his probability of success. With the jade vial set aside, 2 choices lay before Wang Xian. However, he did not hesitate long, opting for the latter. Introduction to Alchemy is widely circulated, with various analyses and experiences readily available, making it easy for the Han clan to acquire. In fact, many scattered alchemists excel in the crafting of unranked pills such as the Bigu pill from Introduction to Alchemy, as this type of pill requires no special cauldron but merely the essence of grains for its formulation. Therefore, If he wishes to stabilize this relationship and continuously exchange the refined pills and recorded insights for beast essence blood, he must demonstrate value. Moreover, the complete pill manual encompasses an entire system, far surpassing what the former can offer, marking it as a long-term strategy. Regrettably, precisely because it possesses a complete system, he can only deconstruct it in segments rather than delve deeply into any single pill. The Baiyang Pill Manual is a comprehensive inheritance of second-tier, mid-grade alchemy under normal conditions. Only first-tier upper-grade alchemists within the Nanhua sect hold the privilege to borrow it. Its content is extensive, with the first-tier lower-grade section alone comprising 13 categories and 69 types of pills, 17 types of potions, 9 types of ointments, and 3 types of incense production methods. Given a choice, Wang Xian would certainly prefer to set aside some formulas he has no use for, or even directly comprehend the first-tier upper-grade spirit elevation pill, which aids lower-grade spiritual roots in breaking through the mid-phase bottleneck of qi refinement. However, the complete system is intricately layered and interconnected. When explaining a particular alchemical technique, it often encompasses several types of pills, elucidating to the alchemist the rationale behind such methods and the implications of alternative approaches on different pills. In such a context, Wang Xian could at most categorize the Baiyang Pill Manual into 6 stages: first-tier lower grade, first-tier mid-grade, first-tier upper grade, complete first-tier, second-tier lower grade, and complete pill manual, rendering it impossible to individually study any specific pill. Of course, this is not necessarily a disadvantage, for according to his estimations, if comprehending a complete manual containing 100 formulas consumes an amount of original essence equivalent to 1, then sequentially understanding 100 independent formulas could require a total consumption of 10 in original essence. This is still a conservative estimate, as one ascends to higher tiers, the disparity may very well widen. Were it not for this, Wang Xian would not be the type to lack adaptability. He would have already sought alternative avenues. Chapter 17. Advancement in Alchemy with a Resolute Intention. Wang Xian secluded himself for a year, diligently refining elixirs and honing his skills. Unlike his previous solitary attempts, this time, through the second application of the Tao fruit to comprehend conceptual knowledge, Wang Xian experienced a profound clarity in his understanding. Taking the elixir scriptures as an example, regardless of their level, a single moment of insight constitutes the so-called entry. Once entry is achieved, an alchemist can ensure the successful creation of elixirs. However, such products are typically of inferior quality, and the success rate of elixir production is exceedingly low, leading to substantial wastage of materials. This level of alchemy is fundamentally a state of significant loss, necessitating a continuous influx of resources for refinement. Wang Xian's prior enlightenment and entry into alchemy relied heavily on the provision of materials from a formal alchemist and took him 2 years to finally produce a genuine elixir. This was only feasible because the 3 types of elixirs he worked with were quite basic. Otherwise, the timeline would have been extended further. To consistently produce genuine elixirs with a success rate exceeding 30%, Wang Xian would need to gain insight 5 times, reaching a level of proficiency. Progressing further, achieving insight 30 times would yield minor success, with a 50% success rate, or stabilize quality while maintaining the 30% success rate, ensuring that over half of the products are genuine. This is the recognized standard for formal alchemists by the sect. At this stage, an alchemist can begin to turn a profit, albeit a modest one. Each advancement in alchemy enhances profitability. As for higher-grade elixirs, according to Wang Xian's estimates, he would need to achieve insight 100 or 200 times to reach a level of great success for stable production, though he does not aspire to that. After all, achieving minor success in his insights would already provide a comprehensive understanding of that segment of the elixir scriptures, allowing him to commence the next stage without the necessity of mastering every level to perfection. Ultimately, in the realm of cultivating immortality, one and Oppos, S realm dictates everything. High-grade elixirs are often in high demand and can command a premium, allowing for profitability without achieving minor success. Conversely, low-grade elixirs frequently depreciate, with sect alchemists merely breaking even. In such circumstances, alchemy is distinct from cultivation, as it emphasizes foundation, naturally prioritizing the refinement of high-grade elixirs. Once he becomes a second-tier alchemist, he may very well grasp the first-tier concepts without needing the Tao fruit, thus avoiding further expenditure of his essence. It is worth noting that even if Wang Xian achieves foundation establishment in the future, it does not imply that first-tier essence will become useless to him. The myriad arts of immortality are abundant, and aside from the 1 or 2 he specializes in, many others hold significant value for mastery. With the Tao fruit at his disposal, Wang Xian naturally aspires to become a polymath if the opportunity arises. A year later, within the tranquility of his chamber, he sat cross-legged, absorbing the ethereal moonlight and spiritual energy surrounding him. After a moment, Wang Xian exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, the bottleneck of the 4th layer of qi refinement had vanished as if it never existed. With the natural operation of his cultivation technique, he smoothly advanced into the mid-stage of qi refinement. However, Compared to his early cultivation, the progress in this mid-stage was markedly slower. Over half a year ago, Wang Xian had reached the pinnacle of the third layer. For those with ordinary mid-grade spiritual roots, reaching this stage often requires a calm mind, deep comprehension of the techniques, and can take anywhere from a month to a year to break through the bottleneck. Yet, in the presence of the Taoist Jade record, advancing to the fourth layer was still achieved in one fell swoop, with no interruptions whatsoever. From the time he entered the sect at nearly 13 until just past 16 when he entered the mid-stage of Qi refinement. A total of 3.5 years had elapsed, roughly half the average time for mid-grade spiritual roots and akin to the lower tier of upper-grade roots. Although this data does not account for the use of elixirs, with resource supplementation, advancements in cultivation can often occur more swiftly. However, in practical cultivation, no one can maintain the theoretical speed of advancement indefinitely. After all, the time spent on studying various arts, visiting friends, hunting beasts, and attending to sect affairs cumulatively consumes enough time to offset the advantages conferred by elixirs and resources for affluent loose cultivators, outer sect disciples, or scions of minor immortal families. Thus, overall, even without the aid of elixirs, Wang Xian's speed of advancement remains quite remarkable. Elixirs that enhance cultivation are prohibitively expensive, generally starting at the first tier of mid-grade, a level he has yet to reach in terms of refining. In quiet contemplation, Wang Xian considered the path ahead. Upon entering the mid-stage, the time required for cultivation noticeably increased, typically calculating the pace of mid-grade spiritual roots at the mid-tier level. It would take 5 years to reach the 5th layer, 7 years to attain the 6th layer, and another 9 years to prepare for the threshold of late-stage Qi refinement, averaging a total of 21 years, followed by 3 to 5 additional years to complete the breakthrough. Adding the cultivation time spent in the early stage of Qi refinement, 30 years would swiftly pass. If this pace continues, coupled with the 8th and 9th layers of Qi refinement, even for diligent cultivators, there may only be one opportunity to attempt foundation establishment before the age of 60 or 70 when vitality wanes. The prospect of foundation establishment for mid-grade spiritual roots appears bleak, while it is virtually impossible for those with low-grade roots. Indeed, only misremembered tomes exist, never misrepresented ballads. Shaking his head slightly, it must be said that Wang Xian now somewhat acknowledges the sect's and aristocratic family's singular focus on spiritual roots. Setting aside the success rates granted by different grades of spiritual roots during foundation establishment under normal cultivation, a practitioner with low-grade roots may never achieve full Qi refinement without elixirs, even until death. Fortunately, Wang Xian does not possess low-grade roots. Otherwise, even with the Taoist Jade record and the Tao fruit at his side, he would likely face significant hardships during the early stages of the immortal path. Thus, there are two immediate priorities: the art of protection and the advancement of alchemy. Once I become a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, I will be able to refine my own elixirs to enhance my cultivation. Furthermore, beyond this, I can leverage this to expand my connections and explore new channels. The Han family serves as a prime example. Over the past year, aside from focusing on alchemy and cultivation, Wang Xian has sent several letters detailing experiences unrelated to the inheritance of elixir scriptures. In each letter, he subtly conveyed a glimpse of his progress, intentionally revealing a portion of his talent in alchemy. As a result, the Han family has significantly heightened their regard for him. With the final batch of elixirs exchanged for the essence blood of beasts, coupled with the previously advanced payment, Wang Xian successfully completed 5 insights into the first tier of the Baiyang elixir scriptures, officially entering the proficient stage. However, this necessitates that unless he reveals his true speed of advancement, he must seek new avenues beyond the Han family's channels. Yet, this was within his expectations. After all, only upon reaching the second stage of alchemy can I stabilize the refinement of genuine elixirs. As a means of supporting formal alchemists, only genuine elixirs meet the baseline requirements of the 100 Arts Pavilion. Gently tapping the table, Wang Xian retrieved the extra elixirs he had accumulated over the past year. He understood that not every alchemist in the lower courtyard possesses the capability to sell elixirs. Chapter 18. Exploiting public resources for personal gain. According to the regulations of the lower house, apprentices at the Bai Pavilion, while enjoying the periodic allocation of materials from the sect, are not entitled to dispose of their practice products. Only artisans who possess independent alchemy or forging rooms may, with the tacit approval of the sect, sell their products, sometimes even directly to the sect, which serves as an invisible benefit under the principle that the strong thrive. However, the sect's intention in investing resources is to enable disciples to hone their alchemical skills, rather than to amass wealth or exploit the sect's resources. Therefore, only elixirs above the standard quality are accepted for exchange. Previously, Wang Xian had prioritized opening external channels for this very reason. After a moment of contemplation, he found himself once again standing before the Bai Pavilion after 3 years. As before, the vicinity of the pavilion was sparsely populated. He felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, according to the insinuation of the Foundation Establishment Senior, he should keep his distance from this place. Nevertheless, considering that it had been 3 years since his last visit and the sect had no other location for exchanging elixirs, He stepped through the grand entrance of the Bai Pavilion. To his surprise, not only was the hall devoid of patrons, but there was also no one behind the counter. "Excuse me, is anyone here?" After searching around and failing to locate a steward to exchange elixirs, and noticing that the previous Foundation establishment senior was absent, Wang Xian had no choice but to call out, "Please wait a moment, I'll be right there." In the next instant, a crisp and youthful voice responded, and a little girl in a white dress hurriedly approached from behind the counter. Her hair was styled in 2 small buns, and remnants of baby fat still graced her cheeks. Frowning instinctively, Wang Xian noted that, no matter how he looked at it, she appeared to be no more than 10 years old. However, when their gazes met, he was unexpectedly met with a glimmer of surprise in her bright eyes. Wang Xian ventured tentatively, "Do you recognize me, junior sister?" "No, I don't know you," she emphasized loudly, her eyes flickering. Sensing Wang Xian's doubtful gaze, she awkwardly shifted the subject. "Well, today the senior is not here, so I'm in charge. May I ask what you need from the Bai Pavilion, senior brother?" "I'm here to exchange for elixirs." After a brief moment of mutual scrutiny, and only when she averted her gaze in embarrassment did Wang Xian reveal his purpose. "Exchange for elixirs?" Her already large eyes widened further, and Danshan instinctively asked, "You can already refine standard quality elixirs?" "Already?" Wang Xian echoed, raising an eyebrow. "Ah no, what I meant was, senior brother, you are truly impressive. Managing to become an officially recognized alchemist of the sect at such a young age." Realizing her blunder, Danshan hurriedly corrected herself. After all, according to the sect's regulations, aside from the supervising guardians, no one is permitted to pry into the personal privacy of disciples during their alchemical practices. However, from across the wooden counter, Wang Xian could only shake his head in exasperation at the girl's reaction. Indeed, every regulation has its rationale. Why does the sect limit the recruitment of disciples to those aged between 12 and 15? It is precisely because those too old are difficult to cultivate loyalty, while those too young lack the capability for independent survival. Just looking at the girl before him, who appeared no older than 10, he could tell that without proper guidance, she might easily be deceived of her meal money. "Ahem, junior sister." Shaking his head in resignation, Wang Xian presented his identity token. "Do I really look that foolish to you? However," he continued, "regardless, I would appreciate it if you could expedite my registration. If possible, please grant me access to the soul contract section of the beast taming techniques, as I plan to visit the scripture repository afterward." Without further inquiry, as Wang Xian had already surmised the girl's background, her choice of words like "actually" and "already" indicated that she had seen his entrance assessment from 3 years ago. Given her tender age and her presence in the lower house, along with her audacity to act on behalf of the Foundation establishment senior, it was clear that their relationship was quite close. Thus, aside from the kind of illicit behavior typical of demonic sects, it was likely that the Foundation establishment elder and the girl were related by blood. Presumably, she was a talented individual, chosen as the elder's successor. Hence her frequent presence at his side. During Wang Xian's assessment, she must have been present, but her senior's concealed abilities had prevented him from noticing her. In this light, the elder's reluctance to allow Wang Xian to visit the Bai Pavilion was understandable, yet Wang Xian did not harbor any resentment. After all, he does indeed provide tangible benefits. He mused internally, recognizing that aside from the Dao fruit, the Baiyang Danshu was the most valuable possession he held. Thus, with great care, he took out the elixirs he had previously refined. "This junior sister, here are 36 first-stage lower-grade cleansing blood pills, standard quality, 3 bottles in total. 24 first-stage lower-grade spirit-feeding pills, standard quality, 2 bottles in total. 7 first-stage lower-grade spirit-nurturing liquids, standard quality, 7 bottles in total." He meticulously arranged and introduced the 8 different elixirs. "Regardless of whether you knew me before, since you are now acting as a steward, let us proceed according to the rules. Do you require a quality inspection?" "Well, since they are brought by senior brother, there is no need for that." Biting her lips slightly, Danshan shook her head. Yet, as she gazed at the elixirs, a flicker of doubt crossed her clear eyes. "However, senior brother, I must remind you that when exchanging external elixirs for sect contributions, it is best not to exceed 30% of the total amount, and without a backing. It can easily be deemed as a typical case. As for the exchange for the soul contract, that would not pose a problem, as it was the most common beast taming technique and did not involve any real secret arts. All that was required was for senior brother to register." "Is something the matter, senior brother?" Wang Xian replied, "It's nothing." What else could he say? He was naturally grateful for the revelation that the Nanhua sect's contribution system could be manipulated through back channels. Was this truly a reminder or an encouragement? And the 30% cap, was that a fixed rule? Wang Xian silently lamented how these clan offspring played the game. Indeed, the so-called rules cannot be broken. Either one lacks the qualifications to break them, or one lacks the value for others to break them on one's behalf. Nevertheless, upon reflection, Wang Xian realized that he too was among the beneficiaries. After all, without the Foundation establishment senior's exploitation of public resources, he would not have been entitled to enjoy the privileges of an official alchemist ahead of time. Chapter 19. Past grievances. With a smile, Wang Xian spoke calmly, "Rest assured, Junior sister, regarding the origins of the elixirs, all of them bear traces of the earth fire from within our sect, easily recognizable by any Foundation establishment cultivator. I have a modest talent in the alchemical arts, and there is no need for me to resort to such underhanded means. Is that so? Well, in that case, you are truly impressive, senior brother. This sincere compliment from Dan Shun was given with genuine belief. Over the span of 3 years, she had indeed progressed remarkably, emerging as a prodigy with the potential to become a second-tier alchemist. After diligently completing the necessary procedures, the young woman promptly infused the contribution quota into the jade token. This was not a lapse in duty, rather, her willingness to trust Wang Xian stemmed from a secret she had never shared with anyone. Since her childhood, Dan Shun had possessed an innate and remarkable talent for alchemy. Despite her excellent spiritual roots, her grandfather preferred she focus on her cultivation before Foundation establishment, intending for her to delve into various arts afterward. Yet, even without hands-on experience, Dan Shun had an instinctive feeling that alchemy might be more accessible to her than she had imagined. Thus, 3 years ago, during a fleeting encounter behind the barrier of formations, she had noticed subtle differences in Wang Xian's alchemical techniques. That day, her ancestor had claimed to be a sudden enlightenment-type genius, but Dan Shun was perceptive enough to see through her grandfather's insincere words, which were merely a tender lie meant to prevent her from being overly ambitious. However, she pondered that perhaps her grandfather had inadvertently spoken the truth. Wang Xian was indeed a sudden enlightenment genius, as he had just experienced a moment of insight right before her eyes. It seemed they shared a similar affinity for alchemy. Consequently, despite their limited interactions, Dan Shun felt a slight fondness for this senior brother, not of romantic nature, but rather a kinship rooted in shared talent. This senior brother. I am Dan Shun, Dan for Elixir Anshin for Dawn. She handed back the jade token that recorded her contributions, introducing herself earnestly. In the coming years, I will likely be here every month on this day, handling mundane affairs for the publicly lecturing elder. If you wish to exchange elixirs, you may come at this time, and I shall offer you a discount. However, it would be better if you avoid coming at other times. Revealing the arrangements of the 100 Arts Pavilion without hesitation, the girl reminded him with a smile. Oh, I see. Today is indeed the open lecture at the 100 Arts Pavilion. In that case, thank you, junior sister Dan. Wang Xian replied, unaware of her true thoughts, and bowed slightly, feeling somewhat relieved. It was better this way, to avoid complications. The discount on sect contributions was a benefit. Both an elder and a junior were amiable individuals. Wang Xian mused, wondering if they would survive the upcoming turmoil within the Nanhua sect in the years to come. Shaking off such thoughts, he realized he was overthinking. When comparing survival abilities with peak Foundation establishment cultivators, perhaps his unassuming nature was his only advantage, rather than worrying about others. It would be prudent to first address his own shortcomings and strength. After leaving the 100 Arts Pavilion, he successfully expanded the market for his elixirs. Although this would somewhat reveal Wang Xian's innate talents in alchemy, the sect was not a small family like the Han clan. Its vision was broader, with a greater capacity for acceptance regarding many matters. In the eyes of the sect, while Wang Xian's rapid ascension from novice to adept in merely 3 minutes was astonishing, if one extended the time frame to 3 years, it would no longer seem extraordinary. Having resolved the matter of elixirs, Wang Xian smoothly borrowed the secret technique of forming soul contracts with demon beasts from the library. After half a month of diligent practice, he successfully mastered this common yet rarely utilized technique in the realm of cultivation. Common, as this technique was widely circulated. Unlike the contracts created by spirit contract masters, the soul contracts and blood contracts used by beast tamers could be employed by anyone, with no barriers to entry. However, it was not frequently used because soul contracts could only be formed with unborn beast eggs, making their applicability inferior to blood contracts. Moreover, while soul contracts imposed a higher degree of binding, once established, they could not be undone, even if the beast outgrew its master. This, however, also intensified the bond between human and beast. Many soul-related curses and techniques could indirectly affect the master through the demon beast. Fortunately, with the Tao fruit fortifying his sea of consciousness, genuine mental attacks posed no threat to Wang Xian, making him immune to such obscure techniques. Hence, between blood and soul contracts, he ultimately opted for the soul contract. As for body-refining techniques, Wang Xian had sought them out but found most unsatisfactory. Ideally, he wished to find a foundational technique to subtly enhance it, guiding it closer to the direction of the Taoist Jade Codex and continuously improve it over time. In the future, when his cultivation reached a profound level, he could merge the two into one, perfecting his self-created supreme technique. Though lacking evidence, his intuition advised him to refrain from allowing external influences to affect his essence, qi, and spirit before forming the golden core, unless they were naturally occurring spiritual treasures or energies like the Taoist moonlight. Gently tapping the table, Wang Xian returned a body-refining technique titled Tiger Demon Body Refining Method to the library and subsequently exited through the main door. To minimize energy expenditure, he planned to redeem a body-refining technique that absorbed star power or moonlight after a while, intending to elevate it to the first-tier limit. However, just as he was about to leave, a figure caught his peripheral vision, strikingly familiar. It's him. His gaze sharpened momentarily before returning to normal. There. A group of outer disciples, assigned to oversee the library, stood neatly in line, awaiting the elder's instructions. Among them, in the middle of the formation, was a sharp-nosed youth, none other than the course seller Wang Xian had encountered years ago upon entering the sect. By the looks of it, he had transitioned from the lower academy to the main mountain and was now assigned back to the lower academy for menial tasks. What a coincidence! Yet, this held no relevance for Wang Xian. Silently contemplating, he passed by the line. Just like a few years ago, regardless of their past minor conflict, this was still within the sect. Even if the other party remembered their trivial dispute, it was highly unlikely they would resort to violence, seeking their own demise. Chapter 20. The method of guarding the path outside the scripture pavilion. The cold voice of the black-clad steward resonated. Listen well, you newcomers. From today onward, you shall form groups of 3, responsible for the cleaning, dusting, and inspection of the scripture pavilion. The pavilion is safeguarded by a formation, thus, no one is permitted to wield their powers here. Therefore, the cleaning must be performed manually. Should I discover any negligence? Do not blame me for marking your duties with a grade. If the sect's tasks remain unfulfilled, there will be consequences. Before him, a group of disciples obediently responded, including the sharp-featured youth, Li Xiang. As Wang Xian had anticipated, Li Xiang had once sought to amass wealth through selling lessons, aiming to break through to the late stage of qi refinement before the age of 28, thereby securing a position in the inner sect upon reaching the mountain gate. However, the price of the breakthrough elixirs was exorbitant, and the Bai Yun Dan, which could aid in overcoming the bottleneck of the late qi refinement stage, was even more costly than many second-tier elixirs, ultimately preventing him from gathering the necessary spirit stones and thus missing his chance at the inner sect. In such circumstances, once outer sect disciples departed from the lower academy, they were obliged to fulfill corresponding duties to serve the sect, leaving them unable to devote all their time to cultivation. Consequently, after much wandering, he found himself back here again. Yet, upon returning to familiar grounds, his status had irrevocably changed. Although he remained an outer sect disciple, he could no longer enjoy the privileges of the lower academy. Just a little further. Just a little further. It had been a long time since that day. Yet Li Xiang could not let go of his regrets. He was born with a mid-grade golden spiritual root, merely a step away from a superior grade, and with the support of his family's foundation-building ancestor. If only his resources had been more abundant. How could he have been turned away from the inner sect upon leaving the academy? Taking a deep breath, Li Xiang harbored a quiet resentment. His failure not only cost him the inner sect position, but also meant that the resources provided by his family would significantly diminish, making it impossible to maintain his pace of cultivation. However, circumstances were beyond his control. Standing among the crowd, he dared not challenge the sect's rules, and could only obediently heed the steward's admonitions. Though physically present, Li Xiang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. His gaze inadvertently swept across the crowd, and at one moment, a familiar figure caught his eye. HM? Is it him? Initially taken aback, memories surged forth. It was the very new disciple he had failed to deceive, who now appeared to be thriving. Grinding his teeth slightly, an unnamed fury ignited within Li Xiang's heart. Despite knowing that he bore no enmity toward this nameless lower academy disciple, indeed, it was he who had attempted to trick the other, he couldn't help but feel aggrieved. If everyone in the world could think fairly, then harmony would have long been achieved. Damn it, it's you. How infuriating, he thought. Had you only obliged and purchased my lessons back then, I might have managed to gather enough spirit stones. With resentment in his eyes, Li Xiang felt a deep unfairness brewing within. Had he been an inner sect disciple at this moment, he would not have to waste precious cultivation time attending to menial duties. He should have had his own independent cave residence, enabling family members to assist him in fulfilling sect tasks, ultimately securing foundation-building elixirs. Yet, fixated on that figure until Wang Xian disappeared from view, Li Xiang could only seethe inwardly, utterly powerless. After all, this was the Nanhua sect, and he was no reckless fugitive. Even if he encountered someone outside the sect, he would hardly dare to act against a fellow disciple for fear of being discovered and hunted down, let alone here within the sect. Thus, with a heart full of indignation yet no recourse, he averted his gaze and covertly watched other lower academy disciples passing by. How laughable. Though you seem comfortable now. How long can you maintain this peace? I possess a nearly superior grade spiritual root and family support. I had the potential to strive for the inner sect. What do you have? Aside from a few so-called geniuses, you will ultimately ascend as mere outer sect disciples, toiling for the true inner disciples in the end. What difference is there between us? Enjoy your fleeting days of comfort while you can, he scoffed, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. Although another's misfortune does not guarantee one's own fortune, such is human nature. People suffer not from scarcity, but from inequality. If he could not thrive, he found solace in the thought that others suffered equally. Leaving the scripture pavilion, unaware of the psychological turmoil of a certain outer sect disciple, Wang Xian paid little mind to this trivial episode, instead making his way directly to the duty hall. Li Xiang posed no significant threat, currently. He was merely a mid-stage Qi refinement disciple who had entered the sect a few years prior. With a mid-grade spiritual root, he could be stymied for years by the bottleneck of the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Nevertheless, as he walked, today's encounter served as a subtle alarm for Wang Xian. Indeed, this was Baiyun Mountain, the Linzhong Lower Academy of the Nanhua sect, where few dared to disrupt the sect's order. Thus, whether it was Li Xiang or others, they posed little threat to Wang Xian. However, the world of cultivation was not one where order prevailed everywhere, and he might not always be the protected individual. For the sake of long-term planning, enhancing his combat strength had become an urgent priority. Ultimately, there were only two paths to bolster one's power, either through self-cultivation and divine abilities, or through external magical tools and talismans. Yet, for Wang Xian, the former was not something that could be swiftly achieved, while the latter lacked sufficient financial backing, rendering both options less than optimal. Contemplating this matter, Wang Xian resolved not to pursue the training of any spells or the purchase of formidable magical tools or talismans. The former was futile. Even the mightiest of spells at the 4th layer of Qi refinement would struggle against a perfected Qi refinement. The latter was unattainable, as low-tier talismans had a short shelf life, while top-tier magical tools cost hundreds of spirit stones. Moreover, regarding the cultivation of spells, Wang Xian preferred to devise unique secret arts that resonated with the Taoist Jade volume, rather than expend his foundational energy on inferior goods circulating in the market. Given that spells in the Qi refinement stage held little significance in the cultivation world, he was even less inclined to engage in what he deemed futile endeavors. After thorough contemplation, Wang Xian suddenly realized that perhaps cultivating a powerful demon beast, especially one with exceptional bloodlines through the aid of Dao fruit, would be a far more advantageous choice than merely enhancing his own strength. Chapter 21. Wanza Immortal City. Ultimately, the ascension of the demon race is fundamentally distinct from that of humanity. Although the heavenly spiritual roots among humans hold great promise, without the accompaniment of supreme techniques, divine powers, and treasures, as well as an abundance of various resources, their combat prowess is not significantly different from those with inferior spiritual roots. In contrast, the celestial bloodlines among demon beasts are born extraordinary, allowing them to master various innate divine abilities and powers as their cultivation progresses, effortlessly battling above their rank. Perhaps their sole flaw lies in the formidable constraints imposed by their bloodline's power. With a sigh of contemplation, Wang Xian adeptly requested leave from the administrative hall and proceeded to the spirit beast garden. Success and failure alike stem from bloodlines. For humans, after forming the golden core, high-grade spiritual roots still possess the potential to weaken bottlenecks, while low-grade roots no longer hinder the advancement of their realms. However, this is not the case for the demon race. In the realm of demons, low-grade bloodlines are virtually incapable of evolving into high-tier demon beasts. To break through their limitations, they must elevate both their realm and their bloodline simultaneously. Under such circumstances, those born with inferior bloodlines must not only confront the arduous challenges of transcending realms, but also grapple with the shackles of their own lineage, akin to dancing in shackles. How could they possibly succeed? One could say that the laws of nature are constant, bringing both advantages and disadvantages, whether human or demon beast. Acquiring something invariably entails relinquishing something else, and vice versa. Reflecting softly, Wang Xian found it difficult to determine whether the existence of the bloodline shackles for demon beasts was a boon or a bane. Yet, if his sole aim were to acquire a loyal protector, a demon beast with a superior bloodline would undoubtedly be the optimal choice. Although there are numerous avenues for enhancing combat strength beyond demon beasts, such as specializing in the art of talismans, where one could envision and condense a personal true talisman during the Qi refinement stage, this talisman would eventually replace the future life treasure of a legitimate cultivator. It could be continually enhanced through the nurturing of spiritual power, complementing the cultivator's foundational cultivation, rendering it immensely worthy of any price paid in pursuit of enlightenment. Once the personal true talisman undergoes metamorphosis, it would simultaneously augment the practitioner's mastery of talisman crafting, cultivation speed, and combat prowess at the same tier, a remarkable multifaceted gain. However, true talisman practitioners are exceedingly rare, distinct from talisman crafters who merely make a living from drawing talismans. Moreover, rumors regarding them are scant in the Southern Cliff's cultivation world. Even should one find such practitioners in the future, altering one's foundational path would prove challenging. Summoning a blue-feathered eagle with a talisman, Wang Xian felt a twinge of regret, yet he did not dwell on remorse. After all, when he first embarked on the path of cultivation, he had no right to choose. Despite the myriad advantages of talisman crafting, the prevailing methods of cultivation in the current era remain far removed from talismans, indicating that the truth is not as simple as it appears in popular discourse. Perhaps the cultivation methods harbor some profound secret or reach an impasse at certain realms. Regardless, with a broad and smooth path available, Wang Xian would certainly not opt for a rugged detour, reserving the possibility to study and learn a few talisman drawing techniques later. Outside the lower Linzhong Academy, in the southeastern sky of the Qin Kingdom, Wang Xian stood atop the blue-feathered eagle, surveying the majestic mountains and rivers below. The terrain rose steeply from east to west, with a grand river flowing through the center. The entire Qin Kingdom lies in the southern part of the southern cliff cultivation realm, adjacent to the Wanzi mountain range in the southeast, facing the neighboring mountain-dwelling cultivation nations of Kai, Wu, Zhu, and Yu across the hills. Due to the vastness of the mountain range and the multitude of demon beasts, it is suspected that descendants of true spirits may be concealed within, resulting in minimal interaction between the two sides, even among nascent soul cultivators, who are reluctant to cross boundaries for fear of falling prey to powerful demons. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Regardless of the dangers posed by the Wanzi mountain range, it has not deterred loose cultivators and ambitious sect disciples from exploring at any cost, leading to the rise of Wanzi Immortal City as one of the prominent immortal cities. According to the sect-issued overview of the Qin Kingdom, this immortal city is jointly managed by the Tianshan sect of the country's nascent soul faction and 3 major merchant alliances, continuously producing a variety of precious spiritual materials. Among the treasures Wang Xian seeks, demon beast eggs are among the city's most renowned specialties. After several days, standing atop the blue-feathered eagle, Wang Xian gazed into the distance, the immortal city now coming into view. The Wanzi mountain range stretches over 100,000 miles, winding through various nations. From a high vantage point, it resembles a long snake coiling through the southeastern region of the southern cliff cultivation realm, with several branches extending outward like a many-headed serpent. Near its adjacent branch in the Qin Kingdom's cultivation realm, a grand, dark-hued city towers magnificently among the mountains, rendering the surrounding peaks akin to mere hills. As one of the largest immortal cities in the Qin Kingdom, Wanzi Immortal City is situated at the convergence of 3 high-grade spiritual veins and is traversed by over a dozen second-grade tributaries. At the city's core, a quasi-4th-grade formation envelopes the area for miles, intimidating even demon kings. It is important to note that unlike ordinary formation masters, the super formations designed to suppress an area often begin at the 3rd grade, intertwining with the spiritual veins, earth energy, and celestial phenomena of the realm, wielding power far beyond that of formations of the same tier, making them formidable even for upper-tier cultivators to breach. It is precisely due to such formations that the immortal city can stand firm near the Wanzi mountain range, untroubled by the sudden emergence of a 4th-grade demon king that could easily reduce it to ruins. As Wang Xian rode his flying mount, he observed the bustling activity surrounding the city. In the skies near the immortal city, hundreds of cultivators traversed at any given moment, with spiritual boats, escape lights, and flying swords galore, creating a stark contrast to the mundane world below. With a sense of awe, Wang Xian felt that, compared to the lower Linzhong Academy and the Han clan of Shaozi Mountain, he finally sensed that he was amidst a true cultivation world. Yet, feeling the occasional presence of foundational-level cultivators passing by, he was reminded of the reality around him. Continuing onward, he approached the city gates. Wang Xian dismounted the blue-feathered eagle and walked to a side hall adjacent to the main entrance of the immortal city. His status as a sect disciple proved advantageous once again, as he received an identity token inscribed with information without the need for payment. Were a loose cultivator to arrive here, entry alone would require a low-grade spiritual stone, and they would be permitted to stay in the city for only 7 days. Only those with fixed properties, jobs, or sect affiliations could obtain a permanent identity token. Life in the immortal city is not easily attained. Yet, for secular loose cultivators, the spiritual energy emitted by the spiritual veins is intrinsically a precious resource. Even the Han clan, where Han Qing resides, initially only possessed a low-grade spiritual vein, insufficient to sustain more than 5 cultivators in the late Qi refinement stage. With a slight sigh, Wang Xian entered the city. Within the immortal city, cultivators abound, with foundational-level practitioners far from rare, and various factions intertwined like a dense web. Fortunately, he had no intention of lingering here for long. He merely wished to be an ordinary consumer. Chapter 22. The Tianfeng Merchant Association. Following the information he had previously gathered, Wang Xian strode confidently into the inner city. Unlike the outer city, bustling with scattered cultivators and makeshift stalls, this place represented the true essence of Wanzi Immortal City. In terms of spiritual energy, the outer city offered only courtyards for rent at a maximum of quasi-second rank, providing safety but little distinction from ordinary marketplaces, and these were strictly for rent, not for sale. In contrast, the inner city housed shops from various merchant associations of other cultivation nations, as well as from major sects and noble families of the realm, featuring long-term rentals of spiritual vein caverns reaching quasi-third rank, with a staggering influx of spirit stones daily. Is this your first visit to Wanzi Immortal City, esteemed senior? If you require any assistance, I, Xiaohe, would be delighted to guide you without charging any spirit stones. Upon entering the inner city, a noticeably youthful boy approached with enthusiasm. Free of charge? Why? Wang Xian, somewhat taken aback, directly inquired. It's like this, esteemed senior. Unlike the outer city, where only a few exceedingly rare spiritual items exist, most of the spiritual materials at the Qi refinement level in the inner city are clearly priced, with quality being relatively uniform, resulting in no discernible superiority among them. This arrangement was agreed upon by the major factions to prevent malicious competition and benefit the scattered cultivators. Perhaps noticing Wang Xian's disciple identity token hanging from his waist, the boy felt no need to avoid the term scattered cultivators. In such circumstances, visiting any shop yields similar results, which is why guides have come into existence to attract customers without causing discord. Understanding dawned upon Wang Xian, who found the situation quite intriguing. It felt as if he had returned to a world from his memories. Very well, please show me around the city, he said. As a newcomer, I would appreciate your introduction to this immortal city. Thank you, esteemed senior. The boy's face lit up with joy, as guiding in the immortal city was priced by the number of individuals, not by commission. For him, simply escorting one person meant a modest profit of spirit stones, a considerable gain in the eyes of scattered cultivators. Yet, without some connections, obtaining such a guiding position was nearly impossible. As you can see, Wanza Immortal City is situated in the southeast of Qin country and boasts a history spanning thousands of years. The name originates from a scattered cultivator who obtained a fortuitous opportunity from the Wanza mountain range. He eventually progressed to the high-grade Golden Core stage, adopting the title Wanza Jinren and establishing this immortal city. During his lifetime, this Golden Core master commanded 800 soldiers, instilling awe in the region and rendering this place a sacred ground for scattered cultivators in Qin country. However, as time passed, following the master's demise, the strongest disciple was merely at the false core stage, unable to maintain control over such a vast city. To this day, the immortal city is jointly governed by the Tianshan sect of our nation, the Shiha Merchant Association from the western regions, the Yunluo Merchant Association, and the Tianfeng Merchant Association from the Great Zhou, all delineating order within. Moreover, due to its proximity to the Wanza mountain range, the city produces an abundance of various beast skins, beast eggs, spiritual herbs, and spiritual ores, encompassing a wide array of goods. As they ventured deeper, the youthful guide spoke with ease, recounting history and current affairs, addressing rumors and the primary businesses of the major factions with remarkable fluency, leaving no question unanswered. Upon passing a corner, the boy hesitated slightly upon seeing a vast establishment adorned with pavilions and intricately carved buildings. What is that place? Wang Xian asked, curiosity piqued. That is esteemed senior, that is the Wanmiao Tower, a gathering place for sound cultivators who have always been at odds with the Tianyin Pavilion of our neighboring nation. Clearing his throat, the boy continued, as you may know, the myriad arts of cultivation are complex and varied, not all serving the cultivator as personal growth. For instance, the music path, which demands stringent talent, primarily aids cultivators in suppressing their inner demons, soothing mental wounds, and nurturing their souls to enhance their cultivation. The Tianyin Pavilion is a major sect in this discipline. With its revered ancient melody, heaven opens the 7 orifices, 2 lives divided, recounting the legend of the northern and southern emperor's gratitude towards the primordial chaos. This melody is said to enhance the quality of a cultivator's golden core during formation, comparable to a high-grade golden core spiritual item, attracting countless cultivators. As for the Wanmiao Tower, there are rumors suggesting a connection to the demonic sect Wanjian sect, adept at intertwining deeper connections with cultivators through music, resonating celestial melodies that ultimately unify the listener's spirit and body, forging a soul connection. Cough, I cannot verify the truth of that. But the costs here are indeed quite steep. One could easily spend several thousand spirit stones in a single day, so esteemed senior, please consider wisely. Several thousand spirit stones? Wang Xian exclaimed, astonished, as that was nearly the price of a low-grade foundation establishment pill. Without offering further commentary, he committed the information to memory. Intrigued solely by the music path's ability to assist in cultivation, the day passed swiftly, and Wang Xian explored several core areas of the inner city, gaining a solid understanding. As twilight descended, he finally broached the true purpose of his visit. Taoist I have come to the immortal city primarily to procure a suitable beast egg. Might you have any recommendations? Of course, the bloodline level of the beast is not of utmost importance. I merely seek a captivating origin and legend. Not revealing his full intentions, Wang Xian crafted a casual excuse. A compelling origin and legend? The boy paused slightly but quickly regained composure. Observing Wang Xian's youthful appearance, he discerned that he could not be older than 16 or 17. Such a request likely indicated that he intended to gift the beast egg to a naive female cultivator of similar age, aiming to impress her without significant expense. Though inwardly skeptical, the boy had encountered such situations frequently. The allure of youth was timeless, and this request was easily fulfilled. The realm of cultivation has always revered bloodlines. Yet these bloodlines could diminish over time due to mixing and environmental changes. Consequently, the cultivation world is rife with claims of true spirit descendants whose bloodlines are, in reality, inferior. Not to worry. Most shops in the immortal city sell beast eggs, if you are not concerned with bloodline strength. There are rumors of chickens with phoenix blood and snakes with dragon blood. Such creatures are not uncommon. With a confident pat on his chest, the boy assured him. The nearest shop is none other than the Tianfeng Merchant Association from the Great Zhou. There, you will surely find what you seek. Chapter 23, The Weeds of Antiquity. The Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce, one of the 4 dominant forces in the Wanza Immortal City, was mentioned early on by the young man of the surname, who referred to this vast trading organization that spans across multiple nations. As a significant entity existing in the form of a merchant association, it is distinct from mere commercial guilds, as the chamber often finds itself backed by powerful immortal cultivation families from the Great Zhou, making its true strength formidable. Even as a mere branch, it rivals the local Tianshan sect, with two major merchant associations from the Trade Alliance, each controlling one of the three third-tier spiritual veins converging at the heart of the Immortal City. The ability to achieve such a position as an external force speaks volumes of its immense power and its emphasis on reputation. Very well, lead the way, Wang Xian replied, nodding slowly, offering no objections. His purpose for this journey was simply to acquire a beast egg. There was no need for him to be overly cautious. The Immortal City was vast, and his previous half-day exploration had merely scratched the surface. While en route to a shop under the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce, Wang Xian coincidentally passed by a moderately sized open-air stall. Unlike other places selling various spiritual materials, this location offered an array of lifeless stones devoid of spiritual energy. Numerous loose cultivators gathered nearby, sifting through the stones, some appearing disheartened, seemingly having faced some setback. What is happening here? Wang Xian inquired casually, his gaze sweeping over the scattered stones. The young man of the surname responded, this is known as stone gambling. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression shifted to one of realization. Like other shops, it was an industry permitted in the Immortal City, albeit not a legitimate business per se, but rather akin to a gambling venue. You must know that compared to ancient and medieval times, the current celestial environment has significantly deteriorated. The Yuaning stage is now the pinnacle of a state, and those at the transformation stage are nearly non-existent. One can only catch a glimpse of the once glorious immortal path through ancient relics. However, in the exploration of these ancient sites, aside from the truly perilous forbidden zones, most have long been buried underground, hidden along with the depleted spiritual veins, only to resurface with the shifting of the Earth's energies. These stones originate from such places, their outer stone skin having formed from the exhaustion of spiritual veins, possessing the ability to shield against the spiritual perception of cultivators. Considering that such sites generally yield little of value, the forces responsible for their excavation have opted to sell them publicly, yielding greater profits. As for the loose cultivators purchasing them, most seek to gamble on a stroke of luck. Coupled with historical accounts of individuals uncovering high-tier spiritual items and successfully establishing their foundations, stone gambling has become increasingly popular. I see, Wang Xian said, intrigued. Are the stones required to be opened on-site, or is it permissible to take them away for later? Naturally, they must be opened on-site, the young man replied without hesitation, a wry smile crossing his face. As you might expect, if it were ordinary spiritual stones, spiritual herbs, or low-tier heritage techniques, they could simply be opened. However, for spiritual items of the core formation stage and above, there are explicit regulations in the Immortal City that allow the major forces to forcibly purchase them at a 10% markup, unless the individual is a core disciple of a significant faction. Moreover, refusal to comply not only provokes the interests of the Immortal City's administrators but also invites the pursuit of the Tianshan sect, the dominant force of the Qin Kingdom. Consequently, there have been no exceptions over the years. Wang Xian nodded slightly, absorbing the young man's explanation. The sale of gambling stones in the Immortal City indeed offers a sliver of opportunity for the lower-tier loose cultivators. Yet, while opportunities may be granted, their magnitude cannot surpass the control exerted by the upper echelons of the Immortal City and the Yuaning sections. Thus, the existence of gambling stones serves a dual purpose, generating revenue for the backing forces while simultaneously allowing them to retain access to the most precious spiritual items, all the while providing the lower-tier cultivators with an intangible hope that dissuades them from desperate measures. What a clever arrangement, Wang Xian thought, his gaze shimmering as he remarked. Having come to the Immortal City, I ought to experience its local culture. Come, select one for me as well. Let us test our luck together. After spending a few spiritual stones, each selected a stone to be opened by the responsible party on-site. Unfortunately, Wang Xian's choice yielded nothing but a few unidentifiable weeds, while the young man of the surname uncovered a mid-tier spiritual stone, leaving him regretting his choice. As a product of the dried-up spiritual veins, spiritual stones were among the easiest materials to extract from these stones. A mid-tier spiritual stone contained roughly 10 times the spiritual energy of a low-tier stone. However, considering the quality of spiritual energy, its actual value was about 100-fold. How delightful, Wang Xian said, observing the young man's pained expression. Regardless of whether the dismay was genuine or feigned, he generously rewarded the young man with 10 spiritual stones as a token of acknowledgement for his good fortune. As for his own stone, he carefully stowed away the weeds and stone for a keepsake. A keepsake? A guest drawn by the mid-tier spiritual stone chuckled as he observed Wang Xian's meticulous collection of the weeds. This disciple of a sect is quite young. If it were truly a keepsake, why the need for such caution? The scene evoked nostalgia, reminiscent of the young man's own past when he, too, unearthed such nameless weeds during his first attempt, believing it to be a momentous discovery, thus hiding it with care. However, years later, Through diligent inquiry, it was revealed that they were indeed just weeds, not ancient spiritual plants that others failed to recognize. For your understanding, that weed you unearthed is indeed an ancient spiritual herb, albeit one that does not rank in tiers. Its only notable characteristic is that if cultivated in a scale exceeding 100,000, there exists a slight probability of yielding a first-tier herb. Exceeding 100 million may yield a second-tier herb. Moreover, there are rumors that once it ascends to the third tier or above, this particular herb could even possess the power to alter fate and refine the spiritual roots. Thus, in ancient and medieval times, this weed was cultivated abundantly, flourishing in various heavenly realms and desolate spiritual veins, leading to fortunate mortals stumbling upon mutated high-tier spiritual herbs and subsequently rising to prominence as prodigies with exceptional spiritual roots. However, with the passage of time and the alteration of the world, this herb, known as tear-stained grass, can no longer thrive. Even when planted in a fourth-tier spiritual vein, it remains indistinguishable from mere weeds, devoid of its former potential for mutation. I could not bear to see you reveling in false hopes. Hence, I felt compelled to offer this word of caution. I hope you do not take offense. Chapter 24. The gem-embracing pavilion. Is there truly such a notion? Upon hearing this, Wang Xian was initially taken aback. He did not anticipate that his actions would be so easily discerned. However, upon further reflection, it seemed rather unsurprising. One can understand one's own affairs, although Wang Xian recognized he was not merely an innocent 17-year-old lad. He was equally not a wizened old man seasoned by the vicissitudes of life. Encountering a peculiar stone and feeling a spark of inspiration, he fancied he could seize a significant opportunity, yet his performance in the moment was evidently lacking. All these occurrences were perfectly normal. Fortunately, this was not a matter of life and death. Wang Xian could only resolve to practice more in the future. That said, the extraordinary method of genesis and the ability to enhance one's spiritual roots were indeed wondrous phenomena in this vast world. With a hint of sentimentality, Wang Xian mused that this ancient herb known as tear-stained grass might fundamentally be a spiritual plant associated with traces of the Tao. Yet, with the passage of epochs and the transition of great principles, it ultimately lost its inherent marvel. The reason Wang Xian was able to sense it previously might be due to the remnants of an ancient era it bore, rather than any lingering power it possessed. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and Wang Xian respectfully bowed to the cultivator who had just offered him advice, then curiously inquired, "Your kind reminder is appreciated. But may I ask, if the spiritual herb can enhance spiritual roots above the third tier, does it yield any effects at the first or second tiers?" "I cannot say for certain," the other responded, shaking his head. "Perhaps it does, but the effects may be so subtle as to be imperceptible, which is why ancient texts do not record them." The guest sighed in contemplation. In ancient times, various celestial materials and earthly treasures abounded, and the alteration of spiritual roots was indeed much easier, to the point that many spiritual plants with negligible effects were overlooked by the cultivators of that era. The disparity in the environment was so pronounced. Had he been born in the ancient or Middle Ages, he would have surely been able to reach the foundation establishment stage, if not the core formation stage. "Ah, I see. Thank you for enlightening me." Wang Xian nodded slightly, pondering deeply over such insights. The effects being so minuscule that they were virtually immeasurable left him curious about the exact nature of this imprecision. If he were to consume 1,000 of these herbs, could it elevate him to a superior spiritual root? For now, there were no answers, but Wang Xian chose to remember this information. Should he advance to foundation establishment in the future, and if there were any surplus in the first-tier origins, it would not be unwise to give it a try. After all, as a cultivator, the innate power of one's origins could indeed be regarded as a supplemental spiritual entity when breaking through to higher realms. Not lingering in the stone gambling house, Wang Xian followed the guidance of the young man surnamed He and proceeded along the main thoroughfare of the inner city. Before night fully descended, he finally arrived at the Beastmaster Pavilion of the Tianfeng Commerce Association. At the entrance of the pavilion, a steady stream of people came and went. For millennia, the Tianfeng Commerce Association had flourished, renowned for its extensive trade. Although it was uncertain whether those cultivators who had been deceived had lost their chance to voice their grievances, Wang Xian did not believe the other party had the time to concern themselves with a mere chi-refining cultivator. Upon entering the pavilion, perhaps due to the approaching evening, the place was surprisingly sparse, with only a handful of cultivators scattered throughout the vast hall. Before Wang Xian could take a closer look, a veiled young woman by the left counter seemed to notice his arrival. With graceful steps, she paused a few paces away, her bright eyes seemingly twinkling with mirth, and a faint fragrance wafted toward him. "Welcome to the gem-embracing pavilion. How may I assist you today?" Wang Xian was taken aback. He had not expected the attendant of the gem-embracing pavilion to be veiled. Perhaps she had sustained some injury to her face. Not wishing to pry into personal matters or waste time, he briefly outlined his requirements. Before him, the masked girl pondered for a moment, as if hearing such an unusual request for the first time. Regarding the origin, the legends must be sufficiently impressive, she noted, her eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. Without probing further into the customer's intentions, she retrieved a ledger from the back. "According to what you just mentioned, This purchase of demonic beasts does not consider bloodline tier or whether there is a clear method of bloodline advancement. As long as the origin is ancient enough and the ancestral lineage is formidable, it suffices, correct? Her voice resembled the gentle sound of jade, and she delicately brushed her hair aside. Indeed, Wang Xian affirmed, then shook his head with a tinge of resignation. While high-tier bloodlines are certainly desirable, they come with not only a hefty purchase price but also substantial ongoing cultivation costs. I, with my modest talent, am not a true disciple nurtured by a sect. I cannot afford such a gold-devouring beast. Her demeanor remained unchanged, her smile unperturbed by Wang Xian's self-deprecating humor. She had indeed attended to several similar disciples of sects in recent days. External disciples of core formation sects were not particularly wealthy patrons. Yet she was indifferent to whether her clients possessed ample funds. Flipping through the ledger, she illuminated a portion and gently pushed it forward. You jest, sir. For bloodlines below the earthly grade, the primary expense of raising a demonic beast is merely the spiritual energy demand, which far exceeds that of human cultivators. These are the complete inventory of demonic beast eggs held by the Commerce Association in Wanzhou City. You may choose at your leisure. However, please be informed that our association's goods are sold at fixed prices, and we do not engage in bargaining. Should there be any offense caused, I hope you will forgive us. That is quite understandable. Although Wang Xian did not place faith in fixed pricing, he was well aware that, given his status, he lacked the qualification to negotiate. Extending his hand to accept the ledger offered by the attendant, Wang Xian glanced through its contents. He could not help but acknowledge that the gem-embracing pavilion truly lived up to its reputation as a branch of the Tianfeng Commerce Association in the Qin Kingdom. There were at least thousands of varieties of demonic beast offspring available. Considering that the contract he intended to sign was the most intricate soul contract, which could only be made before the demonic beast's birth, it was clear that he would not be targeting viviparous creatures but rather oviparous ones. Consequently, his selection dwindled significantly, leaving only avian, piscine, and reptilian species. Upon further examination, he excluded fish and insects. Generally speaking, insect-type demonic beasts were not adept in direct combat, with few exceptions being social species that relied on numbers or unique abilities to triumph. As for fish, they were ill-suited for terrestrial combat. Even high-tier demonic beasts would experience a reduction in strength on land, let alone those of the first or second tier. Continuing his review, he found that tortoises and similar creatures might also be favorable options, yet such beasts were historically known for their long lifespans. While this trait was undoubtedly an advantage for a faction, it posed a significant drawback for an individual due to their considerably extended maturation period. Thus, after eliminating all unsuitable options, Wang Xian ultimately discovered that his choices were confined solely to avian demonic beasts. Chapter 25. The White Mountain Sparrow. The avian beasts indeed meet my requirements. As my fingers skimmed through the roster, Wang Xian pondered silently. At the mid to lower tiers, avian creatures often lack the formidable frontal combat capabilities of tigers and leopards. However, in contrast, their evasion speed is unparalleled. Tracing back to their bloodline origins, the most esteemed among them are renowned, unlike certain beasts whose ancestors languish in the lower echelons of true spirits. The Kuanping, Golden Crow, Celestial Phoenix, and Bifang are some of the most elite ancient true spirits capable of traversing the vast void in their true forms, nearly reaching celestial prowess. Moreover, beneath them lie other formidable true spirits such as the Kuru, Yellowbird, and the Chaochuan, all steeped in legend. From this perspective, my choices remain quite ample. After a brief contemplation, I compared the roster with the preparations I had previously made. Without much delay, Wang Xian swiftly arrived at a decision. This would be his first beast, though not necessarily his only one. Its sole requirement was to provide combat capability while ensuring potential for growth, aiding him through the weakest phase of the initial immortal path. This one, then. He pointed to a name on the roster and exhaled softly. The White Mountain Sparrow. A creature of inferior bloodline, ranks low even among its peers, possessing no inherent bloodline talents. However, tracing its lineage reveals that it is a descendant of the high-grade bloodline beast known as the Qingying Sparrow, stabilized after countless instances of bloodline degradation. This beast boasts exceptional strength, naturally endowed with 2 bloodline talents, and upon maturity, it has the potential to reach the late second tier, making it a formidable opponent even for ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Following this bloodline chain, further tracing reveals that the ancestors of the Qingying Sparrow can be linked to a certain low-grade bloodline beast. Continuing the lineage leads to a source of heavenly bloodline. Eons ago, they shared a common ancestor, an ancient true spirit, one of the 5 phoenixes. It is said to govern sound and spring, its call akin to celestial music, and to possess purity akin to the Western virtues. It is suspected to be a descendant of the Azure Emperor, known as the divine bird of the Azure Lawn. Yet, as time ebbs, much like the sands of the Ganges, to this day, the tenuous connection is rendered insignificant, akin to a mere farmer consuming mountain pigs that could theoretically be descendants of true spirits. Only Wang Xian comprehended that this was not absolute. Just as the ability to extract the Tao fruit in his hands could transform into the path of enlightenment, even in the mundane world, there lies a glimmer of hope for transforming into a true dragon. Thus, the transaction was straightforward. Without lingering, having made his choice, Wang Xian decisively proceeded to settle the payment. The two approached the counter, and after a brief wait, the young woman returned, holding a jade box. Thank you for your patience. As you can see, this is the egg of the inferior bloodline beast, the white mountain sparrow. The eggs from Yuqing Pavilion are all of superior quality, and with diligent nurturing, it may well have the potential to reach the late first tier. She pushed the jade box forward, collecting the spirit stones in return. The expression behind the veil of the young woman was indistinct. Yet Wang Xian could discern a glimmer of satisfaction in her eyes. Moreover, should the guest ever wish to replace their beast companion or purchase secret methods for beast taming, special elixirs for nurturing beasts, or even sell beasts, the Tianfeng Chamber of Commerce is at your service. Yuqing Pavilion has branches in every great city of the Qin Kingdom and consistently acquires premium and above-common elixirs, authentic breakthroughs, purification methods, and soul-refining elixirs. Noted. Carefully stowing the jade box into his storage pouch, Wang Xian returned the gesture with cupped hands. The act of placing a living creature into a spatial artifact seemed quite sophisticated. However, strictly speaking, the storage pouches in the cultivation world are not true spatial treasures. They merely extend space to a limited degree, compressing the area occupied by items. There is no isolation between the inside and outside, allowing living beings with weak fluctuations of spiritual energy to survive. Nonetheless, it is not uncommon for a wandering cultivator with valuable possessions to be detected by certain keen-sensed beasts. As for genuinely independent spatial storage artifacts, such items are generally within the financial reach of golden core true persons, and thus hold little relevance for ordinary cultivators. With no further delays, Wang Xian departed the shop under the watchful gaze of the masked attendant. He bid farewell to the young man who had followed him, and, without lingering, proceeded directly to the location where he had stored his flying mount outside the city. Night had fallen, seeming more perilous, yet for cultivators, the distinction between day and night is minimal. For lower-tier cultivators, who are not adept at concealment, it is often easier to expose their flight in the spiritual light of their artifacts. Thus, he had no intention of staying overnight in the city. With a wave of the beast token, Wang Xian mounted the back of the blue feather eagle, directing it towards the white cloud mountain, to guard against unexpected events. He remained fully attentive throughout the journey. Fortunately, although he sensed a faint trace of spiritual awareness passing over him, whether due to his own lack of wealth or the conspicuous outer sect disciple token, ultimately, nothing transpired. With a sigh of relief, Wang Xian felt no sense of unease. This was consistent with reality. After all, the accidental mortality rate of sect disciples outside is relatively low, not merely due to their strength, but also because many sects have numerous disciples who substitute contributions for spirit stones, resulting in sect disciples generally being wealthier than wandering cultivators. However, this excess wealth is often not easily plundered. Consequently, the risk-to-reward ratio is disproportionately low, and even from a purely profit-oriented perspective, few wandering cultivators would dare to act against them. Moreover, considering that he was not particularly affluent, Wang Xian deemed even the fleeting spiritual awareness he sensed as likely a coincidence. This was preferable. The current ordeal had passed. Next time, he would no longer need to be on edge. Should trouble arise, he could simply resolve it directly, with his heart easing. He recognized that even the slightest risk pales in comparison to possessing the ability to mitigate such risks. However, concerning significant matters like acquiring a soul contract spirit beast, Wang Xian truly preferred to handle it himself. Once far removed from the immortal city, no further incidents occurred, until he safely returned to the Linzhong courtyard. He did not inform anyone of his arrival. Wang Xian closed the door to his quiet chamber. After bathing and burning incense, he retrieved the jade box containing the white mountain sparrow egg. Upon opening the box, a white spiritual egg, roughly the size of an infant's palm, lay before him. The shell bore faint brown markings, reminiscent of ancient trees. Although it did not appear entirely pure, it nonetheless bore slight evidence of its wood attribute. Chapter 26. The signing of the soul contract. Nodding subtly, Wang Xian sensed the vibrant life within the bird egg before him. Clearly, as the masked maid had indicated, the beast eggs sold by the Tianfeng Merchant Association were far from subpar. They were indeed exceptional among their kind. The white mountain sparrow, classified as a low-grade bloodline, belonged to the wood-type demon beasts. It possessed no remarkable bloodline abilities, and its attributes were exceedingly ordinary, only slightly outstanding in terms of endurance. Generally, upon reaching maturity, it would be at the early to mid stages of the first level, with few advancing to the later stages. Only in groups could they pose a threat to Foundation establishment cultivators. According to ancient texts, the white mountain sparrow required anywhere from 8 to 24 years to reach its peak, depending on its growth environment. Its combat prowess at the same level was quite mediocre, and its lifespan was inferior to that of human chi refinement cultivators, averaging merely 50 to 60 years. Thus, aside from a handful of solitary cultivators, almost no one would consider nurturing such a demon beast as their companion. At most, they would craft a beast token to command it at will. Wang Xian reflected upon the information concerning the white mountain sparrow, concluding that it was indeed regarded as a lowly demon beast, unworthy of attention in all aspects. Its only merit lay in its abundance and affordability. Without directly signing a contract, Wang Xian closed his eyes, concentrating as he communicated with the Tao fruit within him, reaching out to sense the beast egg before him. As had been the case in previous attempts, he delved into his spiritual consciousness, where he saw a fragmented lunar disk suspended in the sea of consciousness, emanating a hazy glow. However, moments later, Wang Xian opened his eyes and shook his head. As expected, was it futile? Indeed, the powers of the Tao fruit were as inscrutable as the heavens, likely tied to the legendary Tao. It could indeed extract the essence of bloodlines as concepts, but only if he could sense them, though he could perceive the overall bloodline power of the White Mountain Sparrow. Distinguishing its finer nuances was beyond his capability. Should he act impulsively now, the only outcome would be the extraction of its bloodlines in their entirety, reducing it to an ordinary beast. Only through a contract, only through the most intimate soul contract could its spirit be infused with his essence, allowing the Tao fruit to regard it as a part of him, thus enabling more delicate operations to purify its bloodline origin. Taking a deep breath, Wang Xian acknowledged that all this was merely conjecture. He was uncertain if the Tao fruit would perceive his destined demon beast as an extension of himself, granting him senses beyond the limitations of the Qi refinement stage. Nevertheless, he was mentally prepared, even if he did not attempt it now. He would eventually explore the limits of the Tao fruit's power. Here goes. Extending his finger, Wang Xian made a mark on his brow. A drop of soul blood adhering to his essence slowly flowed out under the refinement of the soul contract technique, transforming into a constantly shifting rune. White Mountain Sparrow. Though you have yet to be born, I must inform you, this is a rare opportunity that your ancestors have encountered only once in countless millennia. This is your chance to ascend from the mundane to the celestial. Should you succeed, we shall rejoice together. Should you fail, I shall merely lose some spirit stones. But with your bloodline, it seems unlikely that you will continue alongside me. The soul contract was formidable. It not only imposed great restrictions on the demon beast but also bound the cultivator to a degree. If the contract endured for long, once the demon beast perished, its master would inevitably suffer, requiring a period of seclusion to recover. Therefore, to avert such circumstances, should the attempt fail, Wang Xian would have no choice but to end the life of this demon beast swiftly, considering it a waste of his blood and soul energy. Heavenly soul, earthly blood. Witness my true scripture. Reciting the incantation, Wang Xian pressed his finger down, merging it with the eggshell. As his essence melded with the yolk, the soul blood infused into the still-forming hazy consciousness. Dimly, Wang Xian felt a sensation of flesh and blood connection beginning to establish deep within their souls. A flicker of fatigue crossed his eyes, urging him not to waste time. Closing his eyes again, he activated the power of the Tao fruit, seeking to perceive the essence of the White Mountain Sparrow's bloodline. As his consciousness probed, Wang Xian sensed a vague barrier still present. Fortunately, although his perception of the bloodline within the beast egg remained unclear, it had significantly improved compared to before. At this moment, with his Qi refinement stage spiritual awareness, he discerned no fewer than 3 distinct bloodlines, each layered upon the next, progressing deeper. The first was, naturally, that of the low-grade bloodline of the White Mountain Sparrow, constituting over 99% of its essence, susceptible to influence by a first-level origin. The second was the bloodline of its ancestor from countless generations ago, the high-grade bloodline demon beast, the Azure Shadow Sparrow. This high-grade bloodline, akin to the superior spiritual roots of humanity, possessed innate bloodline abilities, often making it stronger than its peers during the Qi refinement stage. Generally, such demon beasts could at least reach the second level, growing rapidly during the first, although achieving the third level was a distant hope. Thus, in Wang Xian's perception, only a second-level origin could exert influence over it. Initially, he had been puzzled by this. After all, if the mixed low-grade bloodline could be entirely extracted with a first-level origin, why then did the detailed perception now require a higher-level origin? Fortunately, this question was not complex. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Xian understood the principle. While any mortal could smelt iron ore effectively, the task of purifying the ore to extract iron without damaging its essence, ultimately deriving pure iron from a mountain of ore, was a feat reserved for cultivators. The same applied to bloodlines. Transferring the mixed low-grade bloodlines might be within the capabilities of a foundation establishment cultivator skilled in beast mastery. However, the flawless extraction of a specific bloodline was a miraculous skill, even in the eyes of core formation and nascent soul cultivators. It was only natural. If it were so simple, he would have to suspect some underlying peril. Shaking his head slightly, he chose not to dwell on it further and continued his exploration. Beyond the first 2 bloodlines, there was a third within the White Mountain Sparrow. This bloodline was intermingled within the already minuscule Azure Shadow Sparrow bloodline, comprising less than 1% of its essence. Through the power of the Tao fruit, Wang Xian sensed a faint spatial fluctuation emanating from it. If his intuition was correct, this should be the trace of the bloodline from the top-tier Earth-grade demon beast, the Void Shadow Sparrow, renowned within the realm of cultivation. The Void Shadow Sparrow was one of the few demon beasts capable of accessing spatial forces at the Earth-grade level, with a certain probability of attaining the rank of a 4th-level demon king. Its ability to traverse space was utterly unpredictable, making it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to contend without countering spatial techniques or artifacts. Chapter 27. Bloodline Purification. Peering into the bloodline chain of a low-grade. Wang Xian discerned traces of a earth-grade bloodline. At this juncture, he felt a sense of satisfaction. However, upon meticulously sensing this faint, nearly imperceptible trace, he was certain that deep within this bloodline, there lay the potential for a fourth and fifth bloodline power. If all went as anticipated, these would undoubtedly be the celestial grade or even true spirit blood, the very source of this lineage. Yet, given his current level of spiritual awareness, even with the enhancement of the Tao fruit, it was impossible for him to perceive the presence of such traces, nor did it hold significance. After all, the high-grade bloodline of the already belonged to the second tier, while those above the earth grade were equivalent to the third and fourth tiers. At present, he lacked the primordial power to influence them. Fortunately, altering a bloodline is not a one-time endeavor. Each time it undergoes a significant breakthrough, it enters a state of regestation, which carries the possibility of bloodline mutation. A high-grade bloodline is sufficient during the Qi refinement period. Anything higher could potentially bring calamity. This place is indeed within the Southwa sect. Even though, which is innately attuned to space, cannot conceal itself from the spiritual awareness of a foundation-building cultivator at birth. If it were to reach the earth-grade stage, I would hardly dare to take it outside. With a flicker of his gaze, Wang Xian felt a sense of contentment regarding this outcome. There was no need to wait any longer, having successfully perceived the existence of the bloodline power. He could now take action. Thus, with a mere thought, the extraction ability of the Tao fruit manifested once more. Within his sea of consciousness, a portion of the first-tier primordial essence he had previously accumulated was swiftly consumed. Simultaneously, the vitality within the eggshell diminished slightly, yet its essence grew even stronger. On the surface of the eggshell, brown traces began to morph into a vibrant green, as strands of wind and would attribute spiritual energy coalesced, supplementing the gaps in its bloodline. It is done. Observing this scene, Wang Xian understood that he merely needed to repeat this process. The so-called bloodline advancement, in the presence of the Tao fruit, is this straightforward. There is no need for overly complicated operations. He simply needed to gradually extract the concept belonging to the low-grade bloodline using the extraction ability. Once the 99% of the low-grade bloodline was completely removed, the newly born bloodline power would naturally remain as high-grade. This is the power of the Tao. What is achievable in principle, it can accomplish. What is not achievable in principle, it still can, for it embodies the principle itself. Of course, amidst his reflections, Wang Xian was aware that, with his current capabilities, such an act of extracting bloodline concepts could only be applied to in a state of gestation or transformation. For at this time, there resembles a magical artifact in the forging process, possessing the potential for growth. It continuously draws spiritual energy from its surroundings, completing the missing bloodlines under the mysterious rules governing the birth of myriad beings. It is merely because the concept of the low-tier bloodlines has been extracted that the newly birthed essence remains solely as high-tier. It may seem peculiar that ordinary spiritual energy could transform into bloodline power within the egg. Yet one need only consider the occasional emergence of Tao bodies among humans to comprehend the phenomenon. If two mortals can, under exceedingly rare circumstances, give birth to a formidable physique, then spiritual energy can naturally supplement its missing bloodline under special conditions. Even the of bloodline mutations reverting to ancestry during this major breakthroughs operates under a similar principle. Ultimately, the process of life as gestation harbors the most profound mysteries of existence, realms beyond mortal comprehension. Even with the possession of Tao fruit, Wang Xian merely flowed with the currents, never daring to presume he could fathom its most fundamental reasons. Since his return from the Wang Xian's life had returned to a semblance of normalcy. He engaged in qi refining, alchemy, traded through the Han family channels, occasionally nurtured his relationship with his neighbor Chen Yao, and sought information about the sect from the young girl Dan Chinette. Should an opportunity arise in the future, he planned to utilize this channel to exchange his accumulated contributions for a vial of second-tier essence blood. Yet, what perpetually troubled him was the impending calamity looming over the sect, the timing of which was uncertain. After all, within the Southwa sect, the pinnacle of foundation building ranks just beneath the ancestral cultivators of the Golden Core. Despite Wang Xian's attempts to glean insights through indirect inquiries, he could not detect any underlying concerns within the sect. Left with no choice, he temporarily relinquished this pursuit and redirected his focus toward his own cultivation. In his quiet chamber, he gradually concluded his session, having finished today's practice. 2.5 years had passed since his breakthrough into the mid-qi refinement stage. Based on his cultivation speed, which was comparable to the lower end of the high-grade spirit root spectrum, it would take him approximately another 6 months to advance to the 5th layer of qi refinement, achieving completeness in qi refinement between the ages of 35 and 55. With the protection of elixirs for his meridians, he could expect 3 to 5 opportunities to challenge the foundation building stage, a common level for high-grade spirit roots. In Wang Xian's current objective, knowing the white, guarding the black, for the sake of the world, regardless of the realm one occupies, I seek only a state of above average. Stepping out of his quiet chamber, Wang Xian summoned a water mirror with a flick of his magical power. It may be due to the influence of but compared to several years ago, the youth reflected in the mirror now bore a countenance akin to warm jade, with eyes like polished ink, his aura reminiscent of the resplendent moon in the sky, leaving an indelible impression on those who beheld him. It is said that after achieving the golden core, the essence, energy, and spirit initially coalesce. Perhaps this is a subtle influence. However, it would be prudent for me to remain low-key to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. With a subtle shift of his magical power, as if a full moon transformed into a new moon, the various changes in Wang Xian became imperceptible. This was a characteristic of his cultivation technique. Although it did not compare to specialized concealment arts, it was not something ordinary individuals could easily discern. With a gentle smile, Wang Xian strolled into the courtyard. A year and a half had swiftly passed, and the scenery in the courtyard remained unchanged. If there was one notable difference, it was the presence of a newly born by his side. Moreover, her growth rate was indeed a source of embarrassment for human cultivators. Little Qing, chirping softly, Wang Xian called out. As soon as the words left his lips, a swift darted towards him. Holding his breath and focusing, Wang Xian attempted to track the trajectory of the incoming flight. However, this speed was fluid and unencumbered, making it impossible for him to react in time. In the blink of an eye, a brilliantly blue bird, adorned with a silver spot atop its head, landed on Wang Xian's shoulder. Affectionately pecking at his hair with its beak, a presence emanating from it, nearly as strong as his own, radiated from its petite form. In the mid-tier of the first stage, if compared to the realm of immortal cultivators, it had already reached the fourth layer of qi refinement. Moreover, as a creature of high-grade bloodline, its actual combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary cultivators. Chapter 28. Ethereal grace and shadow splitting how fleeting time can be. The progress made is remarkable. Is this truly the prowess of a pre-third-tier beast? Astonishment is difficult to mask, as in just over a year, the cultivation of my spirit companion has surpassed my own. Yet, gazing upon the azure sparrow perched upon my shoulder, I cannot help but yield to its innate excellence. Such is the nature of these creatures. Their innate gifts enable them to unlock their potential far more rapidly than human cultivators, advancing until they approach the tier of their bloodline or ascend to the formidable third tier, were it not for the shackles of their bloodlines, which constrict their path to transcendence, particularly for higher-tier bloodlines that face challenges in reproduction. This world would still be dominated by the beast kin, with humanity far from the forefront of the cultivation realm. It is a testament to the constancy of the heavenly Tao. Aside from the legendary, naturally gifted beings, no entity can claim undue advantage. The azure shadow sparrow possesses a superior bloodline, characterized by its wood and wind attributes. Renowned for its swiftness, it is endowed with the innate abilities of ethereal grace and shadow splitting. The former allows it to minimize its weight and presence to the point of near invisibility, making it nearly undetectable to foes of equal tier. The latter enables it to conjure indistinguishable phantoms of itself, skillfully confusing adversaries at critical moments. Its lethal stealth allows it to strike unseen and vanish without a trace. With such a high-quality bloodline, it will likely ascend to late first-tier proficiency in just a few years, perhaps even surpassing peak qi refinement cultivators among loose practitioners. Only upon reaching the second tier will its growth begin to decelerate. During its ascent, it will awaken various useful spells, requiring no rigorous training akin to that of human cultivators. With this companion by my side, my safety is assured. Overjoyed, I find no qualms in acknowledging that my spirit beast, whom I have affectionately named Azure Bird, has outstripped me in cultivation. By the time Azure Bird begins its ascent to the second tier, I will undoubtedly have prepared the necessary resources to further elevate its bloodline. In the realm below the third tier, few humans would dare to compare their growth to that of beasts with high-tier bloodlines, save for a rare few long-lived species like turtles. Once Azure Bird matures, I will be liberated from the struggles of early-stage combat prowess, potentially sweeping through opponents of my tier with ease. Yet, this is merely the beginning. I shall procure a protective artifact to bolster my defenses, ensuring my safety as I prepare for the possible upheaval within the sect. Danger is merely opportunity, with ample preparation and strength. What appears perilous transforms into a chance for advancement. Only while still within the sect can I obtain the second-tier essence and complete inheritance with relative ease. With a subtle smile, I feed Azure Bird a low-grade spirit-feeding pill. Despite this, I genuinely yearn for a stable cultivation journey. However, as a low-tier qi refinement practitioner in the cultivation world, choices are often limited. The impending changes within the sect gnaw at my mind like a thorn. Until this concern is resolved, I will remain unsettled. At Baijun Mountain, in the alchemy chamber of the Linzhong lower courtyard, the earth fire blazes, filling the air with fragrant aromas. Seated before a mid-grade alchemical furnace, I manipulate the seals of the spell. As the seals shift, I harmonize the medicinal properties with my spiritual awareness, balancing the elements to condense the spirit elixirs. Generally, except for foundational and elevation pills which require intense potency, most spirit pills yield a theoretical output exceeding 12 per furnace, ultimately dictated by the alchemist's skill. The spirit-feeding pills I am currently concocting theoretically yield up to 24 pills per furnace. Given that these pills are intended for beasts, the precision required is less stringent, making them a relatively high-yield type among first-tier spirit pills documented in the Baijun alchemy text. As a handful of hours swiftly pass, the deep resonation of the furnace signals a gradual calming of the flames. At a certain moment, I alter my gestures, changing the sealing technique. With a decisive declaration of open, the lid of the furnace lifts naturally, and 13 spirit pills soar into my grasp. 8 of these are perfectly round and fragrant, while the remaining 5 bear signs of excess pill toxins. I have successfully produced 8 high-quality and 5 inferior-grade, first-tier spirit-feeding pills, a commendable outcome. Although beasts are less concerned with pill toxins than humans, it would be unwise to feed Azure Bird inferior-grade pills at this stage. As its cultivation progresses, my alchemical skills have lagged somewhat. Lacking mid-grade first-tier pills, I cannot resort to inferior ones. Fortunately, before Azure Bird reaches late first tier, I anticipate my alchemical abilities will advance further. Nodding to myself, I separate the quality pills accordingly. With a success rate exceeding 50%, the majority are of high quality. This reflects a significant level of proficiency, qualifying me as a formally recognized first-tier alchemist within the sect. However, I remain aware of my own limitations. My understanding of the Baijun alchemy text, first-tier inferior grade section, has not yet surpassed 30 instances, and I have yet to reach a level of mastery. Alchemy requires more than mere comprehension. I glean insights through the process itself. Although my growth is somewhat stunted by innate limitations, I can clearly perceive advancements in the various pills I frequently concoct. In fact, considering the 7 or 8 different types of pills I regularly produce, I am now a bona fide alchemist. Yet, to grasp the mid-tier first-grade components of the alchemy text, I will need additional time, at most, another year. As my alchemical skills improve, the essence I acquire will increase proportionately, allowing me to delve into the next stage of alchemy. However, soon, my dealings with the Han clan will necessitate a shift towards exchanging spirit stones for compensation. Consistently procuring low-tier beast essences can raise suspicions. And once Azure Bird advances to late first tier, I will be capable of venturing out to make purchases myself. Pondering quietly, I believe that within 3 years, both my alchemical progression and Azure Bird's ascension will be achievable. At this moment, I can only hope the sect endures long enough, without the steady supply of medicinal materials. My current affluence will inevitably dwindle. Not to mention, while wild beasts can hunt for sustenance, domesticated ones rely solely on spirit pills for growth. The absence of sect provisions could lead to financial ruin for ordinary loose practitioners, and even typical sect members would struggle to sustain their own spirit beasts. Chapter 29. Qin Yao's invitation. Having packed his belongings, Wang Xian stepped out of the alchemy chamber. As he descended the mountain, he passed through a dense thicket, the very place where he had once eavesdropped on 2 disciples conversing. Years had flown by, and the weeds below had withered and thrived multiple times. Yet, to this day, Wang Xian had not heard any news from other sources. After all, the lifespan of a nascent soul-true monarch is extensive. A solitary retreat could extend for decades, and no one dared to frivolously discuss their mortality. Hence, the news of the Earth Lotus true monarch's demise had yet to be substantiated, and the Tianshan sect had not announced any new celestial phenomena related to the formation of a golden core, leaving the subsequent developments shrouded in mystery. As for Wang Xian's perspective on the matter, he held no firm stance. Given his current level of insight and experience, it was challenging to make a reasonably accurate judgment on such significant events that pertain to the rise and fall of a sect and its surrounding powers. Rather than misjudge, it was more prudent to observe the unfolding of events. Of course, this was also a rather helpless approach. Ultimately, as a member of the lower echelons of the cultivation world, Wang Xian's information was considerably outdated. Many major events often take a long time before their implications are revealed, a situation exacerbated by his position within the sect. Vital information remained inaccessible to him as an external disciple. This entrenched hierarchical information blockade had persisted for ages, with little hope for resolution. For the time being, he could only strive to forge good relationships with others, and now he had to rely on the walking encyclopedia lady. Lost in thought, Wang Xian returned to his small courtyard. However, to his surprise, just as he arrived at the entrance of courtyard 572, Qinyu seemed to have been waiting for him for quite some time. "You're back," she stated, not turning her back. From behind, the slender figure of the girl exuded a sharpness that belied her delicate appearance. Yet today, this blade bore a hint of entanglement. "Indeed. I just finished refining pills and am preparing to rest for a few days. After all, one must balance work and leisure. Is there something you need from me?" "Junior sister?" Wang Xian, taken aback, skipped the pleasantries and directly inquired. "Sort of," Qinyao replied, her gaze unfocused as if her memories of the future and her current self were intertwined, her rationality and emotions blending into a chaotic whole. In truth, she herself did not fully understand why she had come here today or what answer she sought. Logically, she had already given her warnings. And each individual has their own fate. One cannot force the course of the world. But this mindset belonged to the future version of herself. After a prolonged silence, the girl suddenly turned and spoke. I am preparing to leave very soon. Will you come with me? Leave? Wang Xian's heart jolted. He had not anticipated such an answer. Preparing to depart. Where to? Leaving Nanhua sect? But even setting aside the fact that the sect is not a benevolent sanctuary that would permit disciples to enjoy various benefits and then simply abandon them, if Chun Yao had a solution, why would she choose to leave? Junior sister, is this related to the omen you divined earlier? Wang Xian hesitated, sensing this was the only possibility. However, according to her previous statements, the impending disaster did not seem overly perilous, so why was she suddenly preparing to depart? Not because of that, she replied, or rather, this is indeed a catalyst for my smooth departure, not the reason for my decision. Seemingly sensing Wang Xian's confusion, the girl brushed aside her hair and gently shook her head. Regardless of whether you believed me before, within 3 years, the gates of Nanhua sect will face calamity. And the chances of survival for Golden Core cultivators will be slim to none. Without the suppression of high-ranking cultivators, coupled with the fear of an unknown assailant and certain external influences, the upper echelons of Qingguo will undergo significant upheaval. In a remarkably short time, the once great sect will fragment into disarray. However, the force behind this chaos does not seek the annihilation of Nanhua. The suddenness of this upheaval means that, aside from the high-level cultivators within the sect, the other branches and lower disciples will not face significant danger. Yet, from that point onward, they will transition from exalted sect disciples to scattered cultivators with legacies, embarking on a treacherous path ahead. Softly speaking, Qin Yao realized she should not divulge such intricate details. Yet, as she was about to leave, there were many matters she no longer had to consider, even if there were future repercussions. She was confident they would not trace back to her. Moreover, after years of interaction, even if she were to misjudge Wang Xian as a person of deep scheming and self-serving motives, she did not believe he would be foolish enough to approach the sect's higher-ups as an external disciple to inform on her. After all, there exists a joke among scattered cultivators suggesting that there are only 3 realms in the cultivation world: the ant realm, the friend realm, and the senior realm, with perhaps a 4th of having a senior backing you. While this joke may be somewhat extreme, and high-level cultivators are not so utterly inadequate, it does carry a kernel of truth. When the lives of true practitioners are at stake, the skeptics may dismiss it, but should someone truly believe, the informant is invariably the first to be interrogated, even if you claim unwavering loyalty that you would not risk yourself to alert the sect. What if you were executing a ploy of self-harm, a counter-scheme, with ulterior motives? The longevity of Golden Core true practitioners spans centuries, with the longest nearing a millennium. They would never entrust their lives and fortunes to the loyalty of a mere chi-refining cultivator. Thus, Qin Yao's hesitation lay not here, but rather in her uncertainty about whether it was right for Wang Xian and herself, whether leaving or remaining was the correct choice. Being alone or bringing someone along posed a considerable risk, even for her. Wang Xian, you need not worry about the sex matters. The lower courtyard does not face imminent danger. However, my reason for departing now is primarily that this place can no longer meet my cultivation needs, not even for you. Gently shaking her head, Qin Yao ultimately made her decision. She should present an opportunity for choice, a gesture to reconcile with her past self. You should understand that within the cultivation world, the higher the tier, the more severe the monopolization of resources. Progressing through a regimented path of cultivation is destined to lead to stagnation. So, Wang Xian, will you leave with me? Taking a deep breath, Qin Yao earnestly asked. To remain here, as an ordinary sect disciple or a scattered cultivator, perhaps reaching the peak of foundation establishment with mid-grade spiritual roots. In 200 years, only regret will remain, but choosing to depart also carries the risk of falling along the way. The path to longevity is littered with bones, and since the Middle Ages, how many have reached the shore? Make your choice. In this matter, no one can decide for you. Chapter 30, all about techniques. Was it truly like this? In front of the small courtyard gate, Qin Yao awaited a response in quiet anticipation. Meanwhile, a realization dawned upon Wang Xian. At that moment, he understood. It was not a matter of sect affairs or unforeseen events, but rather, the evidently secretive Qin Yao could no longer contain her eagerness to explore a new map. To borrow the phrasing from a novel, the protagonist had completed her exploration of the novice village, having opened all the treasure chests available. Therefore, regardless of whether the novice village continued to exist, she was determined to take her leave. Yet before departing, perhaps out of nostalgia for their youthful camaraderie, she sought to invite a seemingly ordinary early-stage male supporting character to venture with her. With this clarity, Wang Xian let out a sigh of relief. It was a relief that nothing had changed. Otherwise, much of his preparation would have been in vain. However, amidst his momentary ease, a new dilemma arose. Should he accept Qin Yao's invitation? Sister, your goodwill is appreciated, he thought. After a brief silence, he pondered repeatedly. Gazing into Qin Yao's eyes, he sighed inwardly. Accepting was out of the question. Despite the simplicity of the matter, the latent risks were considerable. Yet, even in refusal, he could not outright decline. Was it time to test his acting skills once more? But it seemed he had no acting talent to rely upon. With a sense of helplessness, Wang Xian stepped closer. Sister Qin, he began, narrowing the gap between them. It has been 6 years since we entered the sect. Hasn't it? Indeed, Chen Yao nodded silently, uncertain of his intent. Yet, how many 6-year spans does one experience in life? He smiled gently. Our 6 years of shared cultivation should make us at least half friends. Shaking his head with a smile, he continued, over these years, I have discerned your true ambitions and talents. A flicker of emotion stirred within him, though his expression remained unchanged. Chen Yao, biting her lip, realized she had perhaps been too overt recently, yet her actions were hardly excessive. Even high-level cultivators would only suspect she was preparing for some spirit or body related to heavenly secrets, without venturing into more outrageous conjectures. Dismissing her unnecessary worries, Chen Yao felt she had overthought the situation. However, Wang Xian's next words diverged entirely from her thoughts. Sister, in my eyes, you are a genuine genius. The protagonist gathering the fortune of an era. The past few years have merely seen you lurking like a dragon in the depths. For you, perhaps Nanhua sect is but a minor locale. Is it not said that those with extraordinary talents and profound understanding, like Shao Kong of old, should not seek the Dao and Sichuan? Or like the Yao platform where the sword is housed, clarifying one's heart and intent, if one resides in the Soup Valley? How could they expect to surpass the Eastern Year? Thus, I believe your departure has long been planned. If I were to choose to leave with you today, we might encounter some challenges. However, I doubt we would face death, and we could even gain considerable opportunities. As for the dangers you mentioned, they merely inquire whether I possess the resolve to pursue the Tao at all costs. All of this, I am quite aware. Quoting ancient texts, Wang Xian appeared effortlessly eloquent. Before him, Chen Yao found herself momentarily breathless, her fingers gripping her waist. The references he made were steeped in cultural significance, without a certain level of education. One might struggle to grasp his meaning. Yet, Chen Yao was not among the uninformed. The 5 illusions Wang Xian referenced belonged to ancient and medieval tales. Were it another time, she might have praised him for his literary prowess, but today, such words were directed at her. Am I truly so remarkable? Confusion filled Chen Yao. She had never realized that her modest display of prophetic ability had elevated her image in Wang Xian's eyes to such heights. Gazing at the young man in white, mere steps away, she felt compelled to speak. However, as Wang Xian stepped closer, embodying the essence of a seasoned actor, he denied her the opportunity. Sister, let me finish. With a sincere smile, Wang Xian continued, I do not mean anything by this. I merely wish to convey that while you may hesitate to express your goodwill, I have taken it to heart. I have seen friends from my youth become trapped in their circumstances, forever halted at the Qi refinement and foundation establishment realms, ultimately leaving behind only a solitary grave a century later. This is something you do not wish to witness. Thus, you have come to inquire whether I possess the determination to pursue the Tao at any cost. Yet, I also understand that as an ordinary individual, I may not truly be able to assist you. Even if I were to gain opportunities, it would be reliant on your attention. However, the path to immortality is fraught with peril. Climbing alone is already a challenge, let alone with another. Therefore, I must respectfully decline your invitation. With each step forward, he could sense her anxious breathing. Maintaining a final vestige of distance, Wang Xian smiled calmly. Sister, as the great wilderness mountains and seas say, the separation between immortals and mortals is like a dragon burdening a mountain, thus difficult to cross the river. The divine turtle bears the mountain, and after a year, its life is at the mercy of the dragon. Thus, rather than expend your energy on me, it would be far wiser to invest it elsewhere. Those of the present do not recognize the Lingyun tree until it ascends to the clouds. Should you one day achieve great cultivation and fame, even if your elder brother remains lacking, reflecting on our youthful encounters will surely bring a sense of pride. His sleeve swayed in the wind as Wang Xian's voice remained tranquil, exuding an unexplainable sense of ease. In his 2 lifetimes, he felt he had expended all his emotional intelligence in this moment. As for the outcome, it appeared to be quite favorable. As his words settled, Chen Yao seemed struck by an unseen force, momentarily lost in thought. Before seeking Wang Xian, she had considered numerous possibilities: acceptance, refusal, perhaps even derision or demands for benefits. Yet, she had never anticipated such a response. As memories of the future intertwined with her youthful spirit, Chen Yao found herself unsure whether she was a 17 or 18-year-old girl or a countless killing sort immortal. Yet, before she could sort through her thoughts, Wang Xian, perceiving her slightly dazed expression, did not hesitate. He decisively retrieved all the carefully crafted pills from his storage bag, delivering a final impactful gesture. He knew Chen Yao lacked for nothing, yet how could the wealth of a rich man compare to the 2 coins of a beggar? He pressed the items into her hands, leaving no room for refusal, and silently lifted the veil concealing his abilities. At that moment, his previously handsome visage seemed to acquire a new sheen, illuminated by the ethereal moonlight, as if they were one and the same. With hope in his eyes, holding her fingertips, Wang Xian earnestly stated, "Take these pills, dear sister, as I cannot accompany you on your journey. May they serve as a token of my wishes for your success on the path to immortality." In this sentence, Wang Xian believed he spoke sincerely, for he truly hoped to encounter a genuine protagonist and forge a bond of friendship with her inner youth. At this very moment, even the most astute among men would not doubt the sincerity of his words, and Chen Yao was no exception. Thus, Holding the jade bottle that still retained a hint of warmth, the young girl opened her mouth once more, yet this time she found herself at a loss for words. The sun descended in the west, and the jade toad had yet to rise. However, in Chunyao's eyes, the youth before her appeared to be enveloped in a radiant glow. The cold moonlight could not conceal the purity of his heart, a sight she had never encountered even in the visions of the future illuminated by ancient celestial powers. Clad in white and adorned with a gentle smile, his gaze surpassed the brilliance of the moonlight. Observing this scene, Chunyao was filled with conviction. Even if she were to attain the realm of immortality in the future, she would undoubtedly cherish the memory of this day when she reflected upon the past. Chapter 31. Pros and Cons. Months later, in courtyard number 572, within the tranquil room, the pure and profound energy circulated through the meridians. After half an hour had passed, the energy returned to the Dantian, and the spirit was retracted. Wang Xian finally opened his eyes and pushed open the door of the quiet chamber. Time had flown by unnoticed. He was nearly 19 years old. It was noon, and the neighboring courtyard was eerily silent. The scene of their parting felt vividly present, yet one person was missing. Wang Xian was aware that Chunyao had departed under the pretense of taking on a long-term external assignment from the administrative hall. As for how she would discreetly sever ties with the sect, he trusted she would find a way. After all, compared to him, she was akin to a dragon entering the sea or a tiger descending into the mountains. Xiaoqing, he called softly, summoning the bluebird to his side. As usual, he fed it a spirit-nourishing pill and sat at the table in the small courtyard. It was here that he had last bid farewell to Chunyao on that fateful evening months ago. The girl had seemed utterly oblivious to the notion that someone would forsake an easily attainable opportunity, nor did she anticipate someone would consider her well-being so deeply. Yet only Wang Xian understood the delicacy of his situation at that moment. Had he not altered the course of events on the spot, no matter his choice, the outcome would likely have been unsatisfactory. From the very tone of Chunyao's initial words, he could surmise her internal conflict before she spoke. She must have pondered whether it was necessary to leave with him, burdened by someone who could be more of a hindrance than a help. If Wang Xian had agreed, perhaps she would not have regretted it. However, their friendship would have likely transformed, adopting a new dynamic more suited to their respective strengths. Conversely, if he had declined, she might have felt a twinge of sorrow, recognizing that despite their shared roots and youthful camaraderie, they were merely two souls among the masses, lacking the fervor to seize the path to longevity. The human heart is inherently precarious, and the pursuit of the Tao is often frail. This was not a flaw in Chunyao, but rather a reflection of human nature itself. In her mind, she bore great opportunities. She even disregarded the sect's true lineage, let alone that of an ordinary outer disciple. Had she not been so young and inexperienced, she likely would not have confided in him after merely a few years of acquaintance, nor would she have felt compelled to inquire before her departure. Ultimately, their bond was rooted in the innocence of youth, lacking the mutual recognition that arises from equal standing. In truth, Wang Xian was quite astonished that Xinyu had always treated him as an equal rather than relegating him to the status of an incidental passerby. Fortunately, all of this was now behind them. He rated his extraordinary performance that night a perfect 10, with the remaining 90 deriving purely from skill. Wang Xian mused that from that point onward, the connection between him and Chunyao would not only remain intact but would likely deepen as she faced the harsh realities of the world. With such a well-informed and seemingly prophetic friend by his side, he had gained the flexibility and leverage to navigate significant events, including the impending calamity facing the sect. To his surprise, the so-called disaster turned out to be quite different from what he had anticipated. Had he not been privy to the details beforehand, he would have found himself at a disadvantage. However, now that he was aware of the circumstances, he could potentially reap considerable rewards. A glint of intrigue flickered in his eyes as he gently stroked the bluebird's soft feathers. The significance of foresight and awareness is undeniable, both in the realm of cultivation and in the mortal world. It was precisely this ability that made him value Chunyao's presence so highly. As for why he would decline her invitation despite this regard, it was a decision made after careful contemplation. First, from the perspective of safety. Although he often jested that Chunyao possessed the aura of a main character and that luck did indeed play a role in the cultivation world, such notions were ultimately lighthearted banter. With his current level of cultivation, he could not discern the intricacies of fate or the changes in destiny, let alone navigate them skillfully. What if she were not the main character of great fortune, but rather a pivotal supporting character? It would place him, a mere supporting character next to her, in peril. Destiny and fortune are realms reserved for the most skilled diviners and those above the stage of transformation. Wang Xian recognized he lacked the ability and inclination to engage in such gambling. Moreover, even in the legendary tales of those endowed with fate, some stories heralded great triumph, while others foretold tragic sacrifices. The former was palatable, but if she belonged to the latter, he could find himself facing life and death at any moment. In the vast realm of cultivation, which young rogue cultivator did not possess deep blessings and enduring fortune? Take, for instance, the esteemed Chunyang true monarch, who ascended to the nascent soul stage despite possessing inferior spiritual roots. He was widely regarded as the child of fortune. Yet, how many companions had remained by his side until the end of his journey? This alone demonstrated the folly of that first point. Reclining in his chair, Wang Xian closed his eyes, reflecting on his past gains and losses. Second, from the perspective of interests, what would he gain by accompanying her? If all went as expected, there would be ample high-tier techniques, supernatural powers, and top-tier materials, none of which would be out of reach for Aesir. However, herein lies the dilemma. While these treasures were indeed precious and capable of altering destinies, were they truly indispensable to him? Perhaps not. With the Tao fruit in hand, as long as he did not meet an untimely demise, he was almost certain to achieve the Dan formation. It was merely a matter of timing and difficulty. In this context, while these treasures held importance, they were not transformative enough to compel him to take risks. Thus, the second point also failed to persuade him to change his mind. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest as he ultimately concluded, in light of these considerations, the risks were too great for safety to be assured, and the potential benefits did not present a substantial incentive for him to change course. Even during their journey together, as he continually harnessed the power of the Tao fruit, he risked exposing this pivotal treasure to others, thereby jeopardizing his very foundation. With these factors combined, refusal was the only logical outcome. Conversely, acquiescing might seem advantageous at first glance, but it would, in reality, be a short-sighted decision. Should any unforeseen events arise in such unfamiliar territory, he would be left to fate's whims. Chapter 32. The Disentanglement of Tai Wei. With a serene demeanor, Wang Xian reaffirmed his choice and cleared the chaotic thoughts from his mind. Having made a decision, he resolved not to regret it, regardless of the outcome in the future. He retrieved 6 jade slips from the storage pouch at his waist and meticulously arranged them on the table. These were gifts left to him by Qin Yao before her departure, and they represented another unexpected gain from Wang Xian's timely improvisation. They contained several rare and unique alchemical formulas, a fragment of an unknown high-tier cultivation technique, 2 special arcane methods, and a wealth of esoteric secrets pertaining to the qi refinement and foundation establishment stages, as well as what some high-level practitioners in the cultivation world considered common knowledge. Aside from the knowledge contained within, both the cultivation techniques and secret methods did not delve into content above the 3rd tier. Wang Xian understood this, as the inheritance above the 3rd tier was akin to the golden core of a practitioner, having ventured into the realm of the divine. To fully inscribe a 3rd tier inheritance, even golden core practitioners must expend significant effort and devotion to imprint the true essence contained within the techniques and methods. If a practitioner fails to grasp the essence adequately, it could result in a fragmented understanding, leading future generations astray in their cultivation. It can be said that the reason many high-level teachings have been lost in the current cultivation world is largely due to the fatal interruptions faced by successors who have not yet attained the ability to inscribe the true essence. Such occurrences, repeated a few times, could sever an entire lineage of teachings. Legends speak of ancient and medieval times when high-level practitioners in the cultivation world far surpass those of today, yet there are few surviving doctrines from that era. In a sense, this may also be a consequence of those times. With a slight sigh, Wang Xian began to categorize the jade slips in his hand. First, he set aside the cultivation techniques, for although his perception was limited, he could discern that this fragment was far inferior to the Taoist Jade Codex. However, in contrast, among the remaining jade slips, aside from one secret method that could only be practiced by foundation establishment cultivators, another method captured Wang Xian's utmost attention. According to the description on the slip, this method, titled San Yuan Bei Chun Nourishing the Soul Technique, fragment, was an exceptionally rare cultivation secret for nurturing the soul and refining one's spiritual awareness. Once mastered, it could enhance a practitioner's spiritual awareness to several times that of their peers, providing significant assistance in various aspects. Yet, due to the absence of true essence imprinting, it remained merely a fragment. The title alone, San Yuan Bei Chun Nourishing the Soul Technique, suggested a practice deeply connected to the mysteries of celestial phenomena. Placing the jade slip against his forehead, Wang Xian read it intently. The fragment was divided into 6 layers, each corresponding to the early, mid, and late stages of qi refinement and foundation establishment. Achieving mastery over all 6 layers could even aid in alleviating the bottleneck of golden core formation, rivaling a top-quality golden core elixir. Is this what it means to be the protagonist? Even at the qi refinement stage, one has already developed their essence, energy, and spirit comprehensively. Wang Xian marveled inwardly, recognizing that Qin Yao's true strength far exceeded what she had revealed, her hidden value likely immeasurable. It is known that low-level practitioners cannot access soul-related secret techniques, and for those above golden core, spiritual awareness holds far greater significance than magical power or physical strength. Upon forming the elixir, spiritual awareness transforms into divine consciousness, merging essence, energy, and spirit into one. In essence, at the stages of golden core and nascent soul, the importance of qi and spirit is nearly equivalent. However, as magical power is easier to accumulate while the soul is challenging to advance, spiritual awareness ultimately emerges as the most critical of the 3. Moreover, the strength of the soul is not confined merely to its realm, but also assists in comprehending techniques, mastering various arts, and evading formidable foes. Consequently, Even a seemingly ordinary soul-related secret method could entice many golden core practitioners, prompting them to go to great lengths to seize it. In a sense, the few elixirs Wang Xian had offered in exchange had multiplied many thousands of times in value. To describe it as a profitable venture would be an understatement. However, this meant that from this day forth, he would need to practice yet another technique daily. Furthermore, before that, he must first modify the contents of this technique using the Tao fruit. Naturally, he lacked the ability to effect a complete transformation. He merely intended to use the Taoist Jade Codex as a framework to bring the first to third layers of the San Yuan Bei Chun nourishing the soul technique fragment closer to the core principles of the method, allowing his own spirit and chi to harmonize more effectively. Fortunately, while the San Yuan is primarily governed by Ziwei, Bei Chun is revered as the master of the Dipper. In a certain sense, the Taoist and the Sun also command the myriad stars, making it challenging to delineate a distinct hierarchy. In this regard, the modification of the Qi refinement section of the technique using the Taoist Tao fruit was not as daunting as he had anticipated. Thus, after expending a considerable amount of his foundational essence, Wang Xian successfully renamed this reformed technique. It became known as Taoist illuminating the soul and observing the spirit method, or alternatively, as the Moonlit Palace's commentary on Tai Wei's disentanglement. Softly reciting the name, Wang Xian acknowledged that his modifications had not enhanced the strength of the secret method. Its intrinsic status within soul-refining techniques could not rival that of the Taoist Jade Codex, within Qi-refining methods, and even in its complete form. It likely did not encompass the content related to the primordial spirit. Nevertheless, this did not deter Wang Xian from bestowing upon it a name that appeared infinitely profound and extraordinary. After all, as long as he continued to cultivate diligently, there would come a day when this secret method would be elevated to a level befitting its name. When that day arrives, if I declare it to be a golden scripture or a jade edifice, who would dare to claim otherwise? He contemplated trying to practice it soon. Exhaling softly, Wang Xian allowed the bluebird to refine the elixir's power. With less than 3 years remaining until the impending upheaval in the sect, he needed to prepare for what lay ahead. For instance, foremost among his considerations was determining his future path and the resources still available within the sect. Half a month later, Linzhong Lower Courtyard, by E Pavilion. Once again arriving here, Wang Xian prepared to confirm a matter he had contemplated for quite some time. In addition to exchanging elixirs, Junior sister, do you think my idea is feasible? Before the counter constructed of spiritual wood, Wang Xian neatly arranged the elixirs he had refined. Senior brother, why do you suddenly ask this question? Behind the counter, Danchen donned a white dress and appeared significantly taller than she had 2 years prior. While she recorded Wang Xian's corresponding contributions to the sect, a trace of worry inevitably flickered across her youthful face. Regarding the situation with the sect's contribution overdraft, there is indeed a concern. Senior brother, you enjoy the privileges of a formal alchemist, and theoretically, you do possess the corresponding qualifications. However, given your current circumstances, it would be best not to involve yourself too deeply. Chapter 33, Contribution Advance. After all, this debt must be repaid, and the interest is exorbitant. Tap, she lightly rapped the table, as if fearing that Wang Xian might not grasp the gravity of the situation. The girl rose on her toes, attempting to mitigate the disadvantage of her height. Senior brother, you may not understand. Although this business exists, it is essentially a scheme set by the sect for disciples who have reached the pinnacle of Qi refinement, pushing them to make a breakthrough before their vitality wanes. Only they would dare to bear such a heavy debt to borrow for foundation establishment pills. For them, once they succeed in breaking through, the overdrawn part can naturally be repaid, and they will ascend to the middle ranks of the sect, their future boundless. But should they fail, it is akin to selling their future decades to the sect, leaving them no chance for redemption. I understand. Before the unmanned counter, observing the emotionally charged girl, Wang Xian attempted to explain, I have researched this policy, and I am confident in my ability to repay. No, you do not understand. Heartbroken, the girl felt compelled to steer her exceptionally talented alchemist senior brother back onto the right path. Senior brother, you do not comprehend. Take the outer sect deacons of the lower courtyard as an example. Do you think they arrived there by mere happenstance? And what of the guards and caretakers of the various spiritual mines and medicinal fields? For those Qi refinement practitioners who have surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment. Since they have no hope of advancing, why toil day and night for the sect when they could live a comfortable life elsewhere? Nanhua sect is not a demonic sect. They cannot forcibly assign disciples. The sole reason is that they have already sold themselves. But senior brother, you are still so young, there is no need to gamble. As long as you can become a first-tier mid-grade alchemist before 30, the sect will surely grant you a quota for foundation establishment pills. Junior sister alchemist. With a hand on his forehead, Wang Xian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Indeed, sometimes a closer relationship is not always beneficial, as is the case now. Dan Shen's advice was quite sound. If not for the impending upheaval years from now, Wang Xian would not act this way. However, without her assistance, even if he were to gain the status of an official alchemist after a while, it would be challenging to secure a satisfactory contribution from the sect. After much contemplation, Wang Xian lowered his voice and said, Cough, Junior sister alchemist, since you inquired, I will confide in you, but do not speak of it carelessly. I possess a spirit beast bound by a soul contract, one with a superior bloodline. What I seek to exchange is the essence blood of a second-tier demon beast. What? A demon beast with a superior bloodline? She gasped, her eyes widening, while Wang Xian nodded decisively in affirmation. Indeed, junior sister, now you understand. A superior bloodline is not of the inferior grade. As an exceptionally gifted alchemist, I am entitled to possess such a spirit companion. A flicker of realization crossed the girl's eyes as she understood the implications. So, the essence blood of a second-tier demon beast would significantly enhance the chances of breaking through to the second tier. For those chi refinement practitioners, the substantial contributions that seemed monumental would pale in comparison to the potential of a second-tier demon beast. With a light pat on her unremarkable chest, Dan Chen's tone turned somewhat reproachful. So that is the case. Senior brother, why did you not say so earlier? Does this mean that the soul contract you exchanged for 2 years ago was for this purpose? Though a spirit companion with a superior bloodline is precious. As an aspiring foundation establishment alchemist, you need not worry about safety. You are right. Wang Xian smiled and nodded, knowing well that he need not fret. Otherwise, he would not have disclosed it. However, since junior sister is aware of my intentions, could you perhaps pave the way for me? Very well. With a spirit beast of superior bloodline at his side, Wang Xian indeed need not worry about repayment. Dan Chen inquired, may I ask when you require this contribution? If it is urgent. No need, just 2 years from now, Wang Xian chuckled. Right now, Shaoqing's cultivation is still insufficient. In 2 years, it should be adequate. When Shaoqing successfully breaks through, I shall invite you to celebrate its foundation establishment, allowing it to express its gratitude to you, the great benefactor. Although traditionally only sect disciples advancing in foundation establishment would invite friends to celebrate, there have been precedents for congratulating demon beasts as well. Moreover, in beast-controlling sects like the Wanling sect in the western regions, the status of demon beasts is hardly inferior to that of humans. Casually promising a celebration that was unlikely to materialize, Wang Xian continued to chat with Dan Chen, sharing various rumors he had heard. It was not until he departed from the 100 Arts Pavilion that he finally set down a significant burden from his heart. Since Dan Chen's connections could procure second-tier essence blood, when the Azure Bird truly ascended to the second tier, he would have sufficient resources to assist it in achieving a bloodline mutation, transforming it into a genuine inferior-grade bloodline demon beast. It is well known that in the realm of cultivation, lower-tier practitioners find it arduous to obtain resources for advancing to higher tiers. Yet, once aided by a higher-tier practitioner, many channels would naturally become accessible. Although this matter lay far in the future, it did not hinder Wang Xian's preparations. After all, one who does not plan for the long term cannot hope to succeed in the short term. The only slight regret was that second-tier essence blood differs from the first. The existence of inferior-grade bloodlines among first-tier demon beasts drags down the average price. While such demon beasts may barely step into the early first tier, their affordability is undeniable. However, once it comes to the second tier, such favorable circumstances vanish. Wang Xian remained composed, untroubled by this, for he understood that the efficacy of the Dao fruit is, to a certain extent, correlated with his cultivation level. Take, for instance, the insights gained from conceptual extraction. With his chi refinement spirit, each realization might yield a modest benefit. Yet, after establishing his foundation, the gains could very well exceed those initial rewards. Wang Xian suspected this might relate to the inherent strength of one's spirit. In any case, this matter would not impact his plans. Time flew, and several months passed. One day, in the stillness of his chamber, Wang Xian sat cross-legged in meditation. A faint light illuminated the surroundings as the Taiyin magic circulated through his meridians. At a certain moment, as a distinct wave of energy surged, he slowly opened his eyes. Fifth layer of chi refinement. Time flew. I am already 19 years old. As before, there were no signs of bottlenecks. At least until the foundation establishment threshold. Wang Xian should not encounter any obstacles. Chapter 34. The Han clan's pill pavilion. After concluding his meditation, Wang Xian stepped out of the quiet room. The azure bird in the courtyard, upon hearing his movements, flew over and perched on his shoulder, preening its feathers. In contrast to its master, the azure bird had successfully surpassed him in cultivation, having traversed more than half of the mid-stage of the first rank. Its aura faintly approaching that of the 6th level of chi refinement, gently stroking the bird's soft feathers. Wang Xian retrieved a book on the geography of Qin country from the bookshelf. During this period, having received precise news regarding the sect's tribulations, his interest in the outside world had significantly heightened. After all, once he departed from the Nanhua sect, while he could forego many things, a location rich in spiritual energy was absolutely indispensable. Previously, he had not regarded this as a concern, believing the sect would never skimp on such essentials. However, times had changed, and he too had to contemplate the future. Suddenly, his spiritual sense stirred, prompting him to extract a communication jade talisman from his storage bag. Before long, a streak of light flew from afar, landing upon the talisman. Lines of text flowed into the talisman, and then the light dissipated into nothingness. Was the Han family planning to establish a pill pavilion in the Beifang market? Initially taken aback, Wang Xian soon displayed a look of realization. He was well aware that over the years, he had traded countless inferior pills with the Han family. From today onward, their self-trained apprentices would also officially begin alchemy, ensuring at least some returns on their efforts. Although they still faced the risk of losses, this was a necessary investment in cultivating alchemists, a fact the Han family was cognizant of. However, the continuous influx of low-grade inferior pills was evidently beyond what a single family could consume. Thus, for long-term considerations, they had decided to establish a pill pavilion aimed at scattered cultivators within the market. Nevertheless, if the pill business were truly so lucrative, the cultivation world would have been teeming with alchemists long ago. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Xian was not particularly optimistic about this venture. The Han family's pill pavilion would likely become a liability for the next several decades, but it was of no concern to him. In fact, after some contemplation, he found himself hoping they would successfully open the pavilion. With that in mind, he included Beifang Market as a potential option. Beifang Market, situated near the Great Balanjing River, was one of the properties of the Xuanfulu clan, a family renowned for its alchemical prowess in Qin country, safeguarded by a second-tier formation, making it relatively secure. Whether the Han family's pill pavilion could turn a profit was inconsequential. What mattered more to Wang Xian was whether he could procure free materials for practice in the future. He took up his brush and inscribed a congratulatory message on a specially crafted sheet of paper. This time, Wang Xian prepared a significantly improved alchemy experience manuscript and subtly hinted at his progress within the text. Although his alchemical skills had yet to reach the standards of an official alchemist within the sect, he had already commenced research into mid-quality first-rank pills. This could serve as a fallback plan. After sending off the missive, he pondered for a moment before drafting a letter for inner sect Qinwanru. Since their encounter at the last Han family celebration, several former compatriots had exchanged contact information and occasionally kept in touch. The letter contained no specific matters. Wang Xian merely extended some casual greetings and reminders to stay safe. If Chun Yao had mentioned anything about the sect to her distant cousin, she would likely comprehend his intentions and recognize that their relationship extended beyond mere fellow disciples from the same hometown. This letter held no ulterior motives. Wang Xian simply aimed to maintain a connection. After all, regardless of Chun Yao's significant regard for this relationship, as a gifted individual endowed with exceptional spiritual roots, Chen Wanru's future appeared exceedingly bright. Given the presence of the Dao fruit, he would likely not frequent places crowded with high-ranking cultivators in the future. Maintaining this connection with Chen Wanru, as well as with other reliable talents, would undoubtedly assist him in navigating many challenges. Time flew swiftly, and since Chen Yao's departure, Wang Xian had further diminished his social engagements within the Southhua sect. While the foundation-building sect was undeniably powerful, the outer disciples were not the core of the sect. Aside from those who joined for various reasons, the majority of outer disciples hailed from the collateral branches of various cultivation families. Their futures destined to falter before reaching the foundation stage, becoming mere specks of dust in the passage of time. Wang Xian had no desire to invite unnecessary complications at this crucial juncture, so he devoted himself to solitary cultivation. In addition to delving into alchemical research, he practiced the newly acquired spirit refinement technique. Perhaps due to the presence of the Dao fruit or the frequent insights gained from the concept of understanding, his progress in the Taiyin Xiaobai Guanhuan method was remarkably smooth. In just a year, upon reaching perfection in the first layer of the technique, he felt a significant enhancement in his spiritual sense. Comparing it to his near breakthrough to the fourth level of qi refinement, this secret method had approximately increased his spiritual sense by 30%, along with subtle qualitative changes. If this rate of progress continued, the second layer corresponding to the mid-stage of qi refinement should yield similar results, potentially augmenting his spiritual sense to that of a peak 6th level qi refiner by 30%. A robust spiritual sense enhances the control over spells, slightly influencing the advancement of various cultivation arts and expediting the activation of talismans. Moreover, the strength of the spirit can help alleviate certain bottlenecks between major realms. This technique might even enable those who once despaired of achieving foundation building to condense false or gray pills, thereby extending their lifespan by several centuries. It could be said that it was no wonder that even foundation-building masters would envy such a technique. Jin Yao was indeed generous. Reflecting on this, Wang Xian realized through personal practice why this spirit refinement technique was so powerful and rare. Judged purely by its worth, even a fragment of it might surpass the value of the second-rank mid-quality alchemical text he possessed. However, as anticipated, the Han family's pill pavilion was indeed suffering considerable losses. Under the intentional underselling by various sects, families, and merchant associations, even formally trained alchemists who had achieved minor success would struggle to profit from low-grade first-rank pills, let alone mere apprentices. If this trend continued, relying solely on their cultivated disciples, the Han family would find it difficult to recover from losses for decades. Taking out the communication talisman once more, he reviewed its contents again. As previously stated, based on Wang Xian's understanding of alchemical texts, he categorized the levels of alchemy into entry, proficient, minor success, and major success. However, in practical alchemical endeavors, these levels were often merely nominal. Unlike cultivation, where practitioners face distinct bottlenecks that, once surpassed, lead to significant progress, alchemical mastery tended to progress at a relatively gradual pace. Moreover, even when dealing with different types of pills, a single alchemist's proficiency could vary dramatically. Chapter 35. A year and a half later, from the initial ability to concoct only inferior pills, to occasionally producing a genuine product, and eventually ensuring the consistent creation of authentic elixirs, the progression towards refining high-quality pills is a cumulative result of countless herbs meticulously combined. Even the most gifted individuals can merely shorten the time and frequency required, rather than relying on mere intuition to advance their alchemical skills. In this context, as the factions with advanced alchemists in the cultivation world reached a consensus, they collectively began to flood the market with inferior first-tier pills at prices reflective of minor success-level alchemists. For them, this strategy was not profitable. Their lack of profit implied that nearly all external first-tier alchemists were incurring losses. Even those who met the set standards could barely break even, unable to earn even a modest wage for their labor. Consequently, the only options available to the Han clan's pill pavilion were substantial losses or minor losses. There was no scenario in which they would not incur a deficit. However, despite the financial losses, Wang Xian knew that as long as the Han clan possessed the capability, they would ultimately continue to invest. The powerful factions in the cultivation world were not philanthropists. Their willingness to raise the bar for alchemical mastery was driven by the prospect of recovering resources manifold in the future. Elevating the industry's entry standards was merely the beginning. Subsequently, they would monopolize high-end industries replete with exorbitant profits. Wang Xian was thoroughly familiar with this operational model. As for whether such actions would lead to a decline in the Qin Kingdom's talents in various arts, making it difficult for prodigies with exceptional skills to emerge, thereby reducing the number of high-level artisans, this was undoubtedly a consequence. Yet, Wang Xian understood that the scarcity of third-tier pills and talismans was precisely the outcome desired by those multinational chambers of commerce and powerful factions that orchestrated the entire situation. They could continuously reap the benefits from all the golden core cultivators outside the Qin Kingdom's nascent forces, profiting immensely without conflict. In this process, any additional third-tier spiritual objects they could acquire would serve to offset the losses incurred from first-tier pill profits. Looking across the entire Qin Kingdom, the only force capable of mounting a slight resistance against this was the Celestial Mountain sect, which surely received ample compensation for its troubles. Thus, the Golden Core true monarchs need not intervene directly, yet they could indirectly weaken the various affiliated sects and clans of the Qin Kingdom. Multinational forces could profit immensely in the realm of high-tier spiritual objects with only a modest expenditure of spirit stones. Ultimately, the wealth of the Golden Core would be fully returned, while the affiliates would simply receive a fraction of the profits. It was no wonder that Zhexian City, one of the largest immortal cities in the Qin Kingdom, was jointly governed by 3 major chambers of commerce and the Celestial Mountain sect. This represented a formidable alliance between the strong, with the former solidifying their position while the latter reaped riches, leaving only the lower-tier forces to suffer. The world of cultivators, indeed, is more capitalistic than capitalism itself. Nonetheless, one must concede that this arrangement appears rational. To wield absolute power, enjoy an extended lifespan, and possess the advantage of being the forerunner, if such entities could still be overturned by their subordinates, it would indeed be a grand joke. Even if an extraordinary individual were to occasionally arise, it would not alter the prevailing tide. Wang Xian sighed softly, acknowledging that all of the aforementioned were mere conjectures. However, deducing the underlying motives from the surface, he surmised that it was likely close to the truth. Regardless of the world, human nature remains unchanged. Even though varying talents do not equate to differing levels of intelligence, as long as one lives long enough, copying one's peers is invariably manageable. Shaking his head internally, Wang Xian held no particular opinions on this matter. He could not help but lament the challenges that lay ahead. After all, it would not be long before he too became a rogue cultivator. In any case, as an emerging foundational family, the Han clan, even if they did not aspire to produce a second-tier alchemist, undoubtedly sought to cultivate a first-tier alchemist capable of refining breakthrough pills for the Qi refinement stage. After all, breakthrough pills are among the rare first-tier elixirs that possess substantial premiums and are regarded as strategic resources by foundational forces. Only upon reaching this level could rogue alchemists barely manage to earn a profit from their craft. Yet, what surprised him was the Han family's considerable wealth. It puzzled Wang Xian, who had long contemplated this issue. Logically speaking, a recently ascended foundational cultivator, even if they sold everything, could hardly acquire a generationally inherited second-tier spiritual vein, let alone train an alchemist. Such wealth seemed excessive, akin to a mere illusion. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts, recognizing that financial matters should remain unspoken. The Han family's bold financial maneuver suggested that, despite their apparent extravagance, they must possess means to safeguard their wealth. Not wishing to dwell further on this, Wang Xian exited the quiet chamber and glanced at the sky outside the courtyard. Another year and a half had passed, and the Azure Bird had recently advanced to the late stage of the first tier. At this juncture, even with its superior bloodline. Achieving the second tier would require several more years of effort. However, this was already sufficient, for barring unforeseen circumstances, the calamity facing the Nanhua sect was likely imminent. Time swiftly passed, and several months flew by. One day, in the Chun Kingdom, within the Nanyun mountain range, a region located in the eastern part of the kingdom. At the heart of a province, the mountains stretched nearly 1,000 miles, undulating majestically, rich in spiritual energy. To mortals, this was undoubtedly an insurmountable chasm dividing the province. Yet, to cultivators, although this grand and imposing mountain range could not compare to the vast and unfathomable Wanza mountain range, it still represented a formidable peak. Of course, the formidable nature of the mountain in the eyes of cultivators was not due to its height. Rather, it was because, countless years ago, the convergence of pure and turbid energies had given rise to a third-tier superior spiritual vein and a rare spirit-cleansing pool. Above this spiritual vein stood the renowned Nanhua sect, a formidable force in the Qin kingdom, with its grand array protecting the mountain gate. As one of the 6 major sects and 8 prominent families under the Celestial Mountain sect, the Nanhua sect boasted 2 late-stage golden core great beings, with at least one residing in the sect year-round. Additionally, with over a dozen golden core and pseudo-golden core cultivators, their third-tier superior grand array extended for miles, connecting to the Earth's veins. Undoubtedly, this was a sacred ground in the eyes of rogue cultivators and a revered upper sect for minor immortal clans. Even though the golden core sects of the Qin kingdom suppressed all, they would never easily disregard the voices of these golden core forces. After all, while the golden core may be formidable, it could not single-handedly rule the Qin kingdom, as long as fundamental interests were not at stake. The Celestial Mountain sect was still willing to outwardly show these affiliated sects sufficient respect. Yet on this day, with the arrival of a message that soared into the 9 heavens, a palpable and inscrutable consciousness descended from above, enveloping the entire mountain gate without a trace. From this moment forth, the Nanhua Mountain Gate would see no entry or exit. Chapter 36. The True Talisman of Breaking the Restrictions Above the Nanyun Mountain Range. High above the clouds, flying with magical instruments is not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. If one disregards the consumption of spiritual energy, even a practitioner at the initial stage of qi refinement can traverse several miles in the air, albeit at a speed that may not surpass that of a swift steed on the ground. In the foundation establishment realm, a cultivator's innate spiritual energy is sufficient to transform into a beam of light, soaring through the heavens and burrowing into the earth. Thus, for millennia, countless cultivators have been driven by curiosity to explore the wonders above the skies and to ponder whether there truly exists a realm of the afterlife beneath the 9 layers of earth. However, above the clouds lies the 9 layers of celestial heaven, and beneath the ground lurks the hidden earthly fiends, which can only be traversed by those of great power. Consequently, the heavens and the earth have gradually become legendary realms of the immortals, inaccessible to mortals. Yet, on this day, above the Nanyun mountain range, within the lowest layer of the celestial heaven, where even core formation cultivators dare not tread, powerful gusts of wind akin to illusory Dan energy howled past, instilling awe and trepidation. Amidst these tumultuous winds, 2 figures sat facing each other, engaged in a game of chess. The interplay of black and white pieces wove intricate patterns, revealing hidden mysteries. Unlike the rules of Go in the mundane world, this game known as Mountain River Chess appears similar but fundamentally differs. In an identical game, with the same arrangement of pieces, the outcome could be entirely reversed for both players. This paradox, though seemingly illogical, aligns perfectly with the principles of the immortal path. In the realm of Go, victory is determined by the qi surrounding the pieces. When qi is exhausted, the pieces perish, and one must create eyes to survive. Conversely, Mountain River Chess merely borrows the black and white of the mundane game to depict the transformations of mountains, rivers, celestial phenomena, and earthly roots. Its qi represents the veins of heaven and the roots of earth, shaped not by human intent, but by the celestial will. Thus, the mortals may employ exhaustive methods to calculate the outcomes of the mundane realm. Yet, within the confines of Mountain River Chess, one could manifest an entire city or even an entire continent, entirely dependent on the player's cultivation level, transforming into the true manifestations of the cosmos. Consequently, even an ancient true immortal would find it impossible to comprehend the myriad changes of all things, the evolution of the heavenly path. Therefore, among cultivators above the core formation stage, the existence of Mountain River Chess is exceedingly popular, serving as a means for high-level practitioners to settle disputes without martial combat, relying instead on intellectual contests. After all, with the longevity of the nascent soul stage, if one were to recklessly engage in life and death battles, no amount of skills would prevent an early demise. As the sun rises and sets, and the moon waxes and wanes, 3 days and nights passed in the blink of an eye. With a decisive move, the black piece fell onto the board, and the landscape of mountains and rivers seemed to coalesce into a singular entity, subtly transforming into a serpentine form, evoking the imagery of devouring the heavens. Witnessing this, the long-haired, red-haired youth could not help but burst into laughter. He looked at the brow-clad elder opposite him, unable to conceal his prideful tone. "Ha, Taoist Huachin. How about it? It seems you have lost. So, will you be the one to present the true talisman of breaking the restrictions? With a cold snort, the elder slammed his piece onto the table. Although the elder's expression was not favorable, he could not retract his words and could only offer a sarcastic retort. Indeed, I have lost this round. Your chess skills are exceptional, not at all resembling a creature born of the wet and wild. Quite unexpectedly, you are akin to our human race. Haha, what do you mean by that, my friend? I have practiced since a young age and have never considered myself as a creature of the wild. Do you truly see me as some sort of beast king from the wilderness? The red-haired youth smiled, unfazed by the elder's veiled mockery. Having grown up in a human sect as a guardian beast, he had long regarded himself as part of the human world and had learned many human customs, including the wisdom of not taking advantage of others. It is worth noting that while all participants in this endeavor could offset their costs with their gains, the matter concerning a fourth-tier true talisman of breaking restrictions is a different story. After all, in the realm of cultivation, many resources at the nascent soul level are not merely about value, but are often irreplaceable. Even the renowned fourth-tier talisman masters of the Southern Cliff cultivation world have rarely managed to create such a grand talisman, let alone the treasury of a mere core formation sect. Therefore, being subjected to a few jabs of mockery was inconsequential. He would not lose a piece of flesh over it. Saving this talisman was the true gain. All right, Taoist Watchin, let us take things lightly. You understand the purpose of this endeavor, he said with a slight shake of his head. The red-haired youth, known as Chilian Jun, continued with a calm smile. That old fool from Tianshan sect seems to have sensed something and has been hiding in his mountain gate, unwilling to emerge. However, this works to our advantage. If we truly engage him, not to mention whether we can extinguish his physical form and eliminate his out-of-body nascent soul, many subsequent matters would become exceedingly troublesome. Fortunately, our target is not him, but those core formation cultivators who have passed through there, in pursuit of the whereabouts of that portal. We would rather mistakenly eradicate 1,000 than allow even one to escape. Taoist, prepare to strike. His face bore a smile, yet it concealed a chilling intent. The red-haired youth gazed down from the celestial heaven, his sight fixed upon the majestic peak of Nanyun. Nearly a decade ago, the enigmatic Blood River True Monarch arrived, only to be pursued by several neighboring True Monarchs upon their discovery of his foreign aura, ultimately forced to flee using secret blood techniques. Several True Monarchs searched in vain and eventually ceased their pursuit. However, this news eventually reached the hands of the 9 paths of the demonic sect, a true monarch from beyond the realm. Upon learning of this matter, the leaders of the demonic sect were less concerned with why this Blood River true monarch had come to the Southern Cliff continent or why he had not concealed his presence but had been discovered so swiftly. What truly mattered to them was how this outsider managed to reach the Southern Cliff. Was it through an unrepeatable, fortuitous spatial rift, a fragment of some ancient treasure, or a true talisman of the immortal path of the 5th tier or higher, imbued with the traces of void? Or was it a stable spatial node connecting both continents? No one knew the answer, but generally speaking, the probability of the first 3 scenarios was over 90%. Thus, when the neighboring true monarchs failed to contain the visitor, they promptly chose to give up. The odds were too slim to warrant expending excessive effort. A determined true monarch of the same level seeking to escape is nearly impossible to detain. However, unlike them, after employing certain special methods for repeated verification, the true monarchs of the 9 paths of the demonic sect ultimately discovered that the least likely scenario was, in fact, the truth. The unknown Blood River true monarch indeed hailed from a stable spatial passage. Chapter 37. The serpent swallowing the elephant in a strange expanse of land. A spatial node connecting 2 realms exists. The vast interests represented by this node are such that even those at the nascent soul stage might harbor thoughts of murder. In an instant, the previously disjointed factions of the demonic path were shaken to their core. Almost immediately, they reached a consensus to locate the hidden node. Subsequently, employing the secret arts of divination, they confirmed that the foreign true monarch who had escaped had indeed met his demise, his life force severed. At that moment, all cultivators above the core formation stage who had traversed his path of flight became targets on their kill list. Among them was a grandmaster from the Nanhua sect, bringing the total to 7 core formation masters whose paths might have overlapped with the fleeing true monarch's route. Only they held even the slightest possibility of utilizing their hidden cards to slay an injured and near-death nascent soul true monarch. Well then, 7 masters, belonging to 5 different factions. The other 4 sides had already relayed their readiness. It was time for action. Though his expression remained grim, the old man nodded in agreement. Ultimately, if they could ascertain the location of the spatial node, a 4th-tier talisman would be a small price to pay. His reluctance stemmed solely from the vast uncertainty involved. What if that foreign true monarch had not perished at the hands of these core formation masters, but rather encountered some hidden cultivator of the nascent soul wandering ancient country? Even if they turned the 5 factions upside down, they would glean no clues. Nevertheless, it was a risk worth taking. With a flick of his wrist, a talisman, translucent as jade and as thin as a cicada's wing, materialized in the old man's palm. A true 4th-tier talisman, indeed a boon for you. The price I am willing to pay for this is well deserved for your demise. His countenance darkened as he gazed down at the 3rd-tier protective formation. Without further hesitation, the old man pressed the talisman. as the light from the talisman blazed forth. The heavens above transformed in an instant. Although protective formations such as this, intertwined with the Earth's veins and spiritual currents, are often referred to in the cultivation world as forbidden formations, almost impervious to cultivators of the same tier and nearly impossible for upper-tier cultivators to dismantle in a short time, before a higher-tier forbidden-breaking talisman. They were but trifles. Let us hope for a fruitful interrogation. Otherwise, even if I were to turn them to ash, it would not compensate for my losses. Fear not, my friend. A red-haired youth standing nearby chimed in with a smile. Since the spatial passage indeed exists, we shall inevitably uncover its location, merely a matter of days. Whether sooner or later. His mood lifted, for he had managed to save a true talisman. However, with the old man finally making his move, he too could not remain idle. Above the heavens, the red-haired youth stepped forward. In the next moment, an enormous serpent shadow, towering over 1,000 feet, flickered into existence behind him. An ancient and savage aura swept across the land, causing the clouds to tremble. In the realm of cultivation, any great demon possessing a heavenly bloodline often manifests remnants of true spirit ancestry. He, the Lord of Crimson Floods, a fourth-tier demon king and sacred beast, traced his lineage back to the true spirit bee. Legends tell that the jaws of the bee can consume the heavens. This bloodline manifests in him as a natural talent for suppressing the void. With him taking action, no entity above the core formation stage could hope to escape via teleportation talismans. Fleeing was utterly impossible. Hiss. The accumulation of millennia from a core formation sect should yield something worthwhile, shouldn't it? The red-haired youth licked his lips instinctively, producing a sound akin to a serpent's flickering tongue. He knew that today, the southern Cloud Mountain range was destined to be drenched in blood. In Chin Country, Bayan Mountain. At the Linjiang lower courtyard, in front of the Bai Pavilion, the day was fresh and invigorating, with all things flourishing. Unaware of the turmoil occurring thousands of miles away at the mountain gate, the Nanhua lower courtyard remained peaceful. As usual, Wang Xian closed the gate of courtyard 572. Having tidied up his belongings, he turned and strode towards the pavilion. As before, this sparsely populated area was nearly devoid of others, save for Danchen, who sat listlessly behind the counter. Nearly 2 years had passed, and the girl, now nearing 14, had shed her childishness. Clad in a fitted white dress, her figure hinted at the early signs of womanhood. Yet for some reason, she had yet to formally join the Nanhua sect. Wang Xian speculated that Danchen's talent must be quite remarkable, likely a spiritual root of earth, or an upper-tier spiritual root combined with some common spiritual body. Thus, her grandfather probably wished for her not merely to join the Nanhua sect, but to seek a higher path, directly aligning her with a nascent soul power. As for why no action had been taken until now, it was likely a matter of age. The 200-year-old grandfather harbored concerns that his exceptionally gifted granddaughter might be deceived in an unfamiliar environment, a reasonable apprehension. Had Wang Xian any thoughts of progeny? He too would likely share similar worries. Knock, knock, knock. Dan's sister, how did the previous process go? Wang Xian approached and lightly tapped the table, getting straight to the point. Awakened from her reverie by the sound, the white-dressed girl looked up, her drowsiness dissipating. Oh, brother, you've come. Indeed. I apologize for keeping you waiting. With a polite smile, Wang Xian handed his identity jade token to Danchen. The girl merely shook her head before accepting the token and began operating it on a special artifact. It has taken too long. I was going to be here today anyway. The sect has approved your identity verification. With your recent certification as a first-tier low-grade alchemist, and with my discount, the contributions you've accrued are sufficient to exchange for more than 1 vial of second-tier beast essence. However, brother, have you truly made your decision? Of course. Nodding. Wang Xian expressed heartfelt gratitude. I owe you much for your assistance in this matter. It's nothing, just a small favor. Compared to the descendants of the sect's core formation ancestors, your situation is trivial. Oh, brother, why did you also borrow a first-tier upper-grade alchemical furnace from the sect? Upon receiving Wang Xian's identity jade token, Danshin was about to complete the final procedure when she unexpectedly discovered an additional borrowing record within the token. The information indicated that just half a month prior, Wang Xian had utilized the borrowing privilege granted to first-tier low-grade alchemists, which occurs once every 10 years. He had borrowed a first-tier upper-grade alchemical furnace for 3 months. However, given his current level of alchemical skill, he should not require such an advanced furnace. Chapter 38. The Exquisite Alchemical Cauldron. This matter. Before Danshin, Wang Xian maintained his composure and spoke with a premeditated tone. I nearly forgot to mention that I have recently made significant progress in alchemy and have gained some insights. I wish to attempt the refinement of premium elixirs, hence I have borrowed a high-grade alchemical cauldron. Although a mid-grade cauldron is sufficient for crafting all first-tier elixirs, it is always advantageous to possess something superior. Should my endeavor prove successful, I would be the first to invite my junior sister for a taste. I see, brother. You are truly remarkable. Danshin sincerely praised him, believing that he had experienced yet another moment of enlightenment. However, as she showered him with compliments, Wang Xian felt a twinge of guilt for his relentless undermining of their sect's foundation. Ahem, junior sister, you overpraise me. He lightly coughed, unable to speak candidly, and thus he declined her praise. Generally, chi refining practitioners utilize mid to low-grade tools, with only a few employing top-tier ones. Foundation establishment cultivators make use of premium artifacts, remnants of magical treasures, talismans, or even spiritual instruments refined from the essence of magical beasts. A high-grade alchemical furnace theoretically allows for the crafting of most second-tier elixirs. Thus, his desire to borrow it was not solely for the purpose of premium elixirs. After comprehending the lower-tier section of the Baiyang Dan book to a minor achievement, Wang Xian immediately began exploring the mid-tier first-level concepts without any intention of delving deeper into the lower-tier realm. The reason for borrowing the cauldron lies in its status as a heavy instrument. Its construction materials far exceed those of comparable tools, often valued at 10 times that of artifacts of the same rank. Only upon reaching the level of magical treasures do the capabilities of various artifacts become less distinct. Taking an additional high-grade cauldron before departing is akin to stealthily acquiring 1 or 2 foundation establishment elixirs. With such an opportunity, Wang Xian could not afford to let it slip away. After all, once the sect encounters turmoil and the situation becomes dire, these assets will likely be divided among the foundation establishment cultivators stationed at the lower courtyard. Rather than letting them benefit, it is better for me to take advantage instead. In the future, when my cultivation reaches fruition, I might even teach a disciple to help reconstruct the Nanhua sect, thus fulfilling the karmic debt of today. This thought flashed through his mind as he surveyed the realm of cultivation. Wang Xian considered himself to possess a moral standing above average. However, looking at Dan Shen before him, he understood that this might be their last meeting for some time. Fortunately, with his grandfather, a peak foundation establishment cultivator, guarding her, there was no need to worry about her safety. When news of the destruction of the Nanhua sect reaches them, that elder might very well become the greatest danger within the lower courtyard. Junior sister, do take care. After exchanging a few more casual words, Wang Xian bid farewell. Huh? Confused, Dan Shen waved in response. Well then, brother, take care as well. I will. Until we meet again. Junior sister, do not be overly surprised. The final sentence remained unspoken, and Wang Xian nodded before turning to leave. Time was of the essence, although Chen Yao's reminder did not specify an exact day. It was likely within these 2 days. In the lower courtyard, the scripture repository. After departing from the 100 Arts Pavilion, Wang Xian headed directly here. Unlike the previous location, the scripture repository was bustling with activity, with outer disciples frequently visiting to borrow literature. The initiation ceremony had just concluded 3 years ago, and looking around, he could see many unfamiliar and youthful faces. Yet, despite the tranquility of the lower courtyard, Wang Xian felt an ominous sense of impending storm clouds gathering. Yes, everything checks out. The middle-aged steward returned Wang Xian's identity, Jade Talisman, with a friendly demeanor. According to sect regulations, once lower courtyard disciples become official alchemists, they are eligible to borrow first-tier alchemical experiences and insights documented in the scripture repository. The relevant jade slips are stored on the 6th floor, alongside first-tier 100 arts teachings. Be careful not to mix them up, junior brother. Thank you for the reminder, senior brother. How could I dare to violate sect rules? He expressed his gratitude respectfully as he received back his identity, Jade Talisman. In the first 3 floors of the scripture repository, outer disciples occasionally came and went. However, once Wang Xian stepped onto the 6th floor, the atmosphere shifted to one of tranquility. With a calm expression, his gaze swept across the entire floor. Rows of jade slips were meticulously categorized here, the fragrant scent of spiritual wood wafting through the air. There were no guards present, nor was there a need for them. Each jade slip bore second-tier restrictions, which would be nearly impossible for chi-refining cultivators to unravel without years of cultivation. The repository's registration merely serves to deter honest individuals. The true safeguard lies in the restrictions and the formation encompassing the entire Bayan Mountain. With the combination of these 2 measures, any disciple attempting to take a jade slip must go to the 100 Arts Pavilion, where a foundation establishment cultivator would personally lift the restrictions and sign a non-disclosure contract. Moreover, from the moment the jade slip leaves the scripture repository, if the restrictions are not lifted within the designated time or if it exits the sensing range of the lower courtyard's formation, an alarm will trigger, summoning the sect's enforcement cultivators to pursue. Within half an hour at most, the bearer would be apprehended by nearby foundation establishment cultivators and brought to trial for their crimes. Wang Xian was certainly aware of this. However, he also understood that once news of a calamity befalls the sect, these prohibitions would swiftly become mere formalities. For it is likely that the first to breach the second-tier formation would be the foundation establishment cultivators themselves. As he wove through the wooden racks, searching for his target, Wang Xian did not intend to take too much. Otherwise, even if no one would believe that someone dared to steal from the sect's heritage, it could still draw unwanted attention. He only aimed to procure a few of the most common teachings. After all, the sect would periodically produce several apprentices who passed their assessments. After a moment's contemplation, he carefully selected a jade slip on talisman crafting, one on weapon refinement, another on formation techniques, and a first-tier alchemical slip that differed from the Baiyang Dan book. Wang Xian glanced at the other jade slips, but did not take more. He only took away a few insights. unlike the prominent fields of talismans, weapons, and formations. The other obscure arts might not have even a single disciple entering the lower courtyard in years. If a jade slip suddenly went missing, curiosity would likely arise, prompting inquiries into who had passed the talent assessment for such a niche art, leading to unnecessary risks. In contrast, even if one jade slip were absent from the traditional 4 arts, no one would pay it any mind. They would simply assume it had been taken by a newly admitted apprentice. Thus, it is time to depart. As his gaze swept over the wooden racks, Wang Xian mused that if he were a foundation establishment cultivator at that moment, he would have confidence in claiming the largest share of the impending chaos. But since he was merely a chi-refining practitioner, he could only gather a few remnants and scraps in advance, accumulating some resources for the future. Chapter 39. 3 Cups of Punishment. Turning away, Wang Xian descended the staircase with an unperturbed demeanor. Before the middle-aged steward, he recorded the several insights he had taken, along with some potentially useful materials. Until he exited the scripture repository, no one paid attention to whether he had concealed any contraband. Although everything unfolded as anticipated, Wang Xian still exhaled a sigh of relief. He refrained from visiting the spirit beast garden, for with 4 jade slips in hand, he was unable to leave the sensing range of the second-tier formation of Baiyun Mountain. Casting a final glance at the places he had once inhabited in the lower courtyard, he patted the several storage bags laden at his waist. Wang Xian then retracted his magical energy and proceeded down the steep mountain path. Several hours passed, and at the entrance of a concealed cave near the foot of the mountain, he pushed aside the loose stones. Confirming that he was still within the range of the second-tier formation, he released the Qinging sparrow concealed in his sleeve. Little Qing, remain vigilant in all directions. Should anyone approach, refrain from acting hastily. Instead, notify me at once. The sparrow chirped in response and promptly transformed into a phantom, vanishing before Wang Xian's eyes. His taut nerves relaxed slightly. Only the final step remained. Sitting cross-legged, he did not rush his cultivation over the past few days, instead choosing to wait in silence. Though he trusted Xinyao would not deceive him, the vicissitudes of life were unpredictable. What if unforeseen circumstances arose, and after several days, the Nanhua sect experienced no incidents? What if the sect encountered turmoil, yet coincidentally, an eminent immortal practitioner passed by, ensuring the mountain gate remained unharmed? Thus, regarding his plans during this period, he relinquished many more radical intentions, opting instead to leave room for contingencies. He had meticulously reviewed the historical precedents of the sect's penal hall and the criteria for evaluating talents and skills, including those pertaining to the first-tier inheritance. As he borrowed the alchemical furnace and utilized his contributions according to regulations, the sect stipulated that 100 arts apprentice achieving a first-tier lower grade level within 8 to 12 years, with a talent rating of and Appos, average and Appos, could hope to attain a first-tier upper grade level before the age of 80, serving the sect for 30 years. Achieving first-tier lower grade status within 6 to 8 years, with a talent rating of good, could lead to attaining a first-tier upper grade level around the age of 60, with a slim possibility of becoming a second-tier alchemist post-foundation establishment. Those achieving first-tier lower grade status within 3 to 6 years, rated as excellent, would officially be seated as second-tier alchemists within the sect upon entry. Lastly, those who transitioned from apprentice to formal alchemist within 3 years would be regarded as true prodigies of alchemy, directly ranking among the true disciples, progressing faster than he, who had not invested sufficiently. As for Wang Xian himself, he became an apprentice at 14 and, just shy of 20, certified as a first-tier lower-grade alchemist, barely revealing a talent rating of excellent. Thus, as long as he did not cross the most critical red line by removing items from the lower courtyard or attempting to independently decipher the prohibitions above, for a disciple exhibiting exceptional alchemical talent, such actions would be deemed innocent until proven guilty in a momentary lapse in judgment, resulting in nothing more than 3 cups of punishment. Therefore, seated in the cave, Wang Xian maintained a relatively calm mindset. Always prepared, he awaited the wind, silently observing the structures of the lower courtyard scattered across the spiritual pulse nodes of Baiyun Mountain. Half a day swiftly passed. As the moon ascended to its zenith, a profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, Wang Xian's gaze sharpened, for within his perception, the previously tranquil spiritual energies began to stir restlessly. Almost simultaneously, several waves of foundation-building magical energy surged from the mountain peak, dispersing with remarkable coordination. Moments later, with a flash of powerful spiritual light, the second-tier upper-grade formation enveloping Baiyun Mountain abruptly halted, leaving countless disciples in disbelief. Following a crisp sound, the barrier shattered, transforming into a cascade of luminous feathers. The formation that upheld the order of the entire lower courtyard was thus obliterated. Deep within Baiyun Mountain, in the core of the second-tier cave, the young woman Danshan, clad in a pristine white dress, remained as immaculate as the daylight. As the esteemed descendant of a pinnacle foundation-building practitioner, with her elders' cultivation having stagnated, this second-tier cave, which rightfully belonged to her grandfather, naturally became her place of cultivation. In the past, whenever she practiced here, no matter what transpired, the elder would ensure no one disturbed her, fearing to interrupt her progress. However, today, this silent guardianship was finally breached. With the sound of air being torn, Dan Rong, appearing older than he had years ago, entered hastily. The magical energy fluctuations at the pinnacle of foundation building, despite being restrained, still awakened Dan Shun from her meditative state. "Grandfather, what has happened?" she inquired, her focus abruptly disrupted. Just as she was about to speak, a surge of chaotic magical energy overwhelmed her senses. Witnessing this scene, the elder's eyes reflected a flicker of concern. He swiftly administered a medicinal pill and channeled his energy to assist her digestion. Yet, time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for lengthy explanations. Seizing his granddaughter's arm, Dan Rong activated his escape light, darting out of the cave. At that moment, the second-tier Great Array of Bayun Mountain continued to operate, and the anti-flight restrictions remained effective. However, as one of the only two-peak foundation building practitioners in the lower courtyard, the elder possessed unrestricted authority. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, he engaged with several other foundation building practitioners whose energies had also begun to stir. Dan Rong snorted coldly, then sped toward the storage warehouse of various materials in the lower courtyard. As a guardian of the 100 Arts Pavilion and a quasi-second-tier talisman master, he was responsible for distributing various materials required for cultivation, and there lay a formation independent of the mountain protecting array, which only he could unlock. Not only he, but several other powerful foundation building practitioners in the lower courtyard also possessed similar privileges. If all went as expected, they, like him, should have already begun guarding the vault while plundering. "Grandfather, what are we doing?" Danshin, enveloped in the escape light, forced her turbulent energy down. She opened her eyes in confusion, unaware of the events that had led a pinnacle foundation building practitioner to such a state of distress, even foregoing her cultivation. Beside her, Dan Rong merely sighed at her words. Were it not for the messenger being a descendant of his old acquaintance, who had even formed a false alchemy pill years prior, combined with the restlessness of several other distinguished foundation-building practitioners from the lower courtyard, he would not have believed such a bizarre occurrence. "Chinner, continue flying swiftly," the elder explained. "I have just received confirmed news. Just yesterday, the Nanhua Mountain Gate faced a formidable invasion. The third-tier upper-grade Forbidden Formation was breached within half a day, and there were no survivors among the Dan Formation practitioners within the gate. The southern cloud main peak was severed, extracting the fluctuating spiritual energies. Within a century, even with the Earth Masters nurturing it, the spiritual veins will decline by at least one tier, if nothing intervenes. The millennia-old legacy of the Nanhua sect will come to an end today." Chapter 40. Turmoil what? A gasp escaped her lips, and enveloped in the light of escape. Danshin did not anticipate such a response. Yet, upon observing the elder's grave countenance, she understood that this was no mere fabrication. The annihilation of the Mountain Gate and the complete extermination of the Golden Core Cultivators Station, there was an event of cataclysmic proportions, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth. However, as the reality sank in, Danshin found herself grappling with confusion. "Ancestor, even if the news you received is indeed true, I recall that several true immortals were not present at the Mountain Gate, correct? As long as they remain indeed. There are still a few true immortals," the elder interjected. "But consider carefully, my dear Chin, would they dare to return?" With another heavy sigh, he shook his head. In a single day, an entire Golden Core sect had been obliterated, to the extent that even escape was rendered impossible, an undertaking beyond the capabilities of any ordinary Yuaning true monarch. What was even more terrifying was that the forces extinguished today extended beyond the Nanhua sect. Just yesterday, 5 Golden Core factions, 3 major sects, and 2 prominent families, comprising 1/3 of Chen Nation's heritage, were reduced to ashes overnight. No one understood the reasons behind these events. Perhaps they were entangled in some grand opportunity or secret. Or perhaps a formidable cultivator, having defied the heavens to reclaim their destiny, returned with allies to avenge past foes. Regardless of the cause, from this day forth, as long as the truth remained undiscovered, those surviving true immortals would never dare to traverse the realm under the banner of these 5 forces, let alone attempt to rebuild their sects or restore their reputations. Furthermore, should time drag on, even if the truth were eventually uncovered, they would have no opportunity to restore their former glory. After all, as new forces rise amidst the chaos and a new balance is established, we, the remnants of a fallen dynasty, would become their primary targets. Even the Tianshan sect would turn a blind eye to such internal strife among subordinate factions. At this point, Dan Rong fell silent, left with only a heavy sigh. Having joined the sect at a young age and cultivated for over 200 years, who could have foreseen encountering such calamity before the end of one's days? A flicker of concern crossed the elder's eyes as he hastened their escape. This place was no longer safe. The fallen trees overhead marked the outlying estate, which was now a tempting prize for new disciples, regardless of other considerations. Merely the superior techniques and complete second-tier arts documented in the repository were sufficient to entice Golden Core cultivators, without the need for communication. The foundational practitioners of Bayun Mountain understood each other's thoughts in that moment. Given the inevitable collapse of their sect, the most prudent course was to swiftly divide the resources and flee. Those with families could return home. Those without could carry away sufficient supplies to pave their way to the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, free from future concerns. Dan Roan could even surmise that if any individual were to suddenly present themselves as a diehard loyalist to the sect, they would likely be met with collective hostility, serving merely as a rival in the scramble for resources. After all, loyalty to the sect was only meaningful if the sect still existed. Cultivators were not like mundane scholars, concerned with the legacy inscribed in history. All right, Jin, these matters are not for you to ponder. I am not yet on the brink of death. I will ensure you reach foundational cultivation. You need only to focus on your training and not disappoint my expectations. As the escape light descended, they appeared before a storied warehouse, shimmering with prohibitions. The elder revealed his form, but at his side, as she absorbed her ancestor's admonitions, Dan Shin hastily inquired, Ancestor, now that the sect has been destroyed, if we leave, what will become of the disciples in this estate? They will naturally be left to fend for themselves. The elder replied coolly, casting a glance at his hopeful granddaughter. Such unforeseen events were beyond anyone's prediction. One could only say they were unfortunate. Besides, they were merely outer disciples. If they reacted swiftly enough, no one would pursue them relentlessly. They would simply become rogue cultivators. After all, the Nanhua sect was not obliterated by a decree from the Tianshan sect. They merely lost their backing, not becoming pariahs that could be openly hunted. However, from this day forth, Chen Nation would likely face numerous tribulations. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the warehouse's prohibitions. The elder's sleeves billowed as he swiftly gathered the stored magical artifacts, medicinal herbs, ores, and various materials related to cultivation. As for Dan Shen's concerns, he attributed them to her youth and kind-heartedness. Yet, such naivety was unsuitable for this cruel world without support. But those were matters for another day. What was paramount was the present. Scanning other areas of Baiyun Mountain with his spiritual sense, Dan Rong noted the protective array showing signs of instability, indicating that its foundation had been disturbed. He had grown old, lacking the potential for further advancement. His focus was now on preparing for those who would follow. Yet, the other foundational cultivators were not so resigned. Such hasty actions might suggest that, for the higher-ups managing the estate, the fall of the Nanhua sect could be seen as either a blessing or a curse. In the dead of night, the once quiet Baiyun Mountain erupted into chaos. Dan Rong's actions were merely a microcosm of the larger turmoil. Within the vast estate, the auras of several foundational cultivators surged and intertwined. In the scripture repository, alchemy pavilion, administrative hall, secret storehouse, spirit beast garden, and law enforcement hall, a multitude of standardized magical artifacts, materials, and jade slips were hastily seized by the well-informed foundational cultivators. Those whose strength and information lagged behind lost their advantage, shifting their focus toward the alchemy rooms and talisman halls, where, though lacking the wealth of the main storeroom, a bounty of talisman brushes, alchemical cauldrons, and other supplies awaited, providing ample opportunity for profit. In less than half an hour, the once peaceful estate had transformed into a stage for the hungry. Amidst the bloodshed, every eligible hand was slicing into their share of benefits. In this fray, there were those who, unable to perceive the shifting tides and blinded by ignorance, attempted to restore order. However, after the late-stage foundational cultivators took matters into their own hands, any dissent quickly silenced. Gradually, even the thousands of chi-refining cultivators present in the estate began to grasp the reality, while a few offshoots of noble families received subtle hints. In a flash, under the dim night sky, various lights of spiritual energy flickered to life, turning Baiyun Mountain into a chaotic frenzy. Regardless of their awareness of the circumstances, no one could escape the tide of fate. Chapter 41. Departure and instant kill. Everything reached a climax when the foundation of the second-tier superior protective array was violently removed. As the formation collapsed, the spiritual energy, previously bound at various nodes, erupted forth. The escalating concentration of spiritual energy in the environment and the surging waves of magical power caused the disciples of various sects to waver in their reverence for the lower court's regulations. Although few dared to resort to murder in the immediate aftermath, various conflicts became unavoidable. Seated in the nameless cave at the foot of the mountain, Wang Xian finally released the heavy burden from his heart as he observed the bustling activity at Baiyun Mountain. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Once the core of the sect was swept away by an unimaginable force, the institution upheld by the powerful cultivators at the top crumbled. The edifice was on the verge of collapse, and to avoid being crushed by falling debris, everyone naturally fled with greater urgency. Now that the formation was breached, it was time for him to depart. Yet, he needed to wait a moment longer, allowing these foundation establishment cultivators to proceed first. With only a few paths surrounding Baiyun Mountain, it would be unfortunate to encounter the sect's foundation establishment disciples. Thus, he patiently waited until several foundation establishment cultivators, who had thoroughly pillaged the lower court, vacated the area. Only then did Wang Xian extend his hand. Chinging, with a soft chirp, the green shadow darted into his sleeve. Wang Xian concealed his aura and donned an unrecognizable robe, departing along the previously chosen path. He was not concerned about encountering any bandits, for the transmission of information in the cultivation world was remarkably swift yet also sluggish. The major sects and powerful factions had likely received news by now and may have already begun to take action. However, Their attention would not be focused on a group of outer disciples in the Qi refinement stage, even if they sought to take advantage of the chaos and plunder resources. They would target the true disciples bearing the legacy, as well as those foundation establishment cultivators poised for sudden wealth. As for the common loose cultivators, by the time they reacted, it would likely be too late. After nearly half an hour, having completely exited the main peak of Bayan Mountain, Wang Xian gazed southeast. That was his intended destination, a medium-sized cultivation market near Wanza Immortal City, which he had previously become acquainted with. Approaching the Immortal City would facilitate the gathering of information regarding the evolving situation in the Qin Kingdom. Unlike the Immortal City itself, which was frequently guarded by golden core cultivators, this market had a less substantial presence and was not prohibitively expensive. Indeed, Wang Xian's current worth was considerable, but much of it consisted of treasured artifacts and legacies that he dared not liquidate easily. Given his present level of alchemy, he was not yet established enough to thrive in a major immortal city. Thus, he planned to stay there for a while, waiting for the situation to stabilize before making any further decisions about his future. Suddenly, while engrossed in his journey, he noticed a streak of light darting towards Baiyun Mountain. Seemingly having detected his presence. "Who are you? Are you a disciple of the lower court? Why are you not wearing the sect's attire?" The light descended, revealing a middle-aged man in black robes, clearly a law enforcement disciple of the Nanhua sect, his Qi refinement late-stage cultivation evident. Astonished, Wang Xian did not expect to encounter a returning enforcer from the sect here. Although the law enforcement hall of the lower court was not particularly formidable, the man's cultivation was sufficient to intimidate the disciples of the lower court, who were at most at the mid-stage of Qi refinement. Seeing Wang Xian hesitate to respond, the black-clad cultivator furrowed his brow and sternly inquired, "Let us set aside your attire for now. What transpired at Baiyun Mountain that caused the formation to suddenly cease? And why are you here?" "Senior brother, allow me to explain," Wang Xian said, his eyes flickering slightly as he cupped his hands in respect. "I am indeed a disciple of the lower court, hailing from the Han family of Shaoza Mountain. I came to request leave to return home to celebrate an elder's birthday. As for what happened at Baiyun Mountain, I truly do not know. I hope senior brother can investigate further." Upon hearing the name Han family of Shaoza Mountain, the black-clad cultivator paused, trying to recall the newly established foundation establishment family from a few years prior. A glimmer of disdain crossed his eyes as he coldly remarked, "Humph. Nouveau riche are just that, nouveau riche, lacking even a semblance of decorum. I thought you were from a prominent family. Turns out you were merely from the Han family. Enough of this. With such a significant incident occurring in the sect, why are you returning to celebrate a birthday? Once the second-tier formation is disabled, to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to steal the sect's legacy, no disciple is permitted to leave or enter at will. Do you not understand this? Once you join the sect, you should prioritize the sect over your own family. Remain here. You will accompany me back to the law enforcement hall shortly." With a cold command, the black-clad cultivator waved his sleeve and turned to leave, showing no concern that Wang Xian would attempt to escape. After all, regardless of breakthroughs or age, disciples of the lower court would eventually ascend to the main sect. A mere mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator posed no threat here. Qing. With no forewarning, Wang Xian's heart stirred, and the green light flashed as three illusory figures burst forth from his sleeve. Sensing the unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy behind him, the black-clad cultivator's expression changed dramatically. Although the situation unfolded abruptly as a law enforcement disciple of the sect, he quickly reacted. A black circular shield flew from his storage bag, directly shielding his back. A light barrier expanded, with the shield itself blocking the most forceful of the three streaks of light. Although the other two streaks of green light penetrated the shield's protective barrier, they were ultimately intercepted by the black short knife the cultivator had used earlier, preventing them from reaching him. Cold sweat drenched his back, followed by a surge of furious relief. The black-clad cultivator spun around, his expression twisted in rage. "You dare to defy the sect? No matter who you are. I will." Bang! His expression froze as a blood hole pierced through his brain from behind. Clenching his fists and staring at the fallen black-clad cultivator, Wang Xian's heart raced wildly. This was his first encounter in combat since embarking on his cultivation journey, and his opponent was a disciple of the sect at the late stage of Qi refinement. Had it not been for the presence of his spirit beast, he, with no combat experience, would have undoubtedly been no match for the other. Fortunately, reality held no what-ifs. The combat instincts of the spirit beast were exceptionally potent. From the outset, the three illusory figures were all doppelgangers created by the Green Sparrow's bloodline talent, Shadow Split. Meanwhile, its true form harnessed the power of lightness to silently maneuver around to the other side. Silent in stealth, lethal in action. At this moment, Wang Xian could only marvel at the prowess of a superior bloodline, comparable to a prodigy among humans. With a sudden strike to eliminate an opponent at the same cultivation level, it was over in the blink of an eye. Chapter 42. Inquiring news. Forget it. However, speaking of which, wasn't it said that the first murder would be nauseating? Rubbing his somewhat stiff face, Wang Xian took a deep breath to dispel the slight tension in his heart. He had prepared himself for action, albeit defensively. Should his ambush fail, he would prioritize his own safety, leaving the battle to his spirit pet, for he was, after all, the greatest weakness when compared to the Qingying sparrow. Little Qing. With a gesture, the blue sparrow landed in his palm. Wang Xian caressed its feathers, lightly tapping the silver spot on its forehead. Well done. Your efforts have not been in vain. A faint smile graced his lips as he collected the storage bag of the black-clad cultivator. Upon inspection, apart from a few miscellaneous items worth around 200 spirit stones, there was only a mid-grade magical shield and a small black dagger. Though the commotion of the battle was minimal, he hastened to leave the area, hoping that no further mishaps would occur. There was no time to refine the magical artifacts. Time was of the essence. Shaking his head gently, Wang Xian glanced at the corpse of the middle-aged cultivator and stepped forward to place his hand upon it. Previously, to acquire the source of the Dao fruit, he had either sacrificed himself or offered the blood of demon beasts. Today, he had discovered a third method of acquisition. Here lies Han Feiyu, the future demon lord. Rest in peace, my friend. Moments later, observing the lifeless body drained of spiritual energy and blood, Wang Xian's expression remained calm as he reduced it to ashes. With a flick of his sleeve, he departed without taking a single speck of dust with him. A month later, having traversed a long and arduous journey with caution, Wang Xian finally arrived near Qingye Square Market, following the route he had previously inquired about. He encountered no further unexpected events, just as he had anticipated, given the speed at which news traveled through the cultivation world of the Qin Kingdom. By the time ordinary qi refining practitioners reacted, the branches of the major forces that had been annihilated had long since emptied, leaving no opportunity for any actions to be taken. Though the major forces had suffered greatly, they were still recognized as legitimate sects and families under the dominance of the Tianshan sect in the Qin Kingdom, leaving no one daring to openly call for their extermination. Instead, they resorted to covertly targeting these fat sheep. Thus, while the surface remained calm, tumultuous waves surged beneath. Upon entering Qingye Square Market under the alias of Han, the first task Wang Xian undertook was to gather intelligence about the cultivation world. Half a month later, as he stepped into the courtyard of his rented residence, Wang Xian released the blue sparrow to survey the surroundings, his expression a mixture of joy and concern. As the month passed, news gradually spread. The sudden destruction of the 5 major core formation forces shook the various nations, yet the Tianshan sect, as the dominant power of the Qin Kingdom, remained silent. It was only a few days ago that an elder true monarch from their sect finally made an appearance, meeting with other core formation cultivators who came seeking information. He declared that a thorough investigation would be conducted, promising that no leniency would be shown. He further stated that this was not merely a challenge for the Qin Kingdom, but rather a call for nearby nations to lend their support. Ultimately, he solemnly vowed to invite a prince from the Great Zhou to personally investigate the matter, vowing to uncover the true culprits behind the chaos. However, simultaneously, the Tianshan sect announced a temporary closure of their mountain gates and officially acknowledged the grave injuries of the newly appointed Yuanying true monarch, who would not survive. Thus, they mourned and turned their attention away from other matters. Ah, truly, to hear a gentleman's words is like listening to a grand discourse. Everything else is mere deception. Fear is the only truth. It seems that before the arrival of that prince from the Great Zhou, the entire Qin Kingdom would enter a phase of stability on the surface but chaos beneath. After all, if 5 major forces can be instantly obliterated, such power is sufficient to suppress a Yuanying true monarch not present within the mountain gates. If I were the supreme elder of the Tianshan sect, I too would hesitate to step outside, fearing that without the protection of the 4th-tier forbidden array, I might inadvertently follow in the footsteps of the previous forces. As he lightly tapped his fingers on the table, Wang Xian recalled the information he had gathered over the past days. In his view, this statement from the Tianshan sect was not particularly negative. In fact, if one disregarded the dangers posed by the true instigator of this turmoil, it might even be considered a fortunate development. After all, the contraction of the Yuanying sect's influence indicated that a gap had appeared in the tightly woven net of suppression over the Qin Kingdom. The destruction of the 5 major core formation forces signified that numerous smaller factions now had 5 vacant positions to vie for. The Tianshan sect, after all, was merely sealing their mountain gates, not facing annihilation. Therefore, they would not permit the legacies of these 5 forces to be entirely consumed by the existing factions. Rather, they would offer a chance to the newcomers. In an instant, the pathways for numerous foundational families seemed to have been partially opened. Of course, whether this news was good or bad was of little consequence to Wang Xian at this moment. He was still far from establishing a foundation and possessed no influence of his own. This merely suggested that internal conflicts within the Qin Kingdom would intensify for a time, perhaps causing prices for strategic resources to rise, along with an increased importance of alchemists. The bad news, however, paled in comparison to the somewhat favorable tidings he had learned, which were intricately linked to his future. Within the Qin Kingdom, despite the annihilation of the 5 major forces, they had not been entirely eradicated. The 8 great families and 3 of the 6 sects remained intact. Among them, the various collateral branches of the cultivation families, disciples outside the sects. And those who were not present at their mountain gates, there were far too many, and he counted himself among them. For those cultivators who had suddenly lost their support, aside from becoming rogue cultivators, there were roughly a few paths available. silently contemplating the information he had gathered. Wang Xian categorized it for better understanding. Firstly, those with superior spiritual roots and youthful age would be welcomed by the major core formation forces. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, they were destined not to be nurtured as pure insiders, but would need to sign corresponding spirit contracts, destined to become future enforcers. Secondly, the true disciples of the original sects and the legitimate heirs of the great families would also be accepted by the major core formation forces. Yet, these cultivators typically possessed a strong sense of allegiance to their former powers and were likely aware of certain hidden repositories. Rather than recruitment, it resembled a desperate attempt to secure their loyalty. As for supporting their future core formation, that was even less likely. Thirdly, there were the remaining cultivators. Excluding those talented geniuses, the rest would only be sought after by small foundational families. However, their intentions were not to cultivate them, but rather to seek potential spouses to enhance their family's spiritual root quality and produce exceptional offspring. After all, the better the spiritual roots of the parents, the higher the probability of extraordinary qualities in their progeny. Yet, akin to the previous two categories, they too would not likely be nurtured as true kin, merely serving as tools for procreation. Chapter 43. Oaths and Contracts Within the Inn. Wang Xian gently shook his head. Were he not an alchemist, he might well be classified among the third category of individuals. The notion that original sect disciples have been relegated to breeding tools seems rather cruel. However, if they choose to pursue a path as loose cultivators, no one compels them to join a family. It must be said that the world of immortal cultivation is fundamentally bound by bloodlines, making it exceedingly difficult to trust outsiders. Beyond these three categories lies individuals like myself, who possess a complete inheritance of the sect's myriad arts yet have signed contracts that prohibit disclosure. Nonetheless, compared to the aforementioned groups, we enjoy a certain popularity. With a subtle gleam in his eye, Wang Xian understood the reason for this popularity. In the realm of immortal cultivation, there exists no such thing as a heart demon oath that one can utter with closed eyes, thereby binding oneself irrevocably. One need only consider that if such a thing truly existed, then disregarding other factors, it is likely that practitioners of the demonic path would swiftly transform into the most united, amicable, and effective sect in the realm of immortal cultivation. What could compare to an oath that takes effect simply by being spoken, overshadowing the influence of controlling insects or poisons? In summary, Wang Xian could not confidently assert that the immortal realm lacked heart demon oaths. However, even if they existed, they would certainly not resemble those chronicled in mundane tales. Of course, the absence of heart demon oaths does not imply that a cultivator's actions are free from restriction. Instead, this void is filled by special contracts crafted by spiritual contract masters among the myriad arts. These contracts are costly and not lethal to peers of the same level. Yet they prove remarkably effective in safeguarding inheritances. For instance, in the case of the Nanhua sect, after imparting the first-level arts to disciples, the sect mandates that they sign a quasi-second-level contract. For foundation-building cultivators, the constraints of such contracts typically last around 15 to 20 years, becoming completely void after 30 years. However, for chi-refining disciples, the restrictions often extend beyond 2 cycles of 60 years, rendering them nearly lifelong commitments. In the past, when the sect still thrived, these contracts served as limitations on the disciples. Yet now, with the sect's destruction, they have transformed into protective talismans for the disciples. With such a contract in place, those who have received the inheritance cannot betray it, nor can they divulge what they have learned. In the absence of hard measures, even if smaller familial forces remain reluctant, they have no choice but to resort to soft tactics. Take the Han family, for instance. Retrieving a message talisman from his storage, Wang Xian noted that it had been glowing ever since he entered the Qingye market. Scanning it with his spiritual sense, he quietly gleaned the information contained within the jade talisman. As expected, it contained various recruitment messages. What surprised Wang Xian, however, was the courteous tone of the communication. Despite the knowledge that the Nanhua sect had perished and its disciples no longer enjoyed privileges, the message expressed shock and regret over the sect's demise and conveyed concern for Wang Xian's current situation. Following a subtle mention of the attitudes of some loose cultivators toward the younger disciples who had lost the protection of their sect, the sender ultimately expressed appreciation for Wang Xian's alchemical talent and invited him to formally join the Han family. As for the specifics, the Han family expressed a desire to meet Wang Xian in person, leaving the time and place up to him, with a tone that radiated sincerity. After perusing the message, Wang Xian set the talisman aside. He pondered briefly, considering that the market was safeguarded by powerful formations and that he could choose the meeting location. He felt that a meeting was feasible. It was not due to any belief in the sender's dubious sincerity, but rather because he wished to maintain a steady pace in his cultivation, which he could not achieve alone. He needed either to reach the foundation building stage or to become a senior first-tier alchemist in the myriad arts. Otherwise, under his current circumstances, it would be challenging to secure sufficient resources for cultivation in a stable manner. Not rushing to a decision, Wang Xian lingered in the Qingye market for several months, discreetly inquiring about the situation in the Qin kingdom. The market was situated near the Wanzhou Immortal City, governed by several foundation-building families, and it proved timely in terms of safety and information circulation. Gradually, as more news became available, many matters surfaced. As Qin Yao had once remarked, the destruction of the Nanhua sect, while a calamity, was not of the life and death variety. For the majority of lower-tier disciples, the greatest loss they suffered was the transformation from sect disciples to loose cultivators, leaving their future prospects uncertain. Ultimately, they were not the defeated party in a war of immortal cultivation, nor did they possess a true enemy. Aside from those closely tied to the sect, who carried substantial resources, the situation was not so dire for ordinary disciples. Thus, several months later, as his limited supply of spirit stones dwindled, Wang Xian joined a merchant caravan and traveled from the Qingye market to the Baihao market. A month later, he passed through the protective barrier. Bidding farewell to the caravan and Appos, as steward, he surveyed the large market adjacent to the Bailan River. Without hesitation, Wang Xian sent out the prepared message via the talisman. The talisman itself could not transmit across vast distances. It only possessed the capacity for delayed messaging of up to several days or even months among various markets, immortal cities, and sections. Wang Xian was not entirely clear on the specific workings of this system, but as a lowly cultivator in the immortal realm, he had no need to understand the mechanics. Finding a temporary place to stay, Wang Xian intended to wait a few days. However, to his surprise, nearly half an hour later, the talisman vibrated slightly, and a warmly worded reply returned to him. They were in the market? The family head was present as well? Startled for a moment, Wang Xian was not overly surprised, for the Han family had interest within Baihao market, which was precisely why he had come. Stowing the jade talisman, he departed the inn and headed directly for a high-end restaurant known as Linha Tower. This establishment belonged to the true powers of the market, the Xuanfu Lu family, and boasted skilled spiritual chefs. Following the previously arranged details in the message, Wang Xian was guided by a server to a private room on the third floor. Upon reaching the upper level, he spotted Han Qing, who had been waiting at the door for quite some time. Upon seeing his guest, Han Qing's eyes brightened, and he greeted Wang Xian with hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother Wang, I have eagerly awaited your arrival. Compared to 6 or 7 years ago, Han Qing now wore ordinary brocade garments, his demeanor lacking the previous burdensome gloom, replaced instead by a sense of exuberance and warmth. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Brother Han, I hope I have not arrived too late, Wang Xian said with a respectful bow, smiling. Not at all. I came here specifically for you. And even the family head holds you in high regard. Come, Patriarch, Taoist Wang has finally arrived. With enthusiastic greetings, Han Qing ushered Wang Xian into the private room. Glancing around, Wang Xian noticed a cultivator in a green robe seated at the head of the table, appearing to be in his 40s. With an air of authority tempered by a friendly gaze, it was none other than the foundation building member of the Han family he had met years prior. Beside him sat another middle-aged cultivator, who regarded Wang Xian with a more neutral expression. Chapter 44, The Han Family's Conditions. The younger Wang Xian approached, displaying an expression of astonishment and reverence upon meeting the esteemed Han elder. He promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, no need for such formalities, young friend. Han Changming replied with a warm smile, waving his hand dismissively. I have long anticipated your arrival, though the sudden troubles befalling our sect must have caused you some concern. However, I trust by now you can set your mind at ease. Please forgive me, elder. The recent upheaval within the sect has indeed left me somewhat unsettled. Wang Xian admitted with an awkward smile, a fleeting hint of discomfort crossing his visage, yet his heart remained unmoved. A simple psychological maneuver. Had it been a less experienced youth, he might have felt embarrassed for his earlier doubts. Yet, he harbored no such feelings. It was only natural to be cautious in the face of a sect's demise, and he felt no guilt in choosing to remain observant regarding the Han family's invitation. Han Changming, noticing the subtle shifts in Wang Xian's demeanor, could not help but nod to himself. Let us not dwell on such matters. Allow me to introduce you, he said, gesturing to a figure nearby. This is my younger brother, Han Changda, who oversees the Han family's enterprises in Beifang City. My purpose here was to discuss matters concerning the Pill Pavilion with him, and I was pleasantly surprised to encounter you. At this, the middle-aged cultivator nodded respectfully, and Wang Xian hurriedly returned the gesture. Externally, Han Changda appeared considerably older than his brother, which was not unusual. The lifespan of foundation-building cultivators typically spans twice that of those in the Qi refinement stage. Though breaking through to foundation building does not grant one a return to youth, it does tend to render one somewhat younger in appearance than before. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats within the confines of the Lingyi Tower. Wang Xian savored the exquisite flavors of spiritual cuisine for the first time. It must be said that, unlike medicinal pills, this culinary treatment of beast flesh and spiritual herbs, though not maximizing medicinal potency, nonetheless offered a delightful taste while simultaneously aiding in cultivation. Here, Brother Wang, do sample this dish of Qingha fish stew. As the banquet progressed, Han Changming excused himself from the table. With the absence of the foundation-building cultivator, the atmosphere became markedly more relaxed. Pointing to a fish stew on the table, Han Qing took the initiative to introduce it. Beifang City lies near the Bailan River, where we occasionally catch spiritual fish from its waters. This Qingha fish stew is renowned for its ability to nourish a first-stage body cultivator for half a month. Ah, and do not overlook this, he continued. presenting a dish of qianzi yuhailing. This delicacy, crafted from finely shredded seaweed rich in spiritual essence, resembles luxurious silk and pairs beautifully with golden broth or rare fungi, resulting in an exquisite flavor. Han Chang elaborated on the luxuriousness of the dishes, as if he frequented this establishment often, enjoying the splendid benefits extended to the Han family. Wang Xian refrained from exposing his thoughts but displayed an appropriate amount of surprise and envy, pondering the true intentions behind their hospitality. From Han Changming's amicable demeanor to Han Chang's deliberate display, though both expressed goodwill, it seemed less about welcoming him as a guest elder to instruct the clan's disciples. Wang Xian, unfamiliar with the inner workings of the foundation-building families within the cultivation world, could not ascertain their true motives. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Han Changda finally set down his chopsticks, signaling the moment for serious discussion. "Fellow Taoist Wang," he said, lifting his cup slightly with a composed expression. "Upon reflection, the dealings between the Han family and yourself have spanned several years. I have borne witness to your progress in alchemy. However, the recent calamity befalling our sect has left talents such as yourself adrift. The family head has also expressed concern for you, hence the early invitation for this meeting. Now that you are here, I trust you must have reached a decision. I will speak plainly." Without further ado, Han Changda laid out the terms. "I, Han Changda, as the second elder of the Han family, am responsible for nurturing our clan's disciples in various arts. I wish to recruit you as a guest elder to instruct those among us with aspirations in the path of alchemy. Regarding the associated benefits, the Han family would allocate a residence for Wang Xian in the heart of the clan's territory and offer him a legitimate wife. Moreover, they would cover his alchemical expenses, equating them to those of the core family members. His descendants would also be recognized as direct heirs, with no discrimination implied. If you have any additional requests, feel free to express them. I shall endeavor to accommodate you. What say you, my friend?" As he spoke, Han Changda outlined conditions that included a dwelling near a second-tier spiritual vein, beautiful wives, and the promise of sponsorship for alchemical studies. Each offer left Wang Xian inwardly astounded. To be frank, the treatment he received rivaled that of a sect's lower division, and considering that disciples of such divisions were not burdened with sect duties, it was even more favorable. Yet, the increasingly generous offers made Wang Xian feel uneasy. Was this merely an invitation to join as a guest elder? It seemed to imply something deeper. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, what obligations would accompany such generous hospitality from the Han family?" Wang Xian asked, taking a deep breath, though he already harbored suspicions about the answer. "Quite simply, as long as you are willing to sincerely join the Han family," Han Changda replied without hesitation. "Upon your acceptance, you would be required to father descendants with our legitimate daughter within 3 years. Within 10 years, you must have at least 3 children. And you may not take concubines from outside the Han family. Additionally, you must devote yourself to teaching the clan's apprentices, prioritizing the alchemical studies necessary for the family. Lastly, should you approach the end of your lifespan, you would need to pass on your legacy to your children. These terms will be formalized in a legal contract. But rest assured, as I promised, your children will be recognized as direct heirs of the Han family, and no one will dare to usurp your legacy." With his conditions laid bare, Han Changda awaited Wang Xian's response. As each stipulation was articulated, Wang Xian could not deny the truth of Han Changda's words. Indeed, from the perspective of a common alchemist, bereft of sect protection and burdened by contractual limitations, the Han family's offers were exceptionally favorable. They provided housing, financial support, and companionship, ensuring every aspect of life from birth to death was arranged. Moreover, the likelihood of reneging on such promises was slim, driven by the desire to secure his talents. Thus, even though it was evident that they intended to fully assimilate him and his legacy, for a cultivator without grand ambitions of establishing their own power, the arrangement was not dissimilar to his previous circumstances. Chapter 45, The Seed of Rejection in the Contemporary Realm of Cultivation at Nanya. Various ideologies proliferate. The righteous path and the demonic way, the celestial dynasties and merchant associations. Some prioritize innate talent and comprehension, while others emphasize character and means. Some revere wealth and resources, and yet others mimic the ancient divine dynasty. Upon closer examination, it becomes arduous to delineate who embodies the orthodox and who the heterodox. However, despite the disparate philosophies concerning the pursuit of longevity, there exists a remarkable consensus among nearly all factions in the cultivation world, particularly regarding the reverence for the transmission of the Tao lineage. Take the Nanhua sect as an example. As disciples of the sect, it is tacitly accepted within the cultivation community that the sect possesses the authority over the life and death of its disciples. The sect's regulations supersede conventional moralities. Consequently, it invests considerable effort in nurturing its members. Even the most radical demonic sects do not deny the legitimacy of the Tao lineage in legal terms. Therefore, if Wang Xian were merely an ordinary cultivator, he would need to ponder deeply. Aside from the bloodline barriers, the personal dependencies demanded by cultivation families are not significantly different from those of sections. Were it not for the newly established and shallowly rooted Han family, other foundational families with centuries of heritage might not be so willing to invest heavily in a mere first-tier artisan with modest talent. Despite the existence of knowledge barriers within the cultivation world, First-tier transmissions have not reached such an extreme. The value of what is offered simply does not warrant the expense. Thus, it must be said that the Han family has shown considerable sincerity. The only issue is that they have never considered the possibility of my successful foundation establishment. While contemplating the conditions set forth by the Han family, Wang Xin could not help but shake his head inwardly. Despite the numerous advantages presented by the Han family, which seemed to imply a willingness to accept him as one of their own, all of this hinges on the condition that he cannot establish his foundation. As a family with only the patriarch holding a foundation, the Han family would be insane to allow an outsider to succeed. Furthermore, if they were aware of the presence of Shaoqing by Wang Xian's side, they might hesitate to invite a wolf into the fold, fearing that one day calamity might arise from within. Yet, such fears are not unfounded. With a medium-grade spiritual root and no access to sect resources for foundation establishment pills, the probability of success is almost negligible. If there were no protective pills, there exists a significant risk of failure resulting in severe repercussions, even death. Thus, if a contract were to be signed, they would likely have no intention of granting him the opportunity to attempt foundation establishment. Once he entered their territory, the Han family would have ample means to legitimately delay the possibility of a medium-grade spiritual root establishing a foundation, perhaps to the point where he would not perceive any issues at all. Once he surpassed the appropriate age and his vitality began to wane, everything would be settled. At that juncture, unless one was resolute in the face of death, few would dare to attempt foundation establishment. Silently contemplating the pros and cons, Wang Xian appeared to be in deep thought, yet internally, he had already resolved to decline. He merely sought a place to cultivate, not a master to serve. Despite the sect's nature, which at least offers a semblance of a master-disciple relationship, rooted in the essence of inheritance, families operate differently, as entities historically centered around bloodlines. Wang Xian had never heard of a cultivation family willingly allowing an outsider to surpass the main lineage, much less change their surname. The notion of an outsider leading a family is an unthinkable proposition. With a sigh of resignation, he gradually arrived at a decision. If the other party insisted on such terms, he would have no choice but to withdraw. Yet, in that moment, Wang Xian found himself troubled. While sects genuinely embrace diversity, they would never accept an adult with the mark of another sect, such as Wang Xian. As for merchant associations, they were far less altruistic. They are the true predators of the industry. Senior Han, he declared, having made up his mind, the conditions presented by the Han family are indeed quite generous. And I can perceive your sincerity. However, as a young man still striving towards the path of immortality, I hope to propose a few modifications. And I ask for your understanding. Modifications? Han Changde furrowed his brow, seemingly unprepared for Wang Xian's refusal. Striving for the path of immortality? A medium-grade spiritual route? What are your thoughts? Despite his skepticism, Han Changde maintained his composure. As you have observed, I understand that I possess little of value to others, save for the alchemical text inherited from the sect's lower division, which still holds some merit. Wang Xian paused, noticing that he had indeed captured Han Changde's interest. He continued. Thus, I propose that with the first-tier alchemical text from Nanhua sect as collateral, if I can successfully establish my foundation before my vitality wanes, I shall dissolve the sect's legal contract and present the text to repay the Han family's kindness. Should I fail to establish my foundation, I shall accept the reality and contribute to the Han family. Ultimately, it is preferable for my inheritance to benefit the talented descendants of the family rather than be passed on to future generations. What do you think, senior? A flicker of contemplation crossed Han Changde's face, but he soon shook his head. You raise a valid point. It sounds feasible. However, you overlook a crucial issue. All of this hinges on your survival until your vitality declines, so that the knowledge bound by the contract does not perish with you. But what if you forcibly attempt foundation establishment and fail, resulting in immediate death? In that case, would not the Han family be left with nothing? Thus, this proposal is untenable. Unless you can present the first-tier alchemical text now, do not bring this matter up again. Speechless, Wang Xian nearly erupted with laughter at this juncture. Indeed, he possessed first-tier alchemical texts, the kind that would take years to exhaust their restrictions. However, if you were to dare present them, would it not be more profitable to sell them to those great merchant associations instead of bargaining with the Han family? Were it not for the sensitive political climate, he would have already sold them, fearing suspicion regarding his possession of multiple texts or the entirety of some sect's inheritance. Yet, reality does not permit hypotheticals. In the current environment, Wang Xian recognized that while Han Changde sought a no-risk transaction, the latter indeed held a legitimate claim. Due to the same sensitive circumstances, the supply and demand dynamics in the market of the Qin Kingdom had also undergone slight alterations. Chapter 46. Progress through retreat. The once cherished inheritance of countless arts may be difficult to acquire with mere spirit stones, often requiring the sacrifice of precious resources. However, with the downfall of the three major sects, places like the Baiyin Mountain lower courtyard have become numerous. Many foundation-building cultivators are eagerly awaiting the opportunity to exchange the substantial legacy of jade slips for profit. Despite various pressures, it is only a matter of time before their inheritance is bought at a high price and its dissemination is prohibited. Yet, As long as the Han family is willing to play a waiting game, they can still obtain a portion of this legacy, albeit more easily from their own hands. Shaking his head slightly, Wang Xian chose not to elaborate further. Since the elder was unwilling, he would let the matter rest. He still possessed some savings, and it seemed feasible for him to reside in Beifang City for a few years. The illustrious reputation of the Xuanfu Lu family assured him of sufficient safety here. Speaking calmly, Wang Xian was unconcerned about provoking the elder's ire. As he had mentioned, this place was not akin to the Chile market, which was jointly managed by several foundation-building families, but rather the domain of the Golden Core lineage, the Xuanfu Lu family. To contravene the established rules here would require careful consideration, even for rogue cultivators. As for his future cultivation, he naturally intended to set aside alchemy for the time being. He would sell the first-tier mid-grade alchemy furnace he had previously used and retreat into seclusion for 10 years within the market. Once the Qingyu was fully prepared for its advancement, he would rent a second-tier spiritual vein to facilitate its breakthrough into a higher realm, nurturing a high-grade demon beast. After all, he was still young, and a few years of wasted cultivation time was of little consequence. However, while Wang Xian was quite open-minded about this situation, Han Changde found himself somewhat embarrassed. Just like that? He furrowed his brow, momentarily pausing in his gesture of raising his wine cup. Han Changde had never anticipated that Wang Xian would so readily abandon the proposition. Had his terms been excessively harsh? He did not believe so. Compared to other celestial clans, the relatively new Han family was already being quite generous. My young friend must think this through. The conditions I have offered are sufficiently favorable. You will find it impossible to locate better terms elsewhere. Were it not for my family's recent establishment, such treatment would likely not have been extended. Rest assured. I have considered it carefully. Nodding slightly, Wang Xian smiled as he explained, perhaps the elder is unaware, but for one such as me, being brought from the mortal realm by the sect, receiving teachings of techniques and alchemy, only to pass on that legacy to others now fills me with guilt. Yet, with the path of immortality before me, I can no longer afford to dwell on such matters. However, as you mentioned, even if I were to join the Han family, the nobility would likely deny me the opportunity to advance to foundation building, fearing the violent upheaval of my vital energy leading to my demise and loss of the inheritance. If this is the case, why should I continue to struggle? I still possess the mid-grade alchemy furnace I brought from the sect. Selling it would suffice for a carefree existence. At that moment, Han Changde found himself momentarily speechless, gazing deeply at Wang Xian. He was astonished that this young cultivator, while possessing such a profound desire for enlightenment, could also adopt such a nonchalant attitude. Indeed, if a cultivator does not care for their future or their descendants, they can live well anywhere. However, this realization meant that the task assigned to him by the family head would ultimately fail. The unexpected fortune of the Han family was limited, and to prevent squandering it, they had resolved to cultivate alchemists based on the family's medicinal fields. In such circumstances, if they were to spend heavily to acquire a legacy, the cost would be exorbitant. My young friend possesses a carefree spirit. I have underestimated you. Slowly, Han Changde spoke. I cannot make a decision on this matter. I must report to the family head. Please wait a couple of days. As he prepared to pass the question on to Han Changming, who had taken the lead, Han Changde reflected on Wang Xian's previous words and seemed to notice something. By the way, young friend, what was it you mentioned about the mid-grade alchemy furnace you brought from the sect? Indeed, it was granted by the sect. Wang Xian smiled, purposefully divulging this information. Just before the sect had faced its calamity, he had passed the formal alchemist examination and received an assignment to the sect's alchemical chamber. Little did he expect that shortly after borrowing a few jade slips containing insights left by the sect's predecessors, disaster would strike. As it turned out, Wang Xian had never previously mentioned the alchemist privileges he had enjoyed, so Han Changde was unaware. Thus, when he heard about the mid-grade alchemy furnace, he began to harbor doubts and was surprised to learn it was indeed true. So, you have officially become an alchemist? He recalled that during their last transaction, this young cultivator had mentioned researching first-tier mid-grade alchemy. Judging by the level he displayed in that exchange, it seemed an ambitious claim. Little did he know it was a deliberate concealment. Achieving the status of an official alchemist within 6 or 7 years, he would almost certainly gain entry into the inner sect and have the potential to refine first-tier high-grade breakthrough elixirs before the age of 50. No wonder he could not let go of the thought of foundation building. After a moment of contemplation, Han Changde felt a growing headache. If Wang Xian had agreed to his initial conditions, then the higher his alchemical talent, the better. But now, my young friend, do not be hasty. Allow me some time to consult with the family head regarding this matter. I trust that the family head will make a decisive judgment. Casting a glance at Han Cheng, who had been silent throughout, Han Changde gestured for him to ease the atmosphere. He chose not to speak further. They could never fully acquiesce to Wang Xian's conditions. After all, to the families of cultivators, outsiders could never be regarded as kin. Yet, to abandon the matter entirely was not something Han Changde would willingly accept. With pressing matters temporarily set aside, the banquet continued in an awkward yet tolerable atmosphere. Half an hour later, Wang Xian departed from the Linhe Tower, escorted by Han Cheng. After lingering in the private room for a while, Han Changde rubbed his temples. He had initially not intended to attend this banquet. After all, If he wished to present a more approachable demeanor to attract Wang Xian, he could have simply tasked Han Qing, who had shared the same initiation into the sect. If the goal was to hastily resolve the matter, it would have been better handled by the already foundation-building Han Changming, no matter how he contemplated. His role as the second elder was merely to await the outcome. Thus, the responsibility for this matter ultimately fell upon him for another reason, to arrange for a granddaughter to be betrothed to that young man. Fulfilling the condition of promising the legitimate daughter, facilitating the preservation of his alchemical legacy within this lineage as a reward from his elder brother. How laughable it was that he had hesitated before, only to discover that the young man had no interest in the Han family at all. Such pride from a sect disciple, he mused. He wondered how long that pride would last. Shaking his head with a cold laugh, Han Changda exited the private room and knocked on the adjacent wooden door. Come in. Upon hearing the invitation, he pushed the door open and stepped into the adjoining private room. Chapter 47. The puppet master closing the door with a casual gesture. Han Changda stepped into the inner chamber of the private room, navigating around an ancient screen adorned with the imagery of myriad birds saluting the phoenix. He found his elder brother, Han Changming, who had just excused himself, lost in contemplation as he sipped wine, fixating intently on a metallic orb. With a respectful bow, Han Changda, despite his mind being plagued with troubles, found his attention irresistibly drawn to the orb. Brother, have you not yet given up on your research into puppetry? Indeed. Han Changming replied, shaking off his reverie with a soft sigh. Setting the orb down, he glanced at his visibly aged younger brother and nodded with a resigned expression. After years of diligent study, I find myself making no progress. Even with the advantage of foundational spiritual perception, ignorance remains ignorance. The arts of immortality are truly inscrutable. Fortunately, I do not aspire to become a true puppet master. Gaining a modicum of knowledge, sufficient to maintain puppets independently, is adequate for me. Alas, he trailed off, aware that walls have ears. The Lena Tower lacks any formations to obscure spiritual perception. It is merely a property of the Liu family. And should a late-stage foundation cultivator be next door, Han Changming would be none the wiser. Fortunately, Han Changda understood the implications of his brother's words and nodded empathetically, though he was at a loss for what to say. In truth, much like Wang Xian's earlier perplexity, many from the southeastern region of Qin State were curious about how the Han family, once a minor chi-refining clan, had transformed into a family led by a foundation cultivator and acquired a second-tier spiritual vein. It is noteworthy that while the former could be attributed to fortune, the latter distinctly demonstrated substantial financial prowess. Indeed, the value of a long-cherished second-tier spiritual vein far surpasses that of first-tier alchemical texts, which cannot simply be purchased with spirit stones. Yet, the Han family remained reticent, as did their patron, the Nanhua sect, and neighboring foundation families refrained from probing further. It was evident that the sect had sanctioned this matter. Nevertheless, Han Changda was acutely aware of the truth. Everything the Han family possessed today stemmed from a fateful encounter a decade ago. At that time, Han Changming, having reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, encountered a second-tier peak puppet master, gravely injured and on the brink of death, who was being hunted. Han Changming successfully aided the master in vanquishing his foes. However, once the threat was eliminated, the master's life was still forfeit. Thus, Han Changming inherited the master's legacy, including his profound knowledge. The specifics of this event remained shrouded in mystery, and even Han Changda could not ascertain the full truth. However, when the Han family presented their puppetry inheritance to a true immortal of the Nanhua sect, they received in return a second-tier spiritual vein and the endorsement of a true disciple, thus sealing the matter. It was only a year ago, with the sudden downfall of the Nanhua sect and ensuing turmoil in the Qin state, that this issue resurfaced. To navigate the shifting tides, the puppets left behind by the master undoubtedly represented the best strategy. Enough of this. Let us return to the matter at hand, Han Changming interjected, redirecting his focus to his younger brother. The previous cordiality, witnessed by Wang Xian, had long dissipated, replaced by a demeanor marked by steadiness and resolve. Changda, did that alchemist named Wang agree to our terms? Not at all, Han Changda replied slowly, recounting the particulars. Brother, this is the situation. That young man has become an official alchemist within the sect, yet he has consistently concealed his progress in alchemy from us. Moreover, he harbors ambitions to ascend to a higher realm, so it is unlikely he will join our Han family. Does he still harbor aspirations for foundation cultivation? Han Changming's fingers instinctively tapped the table in contemplation. If that is the case, then you must acquiesce to his demands. Brother, do not rush, Han Changming said, raising his hand calmly, dismissing Han Changda's urgency. When I say to agree, I do not imply that we must concede everything. Changda, you are not a child. You must learn to penetrate the essence of matters rather than remain on the surface. When confronting an adversary to achieve victory, one must discern what they rely upon and what they desire, thus enabling you to pinpoint their weaknesses and address them accordingly. Take this situation as an example. Do you understand what this young man truly desires? I suppose it is foundation cultivation? Han Changda ventured, aware that the answer was likely more complex. As anticipated, Han Changming nodded before shaking his head. It is indeed foundation cultivation, but it is not solely that. for if he merely sought longevity through ascension, he could readily sell himself to a major merchant consortium rather than gamble on joining us. Ultimately, what he craves is not merely foundation cultivation, but the status of a free foundation cultivator, akin to his previous life within the sect. After all, while the sect theoretically wields power over the lives and deaths of its disciples, even the most ruthless sects allow their members a considerable degree of autonomy. Now, do you grasp why he rejected your offer? I think I understand now. Han Changda nodded affirmatively, his expression clearing. Since you comprehend it, elucidate your strategy for resolving this dilemma, Han Changming prompted, his tone calm. Han Changda opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he acknowledged his ignorance through his gaze. You, Han Changming began, pointing at his younger brother, but ultimately chose silence. He understood that the aptitudes and wisdom of cultivators do not necessarily correlate. Yet, at times, he could not help but harbor higher expectations for his kin. Now that the reason for the rejection was identified, the next step was to uncover the root cause. This entailed determining what led him to believe he could become a free foundation cultivator, and subsequently dismantling that belief. Pouring a glass of wine, Han Changming chose not to inquire further. Instead, he directly articulated his conclusions before him. In essence, the problem lies primarily in two aspects. Firstly, age. Youth entails a lack of experience. Moreover, having recently departed from the sect, his grasp of reality is likely superficial, leading to unrealistic fantasies. Secondly, talent. It is not uncommon for someone to ascend from apprentice to official alchemist within 6 or 7 years, with a 1 in 5 chance of becoming a second-tier alchemist post-foundation. A second-tier alchemist commands respect even from peak foundation cultivators, far surpassing the capabilities of a lesser cultivating family like ours. The combination of these two factors has given rise to his current mindset. Now, do you understand? A faint smile graced Han Changming's lips, yet his eyes betrayed no mirth. Youth, after all, how can one be young without a touch of arrogance? Yet, he perhaps overlooked that this realm was no longer the confines of the sect. The world beyond the sect was far more unforgiving than he could ever imagine. Chapter 48, A Door Apart Within the Sect. The atmosphere felt as if it belonged to two entirely different worlds. While the younger generation of the Han family may not have fully grasped the gravity of their circumstances, Han Changda had personally endured the days when even a chi-refining family struggled to harness the spiritual essence found within a first-tier spiritual vein. Although the Han family had since risen to prominence, such fortunes are ephemeral and inevitably exhaustible. The notion of cultivating future alchemists on the scale of the sect was nothing short of a delusion. As for the common loose cultivators, their plight was even more pronounced. Were he to bear the Han surname, he would go to great lengths to provide an environment akin to that of the sect, yet alas, he did not. And since he did not, there was little more to be said. With a hint of melancholy in his gaze, Han Changming spoke softly. Changda, do you find this harsh? Indeed, it was a harsh reality, one that even the Han family had traversed. In your youth, you may have forgotten, but I still remember. In the days of our grandfather, possessing a superior spiritual root did not compel him to join the sect. Once accepted, he would be unable to assist the family, subject to severe penalties under sect rules. It was a lamentable truth that the most powerful among us at that time had merely reached the 8th level of chi refinement, with scant resources and no hope for foundation-building pills. Consequently, our grandfather attempted to break through to the foundation-building stage thrice, only to perish in the third attempt due to a surge of vital energy that reversed his meridians. His voice remained calm. Yet Han Changda could sense the unyielding resentment lurking beneath. With the wealth amassed by Han Changming, had he chosen to abandon the Han family for the immortal city, he would have had a substantial chance of reaching the pinnacle of foundation building, even daring to strive for the elusive false Dan. Yet, he ultimately returned, dedicating all his energies to the family. Whether this decision was influenced by our grandfather's legacy remains uncertain. Thus, Changda, you shall proceed as I advise. Since that young man possesses his own aspirations, we shall acquiesce to his wishes. Let us draft a contract for him as a guest alchemist. I do not require him to refine pills for the Han family. I merely ask that he earnestly imparts his knowledge of alchemical techniques. The remainder we shall entrust to time. With an air of finality, Han Changming declared his decision. There is no need to exert pressure. He must experience the hardships of being a loose cultivator firsthand. He shall witness the squandering of his alchemical talents while our Han descendants, though perhaps less gifted, steadily progress with each step. Before long, he will comprehend the essence of reality. Our predecessors traversed arduous paths for centuries to arrive at my fortune. It would be a tremendous jest if one with merely mediocre spiritual roots could so effortlessly surpass us. A modicum of alchemical talent does not equate to an innate spiritual body or a superior spiritual root. Once he comes to terms with the truth, we may entice him with opportunities. However, by that time, the conditions we offer may need to be reevaluated. Resuming his seat, Han Changming regarded his younger cousin with profound seriousness. Changda, I have reached the foundation building stage, and thus the Han family must no longer cling to outdated habits. In the span of 2 centuries, what cannot be accomplished? Before the march of time, many grand ambitions are reduced to dust. This is something you must gradually acclimate to. Brother speaks wisely, I have indeed been short-sighted. After a moment of silence, Han Changda bowed respectfully, feeling a deep sense of submission. It was true, in his youth. He too had harbored lofty aspirations, believing himself to be exceptional. Yet today, he recognized the truth. Among the myriad beings in this vast world, he was but one among many. Very well, since you harbor no further objections, let us finalize this matter. With a satisfied nod, Han Changming encouraged. You shall oversee the affairs of Beifeng Market. Although the Alchemy Pavilion is currently more name than substance, it represents the future of our Han family. While you may lack the hope of foundation building, your children still possess such potential. For the sake of the family's grand undertaking, you must inspire them. Brother's words shall be etched in my heart, Han Changda replied solemnly, bowing once more. Very well, I shall not linger any longer. With a disciple of the sect possessing a lineage, I hope those ineffectual youngsters can waste fewer spiritual herbs. Such endeavors are not easily managed. These are all spiritual stones. With a resigned smile, Han Changming drained his cup and pushed open the door to the private chamber. Despite the vast legacy left by the puppet master, such extravagance could not be sustained indefinitely. Once he resolved the issues with the Huang family in a couple of years, the Han family would need to consolidate their resources. He hoped that everything could align before their resources were exhausted. The following day, within a temporary inn in Beifeng Market, Wang Xian awoke from a night of meditation. After a brief assessment, he found his dantian brimming with spiritual power. It had been nearly 2 years since he last aimed to break through to the 5th level of qi refinement. Given his previous pace, he should have been poised to reach the 6th level within the next 2 years. However, due to his recent stay in the market and the inferior spiritual environment of the inn compared to the lower courtyard, he estimated he would now be delayed by several months. Alas, much like Baiyun Mountain, the spiritual energy in the various cultivation markets was similarly restricted by grand formations. Reluctant to leak out, while residing in the lower courtyard, the disciples of the sect were situated at the nexus of spiritual vein supply. In contrast, one's access to spiritual energy in the market was contingent upon their financial means. The temporary lodging Wang Xian occupied provided only the most basic spiritual energy, akin to a first-tier low-grade spiritual vein. For someone of his mid-qi refinement stage, this quality of spiritual energy not only failed to aid in his cultivation but could also hinder his progress by 20 to 30%. This was yet another reason why loose cultivators found their journey so arduous. Chapter 49. External guest scholar. The notion of an unclaimed spiritual vein is a fallacy. The market demands spiritual stones. In the realm of immortality, resources such as wealth, techniques, companions, and land are all possessions with rightful owners. Concerning the prolonged rental of a superior spiritual vein, it can only be said that after accounting for the expenses incurred in exchanging blood essence, Wang Xian's savings are rather meager. Before departing from the lower courtyard, he managed to take with him 4 first-tier inheritance jade slips. Should Shaoqing break through to the 2nd tier, he is confident in his ability to liquidate them safely. Otherwise, even possessing a 2nd-tier demon beast, unless he intends to engage in ventures devoid of capital, Wang Xian would find it exceedingly difficult to cultivate amidst the myriad obstacles faced by scattered cultivators. It is worth noting that this is precisely what the major powers within the cultivation world desire, for scattered cultivators to toil relentlessly for their practice. If one could cultivate securely within the market, who would venture deep into the earth to mine, or brave the wilderness to gather herbs? Who would risk their lives to hunt demons? Moreover, who would buy their various healing elixirs and low-tier talismans, which have a fleeting shelf life? It is essential to understand that in the entirety of the cultivation realm, regions devoid of demon kings have long seen low-tier demon beasts exterminated by swarms of cultivators, leaving no opportunity for scattered cultivators to engage in such hunting. In the vast mountain ranges and river valleys, although demon beasts abound, no one can guarantee they won't encounter formidable demons. Frequenting treacherous paths inevitably leads to misfortune. Only by compelling scattered cultivators to risk their lives can the powers mitigate their own risks and ensure their safety. Reflecting on these thoughts, Wang Xian, despite being in a world of cultivation, felt an uncanny sense of déjà vu. Ultimately, even if scattered cultivators earned rewards, they would spend them on spiritual veins, elixirs, and talismans, effectively returning the wealth to the hands of the major powers. It is no wonder that in the realm of cultivation, only those foundational families possessing 2nd-tier spiritual lands are recognized as true families, while those lacking such resources are merely large groups of scattered cultivators. To put it in terms from his previous life, spiritual veins are akin to stable sources of profit. Without them, no matter how high one's cultivation, one remains a mere laborer, disregarded by the former. Wang Xian pondered deeply, his experiences from 2 lives colliding, leading him to a more profound understanding of the essence of the cultivation world, while simultaneously rendering yesterday's revelations less startling. Though the Han family was newly established, they were a genuine lineage of cultivators, their perspective on matters thus inherently different, not to be measured by the standards of ordinary minds. Consequently, he shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell further on these thoughts. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he decided to stroll through the Baiha market to familiarize himself with the environment in which he would be cultivating. However, as soon as he stood up, the communication jade slip in his storage bag flickered unexpectedly. Has a decision been reached so swiftly? Surprised, Wang Xian retrieved the slip and swept his consciousness over it. Soon, the information within the jade slip became clear to him. It stated that they had opted to forego incorporating him into their family, instead inviting him merely as an external guest scholar. Yet, during this process, I must not casually join other factions. His expression shifted slightly as he contemplated the contents of the jade slip. If these were indeed the conditions, he could reluctantly acquiesce. After all, he merely desired to benefit from the spiritual vein. Anything beyond that would be a bonus, but not essential. The following day, in the Baiha market. In a southwestern section occupying several acres, adorned with intricately carved railings and vibrant decorations, stood an imposing structure. Viewed from a mundane perspective, this palace was undoubtedly a high-end establishment, its opulence evident even from afar. Alas, within the realm of cultivation, the craftsmanship and aesthetics of buildings are rarely the focus of scattered cultivators who prioritize price and quality. Regrettably, the Han clan's elixir pavilion lacked both. On the third floor of the pavilion, Wang Xian sat at a desk, examining a first-tier contract pushed before him. Spirit contracts are valuable, with second-tier contracts commanding exorbitant prices, often causing considerable distress to ordinary foundational cultivators. Thus, aside from the major sects nurturing their own spirit contract masters, few would employ a second-tier contract to restrict qi refining cultivators. Fortunately, a first-tier high-quality contract suffices to bind those in the later stages of qi refining for 30 to 40 years without expiration. As for the diminished efficacy, while violating a contract of the same tier may not be fatal for cultivators, it certainly comes with consequences. Holding the contract in his hands, Wang Xian reviewed its stipulations. The terms were few, essentially outlining that he could not leave the territory of Chun country without permission, nor refuse communications from the Han family. Additionally, he was barred from signing similar agreements with other factions. In return, the Han family would grant him access to the Elixir Pavilion's fire chamber and a cultivation area near the spiritual vein node. Overall, these were all objectively accessible matters. It is unsurprising that there were no clauses regarding serious instruction or prohibition of betrayal, as Wang Xian was not genuinely joining the Han family, and the contract lacked the means to enforce such stipulations. After all, words are inanimate, while humans are dynamic. A contract cannot ascertain what constitutes betrayal, nor can it discern the sincerity of one's teaching. Ultimately, this instrument is not a lie detector and cannot manipulate human hearts. Even the second clause, prohibiting the refusal of communications, could be circumvented by accidentally destroying one's communication jade slip, thus evading the contract's repercussions. In summary, while such a device may serve well to safeguard secrets, it is far more reliable to use methods akin to demonic arts or poisons to control cultivators and create subordinates. It is acceptable, there are no unforeseen complications. It appears that at least in the training of future alchemists, the Han family is quite earnest. Nodding to himself, prior to acquiring the contract, Wang Xian had also discussed his future treatment with Han Changde. Since he declined to fully integrate into the Han family, he forfeited the opportunity to reside near the core of the second-tier spiritual vein. This did not concern him much, for without the identity of a sect disciple, even if the Han family offered him this chance, he would not recklessly approach the vicinity of Ziyazeshan. Moreover, the supply of medicinal materials, which ranked above the Han family's core resources, was also lost. However, in return, he was naturally exempt from the obligations required of external guest scholars supported by other cultivation families. This was something Wang Xian fully understood. After all, scattered alchemists sponsored by other factions often bore the burden of substantial alchemical tasks for a meager supply of first-tier mid-grade medicinal materials. They were expected to produce tenfold the quantity of first-tier low-grade elixirs in return. Under such conditions, many scattered cultivators felt immense gratitude. Given the current environment, first-tier elixirs are hardly lucrative. Without core competitiveness, one can only rely on labor to earn resources. It can be said that the essence of the entire contract lies in his responsibility to instruct the alchemical apprentices of the Han family. While the Han Elixir Pavilion provides him with access to a spiritual vein for cultivation, a role many scattered alchemist cultivators have undertaken before. The only distinction is that they often possess only fragmented legacies, while Wang Xian's guidance is likely to be of greater value. Chapter 50. Harmonizing with the dust indeed. I sense the sincerity of the Han family, Wang Xian acknowledged with a slow nod. No longer hesitating, he inscribed his spiritual consciousness and magical imprint upon the contract, leaving it marked by a shadow of the waning moon. With a courteous bow, he remarked, "Very well." With a slight nod, he could not ascertain satisfaction or dissatisfaction. Han Changde clapped his hands, signaling the two young men and one young woman behind him to step forward. Han Li, Han Dao, Han Bo, he introduced. As you can see, they are the apprentices of our Han family with talents for alchemy in this generation. Though they have been studying alchemy for several years, they have yet to produce a genuine elixir. However, their talents are not inferior to those of the sect's apprentices. It is simply that the environment within the sect is far superior, something we humble families cannot compare to. Come, greet Wang Taoist. Greetings, Master Wang. The three youths responded in unison, each displaying varied expressions. Judging by their appearances, the trio were not significantly younger than Wang Xian. Among them, Han Dao and Han Bo appeared to be brothers, their demeanor reflecting a hint of uncontainable pride, evidently esteemed among their peers and regarded as prodigies by their elders. In contrast, the young woman, Han Li, exuded a quieter presence, her beauty delicate and gentle. Her bow was precise and formal, devoid of any insincerity. Senior Han is too humble. As a mere junior, I am not worthy of the title master, Wang Xian replied modestly. Alchemy is profound. Let us encourage one another instead. He spoke these courteous words while glancing over the trio. With a consensus reached, Wang Xian chose not to dwell on other matters. He recognized that he was not a truly clever individual, lacking in both aptitude and wisdom. Thus, he was quite clear about his own position. Remaining in the Han family provided him with a stable environment for cultivation, allowing him to enjoy the quasi-second-tier spiritual energy and the underground fire without expending spirit stones, alongside ample time to cultivate without distractions. As long as these conditions remained undisturbed, he could diligently pursue his cultivation until he reached the foundation establishment stage. Thus, I shall rely on you for the matters of the alchemy pavilion, Han Chanda stated. However, as someone who has walked this path, I must offer a word of caution. Nodding, he stroked his short beard. For one with middle-grade spiritual roots, even with the aid of foundation establishment pills, the chances are merely 1 or 2 in 10. Without them, it is akin to wagering one's life. You must consider this carefully. Life is but a century, and we cannot afford to waste it. I shall heed your advice, Wang Xian responded with a slight bow, his expression unyielding. You must gauge your own abilities. After the elder's admonition, Han Changda displayed no further reaction. To forsake joining a powerful faction during one's most valuable years for an ephemeral hope, decades later. This younger generation would undoubtedly come to regret such a decision. With the contract with the Han family established, Wang Xian's cultivation had returned to its rightful path. As the only guest alchemist of the Han family, he possessed a private residence within the expansive alchemy pavilion. Additionally, one of the 3 pre-built underground fire rooms had been designated as his exclusive alchemy chamber and classroom. Wang Xian found this arrangement satisfactory. Though he noted that the quantity of medicinal materials provided by the Han family for his teaching was significantly less than he had anticipated. 5 furnaces of low-grade elixirs per month, and only a limited selection of the commonly available elixirs? He inquired several days later within the alchemy chamber. As he prepared for his first teaching session, he felt a sense of astonishment upon observing the spiritual herbs being brought into the underground fire room. He had previously asked Han Changda about this matter during the contract signing. The response had been comparable to the average level of foundation establishment families in Qin country. Though he had anticipated that the average level of these small families would not be particularly high, he was utterly unprepared for it to be this dismal. 5 furnaces a month. What kind of extraordinary talent could achieve a low-grade elixir or even a second-grade alchemist under such circumstances? No wonder Qin country was vast, with innumerable cultivators. Yet aside from the golden core powers, the number of alchemists capable of refining foundation establishment elixirs barely reached a handful. Just so you know, this is the average treatment in Qin country, Han Dao remarked casually, though with a hint of a smirk. Our family's direct line receives a bit of extra support, but it amounts to only 6 or 7 furnaces a month. In the future, as we progress to middle grade, we may have only 3 or 4 furnaces. This is already the family's additional support. Of course, if our elders are willing to spend, they can also provide personal subsidies. This is not prohibited. But overall, it pales in comparison to the generosity of the sect. However, since the sect is currently facing difficulties, and you are here to teach, the materials provided by the family are naturally aligned with our pace. I ask for your patience, Master Wang, but ultimately, it makes little difference whether you are patient or not. Though Han Dao refrained from voicing the last part of his statement, his youthful exuberance was tempered by a degree of respect for the formal alchemist, especially since his elders had mentioned that Master Wang possessed a legacy from the sect. In the underground fire room, Wang Xian found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, having spent considerable time in the sect, he had grown accustomed to the luxurious lifestyle of refining 10 to 20 furnaces of elixirs monthly. He almost forgot that this was not solely due to the sect's benefits but also the subsidies experienced in the lower courtyard. It is worth noting that the elixirs he had exchanged for the essence blood of extraordinary beasts these past years were essentially a form of support provided by the sect in another guise. Once formally entering the mountain gate, even if the sect continued to invest resources, it would no longer permit them to practice with spiritual herbs while simultaneously selling the elixirs they refined. With a slight shake of his head, Wang Xian remained silent, retrieving his mid-grade alchemical furnace. As for the high-grade furnace he had borrowed, he had no intention of utilizing it in the near future. Place the materials down. As for today's lesson, I should first assess your alchemical skills. However, before that, I will demonstrate an elixir. He casually stated, igniting the underground fire. I shall refine a mid-grade Huang Yadan of the first tier, as I have brought some spiritual herbs from the sect. The mid-grade Huang Yadan was an elixir he had previously consumed during his time in the sect, a highly sought-after spiritual pill for cultivation. The primary ingredient, the century-old Huang Jing, was exceedingly common, providing a supply advantage over other elixirs of similar caliber. The rationale behind his choice was straightforward: to exhibit authentic skill and thereby mitigate any unwarranted doubts or troubles. After several hours, as he had anticipated, Wang Xian observed the 4 inferior elixirs being collected, resulting in a newfound gravity in the gazes of the 3 apprentices. This level of proficiency, though not yet recognized by the major powers, was already regarded as that of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist among loose cultivators, barring unforeseen circumstances for a considerable time thereafter. Even if these apprentices harbored some ulterior motives, they would likely refrain from displaying them too overtly. Chapter 51. Former companions. Time flew by, and it has been half a year since Wang Xian became a guest elder of the Han family. In the blink of an eye, nearly a year has passed since the upheaval at Nanhua sect. He quietly celebrated his 22nd birthday, and Wang Xian has taken another step closer to reaching the 6th level of qi refining. In the meditation chamber, he concluded his practice and rose. He retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag, a first-tier physical cultivation technique he had once borrowed from the sect. His fingers traced the surface of the jade slip, and after a moment of hesitation, he decided to return it. Logically, he had long resolved to pursue dual cultivation of both qi and body. Yet he found himself still hesitating to embark on this path. The reason was not so simple. When Wang Xian initially decided to cultivate his body, he was unaware of the impending disaster facing the sect, whether it was a devastating blow or something else entirely. Upon learning the truth, he resolutely abandoned that plan. After all, he understood well that if the dual cultivation of qi and body were truly so straightforward, practitioners would not be so rare during the qi refining phase. Thus, it seemed prudent to postpone this endeavor until he had secured stable resources. Reflecting on this, he recalled that the jade slip left to him by Chun Yao also lacked any physical cultivation methods, containing only a qi refining technique and a mental cultivation art. Clearly, even from her perspective, attempting to simultaneously cultivate the body during the qi refining stage was more detrimental than beneficial for most loose cultivators. As long as he avoided dealings with Golden Core practitioners, there seemed to be no pressing concern. With a quiet mind, he assured himself that no issues would arise. Exiting the alchemy pavilion, Wang Xian strolled through the White River Market. After half a year, many tenants and loose cultivators had learned of the new alchemist at Han's Dan Pavilion. He greeted his neighbors one by one, ambling along the banks of the Bailan River, which was shrouded by the market's protective formations. In the pursuit of cultivation, one must balance tension and relaxation, and Wang Xian felt no need to remain overly strained. By the riverside, a row of willows shielded him from the sun's rays. A gentle breeze swept through, refreshing his spirit. He was uncertain how long he had walked when he glanced at the sky, preparing to head home. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice drifted from afar, engaged in a heated debate. "But I won't let you. No one else will either." His expression shifted slightly as he searched his memory for the identity of the speaker. Yet, perhaps due to a fleeting impression, he found himself momentarily at a loss. He paused briefly before continuing onward. Within the market, he felt no sense of danger. After all, beneath the Golden Core stage, few dared to provoke trouble within the territory of the Xuanfu Lu clan. Maintaining his leisurely pace, the distant sounds gradually became clearer. "Senior Lu, regardless of the circumstances, I possess a top-tier spirit root and have a significant chance of successfully establishing my foundation. Is your behavior not somewhat contemptuous?" With a disdainful laugh, Wang Xian caught sight of the speaker's features. "Is it a disgrace to your Earth spirit root, which barely qualifies as top tier, or to your status as a former intersect disciple? Apologies, but your bargaining chips hold little weight with the Lu clan." He made no effort to conceal his identity, perhaps never expecting to be confronted in this manner. Beneath the willow by the Bailan River sat an arrogant old man with white hair, fishing leisurely. Beside him was Yang Yunji, a fellow townsman whom Wang Xian had not seen in a long time, possessing a top-tier spirit root. However, unlike their last encounter filled with vigor, this time Yang appeared haggard. Facing the old man's mockery, Yang suppressed his indignation, striving to argue his case. "Senior Lu, perhaps you are correct, but I have already agreed to sign a contract to serve the Lu family for life. As long as the contract stipulates that upon the completion of my qi refining, I will receive a foundation establishment pill." "Humph, a foundation establishment pill? The times have changed. If you are unwilling, feel free to find a family that can provide you with one." With a cold sneer, the old man's eyes gleamed with derision. "Who do you think you are to still demand a foundation establishment pill? When the Nanhua sect was just destroyed, families sought out those gifted inner disciples like you. Had you agreed back then, the Lu clan would not have been considered a faction of ill repute. For a potential foundation establishment cultivator, we would have accepted that slight cost. Yet, who could have anticipated that those who came with you would submit, while you and a few others chose to remain obstinate, waiting for a better offer? Now, nearly a year has passed, and you find no one willing to meet your inflated demands, yet you think of the Lu family again." Shaking the fishing rod in his hand, the old man nearly chuckled at the absurdity of it all. "You foolishly believe you are the only clever one. It is truly laughable." With a slight shake of his head, the old man had no desire to waste more time. However, considering that this youth still held some value, he reluctantly softened his tone. "Yang Yunji, is it? Do not harbor delusions of receiving a foundation establishment pill. Though my Lu family possesses its own second-tier alchemist, excluding direct descendants, the remaining pills are limited. Had this been before, you might have received one, but in the past year, the family has recruited more than a dozen talented outsiders. You must know where they come from. Yang Yunji's expression turned bitter. He indeed knew. Those were talents left behind after the fall of the 3 sects of the Qin kingdom. As a golden core family, the Lu family did not lack ordinary descendants. Only those with top-tier spirit roots qualified for cultivation, and even then, they were bound by stringent contracts. To think one could exploit the Lu family's resources, establish a foundation, and then take flight was a dream unworthy of pursuit. Should such a situation arise, to prevent others from following suit, Golden Core practitioners might personally pursue the offender across great distances, seeking justice without mercy. Since you are aware, I will be direct. For your talent, once you establish your foundation, a pulse-protecting pill or a Xiang pill could be considered. As for a foundation establishment pill, do not even think about it unless you can achieve merit for the Lu family. Ponder this well, although I may be of humble cultivation. My words carry weight within the clan. This is your final opportunity. Looking across the Qin kingdom, aside from the remaining 6 major Golden Core families, no foundation establishment family would willingly allow an outsider to succeed. It is worth noting that the Bi-Mountainly family, renowned alongside the Lu family, has a storied past where their ancestor, as a mere son-in-law, took the initiative and turned the tables. Think it over, he concluded. Enough, the time has come. I must return now. Darn fish, do you all look down upon me so? Cursing under his breath, the old man reeled in his empty fishing line. Casting a disdainful glance at the barren bucket, he strode away, leaving Yang Yunji with a countenance twisted in resentment and conflict. Marrying a low-tier spirit root from the Lu family and bearing children, even if they bore the Lu surname, he could accept. Serving the Lu family for life, he could also accept. But without a foundation establishment pill, even with his top-tier spirit root, his chances of establishing a foundation would barely exceed 20%. A matter that would affect his entire life. As for relying on a Xiang pill to take a desperate gamble, he lacked the courage for such a risk. Although such pills could stimulate one's physical potential and had a success rate exceeding 70% compared to foundation establishment pills, their preparation was significantly less challenging. Yet using them would come at the cost of one's lifespan. For a practitioner with mediocre spiritual roots, it may be acceptable to risk everything. However, given his potential, he cannot bear to squander his promising life. Chapter 52, Legends of the Immortal Path. How infuriating. The Xuanfu Lu clan, do not let me find an opportunity. After pondering for a long time, I could not devise a way to make a prominent alchemical family regret their actions. Gritting his teeth in silence, Yang Yunji resolved to return and contemplate his next steps. Just as he turned around, however, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Who are you? What brings you here? Wang Xian, you are also in Beifang City? Oh, it is indeed Brother Yang. Pausing his departing footsteps, Wang Xian sighed inwardly and turned around. It has been many years. I trust you have been well, Taoist Yang. Not long ago, upon discovering Yang Yunji's identity, Wang Xian had already begun to distance himself. Their relationship had been merely superficial acquaintances. However, leaving hastily might evoke suspicion, leading to misunderstandings. Thus, since he had been seen, he chose not to feign ignorance. After all, while he did not intend to foster a deep bond with this and Amp, Oppos, Brother Yang, and Amp, Oppos, he harbored no animosity either. It truly is you. So, you witnessed what transpired earlier? Yang Yunji's expression soured slightly as he forced a smile. What did Brother Yang claim to have seen? Feigning ignorance, Wang Xian did not acknowledge the matter. Nothing much. Yang Yunji replied, his demeanor easing. Although uncertain whether Wang Xian had truly seen anything, he felt a measure of relief. Moreover, upon reflection, he suddenly recalled that their meeting in Beifang City was due to the fall of the Nanhua sect. Like him, Wang Xian had also lost the support of his sect. His own plight stemmed from the potential of his superior spiritual roots, which had driven him to this place, seeking to confront the old servant who had served the Lu clan's main lineage for a lifetime. In contrast, without the identity of a sect disciple, Wang Xian truly had no connection to foundational cultivation. Alas, I must have amused Brother Wang. Shaking his head with a sigh, Yang Yunji felt somewhat uplifted by the presence of an acquaintance. I reminisce about our gatherings on Xiaozi Mountain, how carefree we were, only to see our sect fall into calamity. I do not fear Brother Wang's ridicule. I was merely striving for foundational cultivation. With the sect gone, we disciples must rely on ourselves. Brother Yang, your resolve is commendable, Wang Xian remarked, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, one's character is difficult to change. Even in such dire circumstances, Yang Yunji still sought to display a semblance of pride. Haha, it is nothing grand, merely a struggle for survival. With a faint shake of his head, Yang Yunji chuckled but was soon reminded of his current frustrations. Brother Wang, shall we find another place to converse? Beifang City is vast. I was unaware you were here. Very well. Wang Xian did not decline, feeling a tinge of curiosity. Though both had been in the lower courtyard, the disciples of the inner and outer sects were often worlds apart. He wondered how Yang Yunji had arrived in Beifang City and where the other inner disciples had gone. at Lingyi Tower, on the first floor. As evening approached, the flow of people showed no sign of thinning. There is a saying regarding the four great joys of life: the joy of rain after a drought, meeting an old friend in a foreign land, the bridal chamber on a wedding night, and the moment of success in an examination. In Wang Xian's view, three of these joys encompass the elation of survival against the odds, the delight of achieving success and recognition, and the satisfaction of pleasure derived from nature. Only the last one speaks to humanity's instinctual response to forge bonds in unfamiliar environments, a yearning for safety and aversion to danger. Clans, sects, families, and dynasties rise and fall because of this. Nevertheless, regardless of the validity of this thought, did he and Yang Yunji truly qualify as old friends? In any case, to commemorate their long-awaited reunion and to wash away the potential awkwardness witnessed earlier, Yang Yunji invited him to Lingyi Tower. When their sect faced calamity, alchemical masters from various factions came to investigate. Although no conclusive results emerged, several masters brought back the inner disciples. Seated in the first-floor hall, Yang Yunji gestured toward the private rooms on the upper floors, speaking with evident pride. It was there that I was feasted by a Lu clan master. As for the fate of my fellow disciples taken by other masters, I am unaware. To be hosted by a master, with spiritual delicacies served, how fortunate indeed, Wang Xian casually remarked, further lifting Yang Yunji's spirits. Yet, he speculated that the Lu clan master had likely carelessly tossed the immortal seedlings brought back into his own domain, merely to placate the emotions of the gathered disciples. As for the master himself, he probably had no time to deal with these juniors. In fact, it might be more accurate to say that these disciples, termed as returned, were merely claimed as spoils by the various masters who had come to investigate. This was fortunate, as Qin country was not a domain of demonic paths. Otherwise, the division of and oppos, spoils and oppos, would have been far more direct. Indeed, draining his cup of strong liquor, Yang Yunji remained blissfully unaware of Wang Xian and oppos as thoughts. As if drowning his sorrows in drink, he sighed deeply. Those alchemical masters are remarkable figures. The divide between foundational cultivation and alchemical formation is more insurmountable than the gap between foundational and nascent realms. Had our lower courtyard disciples not possessed excellent spiritual roots, they would not have garnered the master's attention. Alas! With a sigh, Yang Yunji downed another cup. Across from him, Wang Xian nodded slightly and raised his glass in response. He found merit in Yang Yunji and oppos, as previous statement. Brother Yang speaks wisely. It is said that in ancient times, the concepts of foundational cultivation and alchemical formation did not exist. Practitioners only cultivated four realms, with foundational and alchemical formation merging into one realm, referred to as refining essence into qi. The nascent realm was another distinct realm, known as refining qi into spirit. During the ancient epochs, the budding of the immortal path saw only qi refiners present. Throughout their lifetimes, they cultivated solely one qi. I wonder how those ancient beings pursued immortality in the Tao. Yang Yunji was momentarily startled by Wang Xian's words. Such ancient tales. I do not recall seeing them in the sect's scripture repository. Where did you hear this, Brother Wang? Perhaps Brother Yang did not pay close attention. Wang Xian replied after a brief hesitation. He almost forgot that he had gleaned this from the advanced practitioner knowledge jade slip left by Chen Yao. Much of the content within was more akin to myth than mere knowledge. Is that so? Perhaps I indeed did not read carefully enough. Not dwelling on this, Yang Yunji did not regard the myth-like content with much concern. He simply raised his cup to drink with Wang Xian, reminiscing about their past experiences. Chapter 53. The art of sound cultivation. Strictly speaking, there was no past between the two. Ultimately, he had merely found a familiar acquaintance who was even more down and out than himself, reminiscing about the beauty of their days in the sect. I wonder how Brother Wang has been lately? Amidst the clinking of cups, Yang Yunji could not help but inquire about Wang Xian's recent circumstances. Considering this was not a secret, there were several individuals who had come to know him over the past 6 months. Wang Xian did not conceal anything. He candidly revealed that he was serving as an alchemy instructor at the Han family. The Han family? An alchemist? Yang Yunji was taken aback, never having anticipated that Wang Xian would be an alchemist. During their hurried encounter at Ziyazeshan, Wang Xian had never showcased such skills before him. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed the thought. Had Wang Xian successfully established his foundation within the sect, there might have been a glimmer of hope for him to achieve the rank of a second-tier alchemist, a status that could not be overlooked by fellow cultivators of the same realm. Yet, with the sect's destruction, a high-quality spiritual root remained just that, a high-quality spiritual root, but his talent for alchemy could not be equated, unless he pledged himself to the major merchant associations, dedicating the remainder of his life to their service. The slim chance of attaining the status of a second-tier alchemist was hardly a wager worth taking for others. The Han family, it seemed, was indeed a commendable option for Brother Wang. With a hint of intoxication, Yang Yunji remarked that having lingered in Beifang market for some time, he was well aware of the existence of the Han Alchemy Pavilion. Yet, reflecting on his past attempts to persuade Han Cheng, he realized he had never visited the man. After all, whether in the past or present, there was little hope for Han Cheng to establish his foundation. Meanwhile, he had lost a significant portion of his own chances, even contemplating selling himself to the Xuanfu Lu family in pursuit of a glimmer of hope for foundation establishment. Let us drink. This was not a spirit of ascending quality. Such fine liquor was something Yang Yunji could not bring himself to purchase. Instead, he held a common strong liquor imbued with a touch of spiritual energy, lamenting the vicissitudes of life and the capricious nature of fate. That evening, after bidding farewell to Yang Yunji, Wang Xian returned to the alchemy pavilion alone. He did not leave behind a time for their next meeting, for in the hearts of both, it was clear that they were not aligned in purpose. The former questioned whether his matters with the Lu family were truly settled, wary of potential complications arising along the way. Wang Xian, on the other hand, felt no need to elaborate. His acquaintance with Yang Yunji was merely superficial. Half a day's time had passed, merely a fleeting spectacle. If one were to claim any benefit had been gained, it would be the news he learned from Yang Yunji regarding another fellow townsman who had survived the calamity that befell the Nanhua sect. Had he not mentioned it, Wang Xian would have almost forgotten. Chen Yao's distant cousin, Chen Wanru, not only possessed a remarkable spiritual root with a score of 48, but had also caught the attention of a female sage within the sect, who imparted to her the path of melody among the myriad arts. On the very day the sect faced its calamity, she and the sage happened to be absent from the mountain gate, visiting friends in the neighboring Su country. After all, the Su country's dominant Tianyin pavilion was also a prominent Yuanying sect, renowned for its mastery of the path of melody. When he had visited Wanzistensing, he had heard people mention that their ancestral tune, "Heaven opens the seven orifices, two lives divided," was said to enhance the quality of the Dan formation. Who would have thought that she had serendipitously escaped disaster because of this? Wang Xian could not help but reflect on whether Chen Yao had played any role in this fortunate turn of events. Yet, it seemed that the actions of a Dan-forming sage must have been predetermined and would not have been altered on account of a favored disciple. The myriad arts of cultivation are often more than mere skills. They signify distinct paths of practice. For instance, talismanic arts correspond to talisman cultivators, melodic arts to sound cultivators, and poison arts to poison cultivators, yet none can compare to the mainstream celestial path. The Tianyin Pavilion serves as a semi-sound cultivation sect, and many cultivators from nearby sects who dabble in the path of melody find it immensely appealing, including the female sage from Nanhua sect. It was indeed a twist of fate that an outing had inadvertently saved her life. With a living Dan-forming sage as her protector, it was evident that Chen Wanru's situation was far more favorable than that of Wang Xian and his peers. It was no wonder that Yang Yunji had refrained from mentioning his previous admiration, given her exceptional aptitude and status as a Dan-forming disciple. Even in the absence of the Nanhua sect, she still held a considerable chance of attaining sagehood in the future. However, the catastrophic downfall of the three sects and two families in Qin country was so shocking that even a year later, that female sage was likely still hiding in the abode of a friend from Tianyin Pavilion, perhaps never to return. How remarkable it was! Wang Xian could not help but marvel at the seemingly fated fortune of his cousin, who certainly bore a share of good luck. For a moment, had it not been for his insufficient resources and cultivation, he would have considered acquiring a foundational secret technique related to heavenly mechanisms to explore its mysteries further. Even if it bore no other utility, the mere ability to and oppose, attract fortune and ward off calamity and oppose, could help him evade many troubles in an unseen manner. Master Wang, you have returned. Immersed in contemplation and slightly intoxicated, Wang Xian turned to follow the voice. There stood his nominal apprentice, Han Li, patiently awaiting him at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion, bowing in greeting. "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" Wang Xian's gaze lingered momentarily on the young girl's cheek before he stepped into the pavilion. Following closely behind, Han Li softly spoke. "Well, today during my alchemy practice, I encountered several perplexities I could not resolve, so I came to seek Master Wang's guidance." Perplexities? Wang Xian chuckled, surprised that she sought him for answers. With a slight smile, he raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Ah, Miss Han, it is not that I am unwilling to teach you. However, you must also understand that in the realm of alchemy, each alchemist has their own area of expertise." This was the truth. Just as the same type of enhancement elixirs contain three distinct first-tier mid-grade recipes in the Amp, Oppos, Biong Dan Shu, and Amp, Oppos, the Yunqi Dan was oriented towards cost-effectiveness but yielded average results. The Chilean Dan, however, bestowed additional benefits to cultivators of fire-based techniques, besides the commonly known Huangya Dan. These two recipes were absent from the scattered legacies collected by the Han family. Conversely, among the recipes the Han family had gathered, there were several that Wang Xian had not yet comprehended. Of course, this was not due to the superiority of their legacy, as a complete second-tier mid-grade alchemical compendium. Only similar small-scale masterpieces could be included in the Biong Dan Shu, while inferior recipes lacked the qualification for inclusion. In summary, under such circumstances, unless there was a significant disparity between the two alchemists, genuine teaching was not feasible. Their interactions could only be deemed as exchanges. Even Wang Xian's so-called instruction to his apprentice involved not just the methods for crafting well-known elixirs, but rather a systematic learning of complete legacies, methodologies of thought, and the mastery of the sealing gestures and timing during the alchemical process, ultimately bridging the gap between the Han family's incomplete legacy and a complete one. After all, an incomplete legacy was still a legacy, and it was far superior to merely fragmented recipes. In the domain of first-tier mid-grade alchemy, remedies could be devised to compensate for such gaps. Otherwise, it would be akin to the sentiments Wang Xian felt upon his first visit to the Han family. To cultivate an alchemist solely relying on isolated, disjointed recipes was a mere fantasy, akin to claiming that the family had an abundance of resources. Chapter 54. The Huang clan of Meishan. It appears that you may have sought the wrong individual. Such is the situation. Typically, the three members of the Han family seldom approach him with inquiries about their confusions. Regaining his composure, Wang Xian gazed at Han Li and could not help but chuckle lightly. I am aware that the type of elixir you have been diligently studying, the low-grade minor spirit-nourishing liquid, is the core inheritance from the incomplete alchemical texts. Ascending from there, one finds the mid-grade spirit-nourishing liquid and the high-grade major spirit-nourishing liquid, all of which aid in enhancing the fertility of spirit fields and assisting in the growth of medicinal herbs. Unfortunately, I have never delved into this particular category of elixirs, and in this regard, I might not surpass your expertise. This, of course, was a falsehood. His comprehension of alchemical arts through the Tao fruit was remarkably comprehensive, devoid of any biases. While others who studied the Baiyang alchemical text would typically focus on three mainstream categories to be recognized as official alchemists, Wang Xian was not so limited. Through his insights gained from the Tao fruit, he had mastered a total of 13 categories encompassing 69 types of elixirs, 17 types of medicinal liquids, 9 types of ointments, and 3 types of incense, all surpassing the level of an official alchemist, rendering the notion of bias irrelevant. Therefore, he was indeed capable of crafting elixirs for nourishing spirit fields. However, he had never concocted such potions in his previous dealings with the Han family, which was why they remained unaware of his abilities. Casually declining, Wang Xian had no intention of cultivating any genuine mentor-student relationship with these contractual disciples. Yet, to his surprise, Han Li called out to him once more. Master Wang, what I wish to inquire about is not the techniques of alchemy, but rather the nuances of harmonizing medicinal properties with spiritual awareness. Nuances of spiritual awareness? Upon hearing this, Wang Xian, as the pre-agreed instructor, felt it would be inappropriate to refuse further. After a brief interval, having addressed several of Han Li and Apos as questions he could not help but express, almost inadvertently. This is the essence of the matter. The remainder you may endeavor to comprehend on your own. However, it seems to me that while you possess considerable talent in the precision of spiritual manipulation, you appear somewhat lacking in the responsiveness to dynamic changes. Perhaps you may not be suited for alchemy after all. This is, after all, a family arrangement. Even if my talent does not measure up to that of my two clan brothers, I must compensate with diligence to honor the esteem of the clan elders. Taken aback by his words, Han Li offered a respectful bow, while Wang Xian merely waved his hand dismissively. He had only made a casual observation. After all, he had not pursued studies beyond the realm of alchemy. Years would pass before he could gradually dissolve the restrictions imposed by the 4 inheritances he had drawn from the library of the lower courtyard. At that time, mastery of alchemical symbols, formations, and artifacts would be well beyond his reach. However, entering the field should not pose significant challenges. As for Han Li, she did not appear to share the advantages of Han Dao and Han Bo, as her family lacked any elders capable of providing additional support, let alone the opportunity to explore diverse arts. Fortunately, this was of no concern to him, as there was no profound connection between them. Since that day he encountered Yang Yunji, Wang Xian's life had returned to tranquility. In the kingdom of Qin, as time slowly passed, the intimidation brought about by the fall of the 5 major powers gradually dissipated. In its stead arose a yearning for the remnants of their interests. Although the Tianshan sect had recently sealed its mountain, and the remaining foundational sects and noble families were hesitant to act recklessly, conflicts among various foundation-establishing families began to emerge. Rumors of bandit activity around many small and medium-sized markets began to circulate. Naturally, none of this had any bearing on Wang Xian. After all, the Baiha market was backed by the Xuanfu family. Even if certain bandits were being subtly encouraged by unseen forces, they would not target this place. Furthermore, with his teaching duties not particularly burdensome, the incomplete inheritance acquired by the Han family in the realm of low-grade elixirs was relatively intact. Thus, aside from daily cultivation and spirit refinement, he devoted more attention to the Qingying sparrow. For cultivators with mid-grade spiritual roots, the journey from breaking through to the 7th level of Qi refinement to achieving completion typically spans 25 to 30 years. However, as a creature of superior bloodline, even in the late stage of the first tier, Wang Xian found himself lacking the requisite spirit-nourishing pills to facilitate its refinement. Nonetheless, the Qingying sparrow continued to progress steadily, its aura comparable to that of a Qi refinement practitioner at the 8th level, albeit at a slower pace than its wild counterparts. Assuming all goes well, Within 6 to 10 years, it would reach the limits of a first-tier demonic beast and begin preparing for the transition to the second tier. In a context of evident resource scarcity, progressing to foundation establishment in a mere decade or so was a pace that would leave resource-abundant mid-grade spiritual root cultivators in dismay. Indeed, with sufficient spiritual elixirs or blood essence, the Qingying Sparrow's advancement period could potentially shorten even further. Such was the swiftness of a beast with a powerful lineage. By that time, Wang Xian would no longer be obliged to remain within the confines of Baihe Market, unwilling to step beyond its borders. A year later, after completing his routine cultivation, Wang Xian ventured to a spirit tea shop catering to wandering cultivators. Placing half a tael of spirit sand on the table, he gestured for the shopkeeper. "Ah, Brother Wang, have you come to savor tea once more today?" inquired the shopkeeper Zhao, while presenting a pot of thinly infused spirit tea with a smile. "Indeed, the path of cultivation is arduous," Wang Xian remarked, pouring himself a cup of the bitter brew. Savoring its taste. "Yet, life is a balance of tension and relaxation. My purse is somewhat light, unlike the affluent by shopkeeper next door, who can frequently indulge in performances at the Wan Miao Pavilion. Thus, I find myself here to enjoy your tea. Alas, who among us is not in such a situation?" Zhao sighed, taking a seat across from Wang Xian. "The environment nearby has grown increasingly chaotic, which has inevitably affected my business. In these turbulent times, who would seek to drink tea? Fortunately, as a guest elder from the Han family, you should not have to worry too much about such matters." Intrigued, Wang Xian inquired, "What does this have to do with the Han family?" "I cannot say for certain. It is merely a rumor circulating in the market," Zhao replied, shaking his head slightly, indicating his lack of knowledge. Wang Xian did not press further, continuing to enjoy his tea and engage in idle conversation. That day, returning to the alchemy pavilion, Wang Xian contemplated the words of shopkeeper Zhao. To avoid becoming inadvertently entangled in any potential troubles, he decided to inquire about recent developments. Instead of consulting Han Changda, who was responsible for the area, a few days later, during a private consultation with Han Li, he broached the subject of the Han family's recent affairs. "Ah, are you referring to the matters concerning the Huang clan of Meishan?" Han Li, appearing somewhat fragile yet possessing long, lustrous black hair, was unperturbed by Wang Xian's inquiry as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. "Indeed." Nodding, Han Li elucidated. "The Huang clan of Meishan, like my Han family of Xiazeshan, is a foundational celestial lineage within several thousand miles of Baihe Market. Families such as ours are not uncommon in the vicinity, with at least 7 or 8 akin to us, representing the most humble strata of the cultivation world." Chapter 55. Sixth layer of Qi refinement in the realm governed by the Merchant Alliance and the Great Zhou. The lowest ruling unit within the world of cultivation remains a mystery to Han Li. However, as she mentioned, in sect-dominated nations like the Chen state, foundational families with second-tier spiritual veins are the smallest factions eligible for tribute. Unlike my Han family, the Huang family boasts a legacy spanning several centuries in Chen state, with multiple foundational cultivators currently alive, classifying them as a formidable second-rate family with significant heritage. The conflict with my Han family appears to stem from the inheritance of a puppet master from the immortal city. Han Li, being a member of the younger generation and having lost her elders early, is not entirely certain. According to the Huang family, they are distant relatives of that master, who had promised to care for him in his twilight years. Unexpectedly, a tragic event occurred, leading to the master's demise at the hands of malicious individuals, allowing my Han family to gain an unexpected advantage. The specifics elude me, but that is the general outline. Thus, the Mei Mountain Huang clan demands the surrender of the inheritance, while the Han patriarch naturally resists, leading to a clash between the two factions. Nodding slightly, Wang Xian inquired about the situation. Indeed, Han Li affirmed. Understanding dawned upon him. Han Li and Apos' explanation clarified many of Wang Xian and Apos' previous uncertainties. No wonder Han Changming, a newly ascended foundational cultivator, appeared so affluent. It was clear why he had previously gone unnoticed, only to now face external pressures. The Han family likely foresaw this confrontation and sought allies in the Nanhua sect, but an unforeseen calamity rendered their investments futile. Certainly unfortunate. Yet it bears no relevance to me. Wang Xian mused inwardly, which also explained his reluctance to genuinely align with any faction. The notion of servitude was unacceptable to him, but the conflicts between these forces posed another concern. As an outsider who had joined midway, he understood the peril of being the first to be abandoned in times of danger. Thus, he smiled casually and refrained from further inquiries into the matter. The conflict between the Huang and Han families would likely not reach a point of annihilation. After all, they were contending over a legacy, not tangible resources like spiritual veins or mineral veins, which require extensive development. Regardless of the eventual outcome, Wang Xian was merely an external alchemist and had no need to engage in violent confrontations for the Han family. As long as the Han family endured without suffering catastrophic losses, even relinquishing their presence in the market would suffice. In the following months, Wang Xian's predictions materialized. Outside the market, clashes between the two foundational families occurred intermittently, with the Han family occupying a relatively disadvantaged position. The Han family possessed only one foundational cultivator to safeguard their clan, while the Huang family had multiple members. However, when Han Changming summoned two second-tier puppets capable of battle at a critical juncture, the conflict reached a stalemate. No cultivator was willing to risk their life in a direct confrontation with the puppets of the Han family. The Huang family naturally opted for attrition. Indeed, it was the puppets that consumed resources, not the cultivators, as the latter could recuperate from minor injuries over a month, while the puppets consumed precious materials in combat. Puppets below the third tier burned through puppet crystals made from depleted spiritual stones with each passing moment in battle. Even third-tier puppets, powered by energy cores akin to golden cores or beast cores, still required high-tier puppet crystals for sustenance during intense fighting. For puppet masters capable of crafting and repairing puppet crystals, such losses might be manageable, but for ordinary cultivators, it proved quite costly. Thus, in the cultivation world, puppets served as a last resort during critical moments, rarely utilized in the everyday skirmishes of cultivators. The current struggle between the Han and Huang families exemplified this. Unless Han Changming resolved to annihilate the Mei Mountain Huang clan, risking the depletion of his puppets to eliminate a foundational cultivator from the Huang family, they would remain unable to sustain the conflict. One day, after completing his cultivation, Wang Xian encountered a visibly troubled Han Changda, hastily departing. Feeling lighthearted, Wang Xian sensed that this brief conflict would likely be put on hold. Of course, a temporary ceasefire does not equate to resolution. It will gradually fester, transforming into a long-standing enmity between the two families, likely influenced by a certain core formation force behind the scenes. Upon summoning Han Li again, Wang Xian learned of the latest developments. The Xuanfu Lu clan intends to send a direct descendant for mediation. Observing their demeanor, it appeared as though both sides were to be equally reprimanded, yet the reality favored the Huang family. His gaze flickering, Wang Xian discerned that this likely pertained to the inheritance of the puppet master. The first and second-tier diverse inheritances do not involve true essence, theoretically presenting minimal replication challenges. So why could the Han family not procure even a complete first-tier alchemy text with spiritual stones prior to the eruption of the conflict between the three sects and two clans? It was a matter of alternative circles of isolation, a familiar tactic. This conflict was no different. An emerging foundational family was deemed unworthy of such a level of puppet inheritance unless they had a second-tier puppet master within their ranks. However, if the Han family yielded swiftly, the Huang family would likely gain little, considering their status as an established foundational clan. The small clans suppressing rogue cultivators, and the large clans suppressing the small ones, layer upon layer. It seems there is little distinction. Not overly concerned with such matters, Wang Xian returned to his quiet chamber for cultivation. Several days later, although delayed by several months compared to his plans within the sect, he successfully traversed the final barrier of the mid-Qi refinement stage before turning 24, entering the sixth layer of Qi refinement. Finally, in the tranquility of his chamber, he rose from his meditative state. With his breakthrough in cultivation, the second layer of the mysterious spirit technique also reached completion, leaving Wang Xian feeling invigorated. With the enhancement of both techniques, his spiritual awareness had already attained the late stage of Qi refinement ahead of schedule. Generally speaking, cultivators with mid-grade spiritual roots take an average of 30 years to reach the late stage of Qi refinement, followed by an additional 25 to 30 years to achieve full completion at the ninth layer. Considering that most cultivators begin their training between the ages of 8 and 12, and that the decline of vitality occurs slightly beyond 60% of their lifespan, mid-grade spiritual roots typically reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement between the ages of 63 and 72, affording them a chance to break into the foundational stage. Based on Wang Xian and Appo's current cultivation pace, he would likely attain full Qi refinement around the age of 40. Starting at 12.5 years old, his training duration would span approximately 30 years, which is the average speed for high-grade spiritual roots, roughly double that of mid-grade roots. During this period, if he were to consume spiritual pills, his progress could quicken further, but their absence was inconsequential. After all, Wang Xian had recently departed from the sect, and even his advancements in alchemy had been inadvertently stalled, with no means to procure enhancement elixirs. Fortunately for him, true combat strength rarely manifested publicly in the form of the Qingying sparrow. Once the little sparrow ascended to the second tier, many matters would become considerably easier to manage. The path to longevity does not beckon haste. I am not embroiled in any dire life and death crises. Even if I were to reach full Qi refinement 2 years earlier, it would bear little significance. Coupled with a now stable cultivation environment, perhaps I might reconsider the physical cultivation I once set aside. Contemplating these thoughts, Wang Xian exited his quiet chamber, intending to visit Manager Zhao's shop for a couple of pots of tea. Chapter 56, The Body Cultivator Youth. Hunching? It has indeed been a long time since our last encounter. As Wang Xian stepped out of the quiet room, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of an old acquaintance in the Pill Pavilion. Compared to him, Han Qing was several years older and had commenced his cultivation journey much earlier. However, it wasn't until a few years ago that he finally ascended to the 4th level of Qi refinement. After a decade's toil, He had only reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, a feat still commendable among those of inferior spiritual roots. This stark contrast serves as a testament to the reality within the realm of cultivation, where talent is often regarded as paramount. After a grueling struggle to break through, it seemed that Han Qing had ultimately relinquished his pursuit of immortality. He chose instead to marry and bear children, thereby continuing his lineage. His bride appeared to be a collateral member of the now extinct Golden Core family, who had opted to sell herself into the Han family as a mid-grade spiritual root. Their marriage had been harmonious, with all aspirations for the path of immortality now resting on the shoulders of the next generation. Haha, Brother Wang. It truly has been a while. In contrast to your leisurely pursuits, I find myself perpetually occupied, Han Cheng replied with a hearty smile, his tone warm, yet imbued with a sense of composure. Perhaps due to the news of his wife's pregnancy, he had grown a short beard before reaching his 30s, completely shedding his youthful visage. What leisure? Merely drifting along with the tide, Wang Xin chuckled, shaking his head in response. But what matters require your attention? Alas. You may have already heard, Han Cheng sighed before elaborating. The conflict between the Mei Mountain Huang family and my Han family has escalated to a point where resolution is imperative. If we do not confront one another openly, we must resort to mediation. The Lu family has dispatched a direct descendant to the Beifang market. It is said that although this individual possesses only a superior spiritual root, he is a rare talent in the art of talismans. Many from the clan have come for this matter. Wang Xian nodded slightly, aware of the situation but lacking the depth of detail that Han Qing provided. Among the 4 arts of immortality, talismanic arts are often regarded as the least esteemed. Not merely due to their prevalence, but also because they hold little allure for cultivators of the same realm. Aside from a handful of functional talismans and the creation of one's life talisman, ordinary second-tier low-grade talismans are viewed as little more than grand fireworks in the eyes of those at the later stages of foundation establishment. In contrast, second-tier low-grade elixirs and formations hold far greater significance within the cultivation world, where strength reigns supreme. The limited utility of talismans to upper-realm cultivators implies that while the field may be profitable, it does not confer the same social stature as that of alchemists or formation masters. Only when one reaches the 3rd or 4th tier do talismancers gain the ability to craft automatic defensive talismans, teleportation talismans, and the like, earning them recognition commensurate with their peers in the alchemical and formation arts. Nevertheless, to have the renowned talismanic family of the Golden Core stage, the Xuanfu Lu family, label someone a genius in the talismanic arts suggests that this Lu family descendant may possess the potential to achieve the status of a 3rd-tier talisman master. Otherwise, even a superior spiritual root would not suffice to represent a Golden Core family in mediating disputes between 2 factions. Indeed, Brother Han speaks wisely. The arrival of the clan and Oppo's prodigies warrants thorough preparation. The Mei Mountain Huang family harbors ambitions akin to wolves. I trust the Lu family will render a fair judgment. Maintaining his composure, Wang Xian exchanged a few more pleasantries with Han Cheng before parting ways. Such matters were beyond the purview of an outsider like himself. As for the outcome, let the Han family deliberate on their own. Time swiftly passed, and several days later, after fulfilling his teaching obligations, Wang Xian found that due to the impending arrival of the Lu family, he would not need to return to instruct alchemy for a while. Exiting the underground fire chamber, he approached the main hall of the Pill Pavilion. Typically rather desolate, the space seemed unexpectedly lively that day. Within the pavilion, a young man clad in black robes was dragging a beast's corpse, reeking of blood, from his storage bag, seemingly engaged in conversation with one of the attendants. Wang Xian instinctively glanced over, noting that the youth bore a hefty black or heavy sword across his back. Such a weapon of this size had not been stowed away in a storage bag. It appeared to be a specialized artifact for body cultivators. My apologies, esteemed friend, the attendant said softly from a short distance away, his expression one of regret. We do not possess such a pill. If you truly require it, perhaps you could describe its effects, and I could procure a similar elixir for you. Even if we do not have precisely what you seek, we can certainly accept this beast's corpse. None at all. Very well. This is the last establishment I shall visit. It seems I must venture to the immortal city in search of fortune, the black-robed youth replied, disappointment evident in his voice. The beast's corpse served both as payment and as a necessary ingredient for the elixir he sought. Thus, if this place could not provide him with the desired pill, he could not part with his prize here. However, the immortal city was not the most suitable destination for him at present. I sincerely apologize, the attendant reiterated. However, esteemed guest, the Jade Marrow Descending Sun pill you seek is unfamiliar to us. It does not seem to be a commonly known elixir. Would you consider substituting it for a similar one? Furthermore, if the corpse of a first-tier beast is left too long, it may lose its value. Bowing slightly, the attendant's tone hinted at a touch of dissatisfaction this time. What manner of rogue is this? Refusing to specify the type of elixir needed while insisting on a named one like the Jade Marrow Descending Sun pill? The realm of cultivation is vast. For a single remedy to dispel miasma, there could be tens of thousands of different recipes across the entire southern cliff cultivation realm. Even well-known elixirs like the Foundation Establishment pill have numerous variations in their crafting methods, each differing in effectiveness, yet all are collectively referred to by the same name. Aside from the most common elixirs, ordinary patrons typically state their needs rather than naming specific pills. Do not trouble yourself. I have my own plans, Yi Yan replied. Discerning the attendant's displeasure, with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Had he not genuinely needed this particular elixir, he would not have come to such a neglected pill pavilion seeking answers. Just as he was about to retract the beast's corpse into his storage bag, he paused, having seemingly heard a sound. His expression shifted slightly as he turned back, locking eyes with Wang Xian, who was approaching. Esteemed friend, please, Wang Xian beckoned. A flicker of suspicion crossed Yi Yan's eyes, for Wang Xian appeared rather youthful. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and cupped his hands in greeting. May I inquire if you are a pill master, and if you have heard of the Jade Marrow Descending Sun pill? The Jade Marrow Descending Sun pill? Wang Xian's gaze flickered. Initially, he thought he had misheard the attendant's words. It was only when Yi Yan reiterated that he confirmed the youth was indeed referring to that specific elixir. Chapter 57. The Soul of the Measuring Rod. He was undoubtedly familiar with the Jade Essence Sun Descending pill, as it represented the core legacy within the Ba Yang Dan Shu. This particular elixir was among the select few second-tier high-grade pills documented in the alchemical texts. I have not heard of it, he smiled and gently declined. Based on what the fellow cultivator mentioned, it seemed to be a rare spiritual pill. Although the White River market was sizable, it could not match the grandeur of the Immortal City, which was surely disappointing for the cultivator. He recalled the first time he acquired the Ba Yang Dan Shu, having perused the sect's relevant records. The most renowned aspect of this alchemical tome was not the commonly found spiritual pills, but rather the myriad of unique and diverse concoctions. Therefore, when he encountered the Jade Essence Sun Descending pill, a rather peculiar body-refining elixir within the core legacy, Wang Xian felt no surprise whatsoever. If its purpose were not extraordinary, could it truly be deemed unique? However, looking at the mysterious young man in the black robe, he resolutely chose to refuse, showing no desire to uncover the secrets behind it. In the evening, within the inn of the White River Market, Yi Yan closed the door behind him and set down the black measuring rod. Master, are you there? He softly called. In the next moment, a faint yet profoundly significant wave of spiritual awareness emanated from the black rod, enveloping the entire room. With a sigh of relief, Yi Yan urgently inquired, Soul Elder, you have finally emerged. Are you certain that Master Wang truly understands the Jade Essence Sun Descending pill? As you heard, he is merely a mid-tier first-grade alchemist, utterly incapable of involving himself with pills of such caliber. Upon leaving the alchemist pavilion, he had harbored only doubts. Yet, after thoroughly inquiring nearby, his skepticism had nearly reached its zenith. The Jade Essence Sun Descending pill belonged to the realm of second-tier, high-grade elixirs. Although he did not require this specific pill at the moment, even the least of its category was a first-tier high-grade, and notably a rare great pill among its peers. Nevertheless, despite this, Yi Yan did not believe that the Soul Elder was deceiving him. After all, his own knowledge and experiences paled in comparison to that of the other. Hiki, young one, you are still too inexperienced to comprehend what endopos, fortuity and opos, truly entails. A low chuckle echoed, accompanied by an unexpectedly ancient voice that lingered in the room. What of a loose cultivator alchemist? Are you not a loose cultivator as well? In the eyes of others, you are merely a mid-stage chi refiner, with a cultivation level barely reaching the third layer of chi refinement. Whether it be you or that younger generation, you all fall woefully short. Without the tempering of time or the vigorous vitality of a successful body refining, you cannot conceal your subtle emotions from my perception. When I sensed the mention of the Jade Essence Sun Descending pill, there was a fleeting ripple in that young one's vitality. Based on my experience, whether he himself or any alchemist he knows, he must have heard of the existence of this pill. Of course, under normal circumstances, this would signify little. However, your current state is anything but normal. His tone momentarily paused, clearly aware that the gap between mere hearsay and actual crafting was as vast as the heavens. Although his spiritual awareness was of an exceptionally high caliber, it was not mind reading. Rather, it was a judgment formed through experience and perception. Yet, as he stated, the current condition of the young man in black robes was indeed unusual. Yi Yan, you must understand. Since you have actively ignited the fortuity for the foreseeable future using the secret methods I imparted, any coincidences may come your way before your fortuity reaches its nadir. Given your present state, unless you intend to harm a great fortuity bearer and thus suffer backlash, you should entertain the notion that everything will proceed favorably. Ultimately, rather than questioning the authenticity of this situation, it would be wiser to contemplate how to lower the other party's vigilance and have them refine several batches of pills for you. Overthinking will only serve to exacerbate your troubles, which is of no benefit to you at this time. Your words ring true, Master. Though somewhat dejected, Yi Yan accepted the reprimand. Yet, as he absorbed the Soul Elder's words, he felt a twinge of defiance. Master, you continuously emphasize the importance of fortuity. Yet if it is truly so formidable, why do we still pursue the path of immortality? Should we not simply return home and lie in wait to see who possesses the greatest fortuity and ascends to immortality? Ah, Master, I was wrong. A formless whip of spiritual awareness struck Yin, eliciting a wry smile from the entity known as the Soul Elder. Young one. Once again you indulge in the fallacious reasoning of fatalism. Should I hear such notions again, beware of your skin. Yes, master is correct. I shall not dare again. Yin grimaced, clutching his head in pain. Humph. With a cold snort, the voice from the black rod paused momentarily before continuing to elucidate. Young one. While fortuity does exist, do not envision it as an omnipotent force. The so-called destiny and fortune can also be viewed as a form of inherent power or talent. The once thriving Tao of the immortal dynasty in ancient times was a means of harnessing the fortuity of all beings. Is it not possible for those with innate Tao bodies and extraordinary comprehension to possess overwhelming fortuity, leading them to triumph over adversity? The strong naturally possess fortuity, which is difficult to disrupt by external forces. Conversely, the weak dwelling within great fortuity, akin to those noble bloodline true spirit descendants, may have promising futures, yet face their own share of untimely demise. In ancient times, those sacred beings born of heaven and earth were not without fortuity, as opportunities flowed naturally to them. But who were the sovereigns of that era? Hence, refrain from indulging in tales where the so-called destined protagonists cannot perish regardless of their actions. Such beings do not exist in reality. Regardless of your remarkable fortuity, should you encounter a true powerhouse, you may find yourself regretting your choices. Furthermore, who can claim to be the foremost in fortuity? His tone softened, but the aged voice once again turned stern and warning. Young one. The reason I advised you to refrain from engaging in conflict while igniting your fortuity is to prevent unforeseen circumstances. Who knows if a passerby may harbor extraordinary fortuity, possess a treasure that suppresses destiny, or has encountered certain ancient mysteries, forbidden existences from the primordial chaos or before the dawn of time. Typically, individuals like you do not cross paths easily, yet your current state is far from ordinary. Should you inadvertently provoke someone, with your current state of dispersed and ignited fortuity, you may suffer immediate backlash, regretting your actions. I understand, master. With a solemn expression, Yin acknowledged his error. Fortuity, like magical artifacts and divine abilities, should be approached with caution. Only one's own realm and cultivation truly hold value. Moreover, the techniques of fortuity should not be employed recklessly. Just as one should not casually invoke their innate Tao body, otherwise, it would inevitably lead to self-damage in due course. Chapter 58. The diagram of the white sun indeed. Quite commendable. Within the confines of the Black Ruler, Elder Soul nodded at this observation. The path of fortune is not a simple one, and he harbored no desire for this young man to stray from the correct course. The secret method of igniting one's fortune may appear to enhance one's luck in the short term, yet Elder Soul vaguely understood that it fundamentally constitutes a trade-off. Consider the example of a desired item. Under normal circumstances, it might be worth merely 100 spirit stones, yet due to its extreme rarity, no amount of spirit stones could procure it. However, when one is in a state of igniting fortune, the cultivator effectively becomes a chance themselves, encountering those who possess such rare items, ultimately spending 300 to 500 spirit stones to acquire what they seek. For the seller, this results in a profit magnified several times. For the desperate cultivator, the additional resources expended constitute the cost of their desire. Now arises the question, are there individuals who wish to seize such items without paying the price, resorting to brute force? Certainly. There are. Yet in such cases, it would be prudent for them to pray for unparalleled luck. Otherwise, traversing dark paths frequently will inevitably lead to ghostly encounters. And the terror of karmic backlash is no laughing matter. Fortunately, while my disciple may possess only mediocre talent, average looks, and unremarkable wisdom, he does exhibit a couple of commendable traits: respect for his teacher and the ability to acknowledge his mistakes and amend them. With these qualities, one can indeed attain significant virtue. However, master, to speak candidly, the body-refining technique unearthed from the grave, the diagram of the white sun, is rather disappointing. Do you not have any other techniques, ah? Enough. How many times must I tell you not to aim too high or shy away from challenges? With your disposition, even if you were to master that technique, during the trial of inner demons, you would amount to little more than a handful of dust, though formless. Elder Soul believed that if he were to possess a countenance, it would surely be one of displeasure. Just as I commend you, you reveal your true nature. And now you dare to request my technique? Had I retained my full memory, you would not have been so fortunate as to become my disciple. Truly, the saying goes, 3 days without punishment leads to the roof being stripped. Fuming with anger, yet observing his rapidly apologetic disciple, Elder Soul felt an inexplicable melancholy. Perhaps long ago, while he still walked the earth, he too had a disciple with whom he shared such closeness. Yet time has flown, and his memories of life have faded significantly. Aside from the tome capable of cultivating into the fire Tao Saint Spirit body, the true book of refining the path of the 9 curves, his most vivid recollection was of the encompassing black mist and the mysterious cultivators hidden within it, who sought to verify the ghost immortal and corpse transformation, standing in stark contrast to traditional celestial paths. The following day, within the alchemy chamber, the ground fire blazed fiercely. Prior to establishing their foundation, cultivators find it nearly impossible to separate alchemy from the ground fire. even after forming their foundation and refining pills. Some high-grade spiritual elixirs require days or even months of preparation. To conserve time, alchemists may often delegate the oversight of prolonged refining processes to their apprentices. During such moments, the significance of ground fire becomes apparent once more. Half an hour swiftly elapsed as Wang Xian adjusted his seal, opening and closing the alchemical furnace. And several first-grade mid-tier cleansing pestilence pills fell into his hands. After a moment of appraisal, he slowly shook his head. From his perspective, his progress in alchemy had been minimal. In terms of talent for the craft, Wang Xian could only describe himself as average. A neutral level in the eyes of the Nanhua sect. With 8 to 9 decades of diligent practice, he might achieve first-grade upper-tier status. Without the support of Dao fruits, it would be challenging for him to make marked advancements in a short time using only the occasionally acquired spiritual herbs. Oh well. The identity of a second-grade alchemist is only essential after I establish my foundation. There is no need to overly pursue alchemy at this moment. Moreover, the Han family likely prefers not to witness me displaying excessive abilities. Should I surpass their expectations, it could lead to complications. And little Qing still has quite some time before advancing. Let us leave the matter of alchemy as it stands. Summoning water. He cooled the alchemical cauldron before storing it within his spatial pouch. Wang Xian turned and exited the alchemy chamber, preparing to retreat to his quiet room for cultivation. The black-robed youth he had encountered the previous day should still be within the market. Although unaware of the purpose behind his desire for the Jade Essence Sunfall pill, Wang Xian consistently acted from the heart. In the absence of clarity regarding the other's intentions, it was wise to remain cautious. Master Wang. Barely having taken a few steps, Wang Xian encountered Han Li, who had been waiting patiently. There is a youth named Yi Yin outside the alchemy pavilion who wishes to pay a visit to Master Wang. Might you be inclined to meet him? Pausing briefly, Wang Xian had not anticipated trouble would seek him out. Although theoretically he should not have revealed any vulnerabilities yesterday, the mere presence of the visitor indicated that something had been discerned. I understand. Please invite him into the alchemy pavilion. Wang Xian spoke calmly, having no intention of hiding any longer. Previously, he had avoided revealing anything, but now he felt that there is only so long one can remain a thief. There is no such thing as a perpetual guard against thieves. Not to mention, he needed to ascertain what the other party had indeed discovered to address potential concerns moving forward. Just as he had gained significant experience during his time at the gambling stone shop in Wanzhou Immortal City, he understood that if he did not dispel the other's suspicions or handle the matter appropriately, there would be no way to dissuade Yi Yin from pursuing him unless he resorted to annihilating him entirely. Fortunately, they were within the White River Market, protected by a grand formation. As long as Yi Yin was not a concealed golden core cultivator, Wang Xian faced no safety risks. If he were to be such a cultivator, then meeting him would make little difference. On the third floor of the alchemy pavilion, in a classically decorated room, Wang Xian sat composed, observing the youth named Yi. Clad in black attire, he exuded a demeanor of resilience and confidence. Unlike typical cultivators, while there were subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy about him, he appeared to be at the early stage of qi refinement, with an exceedingly concealed aura. However, Wang Xian was well aware that this was not due to a secretive breathing technique, but rather the inevitable result of a physique cultivation level surpassing that of qi refinement. Dear friend, your invitation today comes as a delightful surprise. If memory serves, we ought not to be acquainted, correct? He spoke politely yet maintained a courteous distance. Uncertain of his visitor's intentions, Wang Xian opted for a steadfast approach. I apologize for my presumptuous visit, Yi Yin replied, clasping his hands in greeting. I come not for other matters but solely for the Jade Essence Sunfall pill. Should you possess knowledge regarding this alchemical item, I would be grateful for your assistance. And I assure you, I will repay your kindness handsomely. Foregoing any elaborate preamble, Yi Yin aimed to bridge the gap between them. Yet he lacked the finesse for such subtleties. Thus, after receiving a reprimand from Elder Soul, he ultimately chose to speak plainly. Chapter 59, The Second Order Corpse Friend Yi. You must have mistaken the person. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Xian firmly rejected the Yusui Jiaoyang Dan. I have never heard of it. Friend Yi shook his head slightly, his expression sincere. I mean no harm. My purpose here is merely to seek the elixir. If you have any requests, as long as they are within my capability, I shall not refuse. As for the fact that he had never heard of it, you should have noticed that I am currently just a physical cultivator. Of course, Wang Xian nodded slightly, praising Friend Yi at such a young age. You stand on the threshold of the late First Order. Your talent in body cultivation is indeed impressive. However, how does this relate to alchemy? Herein lies the matter. Yi Yin replied, unable to disclose the existence of the Soul Elder. He concocted a reason instead. I possess a rare secret technique of body cultivation that allows me to listen to the sounds of the world. When I mentioned this elixir, I sensed a peculiar change in your vitality not far away. A question mark slowly formed in his heart. Upon hearing this, although Wang Xian's expression remained unchanged, he was internally conflicted about whether or not to voice his thoughts. The secret technique of listening to the sounds of the world. What a peculiar concept. In the past, he had only heard that ordinary cultivators find it difficult to deceive those at the nascent soul stage without undergoing trials. for under the awareness of nascent spiritual consciousness, even the minutest fluctuations of one's heartbeat, breathing, and vitality can be discerned. However, Wang Xian had never encountered a nascent soul cultivator before, nor did he intend to engage with higher-tier cultivators before reaching foundation establishment, so he lacked a tangible understanding of this. Ultimately, while he had not met a nascent soul true monarch, he had indeed encountered a body cultivator familiar with such esoteric techniques. What fortuitous happenstance. He sighed deeply, reflecting on how he always seemed to meet individuals who were somewhat extraordinary. As for this so-called secret technique, he was not overly concerned, previously unaware. It was no longer an issue now that he had knowledge. As long as one's body cultivation was successful, a cultivator could mask the subtle fluctuations caused by emotions through the circulation of their vitality, thus avoiding revealing any vulnerabilities. Otherwise, Wu-Ti nascent soul cultivators possess mind-reading abilities, seeing through everyone at a glance. Of course, that was a matter for later. Thus, gazing at Yi Yan before him, Wang Xian's expression turned slightly dissatisfied. Forgive me, but I truly did not expect such secret techniques to exist in this world, capable of peering into others unnoticed. As for the elixir you mentioned, while I have heard of it, it was merely in passing. When I suddenly heard of it that day, I was momentarily taken aback. As for concocting it, do not jest. Even if a grandmaster of alchemy were to take possession of a new body, it would be impossible to refine a second-order superior elixir during the mid-stage of qi refinement. Thus, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. In their discourse, he presented his reasoning clearly and logically. However, as a descendant of the Baiyang Dan Shu, Wang Xian understood that the other's true aim likely had little to do with that second-order elixir. Indeed, in response to his veiled accusations and rejections, Yi Yan, cloaked in black, felt a tinge of embarrassment yet, contemplating the burdens he bore, the youth explained with a hint of regret. It was indeed my mistake to pry into your affairs without permission. However, this secret technique is not under my conscious control. Clears throat. As for the elixir, you may have misunderstood. I currently have no use for a second-order elixir. What I truly require is a first-order superior little Yusue Dan. It is common knowledge in the market that I am a mid-tier first-order alchemist. Without a moment's thought, Wang Xian interrupted, regardless of whether you refine it yourself or have someone else do so, I will not only provide all necessary materials but also offer additional compensation. With a slight bow, Yi Yan's gaze was resolute. You jest, friend. This request truly exceeds my capabilities. Please seek someone more adept. Once more shaking his head in refusal, this time he spoke the truth, as Wang Xian genuinely lacked the capability at this moment. And he was unafraid of the other listening in. Sitting across from him, Yi Yan appeared disheartened. For the soul elder in his heart informed him that this Wang's surname alchemist was sincere. Friend, Yi Yan bit his lips slightly, though he had lost hope. He made one last attempt. As far as I know, the main ingredient for the little Yusue Dan should be the bones of a peak first-order beast. If I were to substitute it with the remains of a second-order beast, would you be willing to consider? Second order? Wang Xian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the individual before him would be so extravagantly bold. The remains of a second-order beast were incomparable to those of a first-order elixir, and for him, they held far greater utility. After a moment's hesitation, he weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Is the body of the second-order beast intact? If the body is intact. Wang Xian, too, had not expected this twist in the conversation. Observing Wang Xian's reaction, Yi Yan cautiously inquired. If intact. After a moment's contemplation, strictly speaking, while the Baiyang Dan Shu was indeed Wang Xian's secret, it was the least confidential among them. After all, not to mention the distant past, the foundation establishment cultivator who first distributed the Dan Shu and the disciples responsible for registration would certainly be aware of this matter if they were still alive. Moreover, the records in the lower academy also contained corresponding details, so he saw no need to be overly cautious. Since you are a body cultivator, do you have any recommended techniques for body refinement? Wang Xian asked, diverting from the topic at hand. Certainly, Yi Yan responded, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. Realizing Wang Xian's implication, he promptly assured, rest assured, friend. If one is not purely a body cultivator, pursuing advanced techniques may not be wise. It is better to focus on what is suitable. In my opinion, among first-order body refinement techniques, the more ordinary the method, the lesser its impact on qi refinement cultivation. I have a rather decent technique on hand. Once you formally embark on the path, this perception technique will no longer be effective. Taking out a jade slip from his storage bag, Yi Yan made no mention of any conditions. First-order body refinement techniques were generally commonplace. Yet the vast majority of individuals lacked the resources and time to cultivate them. As for any further inquiries regarding body refinement techniques in the future, I happen to know another method suitable for alchemists. However, it is not in my possession at the moment, so I ask for your understanding. Slowly speaking, Yi Yan immediately thought of the troublesome Baiyang diagram. Were it not for the fact that this technique seemed to have been created by a certain sect's alchemist in life, possessing strong resistance to flames, which perfectly aligned with his own needs, he would not have pursued such a body refinement technique that required special elixirs. Nonetheless, to others, such techniques that required special elixirs could be quite cumbersome. Yet for those capable of refining the corresponding spiritual elixirs, this technique unearthed from the grave should still be considered rather good. Moreover, upon reaching its peak, it was said to give rise to a common spiritual trait known as jade bone, though its veracity remains uncertain. While spiritual traits do not equate to the spiritual body itself, such a second-order technique would not be inferior to ordinary quasi-third-order body refinement techniques. Chapter 60. The Distinction of Body and Law that night. Within the tranquil chamber of the Dan Pavilion, Wang Xian sat cross-legged on a cushion, holding a jade slip that contained a commonly practiced body tempering technique among scattered cultivators. This technique, devoid of a specific name, could perhaps be referred to as the body forging method without any objection, lacking distinctive traits or secret arts. Its efficacy among practitioners of the same realm remained rather mediocre. The content of the technique only allowed cultivation up to the pinnacle of the first stage, comparable to a fully realized qi refinement practitioner with no further advancements available. Its sole merit lay in its neutrality, permitting a seamless transition to any other technique. With a mere thought, Wang Xian embedded the content into his consciousness, as the last remnants left by a former law enforcement disciple were erased from existence. This body tempering method merged into the Taiyin Jade volume, becoming an auxiliary chapter on body cultivation. In that moment, although this body technique retained the essence of a qi refinement level method, it acquired a subtle trace of Taiyin power. Without hesitation, Wang Xian silently began his practice. Several hours later, upon the completion of the technique's initial operation, a fleeting jade-colored luminescence shimmered across his skin, much like the initiation into the first layer of qi refinement. As long as one grasped the technique, the first layer of body cultivation posed no significant challenge. Yet, as he formally embarked on the path of dual cultivation, Wang Xian sensed an undeniable yearning emanating from the depths of his flesh. Just as qi refiners crave spiritual energy, body cultivators experience an even more pronounced and uncontrollable desire, arising from the instincts of life itself. Humans, by nature, are not born cultivators, but when hungry, they must eat, for this is an innate characteristic shared by all beings. Unlike the demon race, which possesses an inherent ability to absorb vast amounts of spiritual energy from their surroundings, human body cultivators face a different predicament. In the realm of low-tier body cultivation, without sufficient resources, demons merely slow their progression, while humans risk far greater setbacks. Driven by the instinct to feed, cultivators must either consume various spiritual delicacies and blood essence, or rely on abundant spiritual grains for nourishment, or resort to miraculous elixirs and body-refining potions, or even supplement with their own spiritual power. This explains why, in the world of cultivation, few possess a body cultivation technique. Wang Xian, during his time in the sect, contemplated dual cultivation, but upon the sect's destruction, he temporarily abandoned the idea. It is not that there are no benefits to dual cultivation, but for most individuals lacking resources, the advantages do not outweigh the costs. The notion of dual cultivation is easily spoken of. However, if it were truly that simple, the world would be filled with body cultivators. Not to mention, the daily practice time for qi refiners is limited. If we disregard other influences, they might as well utilize their idle time to practice body techniques, enhancing their combat prowess while also benefiting their future foundation establishment when facing the qi blood barrier. Yet, the reason they refrain from doing so is quite evident. Wang Xian shook his head, pondering why only the protagonists in novels recognize the importance of dual cultivation. In reality, any cultivator with a modicum of insight understands that body cultivation is indeed a valuable auxiliary path. However, if asked whether they practice it, the majority, aside from a rare few, would choose not to. The rationale is straightforward. In the lower tiers, qi and body cultivation vie for spiritual energy. Only upon reaching the foundation establishment stage can cultivators, wielding the superior power of a higher realm, bypass this contention and practice mid-tier body cultivation. As for qi refiners, they need not rush. Their resources are abundant, and they may choose to cultivate or not, often opting to wait until after foundation establishment. After all, they can successfully establish their foundations without the aid of body cultivation techniques. Moderate practitioners hesitate to delve into body cultivation. Lacking the privileges of geniuses and constrained by limited resources, they fear that any attempt might jeopardize their final chance at establishing a foundation. Those with lesser talent must tread even more cautiously, as the resources available to them are scant. Should they attempt dual cultivation, they risk failing to even break through to the late stages of qi refinement. Ultimately, only those who lack resources but possess average spiritual roots, or those who simply pursue immediate gains as low-tier scattered cultivators, engage in body cultivation alongside qi refinement, striving for greater strength and odds during hunts or herb gathering. In the vast expanse of the cultivation world, which has existed for countless millennia, if there is one practice that remains largely unpursued, it is likely not waiting for someone to be the first to undertake it but rather conceals issues yet unknown to you. Wang Xian discerned that without sufficient resources for supplementation, body cultivation would hinder the speed of qi cultivation. contingent upon the purity of the cultivator's spiritual power and the disparity between their body and chi cultivation realms. Even with the might of the Taoist jade volume, the difference in speed between the sixth layer of chi refinement and the first layer of body cultivation revealed a notable 3% slowdown, highlighting the potential pitfalls of this endeavor. The solution to this predicament is not difficult. Daily consumption of spiritual grains, delicacies, or body-refining elixirs would suffice, which simply translates to a need for spiritual stones. However, having left the sect's environment, unless he were to sell his inheritance after a few years, where would Wang Xian acquire spiritual stones? This was the very reason he had previously set aside the notion of body cultivation. The three treasures of a cultivator, essence, chi, and spirit, indicate that body cultivation, corresponding to essence, is the least dependent on innate talent yet highly reliant on resources. Wang Xian smiled wryly, recalling a passage left by Chan Yao in the Common Knowledge Jade Slip. It was said that in ancient times, with diligence, guidance from esteemed mentors, and abundant resources, even those of mediocre talent could achieve modest success in body cultivation. Yet, in today's world, while true monarchs exist across various nations, the number of fourth-tier body cultivators is exceedingly rare, primarily due to the scarcity of high-tier resources. Moreover, certain ancient texts suggest that the path of dual cultivation does not represent true body cultivation. In the realm of the third tier, the spiritual energy of chi refiners condenses into golden elixirs, whereas body cultivators seem to follow a different methodology. Thus, dual cultivators cannot entirely match the combat prowess of true body cultivators, serving merely as a supplementary path to their primary cultivation. Consequently, the resource expenditure is high while the returns are meager, which explains the lack of documentation pertaining to this practice in contemporary records. Looking across the southern cliff continent, it appears that only within the northern regions of the Great Zhou dynasty exists a structured body cultivation system. As for other areas, there may be remnants, but Wang Xian's knowledge on the matter remains limited. Chapter 61. The talent of the void. It is of no great concern. I need not fret excessively. However, Yin, with his body refining in the black, I am fortunate that he has not mastered a fire attribute technique. Otherwise, I would have to start calling him Yi Fire. As my expression gradually returned to calmness, I began to reflect. Although my knowledge of the Jade Marrow Yang pill had been discovered, it is hardly an issue. As an alchemist, it is not unusual to be acquainted with the name of an obscure second-tier pill. Furthermore, the overlap of formulas across various alchemical texts is quite commonplace. In essence, whether it be the first-tier inheritance or the Baiyang Dan Shu, these are remnants of once great sects, not rare secret transmissions. I am almost certain that within the lineage of the southern Huazong of the Qin Kingdom, I am not the sole individual capable of concocting such a pill. The only potential exposure of my secret would stem from concealing my alchemical talent, publicly claiming to be a mid-tier first-tier alchemist while secretly being capable of producing high-tier first-tier pills. Even this certainty is tenuous, as I would never concoct the little Jade Marrow pill in Yi Yan's presence, leaving him unable to ascertain the pill's origin. In comparison, Yi Yan's predicament appears to be graver. Setting aside the existence of the body refinement secret technique he mentioned, or whether it was merely an impromptu fabrication, the mere fact that he achieved Yuan-Ing level perception as a first-tier body refiner is undeniably eye-catching, even if not entirely equivalent. The resemblance in certain aspects would undoubtedly pique the curiosity of core formation practitioners, compelling them to delve into the principles of his secret technique. Thus, it seems Yi Yan either possesses a hidden card or is in dire need of this pill, or perhaps both. Revealing such a secret would be tantamount to courting disaster. Meditating silently, the precise value of such an unknown technique is difficult to gauge, yet it is assuredly not negligible. Nevertheless, I do not intend to leverage this secret to threaten Yi Yan. We are all individuals with secrets, none of us wishing to confront high-tier practitioners. Moreover, at present, he appears to be quite sincere. I have not resorted to coercion, at most offering inducements. Moreover, it must be noted that Yi Yan has indeed struck a chord with his inducement. The corpse of a second-tier demon beast, excluding the skeletal remains serving as the primary ingredient, could yield second-tier talismans from its hide, accelerate the cultivation speed of Shaoqing upon reaching first-tier perfection through its entrails, and its flesh could be refined for essence. The second-tier blood I previously exchanged with the sect was reserved for Shaoqing, as its potential elevation to Earth-grade bloodline is the most critical matter in the near term. However, should I acquire additional essence from the flesh and blood of a second-tier demon beast, fortune and misfortune are often intertwined. To concoct the little Jade Marrow pill, I must attain the status of a high-tier first-tier alchemist, yet my current ability is merely that of a mid-tier first-tier alchemist, far from the standards acknowledged by significant powers. Achieving a leap of 1.5 realms in alchemical skill within a mere few days is ordinarily impossible. Yet Yi Yan has managed to procure the corpse of a second-tier demon beast. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, I am aware that my alchemical prowess, which has stagnated, is poised for a significant advance. Utilizing the essence of a second-tier source to comprehend first-tier alchemy should enable me to surpass the threshold of high-tier first-tier alchemy without much difficulty. As for whether it is worth it, without the present, there can be no future. Gently shaking my head, I maintained a tranquil demeanor. Accepting the reward yet being unable to present the pill would only invite unnecessary enmity. Moreover, second-tier blood is not a strategic resource, it is merely costly. Once I possess the ability to forge high-tier first-tier breakthrough pills, and with the safety assured by a successfully advanced Shaoqing, I need not worry about earning spirit stones. As for Yi Yin, it is best that he harbors no ulterior motives. Tenderly stroking the feathers of the Qingying sparrow hidden within my sleeve, I resolved this matter. There was no need to dwell further on the transaction. Yet, concurrently, a slight sense of urgency began to stir within me. Once I depart from the confines of the sect, even with the Tao fruit in hand, unforeseen events are likely to arise. As a low-tier chi-refining cultivator in the world of immortality, maintaining stability is inherently challenging. In such circumstances, Shaoqing and Appo's advancement becomes even more pressing. The Earth-grade demon beast Qingying sparrow has never been valued for its raw power by me, but rather for its unique bloodline talent. As a true spirit of the phoenix lineage, the divine bird Qing Wan possesses an innate affinity for the Tao of the Void. As a descendant of countless generations, the Qingying sparrow has inherited a fraction of this legacy. According to ancient texts, upon reaching the second tier, this Earth-grade demon beast can awaken a bloodline talent known as Void Escape, which grows stronger with the enhancement of its power. Mastering such a spatial ability would grant me a means of retreat when faced with high-tier practitioners. It was this consideration that led me to choose the Baishan sparrow as my destined demon beast, eschewing other possibilities. Days swiftly passed. As the appointed date approached, the number of Han family members frequenting the Dan Pavilion increased. The conflict between the Han and Huang families was nearing resolution. And in an effort to show respect to the Liu family envoy, Han Changming had made considerable efforts. However, the disparity in foundation between them and the established foundational families was markedly evident. Thus, while I awaited Yi Yan's promised delivery of the second-tier demon beast corpse, Han Cheng sought me out first. "Brother Wang," he said, fatigue evident in his brow, a clear indication of his recent busyness, yet his spirit appeared quite good. "We require your assistance in welcoming the Liu family's direct line. Of course, you need not undertake any specific duties, just your presence when our friends arrive will suffice." "That seems inappropriate," I gently declined, aware that I am not a true member of the Han family, and many in the vicinity are privy to this fact. As a guest alchemist, my involvement in matters of such significance to the Han family is theoretically limited. However, I understood their intentions. They simply wished for me to accompany them to bolster their stature, demonstrating that though their family is newly established, they are not merely a Fade, having even secured their own official alchemist. If Brother Wang is willing to attend, the second elder is prepared to offer a furnace of Huangya Dan materials. It was not surprising that Han Cheng directly conveyed this offer in response to my refusal. Free furnaces, doubling the offer. I had no intention of genuinely declining. Regardless of my attendance, to outsiders, I would still be considered a member of the Han family's influence, albeit on the periphery. Very well. Without haggling, Han Cheng accepted promptly. The Liu family envoy arrives in 3 days. Brother Wang, be sure to prepare. For the next 2 days, refrain from alchemy and inner seclusion. Understood. I nodded slightly. In truth, I was somewhat curious about the Liu family and Appo's direct line. Chapter 62. White water and sudden thunder in this world of cultivation. For over a decade, apart from his fellow townsman, Lin Qing, the true heir of the South China lineage, was the only person he had previously encountered who possessed the potential for Dan formation. However, it appears that he might soon meet a second such individual. Unlike the former, who bore a top-tier spiritual root and had a Dan-forming grandfather still alive, thus ensuring a promising path ahead, the unfortunate incident that befell his sect led to the demise of his elder, the Red Fire True Man. This seemed to confirm Qin Yao's earlier assessment, leaving one to wonder about his current state. Conversely, the latter was a quintessential genius in various arts, albeit with average spiritual roots. Should he continue to demonstrate his talent, there lies the possibility of attaining the status of a third-tier talisman master, which could grant him access to family resources to strive for the creation of a false stand, thereby securing the family's future. The following day, after departing from the Dan Pavilion, Wang Xian made his way toward the center of the market. Not far from the expansive Wan Miao building, there stood an elegantly adorned high-end tea house. Unlike the tea stall run by manager Zhao, this establishment offered genuine tiered spiritual tea, including a type of near second-tier tea. It is worth noting that high-grade spiritual tea is cherished for its calming effects, nurturing the spirit and alleviating the mind, particularly favored by those who cultivate various arts. Had his purse not been devoid of spiritual stones, Wang Xian would have certainly indulged in sampling this exquisite tea. Taoist Wang, you have arrived. Upon entering a private room on the second floor, Yi Yan had been waiting for quite some time. A palpable aura of physical cultivation emanated from him. Yet it was contained by the nearby formations, preventing any leakage. Wang Xian was not surprised by this, after all. The Listening Rain Pavilion was not akin to the Linhe Tower. The private rooms within were equipped with formations designed to isolate spiritual senses and powers, providing a warning system that enabled the cultivators inside to react promptly. The Dan Pavilion has been quite busy lately, and the Han family has been exceptionally occupied. I apologize for my tardiness, Taoist friend. Wang Xian offered a slight bow and promptly took his seat at the table. Since you summoned me, I presume you are prepared with the materials? Indeed, Yi Yan affirmed with a nod, his expression revealing a hint of reluctance as he reached for a storage bag at his waist. In the next moment, a demon beast's corpse, measuring nearly 10 feet in length and exuding a formidable aura, filled most of the private room. Externally, this creature resembled a crocodile from the mortal realm. It was a demon beast of early second tier, known as White Water and Sudden Thunder, a native of the Bailan River. The creature had been slain through secret techniques, its vitality and internal organs intact, making it suitable as the primary ingredient for the small jade marrow dan. What do you think, Taoist friend? Excellent. Wang Xian replied with a slight nod, a serious glimmer in his eyes. He recognized that Yi Yan could not have personally slain this demon beast. The silent execution of a second-tier demon beast suggested the use of some formidable soul-based secret technique or a high-level curse or poison. Regardless of the method, it was evident that Yi Yan was demonstrating his strength. Clearly, Yi Yan was aware that merely showcasing wealth could lead one to be perceived as a target for exploitation. Only by possessing corresponding martial prowess could one deter greed and foster a genuine exchange. Rest assured, within a month, a batch of Amp, Oppos, small jade Merodan and Amp, Oppos, will be presented. Wang Xian, though cautious, was not one to abscond with his friend's possessions. He carefully stored the demon beast's corpse in a separate storage bag and made a solemn promise. Haha. Then I shall await your elixir with anticipation. With a hearty laugh, Yi Yan felt a weight lifted from his mind. Seizing the moment, he inquired again. I have heard that you are an external alchemist for the Han family, not a genuine guest of the clan. Apart from the small jade marrow Dan, do you have knowledge of other commonly seen physical cultivation elixirs? The supply of physical cultivation elixirs in the Qin Kingdom is somewhat scarce. Even in a large market like Baihe, there are no first-tier upper-grade elixirs available for sale. Only a few major immortal cities carry stock. However, I am not particularly inclined to venture into those cities, so I have come directly to you. If you are referring to common elixirs such as sanded spirit liquid or blood refinement pills, I do have some connections, but you would need to provide the spiritual herbs. Wang Xian did not deny the claim. After all, having acquired the obscure small jade Merodan, it would be hard to refute the existence of more common elixirs. For Wang Xian, should someone provide him with the necessary materials, it would merely serve as an opportunity to practice his alchemical skills. Excellent. Yi Yan's face lit up with joy, but he did not forget to ask, what about the remuneration for your alchemical services? Not a problem. When you come to collect the elixirs, just bring a few taels of spiritual tea. Wang Xian waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. He was not asking for an exorbitant price. As aside from the breakthrough elixirs, first-tier spiritual elixirs in the Qin Kingdom were not particularly valuable. Unlike the rare small Lioli Dan, other common physical cultivation elixirs could be procured easily through deposits made at the Dan Pavilion for purchasing. Thus, by quoting a reasonable price, Wang Xian felt considerably more at ease. With that, Yi Yan and Oppos' concerns were largely resolved. Once he became a true first-tier upper-grade alchemist, the production of breakthrough elixirs would become a priority. The foundation of economics dictates the structure of society. This principle applies from the individual level to the entire realm of cultivation, as was evident even in the prosperous ancient and medieval periods. Once sufficient spiritual stones were amassed, the growth of Shaoqing, Wang Xian's advancement in alchemy, and the resources required for physical cultivation would all be set back on the right path. Time flew by swiftly, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the entrance of Baihe Market, the boundary of a second-tier upper-grade formation separated two distinct groups of cultivators. One side was small in number, yet each individual radiated a remarkable presence. At the forefront of their ranks were 3 cultivators, soaring through the air with their own magical powers, clearly at the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, the opposing group, though larger in number, displayed a mix of abilities, with only one foundation establishment cultivator leading the way. Standing at the edge of the latter group, Wang Xian surveyed his alchemist robe, feeling somewhat speechless. The style of this robe originated from the formal attire of the Northern Zhou dynasty, symbolizing the recognition of artisans by the immortal court, and bore the insignia of a first-tier middle-grade alchemist. However, regardless of his current capabilities, he had yet to reach the level of a true middle-grade alchemist. Moreover, the robe itself was not a genuine artifact, but a thoroughly inferior imitation. Putting on a facade of grandeur was utterly futile. Casting a glance at Han Changming ahead, he then shifted his gaze to Han Li and the others. They too wore similarly subpar robes, but theirs were merely adorned with patterns signifying first-tier lower-grade status, making the distinction quite apparent. Note: Sudden Thunder is an ancient term for crocodiles. Chapter 63, the notion of probability. This seemingly absurd action, akin to a farcical jest, nonetheless prompted Wang Xian to inwardly muse upon its brilliance. The contention between the Han and Huang families likely concealed the shadow of the Zhedan forces, potentially orchestrated by the Xuanfu Lu clan. After all, the Han family originally allied themselves with the Nanhua sect, now rendered extinct. In such circumstances, confronted with the Lu family's covert oppression, had I been Han Changming's I would undoubtedly have opted for a more circumspect approach rather than outright resistance, an ingenious strategy of subtle survival. Thus, this seemingly flawed fade of pretending to be weak was, in truth, a masterstroke of playing the victim. As a nascent clan, overt displays of strength would only incite trepidation regarding their latent potential. Han Changming's contrarian approach, showcasing his own weakness to juxtapose against the might of the established families, was indeed his true objective. A mere welcoming ceremony, yet laden with such intricate schemes. Wang Xian found himself regarding this Han family figure with renewed respect, reaffirming his prior convictions. The Han family had certainly not abandoned their ambitions. They had merely shifted from a confrontational stance to a more conciliatory one. However, the vicissitudes of life are ever unpredictable. Should the opposing party discern that a more aggressive approach yielded superior results, or perceive any signs of uncontrollable potential, their intentions could swiftly alter. Fortunately, Wang Xian's strategy was to remain entirely unresponsive. Before Shaoqing ascended to the second tier, he would not step outside the confines of Beifang Market. The second-tier formation would autonomously sense any fluctuations in battle within the market and, in tandem with the enforcement team, suppress any unruly cultivators. As long as Wang Xian remained steadfastly within the sanctuary, no stratagem could pose a threat to him. Master Wang, look. As he pondered, Han Li's voice drifted from behind him, prompting Wang Xian to lift his gaze. In the distant sky, a small dark dot gradually expanded, ultimately revealing a colossal vessel. Parting the sea of clouds, it bore the tempest with it. Despite its enormous size, its speed surpassed that of ordinary foundational cultivators. This was an exceedingly rare large-scale composite magical artifact, significantly pricier than the same tier of alchemical cauldrons. At the forefront of the spirit ship, Wang Xian could discern several figures, an external foundational guest elder, a distant relative of the clan, and the prodigious talisman master of the Lu clan, Lu Qingyi. Ah, why is he here? Among them, a white-haired elder and a middle-aged woman flanked the youthful figures. Yet, despite their profound cultivation, they merely stood to the sides. Positioned ahead of them was a charming young lady in a yellow dress, leaning slightly forward, her hands clasped behind her back, adorned with a faint, enigmatic smile. Wang Xian was not deceived by her demeanor. He recalled Han Li's warnings. She was not one to be trifled with. Within the Lu family, a mere verbal altercation had once led Lu Qingyi to shatter the leg of a certain genius with earth-grade spiritual roots. Though such injuries were trivial to cultivators, they revealed her imperious nature. Consequently, her subsequent minor punishment and placement in Beifang Market for several years of temperance, along with the resolution of familial disputes, seemed justifiable. Of course, this bore little relevance to Wang Xian. He merely wished to familiarize himself with the individuals involved, ensuring he recognized them in future encounters. Yet, unexpectedly, amidst the throng trailing behind, he spotted Yang Yunji. He trailed behind a woman of unremarkable appearance, and their attire suggested a marital union. Had they reconciled after all this time? He wondered if, during the covenant signing, he had managed to secure that foundational elixir. Shaking his head with a faint smile, Wang Xian dismissed the thought. Today, he was merely a backdrop. Whether it was the Han, Huang, or Lu families, each had their roles to play. Yet this was not his stage. He longed to expedite these trivial matters and return to the alchemy chamber to elevate his rank to a superior alchemist. Master Wang, Han Li inquired softly, do you think our Han family might one day ascend to the stature of the Lu clan? Unlike Wang Xian's tranquil demeanor, Han Li was visibly anxious as she gazed at the magnificent second-tier spirit ship. If I recall correctly, your parents passed away when you were quite young, did they not? After a moment and Appo's reflection, Wang Xian casually pointed out Han Li and Appo's circumstances while standing at the edge of the group. Even the opportunity to become an alchemy apprentice was afforded to her solely due to her exceptional talent among the younger generation of the Han family. Had she been second best, it might not have been her chance at all. After all, she was only marginally superior to Han Dao and Han Bo, not vastly so. Even if the Han family were to become a Jedon clan, what significance would that hold for her? He asked this offhandedly, as Wang Xian articulated. The families that thrive on bloodline are exceedingly particular about the proximity of that lineage. In cases of extraordinary talent that stands head and shoulders above the rest, such distinctions might not bear much weight. As the adage goes, once one ascends, all shall rise. However, if all are of equal caliber, the distribution of resources hinges entirely on the status and strength of one's parents. For Han Li, despite her slight superiority in alchemical prowess over the other two apprentices, they benefited from familial resources, while she was confined to the standard offerings of her clan. Had she not been more diligent and sought guidance frequently, her progress in alchemy might have lagged behind that of her peers. Thus, Wang Xian was genuinely surprised by her profound sense of familial loyalty. But Master Wang, Han Li countered gently, if the family grows stronger, will not every member flourish as well? Biting her lip, she rebutted. Even those two clan brothers rely on their parents' legacies rather than the clan's favoritism. With a subtle smile, Wang Xian recalled that Han Li had mentioned her father possessed mid-grade spiritual roots and would have easily surpassed the late stages of qi refinement. Yet, 7 to 8 years prior, he had perished amidst the trials posed by other foundational families during the establishment of the Han clan. Wang Xian was uncertain about the specifics of the internal compensation system within the Han family, but it was evident that Han Li did not appear overly affluent. Her clan's emphasis on loyalty education seemed commendable. Without delving into the private affairs of others, Wang Xian cheerfully remarked, "Let us regard it as such." Nonetheless, the essence of a Jiedon family lies in achieving Jiedon status, with the familial aspect being secondary. The fall of the 3 sects and 2 clans of the Qin kingdom has left 7 third-tier spiritual veins available, even if the existing factions claim 3 or 4. Considering the balance of Yuanying forces, it is theoretically plausible for 3 or 4 new Jiedon factions to emerge. Therefore, whether the Han family can attain such heights will depend on whether they can produce a true master. Master Wang, do you believe our Han family has a chance? A glimmer of hope flickered in Han Li's eyes as she inquired softly. Well, Wang Xian shrugged, smiling as he replied. It is likely on par with the probability of the Han family perceiving my own ascension to Jiedon. The path of a rogue foundational cultivator is fraught with difficulty. For a minor clan aspiring to achieve Jiedon, the challenges are even more formidable. Just as the Han family views Wang Xian as an extravagant dream to even achieve foundational status, in his eyes, the prospect of the Han family birthing a true master might well rest solely upon divine providence. Chapter 64. A Master Alchemist until the spirit vessel landed. The foundation-building disciples from the Han and Huang families came forward to greet it. There were no unexpected incidents. Nor did anyone pay attention to the small alchemist in the corner. As Lu Qingyi descended from the spirit vessel, wearing a graceful gown of pale yellow, she graciously accepted the greetings of several foundation-building disciples, her demeanor betraying none of the rumored arrogance. Whether this was a result of reprimands from her clan or a misinterpretation of the rumors remained unclear. In any case, all of this was of little concern to him. As the sun dipped in the west, Wang Xian returned to the underground fire chamber beneath the alchemy pavilion, having acquired 3 cauldrons of spiritual herbs without effort. Upon opening the seal of his storage pouch, a wave of heat emanated from the herb chamber, dispelling some of the lingering foreign aura. Instead of retrieving the corpse of the second-tier demon beast White Water Thunder, he reached into his storage pouch. Moments later, he withdrew his right hand. Within Wang Xian's sea of consciousness, a brilliant orb of second-tier essence shone brightly, significantly more potent than a single portion of second-tier blood essence. Clearly, direct extraction from the corpse proved far more efficient than the refined blood drawn by cultivators. Come forth, my alchemical skills are due for advancement, he whispered inwardly. Settling into a meditative posture, extract from the first volume of the Baiyang alchemical tome. This time, he refrained from dividing the first-tier section into 3 volumes, as the first-tier premium already marked the culmination of the first tier. Moreover, the unity of the alchemical tome allowed for a more efficient comprehension when approached holistically. To breach into the second tier in the future, he needed to fully comprehend the first-tier section of the tome to the stage of great accomplishment, rather than merely reaching the stage of minor accomplishment. Indeed, while achieving minor accomplishment in the corresponding tier's alchemy would grant recognition as an alchemist of that level by major powers. To cross the threshold from the first to the second tier, one must possess a stable proficiency in crafting high-quality elixirs at the level of great accomplishment, enhancing the possibility to ascend to higher realms. This is why Wang Xian, after 6 or 7 years of becoming a formal alchemist, is expected to reach the first-tier premium realm around the ages of 40 or 50 into the outside world. He is merely qualified to attempt the second tier after establishing a foundation, with a probability of success only at 1 or 2 out of 10. After all, the gulf between minor and great accomplishment could demand decades, if not a century, from an alchemist of such caliber. Furthermore, breaking through to a foundation with a middle-grade spiritual root is no simple feat. Even with a doubled lifespan post-foundation, one may not necessarily grasp the intricacies of second-tier alchemy. At this stage, even the Jiedon sects lack the financial resources to provide ample spiritual herbs for disciples teetering on the threshold to experiment continuously. In a context of limited resources, the greater likelihood is that one can only concoct 1 or 2 types of second-tier elixirs, becoming a quasi-second-tier alchemist, not widely acknowledged by major powers. Of course, these views were merely those of outsiders. With the fruit of the Tao in hand, Wang Xian had never harbored worries about his future. Thus, when the first volume of the Baiyang alchemical tome transformed into concepts within his mind, he immediately relaxed, striving to retain this profound understanding as long as possible. With each breath, the essence from the second-tier demon beast continued to burn within him. Compared to the extracted blood essence, the complete body of the demon beast yielded a far richer and more powerful essence. It resembled the shadow of the great path, as if confronting the very roots of all things, until a certain moment came, when that elusive sensation receded from his heart. In a moment of wistfulness, Wang Xian retrieved the alchemical cauldron, casting the recently acquired ingredients for Huang Yadan into it. The operation felt somewhat unfamiliar, yet his prior alchemical experiences compensated for this. As several hours passed, when he formed the sealing technique with his hands, 8 elixirs soared from the cauldron. 6 of these spiritual pills emitted a fragrant aroma. Their form smooth and round, adorned with 2 white streaks. Only 2 bore traces of indistinct gray, their quality evidently inferior. From this cauldron, A 65 success rate in elixir production, with a 50 rate of quality products, affirmed the first volume of the tome had reached minor accomplishment. Exhaling softly, a smile of uncontainable joy graced Wang Xian's lips. Indeed, this was his path. What talents in talisman making, what children of fortune. Under his unparalleled genius and extraordinary wisdom, with merely a trifling assistance from the Tao fruit, he could surpass the diligent efforts of worldly prodigies. After a brief moment, he expelled a breath of stale air. Sitting cross-legged in contemplation, savoring the residual aftertaste brought by the rapid advancement in alchemy. Reflecting on the past, Wang Xian could not help but feel a twinge of sentimentality. As a first-tier premium alchemist, had he reached this milestone before his sect's downfall, he might not have needed to affiliate himself with the Han family's alchemy pavilion. Unlike artifact refiners or talisman makers, who only began to transcend the lower echelons of the cultivation world after reaching the second tier, and thus reveal the dignity of craftsmen across 100 arts. The path of an alchemist simply required the ability to produce elixirs that aid cultivators in breaking through mid to late stages of qi refining to earn respect from wandering cultivators and garner the attention of ordinary foundation-building families. Thus, the first-tier inheritance of alchemy proved more difficult to obtain than that of other arts at the same tier. Even newly established foundation-building families had to pay a significant price to acquire it, not rushing to refine the minor jade marrow pill. Wang Xian carefully stored the elixirs and exited the underground fire chamber, with the skeletal remains of a second-tier demon beast as the primary ingredient for his alchemy. He believed he ought to take out a premium alchemical cauldron to honor such materials, to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Wang Xian decided to wait until the Han family's foundation-building disciples had departed. After all, while the underground fire chamber had been equipped with relevant formation since its construction, that did not justify any carelessness on his part. This was, after all, the territory of the Han family, who could say if they would circumvent the formation's restrictions unnoticed. With Wang Xian's spiritual consciousness honed in the late stages of qi refining, he could not be deceived by the probing abilities of foundation-building cultivators. Only Han Changming, as a foundation-building practitioner, was beyond his perception. Upon leaving the alchemy pavilion, Wang Xian intended to inquire about the prices of materials for the first-tier breakthrough elixirs. Breakthrough elixirs were regarded as strategic resources by foundation-building families. Once a cultivator's vitality waned, not only was it perilous to attempt foundation establishment, but breaking through the mid to late stages of qi refining posed great danger as well. Only breakthrough elixirs could resolve this issue. For those with middle-grade spiritual roots, these elixirs accelerated the pace of breaking through bottlenecks, saving several years in time, allowing them to reach the peak of qi refining before their vitality declined. For those with low-grade spiritual roots, these elixirs were essential for overcoming the challenges of late qi refining, enhancing their status and strength in the years to come. In this context, even the exalted Yuanying sects were reluctant to see a surplus of breakthrough elixirs circulating in the market, which would enable more capable grassroots wandering cultivators to achieve peak qi refining before their vitality waned, thus increasing their chances of attempting foundation establishment. In theory, Yuanying sects should not concern themselves with foundation-building practitioners. However, this was contingent upon their numbers remaining manageable, and not comprised entirely of desperate wandering cultivators who had scarcely survived to ascend. Chapter 65. The Breakthrough Elixir. Unlike cultivators who are tied to families and sects, these wandering practitioners are often unrestrained. They may risk everything, daring to topple emperors. Even if they attract considerable trouble, they can simply change their identities and flee to foreign lands, or they can delve deep into the Wanza mountain range, challenging sect members to wager their lives. Confronting such practitioners often yields no benefit, even if one were to ambush and slay them. Thus, the various first-tier products, including breakthrough pills, sold by major merchant guilds are considered strategic resources and cannot be sold in bulk. On one hand, this manipulation of the breakthrough pace of wandering practitioners ensures that the number of foundation-building cultivators remains limited. On the other hand, it allows for the recruitment of outstanding wanderers into the ranks of the Tianshan sect, a tiered structure encompassing the foundation-building families and the elite sects, effectively quelling crises in their infancy. This system has persisted for countless years, becoming the norm in the cultivation nations governed by sections. Even significant upheavals involving Yuanying sects only cause temporary chaos before order is restored. In this context, alchemists become notable exceptions among various first-tier occupations. They manage to turn a profit within the realm of first-tier elixirs, attaining a revered status. Besides them, only a few, such as first-tier puppet masters capable of maintaining second-tier puppets, exist, and their profits are typically modest. Within the Biong Alchemy book, there are two types of breakthrough elixirs that assist in overcoming the mid-stage of qi refinement, considered among the lowest of first-tier elixirs. There are 5 types of breakthrough elixirs for the late stage of qi refinement, with their crafting difficulty nearly reaching the pinnacle of first-tier alchemy. However, in terms of profit, the former yields only a small gain, whereas the latter enjoys a robust market. As Wang Xian perused the alchemy book, he was not surprised by these findings. After all, the so-called bottleneck at the 4th level of qi refinement is merely a hurdle for those with inferior spiritual roots, easily surmountable after a few years. For those with medium spiritual roots, it takes only a few months of refinement, rendering elixirs unnecessary. However, the bottleneck at the late stage of qi refinement requires even those with medium spiritual roots several years of effort. If one is not careful and takes too long, they may miss the opportunity to achieve full qi refinement before their vitality wanes, jeopardizing their chances of foundation building. For those with inferior roots, this challenge can extend over a decade. Ah, Yu Qingshuan, I didn't expect to find this shop here, Wang Xian mused as he entered the core area of the market. He initially intended to visit the Lu family's spirit herb shop within the market, but was surprised to see the sign for Yu Qingshuan. Upon reflection, it made sense. As a branch of the Tianfeng Merchant Guild in Qin Country, if Wanmiao Tower could set up here, so could Yu Qingshuan, which sold spirit herbs. After a moment's thought, Wang Xian stepped inside. Compared to the foundation building powers of his homeland, he felt a greater sense of security with the branches of transnational merchant guilds. However, before he could approach the counter, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yes, esteemed guest. The Tianfeng Merchant Guild trades with various nations. So even if we don't have it in stock, we can always procure it from a branch. The voice was soft, accompanied by a gentle smile. Descending from a side staircase, a girl with a light purple veil obscured her cheeks. She had come to Baiha Market to seek the hidden spirit body of the Lu family but was unexpectedly delighted to see a familiar regular customer. Is there something specific you need? Mr. Han, I can fetch it for you right away. Anything available in Chun Country can be found at our shop. Is that you? Wang Xian turned, momentarily puzzled. He recognized the attendant from Yu Qingshuan in the Immortal City. The attire was distinctive, and he recalled her immediately. He was surprised to encounter an acquaintance in Baiha Market, especially one who addressed him in such a manner. Mr. Han, he cleared his throat, recalling that he had indeed introduced himself as Han during his previous visit. After all, when traveling, who doesn't adopt an alias? Forgive me for the misunderstanding. I am actually surnamed Wang, he replied with an apologetic smile. Considering the number of people who knew him in Baiha Market, he decided not to disguise his identity any longer. The girl's words eased his concerns. As long as no foundation-building cultivator was present, he felt relieved. As the domain of the Xuanfu Lu family, even their kin would not dare disrupt their established order and tarnish the family's reputation. However, foundation-building cultivators were a different matter, even if one were to arrive. The odds were overwhelmingly in favor of their not being connected to Wang Xian. Yet, it felt akin to sleeping beside a satiated tiger. Knowing it wouldn't devour you still made it difficult to relax. I came to Yu Qingshuan primarily to inquire about the prices of certain spirit herbs and materials, such as the 100-year-old Zhu fruit, Baihenxia, Yejiao vine, and 50-year-old Dihuang. I wonder if the young lady has any information on these. Setting aside other matters, Wang Xian listed a series of spirit herbs, most of which were common ingredients for the breakthrough elixir known as Biyun Dan, used in the late stage of qi refinement. Among the 5 elixirs documented in the Bayang Alchemy book, the other 4 either corresponded to specific attributes or sacrificed cost-effectiveness for purity. Since this elixir wasn't intended for his personal use, Wang Xian naturally aimed to profit from the sale of spirit stones. Ah, I see. Very well, Mr. Wang. With crescent-shaped eyes, the veiled girl took his request seriously, assuming the role of a diligent attendant. She recognized the recipe for Biyun Dan, but in the real world, inquiring about the ingredients of a recipe does not guarantee a purchase, nor does a purchase imply the ability to refine it, and even successful refinement does not assure quality. Thus, as Wang Xian openly inquired about prices, nearly every wandering alchemist had aspired to refine Biyun Dan. He had no intention of selling this elixir in Baiha Market, so there was no need to conceal his intentions, which would only draw unnecessary attention.